Speak, Prosody, P. Chapter 200 to 199. Are you ready with the kitchen knife _1 Chapter 200. Chapter 199. Are you ready with the kitchen knife _1? The comparison hasn't been made yet. Go compare it, and let me know the results. After he finished speaking, Zhou Ning left. Just as he stepped out of the interrogation room, Su Dayuan came out of the next room. It was clear he had finished his own interrogation, and he was looking for Zhou Ning. I heard that you found bloodstains in Wang Ligang's car. Yes, the trunk's bottom was extremely clean. However, there was a drop of blood on the side, along with wipe marks. Mr. Zhang's car had changed its interior. I've sent people to the car wash that did the change, hoping they could find the replaced items. Su Dayuan stared at Zhou Ning for a long while before pulling him back to the office. It seems that you also think Wang Ligang couldn't possibly be the murderer? Zhou Ning hummed in agreement, and then continued, I do think so. If the inside of the trunk could be cleaned thoroughly, why leave a drop of blood and wipe marks at the side? Clearly, the killer hoped we would focus our attention on Wang Ligang. The victim was dismembered, but the head and limbs haven't been found. This is the crux of the issue. I think we could use a police dog. We take it to sniff the kitchen knife found at the scene, and then search the surrounding area. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. There's an old saying, throw far, bury near, and I have a feeling that the killer wouldn't bury those parts too far away, yet still avoid surveillance. At this point, Zhou Ning stopped, and Su Daiwan's eyes lit up. They exchanged a look, and both simultaneously said two words. The park. Su Dayuan turned around and pulled out the city map. If I remember correctly, the cultural park is located 400 meters northeast of the Enbo residential area, right across the Haibo River. The riverfront renovation project started in March. It's already fenced off. As for this side of the river, it seems like they plan to build a plaza, but everything is under construction. The more he spoke, the more convinced Su Dayuan became. After all, it was too close to the Enbo residential area. It wasn't far even on foot. The vicinity was all fenced off. The other side's progress was quicker, but the greenery wasn't finished yet. Such a construction site, not being one for buildings, would be deserted at night. I'll go apply for a police dog. You prepare the knife. An hour later, the police dog had arrived, and Su Dayuan and the others had gotten into the car. Mr. Zhao hadn't come back yet, so Zhou Ning asked Yang Xuedong and Sun Gaodai to follow along. Just as the car door was about to close, an Iveco van sped in. Seeing the van, Su Dayuan waved his hand. Chen Tao stopped the ignition, and Mr. Zhao ran down from the van, drenched in sweat, dragging a huge plastic bag behind him. I found it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I found the items Dr. Zhang had replaced. The car wash got a newbie apprentice. This kid likes to hoard all sorts of odds and ends, intending to sell them later. He picked it up after seeing Dr. Zhang toss it in the trash bin and stored it in the backyard of the car wash facility. His memory isn't bad. After all, only 2 people had their car interiors changed, and he found the items for me quickly. The shop owner also confirmed that these are Dr. Zhang's items. Inside, there was also a pair of shoes, all muddied up. When Su Dayuan heard the last words, all muddied up, he jumped out of the car as well. He scrutinized the bag thoroughly, and indeed, it contained a mishmash of items. Old seat covers, pads with a strong fishy smell, muddy floor mats, and a pair of sports shoes covered in mud. It seems our suspicion was not unfounded. Let's go to the scene. Mr. Zhao looked somewhat baffled, not understanding why these people's first reaction to his things was to go to the scene. What's up? Zhou Ning didn't answer, but directly called Cui Lily on her phone and asked her to send someone to collect the items for blood trace analysis and to analyze the mud on the shoes before sending back the samples for comparison. After speaking, Zhou Ning pulled Mr. Zhao into the car, and as they took off, he explained their analysis. Mr. Zhao blinked, seemingly pondering. But there are no digging tools among these items. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Su Dayuan leaned back in his seat, appearing to have found a clue, no longer as anxious as before. I know that place. Digging down, it's quite deep, and the ground is made up of that sticky clay. If you sneak over to bury someone's head, you wouldn't dig a hole yourself, especially since many tree holes are pre-dug. Moreover, they've installed many lights over there, and there must be an electrical junction box for that, right? We'll start looking in that direction in a moment. As they spoke, the car arrived by the Haibo River. They took a while to locate the spot opposite the cultural park. Mr. Zhao had sharp eyesight and pointed to a corner. Look over there, there's a gap. Following the direction of Mr. Zhao's pointing, everyone looked over and indeed saw a breach in the lower part of the enclosure, almost imperceptible unless looked at closely. You've got good eyes. Bring the police dog down and let it sniff the knife. They got out of the car and the police dog had been brought over. Yang Xuedong opened the bag containing the knife and presented it to the police dog. After sniffing the knife, led by the handler, the dog entered through the gap and began searching. The search wasn't quick. The police dog sniffed the knife several times over and finally rushed towards a spot, nearly dragging the handler along, and then started barking furiously, digging at the ground now and then, clearly onto something. /P break time equals 300 ms. / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The crowd rushed over to find a cement board slightly elevated from the ground. Several officers stepped forward, lifted the cement board, and revealed a well underneath, which seemed to be empty. Just then, a man walked briskly toward them. Surprisingly, despite the presence of so many police officers, he didn't make any critical remarks. What's going on here? Are you from the construction team or the project side? I'm from the construction team. We're filling earth here to level this piece of land. What kind of well is this? The man stepped forward to take a look. It's just an electrical well. It's already been laid out. What's the matter exactly? We're looking for something. Do you have an excavator? Could you bring it over for us to use? We suspect a murderer has dumped a body here. The police dog led us here. The man was taken aback. It took him a while to comprehend, his fingers trembling slightly as he fumbled for his phone, repeatedly nodding his head. All right, just wait a moment. I'll call someone. Minutes later, a small excavator arrived at the scene. Su Dayuan asked politely if they could dig up the well, and the other party couldn't possibly refuse. If there was a body here, the construction project would be indefinitely delayed, and their settlement would come later. Worst case, they would simply have to hire workers to install another well. The excavator worked swiftly. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Within a dozen movements, the entire well was dismantled, veering around the pipes, and the hole was enlarged. Bai Ruetian jumped into the excavator's bucket to check below, but found nothing. The police dog handler became anxious. After all, trained police dogs do not raise false alarms indiscernibly, especially with such a strong smell of blood. As the excavator arm swung, it seemed to strike the adjacent soil, causing a large clump to collapse instantly. The dog handler nearly fell in along with the police dog, but was pulled back by Mr. Zhao, who yanked him by the collar. Amidst the collapsing earth, a plastic bag became visible, and at the same time, a putrid stench burst forth. Smelling this odor, Zhou Ning and Su Dayuan sighed in relief. Hurry up, but be careful. Get that bag up here without puncturing it, they urged. The operator of the excavator began to retch. The smell was overpowering, especially after seeing white bones poking through the plastic bag, causing him to tumble off the excavator. I can't, my legs are weak. Mr. Zhao sighed and quickly climbed aboard, taking a look at the control lever. After trying a few motions, he deftly hooked the bag and placed it on the ground nearby. Yang Xuedong had already prepared a large body bag, which he placed to one side. Along with two other officers, they carefully placed the plastic bag into the body bag and were about to zip it up when Zhou Ning stepped closer. No rush, let me take a look first. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning squatted down to carefully examine the bag, which was double-aired. The decay had generated gases, and the bag had ruptured on the inside. The skin on the skull had also largely peeled off, but this had left the teeth fully exposed. Zhou Ning looked at them, comparing them with the X-ray images of Tan Ran on his phone. From the arrangement of the teeth, it was clear that this was Tan Ran's skull. Next to the skull, a clump of long hair lay piled up. Zhou Ning pinched it to find it was shaped in a bun. As for the plastic bag, it was still tied shut with that same yellow electrical wire. Zhou Ning stood up as Yang Xuedong pulled the body bag closed. Can you confirm it's Tan Ran? Zhou Ning nodded. Judging from the teeth, it's almost certain to be Tan Ran. She had 2 tiger teeth, and her upper left first molar was congenitally missing, which matches the condition of the skull, Zhou Ning responded. Mr. Zhao, please collect some of this soil sample. Mr. Zhao quickly got to work while Su Dayuan waved his hand. Let's wrap up. I appreciate your cooperation, comrade, but please console the excavator operator. Also, regarding the discovery of the deceased skull, I hope you two keep it confidential. After all, the case hasn't been solved yet. The man kept nodding, his whole body conveying absolute compliance with Su Daiwan's instructions. Everyone got into their vehicles and departed swiftly, heading back to the police headquarters just like when they arrived. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P sitting in the car, by Ruixin stomped his foot. Before Chen Tao could even speak, Mr. Zhao exploded. Can you show some decency? Are you moving the mud into the car? You just stomped on the ground where we found the buried body, and now you're getting it all over the vehicle. You're going to wash the car today. Bai Ruixin scratched his head and didn't dare to talk back. Su Dayuan fixed his gaze on Zhou Ning. Let's work overtime. You'll handle the sampling and send it for analysis, especially check the victim's right foot thoroughly to see the extent of the damage. We'll reinterrogate Zhang Yu, and I also expect to receive updates about the surveillance footage from the boys. No calls yet. Zhou Ning nodded. Let's see how lucky we are. I wonder if we'll be able to find fingerprints on the bag. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P chapter 201 to 200 unexpected joy _1 chapter 201. Chapter 200 Unexpected Joy _1 half an hour later. In the number 2 high corrosion autopsy room of the technical department. The bag had been removed, and the deceased's head and limbs were placed on the autopsy table. The exhaust system was already running at its maximum. Zhou Ning tightened the 3rd layer of gloves, clasping his fingers together to squeeze out the excess air before approaching the autopsy table. Mr. Zhao had already photographed the deceased's head and limbs, while Sun Gaotai had taken X-ray images. Zhou Ning glanced at the screen and then noticed that the condition of the deceased's right foot was much worse than it had been during the physical examination in January, with 2 misaligned bone calluses that had swelled significantly, and the entire foot was severely deformed. Zhou Ning caught a glimpse of Zhu Xingxing with a tray and saw she was about to take it to the lab. He quickly spoke up to stop her. If you don't want to be scolded by other departments for half a year, put the tray in a bag, seal the opening, and then send it up, he said. Zhu Xingxing seemed to realize only then and hurried to comply. Zhou Ning didn't pay any further attention and, pulling along the LED light-equipped magnifying glass, leaned in close to the deceased's right foot. The deceased's foot was relatively intact. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The dorsum was swollen significantly, with both appearing wider than the right foot. The arch of the foot had completely disappeared, and the ankle bone protruded. The wrist part of the right foot was clearly thinner than the left. In this condition, training would be out of the question, let alone fitting into ice skates. Upon cutting open the dorsum, the bones of the metatarsus were exposed. The healing areas of the 2 fractured bones had swollen into spherical calluses. Seeing this, Zhou Ning stopped his movements, as there was no need for further dissection. Zhou Ning shifted sideways and pulled the LED light-equipped magnifying glass over to illuminate the deceased's hands. The deceased's fingernails were long, and the flesh had burst open. He directly pulled out the nails and dropped them into the tray. Zhu Xingxing made a retching noise at this action. Sorry, boss, I really couldn't help it, she apologized. Mr. Zhao waved his hand dismissively. If you can't help it, go outside and vomit. Don't retch here. That sound is contagious. It'll make others unable to help themselves, he said. Zhu Xingxing headed out quickly, while Mr. Zhao stayed put. This surprised Zhou Ning somewhat, though hearing Mr. Zhao speak in a muffled voice suggested he had probably blocked his nose. Zhou Ning did not speak, but lifted a nail to carefully examine the edges. Between the gaps of the index finger's nail, he found a lump of something. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He extracted it with tweezers, spread it out in the tray, and it turned out to be a piece of diamond-shaped flesh. Zhou Ning became instantly excited. Quick, send the nails for analysis. Tell Su Dayuan to have someone check Zheng Yu and Wang Ligang's necks and arms for scratch wounds. Take a photo of this skin flap and send it to him. Tell him to look for this pattern, he instructed. Mr. Zhao sprang into action, picking up the tray and snapping photos to send to Su Dayuan before running off with the tray. Zhou Ning then examined the deceased's head. No remnants were found in the gaps between the teeth. However, there were breaks in the hyoid and thyroid cartilage. Although the flesh had decayed and it was impossible to see any ligature marks around the neck, it was determined that the victim had been strangled unconscious and scratched the assailant in the struggle before being strangled to death. Yang Xuedong and Sun Gaodai were the only ones left in the autopsy room. Sun Gaodai stood near the air vent without approaching the autopsy table. Zhou Ning glanced over. As long as Sun Gaodai did not interfere with the autopsy, his position was acceptable. Tearing open the skin on the victim's head and sawing through the skull, the stench in the room rose to a whole new level. There were fracture marks at the base of the skull and discolored material within the cranium that had completely turned into a yogurt-like consistency. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After cleaning the autopsy table, he placed these bone fragments in a large tray. Zhou Ning started to remove one layer of gloves and looked towards Yang Xuedong. Can you handle this? Take these to extract the bones. It seems Gao Tai is unable to do so, he said. Yang Xuedong nodded, rushed to the sink, rinsed everything vigorously, and disposed of the remaining bones into a pressure cooker. Zhou Ning stripped off all his equipment and waved to Sun Gaodai. Clean the autopsy room and then ventilate it, he instructed. Zhou Ning pushed open the door to the lab. On the big screen, Mr. Chu had captured over 20 images. Hearing the door, Momo saw Zhou Ning arrive and quickly waved him over. Zhou Ning, come quick, she called. Did you find something? He asked. Mr. Tao sent a photo. Tan Ran checked into the Sophia Hotel on September 6th. At 12:28 on September 7th, she left by taxi. This is the surveillance screenshot of her leaving. Wide-leg pants, a short-sleeved crop top, a sun-proof jacket, a baseball cap, sunglasses, and no backpack. Compared to the call logs, she had a less than a minute conversation with the figure skating team's office landline at 12:05. After analyzing the surveillance footage from the Enbo residential area, we determined that person was Tan Ran. At 13:13 on September 7th, Tan Ran returned to the dormitory. The time frame matches the taxi ride seen in the videos, but it's unclear whether she went to room 201 or 202, she explained. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Have you found any footage of Zheng Yu entering or leaving the Enbo residential area and the South Side Road in the surveillance? He inquired. Mr. Chu tapped on the keyboard, and the big screen changed to display all the images, then pointed to two of them and explained. I saw this figure in the hoodie at 12:52, carrying a backpack. His height matches Zheng Yes. Also, look at his shoes. There's a little B logo at the heel, which is consistent with the shoes Mr. Zhao found in the car wash. However, there's only footage of him going in and none of coming out. I don't understand this part. After all, there's no footage of him leaving in the following days. Could it be he jumped out the window? Zhou Ning rubbed his chin, thinking, and nudged Mr. Zhao's arm. His car is a Jetta. Do you know how tall a Jetta is? The height is about 1.47 meters. This building is flat from the ground up, with a ceiling height of about 2.7 meters. The road outside is slightly higher, but there are 3 steps on the first floor, which, if accounted for, leaves a 2-meter drop if jumping from the window onto the rooftop. I've looked out the window. There's a 10-centimeter high ledge at the same level as the second floor, right outside the bathroom window. If one stands there, the distance to the car rooftop is only 1.23 meters. An adult could jump down without a problem, especially if wearing soft-soled shoes, and not leave any trace on the car roof. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P first drop the bag out the window, then jump out after. This could make sense. Did the surveillance on the south side capture his car? It did. At 14:21, there's footage of a car leaving. Mr. Xia did a skeletal comparison, and it's Zhengyu. However, the front and rear number plates and the car logo were obscured by Happy Forever stickers, and many other cars coming out were like this too, so it wasn't screened out initially. Zhou Ning nodded. Traffic police had recently been checking for these stickers, but with surveillance not being dense enough, it was impossible to catch everything. As the image on the big screen was enlarged and became clearer, Zhou Ning stared at this person's face. Baseball cap, sunglasses, face mask, not one accessory missing. With the face covered up to this extent, that Xia Momo could make the comparison impressed him, and he gave her a thumbs up. Xia Momo smiled. It seems like you haven't talked to Dr. Lu these days. The 3rd phase of the software has been completed and begun testing. It collects skeletal information from footage for data comparisons. After all, you can disguise yourself, but you can't fake your skeleton. Zhou Ning got slightly embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Have fingerprints been found on the bags discovered near Haibo River? At the mention of this, Mr. Zhao came over, grinning. We've found quite a few. We compared these with the prints found on the bags of car interior decor discarded by Zhengyu. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. We found several matching prints. One from the shop owner, one from the little apprentice, and the other is Zheng Ye's own fingerprints, with bloodstains on them. Looks like the bags were taken from the car wash. Also, we found a dry fragment of Veratrine on the seat abandoned by Zhengyu. We scraped it off for testing, but whether the bloodstains on the yellow wire are the victims or Zheng Ye's, we don't know yet. Veratrine was found on the car cushion? Mr. Zhao nodded, grabbed the camera, connected it to the computer with a data cable, shifted his weight to bump Mr. Chu aside a bit, and claimed the spot in front of the computer. Mr. Chu just laughed, watching him clumsily plug into the big screen, then found a picture. Indeed, on the brown cushion, there's a white spot visible, but the faint color was so subtle that it was impressive that Mr. Zhao could recognize it as Veratrine. Not bad, finding this. Nobody else could have. Lu Yongxin patted Mr. Zhao's shoulder continuously, shaking his head. Kid, less time on the weird stuff, or you'll make finding a partner even harder. Mr. Zhao froze, not immediately catching Lu Yongxin's teasing. Seeing everyone laughing, he just got the joke. Cut it out. Why do all of you have to think like that? Everything I do is for the job. Zhou Ning held back a laugh, feeling relieved. No matter what, the case was becoming clear. Zhengyu was the killer. If all the lab tests come back, it's as good as confirmed. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Alright, compile all the relevant videos and comparison images into a file. That wraps up our work over here. Zhou Ning glanced at the time. It was now 18:22 and waved to Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao, go to the forensic department. The test should be out by now. No sooner had he finished speaking than the door to the lab was pushed open. The alarm blared nonstop, and Mr. Zhao quickly rushed to turn off the alarm. Cui Lily rolled her eyes at this and walked over to Zhou Ning, handing him a hefty stack of reports. I guessed you'd all be here. All the reports are done. Zhou Ning browsed through them. The DNA results of the blood found in Wang Ligang's trunk matched Tan Ran. As for the subsequent tests, Zhou Ning skipped them, Looking directly at the last two items, the conclusion of the soil composition analysis and the DNA comparison from the skin found under Tan Ran's fingernails. Chui Lily continued, "Oh, and there's been an unexpected bonus." "What unexpected bonus?" /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 202 to 201. Waiting for me to puncture the tire _1 chapter 202. Chapter 201. Waiting for me to puncture the tire _1. What unexpected joy. From her pocket, Chui Lily pulled out another report. Mr. Zhao reached out for it, but Chui Lily slapped his hand away and glared at him. He didn't dare say anything more. "Come on, big sis, tell us what the unexpected joy is all about." Chui Lily exhaled, but she couldn't hide the joy on her face. "The yellow electrical wire with 3 loops that you sent for testing, I attempted multiple extractions. Surprisingly, on the 11th extraction, I indeed found a set of male DNA, which, after comparison, turned out to be that of Zhang Yu. The sampling location was on the wire's metal filament. Presumably, he accidentally cut his hand while dismembering the body, or he already had a wound on his hand, which rubbed against this part and was preserved." "That's incredibly lucky, or rather, Mrs. Chui, you're amazing for doing 11 samplings. Anyone else would have given up by now. It's your attention to detail that did it." Zhou Ning's praise seemed to please Chui Lily. She slapped the report into Zhou Ning's hand and quickly left, but not without leaving a parting remark at the door. "I'm off work. If anyone else gives me more work to do, wait for me to come and puncture your tires." Looking at the report, Zhou Ning smiled. Inside the interrogation room, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p Su Dayuan, carrying a stack of reports, walked in and placed them on the table, gesturing to Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao behind him. "Come on, let Dr. Zhang have a look at them. Mr. Bai, you guys help." With so many people flooding in, Dr. Zhang's eyeballs trembled nonstop. After all, had been ignored here for hours. Such a sudden change must mean something, and he was no fool. "What are you guys doing?" Zhou Ning rolled up his right sleeve, revealing 2 scratch marks on his wrist and the outer side of his upper arm. The vertical scratch on the upper arm was very faint, while the horizontal scratch on the wrist was dark in color. With a raise of his hand, Zhou Ning stopped everyone's actions, and Mr. Bai and the others retreated. Mr. Zhao, holding a camera, moved in close to photograph the 2 wounds. Su Dayuan crossed his arms, still leaning against the table. From the time he had come in, his movements hadn't changed, just standing there impassively. "Tell us, how did you get these wounds?" Zhang Yu was very composed as he used his left hand to pull down his sleeve. "Athletes sometimes get hurt, and I often massage them to relax their muscles. There are many occasions when they, in pain or making abrupt movements, scratch me. I really didn't notice when these scratches happened. After all, it's been a while. Who would remember that?" Mr. Zhao passed the camera to Zhou Ning, who found the photo of the skin flake under Tan Ran's fingernails and held it up to Zhang Yu. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. This was found under the victim's fingernails. The shape of the skin flake matches the scratch on your wrist exactly. Do you have any other explanation? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu paused, looking down. Su Dayuan nodded at Zhou Ning, and they left the interrogation room, with Mr. Zhao dragging Zhou Ning directly into the observation room next door. Upon entering, they realized that quite a few people were there, including Mr. Hu. Mr. Zhao halted, appearing a bit awkward, uncertain whether to enter or retreat. Mr. Hu, seeing Zhou Ning, quickly gestured for him to come over. "What are you standing around for? Come here. If it weren't for your trip to Xiafudao, this case might have remained unsolved for many years. You're something else, Zhou Xiao." Zhou Ning's face twisted in embarrassment, given that this hardly seemed like a compliment. How unlucky to run into this during a vacation. "Can we please not talk about this, boss?" Everyone burst into laughter, But the people beside Mr. Hu also made room for Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao to come closer, with Mr. Zhao wearing a look of grievance. Mr. Hu, can we get compensated with leave later? During the national holiday, we wanted to go camping, and to avoid being disturbed, we specifically chose an isolated island. Who would have thought we'd run into this mess there? And that too trusting Mr. He just had to open the box to check. I'm at a loss for words. So, can we get our leave compensated? Mr./P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P who hummed and hawed for a while, then waved his hand. Just save them up, save them up. Don't worry, I'll keep this in mind. Mr. Zhao sighed and muttered. Forget it, this compensation is never going to happen. Mr. Hu kicked out, and Mr. Zhao instinctively jumped away towards Zhou Ning, narrowly avoiding it. Relieved, Mr. Zhao looked gratefully at Mr. Hu. Why would a leader hit someone? If you're here to watch the interrogation, keep quiet. Who else would I kick if not you for spouting nonsense? Zhou Ning was now glued to the one-way glass, and Mr. Hu handed him a headset. This treatment was really quite good. Zhou Ning glanced at the people behind him, who were all frantically waving their hands to decline. They were seated alongside the leaders, and if they were asked something and couldn't answer, it would be embarrassing. No one wanted to go through what Mr. Zhao had experienced, but if they didn't watch, they felt restless. At this moment, inside the interrogation room, Su Dayuan had lit a cigarette. Cut the crap and stop trying to stall. Do you know how pointless it is? This whole stack is forensic reports. I can tell you that we've found Tanran's head and limbs, and we found the interior trim and mats from your car. On your car seat cover, we found your dander and Tanran's DNA. No need for me to say what you did. We found blood and fingerprints on the bags that were used to wrap the head and limbs. Everything that should be there. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. Most fortunately, we found your blood on the wire used to strangle Tanran at the scene. Do you understand what this means? The chain of evidence is complete. As for the surveillance footage of you entering the dormitory on September 7th and the bloody fingerprint you left at window 201, the footage of the car you tried to disguise, and even the blood you dripped into Wang Ligang's truck in a bid to shift suspicion, along with your fingerprints on the trunk lid, we found all of that. Furthermore, I can tell you that we've reviewed all the bank accounts in your name. From February 10th, 2009, to yesterday, aside from your salary, performance bonuses, and other incomes, there's an additional 750,000 yuan in your personal account at Qidong Commercial Bank. Explain to me, where did this money come from? Zhang Yu fell silent. From Zhou Ning's perspective, he could clearly see that Zhang Yu was slowly sliding down in his chair as if he had gone limp, knowing in his heart that he had no chance for excuse since the evidence was conclusive. Su Dayuan didn't bother with any psychological tactics. After all, these things were ironclad facts. He just patiently smoked, one cigarette following another, until the entire interrogation room was shrouded in smoke. After an indeterminable wait, Zhang Yu weakly uttered, "I didn't mean to kill her." "Then let's start with the money issue, shall we?" Zhang Yu pursed his lips, falling silent once more, though not for long this time. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. Tanran came from a wealthy family that didn't control her spending. After her injury, she wanted me to help hide it from Wang Ligang, but I didn't agree. I was going to call Wang Ligang immediately because the injury was too severe. But Tanran just handed me a card with 200,000 yuan in it. The password was 6 sixes. She said as long as I helped keep it a secret, the money was mine. I was afraid to take it. I really was afraid to take that money. Tanran said she didn't want to affect Xingxiali. Su Dayuan nodded. Now that you've started talking, don't make me ask every single thing. You're tired, I'm tired. Just start from her injury and explain the process leading up to the murder. No point in hiding anything now, we already know the sequence of events. Zhang Yu asked for a cigarette and, after smoking it, began to speak slowly. Regarding her injury, Tanran said that they had just had an argument, so she trained with emotions, and throughout the process, she was distracted. Which is why she failed to keep up and collided with Xing Xieli in the opposite direction. I accepted the money, but I couldn't really enjoy the new year because Tan Ran's injury was severe. She didn't realize, but I knew all too well that her athletic career could be ended if not handled properly. However, she recovered well. After Wang Ligang returned, I said Tan Ran would need at least 20 days before she could start physical training. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, P greater than I came up with more excuses afterward, like her wound reopening and so on, dragging it out for almost 2 months. Wang Ligong became impatient and insisted that Tan Ran must participate in training. I advised Tan Ran against training like that, but she wouldn't listen and secretly removed her cast. Without training for 2 months and taking medication to heal her wound, which included hormone drugs, she gained 30 pounds. Wang Ligong broke up their pair, and Tan Ran was desperate. She pleaded with Wang Ligong and Zhuang Chunlan, but it was no use. I told her not to rush to them. As long as Xing Xieli was treated well, it didn't matter whether they were a pair or not. Upon hearing this, Tan Ran's mood improved. She wanted to get prettier, but controlling her weight wasn't easy. She sneaked out to get a fake sick note from me and went for liposuction. But after losing weight, her chest was gone too, so she then went for breast augmentation. After all that trouble, her weight was under control, but her physical fitness had vanished. Her foot was fine when immobile, but painful when moved. During last year's medical checkup, she didn't dare to get an X-ray, afraid of detection. For all this, she gave me 50,000 yuan to make fake sick notes for her. I urged her to have the metal pins removed. But she started training immediately after the removal without resting, and her foot condition worsened. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, P greater than I was terrified, since I had started the cover-up, and if I lost my job over this, the regret would be unbearable. Tan Ran started to become self-destructive and neurotic, either arguing with Wang Ying or biting Xing Xieli, even fighting with the younger teammates and showing a bad temper to everyone. Her training was intermittent, and before Christmas last year, I wanted to buy a house, but was short of funds, and she volunteered to lend me 500,000 yuan. After that, she kept using her injury to threaten me, even wanting to tell Wang Ligong about all of it. I was terrified and pulled her out to drink, hoping she would cool off since I couldn't come up with 500,000 yuan to pay her back in the short term. She didn't agree. Tan Ran asked me to get some hormone drugs for her. I asked what for. She said she wanted to slip them to Wang Ying. She had previously added prednisone, prescribed for a cold, into her milk tea, and the person didn't gain any weight. Tan Ran wanted Wang Ying to get fat to see if Xing Xieli would still like her. Zhou Ning stared into Zhang Ye's eyes as he reached over for another cigarette offered by Su Dayuan. Revealing secrets buried deep within one's heart can sometimes be a form of relief for oneself. Those who have killed are often startled awake by cold sweats during midnight terrors, the internal torment that continually plagues them, growing stronger with time and turning into an unbearable agony. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, P. Su Dayuan gestured towards Zheng Yu with a tilt of his chin and asked indifferently, "Did you give it to her?" /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, P. Chapter 203 to 202. She's a madwoman _1 Chapter 203. Chapter 202. She's a madwoman _1 Zheng Yu nodded. She was given a box with 10 dexamethasone injections. When was it given? On Children's Day, she saw I only gave her 1 box and was very dissatisfied. On June 26th, she found me and asked for sulfuric acid, which I refused right away. I told her I would go confess my mistake to Mr. Wang right then and borrow money at a high interest rate to pay her back. She just laughed and then told me she was just messing with me. She asked me to drive her to the beach to relax and to forget about what had just happened. I took her word for it, took the milk tea she handed me, and drove off towards Jinsa Beach. The location was chosen by her, near Dongshan Village on Zhelongshan Road by the coast. There's a road going up the mountain, and we drove straight to the mid-mountain area. When I was about to get there, I felt hot all over and uncomfortably swollen below, very uncomfortable. I turned the air conditioning to a very low temperature but was still sweating profusely. When the car stopped, I didn't dare to look at her in the rearview mirror. I just asked if she felt better and suggested we go back if she was okay. Tan laughed behind me. When I turned around, I realized she had taken off her clothes and was sitting in the back seat, feet propped on the front seat, touching herself. I couldn't control myself and pounced on her. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After it was done, she took out her phone hidden behind the seat. I knew she had filmed it. After all, she was crying for help during the heat of the moment, saying "don't force me," which made me realize I had been trapped. She told me she had drugged me, and if I didn't do as she said, she would send the video to the sports committee or even go to the police and accuse me of rape since everything was recorded. Enraged, I tried to snatch the phone from her. She handed the phone to me and said with a laugh that the video had already been uploaded to Kingsoft Cloud Drive. If I destroyed the phone, the video would automatically be emailed in a month, and by then, my reputation would be ruined and I would be facing legal charges. At this point, Zheng Yu paused, and Su Deyuan handed him a paper cup. Zheng Yu threw the cigarette butt into it and exhaled deeply. I tried everything, but Tan Ran was a madwoman. You can't reason with a madwoman. She had money and didn't care, but it's different for me. Later I checked that the cloud storage didn't have the feature she talked about. I secretly checked her account, logged in, deleted the content, and also deleted the backup on her phone. But an accident still happened. Tan Ran got pregnant. She came to me with a pregnancy test, claiming it was my child, and gave me two choices: either divorce and marry her, giving up my son, or help her be with Xing Xiaoli and kill Wang Ying, making sure to destroy the body completely. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I said I would think about it. Then I started to prepare. I knew that no matter what choice I made, I couldn't escape her torment, so I decided to solve the problem thoroughly by killing her to eliminate future troubles. I prepared various things in collaboration with her, and the stickers on the car were bought by her. I also got a lot of plastic bags from the repair shop. At noon on the 7th, I called her to come to the dorm. She asked what for, and I told her to dress up because I wanted her to see me commit murder. Tan Ran agreed. When she arrived at room 202, she was surprised and asked me where the person was. I told her no rush. The person had gone to get food and would be back soon. I asked her to check how the bathroom was set up, and she went with me. Upon entering the bathroom, I strangled her neck. I didn't expect her to be so strong. She kicked off the wall, throwing me off, but then slipped and hit the back of her head on the ground. I told her she made me do all this. I jumped on her and tightened the electrical wire around her neck. While she was struggling, she said she wasn't really pregnant, it was all a lie, and that the pregnancy test was just picked up from a trash can. She pleaded for me to let her go, but how could I trust the words of a lunatic? When she stopped breathing, I carefully listened. Everyone who rested after lunch had left the building, and then I began to dismember the body. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The knife traces, blood footprints, and blood fingerprints on the door were all left intentionally since I wanted to steer suspicion toward Xing Xiaoli. I cleaned up the crime scene, packed her body parts into Xing Xiaoli's suitcase, bagged the remaining parts, and prepared a syringe with anticoagulant. I changed into a new set of clothes, carried the suitcase downstairs, and then jumped out the window. Later I bought some seafood. In the evening, I went to the beach, tied the prepared chains to the suitcase and a metal frame, and dropped the suitcase off at the rocks behind the docks in Shazaku, where there's no surveillance and the water is deep and turbulent. As for the rest, you all know. After returning to the city, I buried them opposite Haibao River Cultural Park. At this point, Zheng Yu covered his face and after a moment, he looked up at Su Dayuan. She was a madwoman. I had no other choice. Su Dayuan gestured to the stenographer, who had been recording so much that their fingers were practically sparking. After printing out the statement, they had Zheng Yu sign it. Su Dayuan glanced at it and gestured again. All right, buddy, you can take him away now. Zheng Yu shouted out urgently. Wait a minute, officer. I just have one question. I'm not asking for mercy or feeling regretful. I just want to know, how did you find the suitcase? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Su Dayuan looked up and pointed to the ceiling, smiling lightly as he said, although I'm an atheist, there's one saying I believe in, what goes around comes around. The suitcase came to find our forensic doctor on its own, coming right in front of us. Zheng Yu stood frozen in place. This statement was a fatal blow to him. For days he had fluctuated between relief and panic, and such words might have tormented him countless times in his dreams, waking him up each time. Zheng Yu was taken away, and Zhou Ning breathed a long sigh of relief. At that moment his phone rang. Mr. Chu had sent a video. After a quick look, he knew it was secretly recorded by Tan Ran, who had apparently made a backup as a precaution. He messaged Mr. Chu to forward the evidence to Su Dayuan and then put down his phone. Su Dayuan came into the observation room to find Mr. Hu as well. His smile froze the moment he opened his mouth. Mr. Hu is here too. Mr. Hu stood up, stretching his arms and legs. Well, I've listened to your interrogations, not bad. This case was handled impressively. Get the materials ready quickly. We aim for a swift resolution. Mr. Zhao sidled up to Mr. Hu, asking with tangible hope, Mr. Hu, Zheng Yu will be sentenced to death, right? Mr. Hu glared and swatted away Mr. Zhao's chubby hand. I'm not the intermediate people's court, but you lot need to handle things quickly. The victim's family is still waiting, and I guess they've already gone to the technical department to see the bones. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning was momentarily stunned, looking up at Mr. Hu. According to related regulations, we should hand over the cremated remains to the family, right? Although the bones have been processed, it's still hard for the family to accept when they see them. Mr. Hu sighed and patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder. Let's go, I'll come with you. Tan Ran's parents said they just want to see their child's skeletal remains, no matter the condition. They can bear it and don't want to return with just a handful of ashes. After all, there are follow-up matters to take care of, and they can't let their child die without a trace. Zhou Ning didn't know what to say, maybe because he wasn't a parent, he couldn't understand their actions. But since the leader agreed, he naturally had no objections. Su Dayuan came over at this point, finishing a bottle of mineral water. Mr. Hu then spoke. Look here, you think just because you cracked the case, you can strut around in front of me? Your interrogation room was like a temple of cultivation. This will lead the others astray, won't it? Su Dayuan raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. My apologies, leader. I'll stay out of your way. I'll go prepare the case files right now. Even if I have to pull an all-nighter, I'll have all the materials ready on your desk by tomorrow morning. Is that all right? Mr. Hu laughed and patted Su Dayuan on the shoulder, then waved Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao over. You get going, Zhou Xiao and Fatty, come with me. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Let's go meet the victim's family. It's the least we can do. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhao's face fell instantly, following Mr. Hu with a look of victimized protest. You see, Mr. Hu, this isn't right. Don't call me fatty. My weight was fine to begin with. If I start gaining weight because of that nickname, you're responsible. Mr. Hu glared. So, what should I call you, little fatty Zhao? Mr. Zhao? Mr. Zhao quickly shut up. Zhou Ning held back his laughter. He understood Mr. Hu was trying to lighten the mood, as the case had been very oppressive. Furthermore, they were about to meet the victim's family and face another round of oppression. It was the leader's way of caring for his subordinates. The stark reality of parents outliving their child, especially one so young, was something nobody could easily accept. As they were thinking, they arrived at the technical department's yard, where two figures were huddled together under the lights, looking very forlorn. Seeming to hear their footsteps, the two turned around to look. When they saw it was Hu Guangjian, they quickly approached. Instead of throwing themselves onto him in a frenzy of tears and clutching, they just stared into Hu Guangjian's face, as if searching his expression for the answers they desired, before tentatively asking, "Mr. Hu, we don't know how the case is proceeding. I know I shouldn't ask, but I really want to know. Even if you can't tell us, just let us see our child's bones." Mr. Hu patted the man's shoulder, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. This not particularly tall man was shaking as he spoke, his eyes bloodshot, his beard unkempt, and he had two large blisters at the corners of his mouth. The helplessness and sorrow in his demeanor couldn't be more apparent. "Mr. Tan, we're about the same age, and my child is also about as old. I deeply understand how you feel. The trial has just concluded, and I've asked everyone to work overtime through the night to get the docket in order. These two here are the forensic doctor and the trace examiner responsible for the case. It was they who found that suitcase on the deserted island during their trip." The man known as Mr. Tan bowed deeply to Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao. Zhou Ning didn't know how to respond, while Mr. Zhao quickly helped the man back up. Mrs. Tan had been covering her mouth with a handkerchief, silently weeping all this time. "Saying thank you seems so inadequate, but I don't know what else to say. If it weren't for your discovery, my daughter Ran might have just become a missing person, and the murderer would have gotten away with it." Mr. Hu waved his hand. Seeing Zhou Ning at a loss for words, he continued, "Enough, don't mention it. We're police officers. This is our duty." No sooner had he finished speaking than Mr. Tan and Mrs. Tan knelt before the three of them. "Mr. Hu, please, I beg you, let me see my child's remains just once, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. I failed her, always fixated on earning more money to provide her with a good life, and over these years, I've neglected her here, failing to look after her. Please, let me see her. I assure you I won't disrupt the progress of the case. After that, whether you give us the ashes or not is fine." Hu Guangjian promptly pulled Mr. Tan to his feet, while Mr. Zhao helped lift Mrs. Tan. The parents' stoicism only made the whole scene more heart-wrenching. "I'll make an exception this once. But no photographs and don't disturb the remains. Control your emotions. Let's go see your child. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 204 to 203. Call me brother. Let me hear _1. Chapter 204. Chapter 203. Call me brother. Let me hear _1 in the laboratory." Mr. Zhao turned on the light, and several people approached the table, where a white cloth was draped over something. Zhou Ning glanced at Hu Guangjian, and seeing him nod toward him, gently lifted the white cloth. Tan Ran's skeleton had been completely cleaned and was arranged neatly. In fact, this sight was much better than the decaying mess in the box. Mr. Tan and his wife stood at the edge of the table. Mrs. Tan cried out, while Mr. Tan patted his wife's hand and touched the white bones. After a long while, Mr. Tan lifted his gaze. "That's enough. Our wish has been fulfilled. Mr. Hu, can you tell me who is the murderer and exactly why was Ran killed?" "Mr. Tan, I can't reveal too much for the time being, but we can give you a copy of the accounts we've put together. This detailed list includes the debts related to Tan Ran. Some are transfer records, and some are acknowledged loan amounts." As he spoke, a piece of paper was handed to Mr. Tan. He glanced at it, and Hu Guangjian pulled him toward the outside. Mr. Zhao hurriedly covered the skeleton again. The next day, Zhou Ning was late. He jogged into the office to find Mr. Zhao, and the others had already arrived. The group was continuously organizing relevant reports, and it was obvious from the full file boxes that they had entered the final stage. "Is everything ready?" Zhu Xingxing and Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao nodded together. Zhu Xingxing said with a smile, "Team leader, you just need to sign, and we've finished organizing all the materials. We'll send them to Mr. Su shortly." Zhou Ning looked over the documents. The autopsy report and related tests were actually done yesterday, but now everything was compiled, ready for his signature. He signed and handed the documents to Zhu Xingxing, who quickly left. Mr. Zhao moved closer, a look of mystery on his face, pulling Zhou Ning to the window. "What's up? Did Mr. Peng come looking for me?" Zhou Ning was a bit perplexed as he stared at Mr. Zhao. Yesterday, after the case investigation was completed, Wang Ligong wasn't let go. Early this morning, Tan Ran's father, with reporters from the provincial TV station and investigators from the Provincial Sports Commission, staged a confrontation at the city bureau. Mr. Tan was holding a stack of receipts, one of which was for a Camry purchased for Wang Ligong. Of course, there were also many transfer records and records of expensive gifts. All the items were tallied up, amounting to 1.74 million. Wang Ligong was dumbstruck on the spot. Seeing the evidence so irrefutable, the Provincial Sports Commission's investigators immediately stated they would cooperate with the public security organ in their investigation. Zhou Ning was also dumbstruck. He hadn't expected Mr. Tan to make such arrangements overnight. But thinking about it, he felt relieved. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Knowing his child might have been murdered before coming over, Mr. Tan would naturally be prepared. After all, with his years of experience in the business world, he would certainly have some tactics. And then? Then, Mr. Tan immediately reported to the police, and Wang Ligong was directly taken away by the Economic Investigation Team. Zhuang Chunlan wanted to plead with Mr. Tan, but Mr. and Mrs. Tan supported each other and said that since Tan Ran liked Xing Xieli, they could let go of the 1 million he borrowed, considering it a gift from Tan Ran. As for the other expenses and the money they demanded from him, that's different in nature. If the child were alive and well, it wouldn't matter whether they achieved results in their training, whatever amount he was willing to give. But they gave up on Tan Ran, and now that the child is gone, although they are not the murderers, if not for their negligence, Tan Ran would not have died. Naturally, they must be properly held accountable. Zhou Ning sighed. Mr. Tan was right. Wang Ligong did indeed give up on Tan Ran and allowed everything to happen. If he had cared more about Tan Ran at the time, if he had inquired about her when she was injured, perhaps the subsequent events would not have occurred. If Wang Ligong is convicted of soliciting bribes, given the large amount involved, he won't escape a sentence of 3 to 10 years, plus a fine. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. After all, Tan Ran's athletic career also ended because of his negligence, which will be taken into consideration in sentencing. Mr. Zhao nodded and spat. He got what he deserved. But what about Xing Xieli and Wang Ying? Will their sports careers also come to an end? Zhou Ning shook his head. I don't know, that's not our responsibility. But Xing Xieli has been enjoying Tan Ran's care all these years in good conscience. How could he possibly be unaware of Tan Ran's feelings for him? Yet, he enjoyed those benefits while breaking up with Tan Ran, then got involved with Wang Ying, not even avoiding Tan Ran. Once this case is made public and the provincial TV station reports on it, the whole province and even the entire country will know about this case and Xing Xiaoli's character. I don't think anyone would want to employ an athlete with such a tainted record. A few days later, on the weekend, Zhou Ning brought his grandfather to the new house, and of course, his uncle and aunt came along too. After touring around, his aunt was so happy she couldn't stop smiling. This house is really beautiful, and the decoration is fashionable. But Xiao Ning, just let Xiaoyu stay in the dormitory. There's no need for her to disturb you. You're busy enough with work. Moreover, living so close to Mr. Xia, it's convenient for you two to be together. If she comes over, wouldn't she become a third wheel? Zhou Ning, supporting his grandfather, smiled. And, don't worry. It's Xiao Yu who takes care of me, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p shall even cook for me now. Plus, Doctor he has bought a house nearby and has already moved in. He also comes over occasionally. This way, they have more opportunities to interact and it's better for their relationship to develop, isn't it? Hearing this, his aunt was over the moon, patting Zhou Ning's hand with a face full of gratification. Auntie didn't pamper you for nothing. Xiaoyu moving on from that incident with Cui Guanglin so quickly is also your credit. As for changing jobs, it was Mr. Xia's father who helped. We haven't had a chance to visit to express our gratitude, and I thought it wouldn't be appropriate to go thank him in person. Your uncle and I have prepared some gifts, so you can deliver them to Mr. Xia when the time comes. Zhou Ning was a bit surprised. He didn't know that Xia Momo had also helped with the arrangement. Just as he was about to refuse, the elder spoke up directly. No need for formal thanks. Just drop by Mr. Xia's place when you have the time. Zhou Ning nodded. Grandpa, since you're here, why don't you stay with me for a while? The room here is spacious, and I've also started to learn cooking. I can stir-fry a couple of dishes, so don't worry, you won't go hungry. The elder looked up and chuckled, patting Zhou Ning's hand, his affection almost overflowing. My grandson has grown up. Still, don't fuss too much. Just coming to see you is enough. Your auntie's cooking suits my taste, and a couple of old friends have also moved into our community, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, unlike before, am not alone. We play chess every day and we're busier than ever. Just focus on your work, your research, and your software. Since Xiaoyu is going to live here, then stay together. You can take care of each other. Grandpa will provide you with money to hire a housekeeper to cook for you every day. Grandpa, that's not necessary. I don't eat many meals at home. I usually handle breakfast and lunch at the unit, and I don't know what time I'll be back in the evening if there's a case. Even if there's no case, I might go to Qidong University with Dr. Liu. The cafeteria there is pretty good, and the same goes for Xiaoyu. Zhou Ning didn't insist any further. After all, it's hard for the elderly to leave their familiar surroundings. Busted. The aunt pointed at Zhou Ning and glanced inside the refrigerator. She then took a small notebook out of her pocket and started writing in it continuously. In the future, let your uncle come over every weekend to bring you some food and drink and fill up your fridge. Don't just order takeout when you're too lazy to cook. The food outside is heavy on oil and salt and not healthy. Besides, you love the dumplings and wontons I make, right? And don't forget the smoked mackerel. Zhou Ning scratched his head. In fact, just by listening to his aunt's words, he couldn't help but salivate. Okay, then we'll be waiting for Auntie's delivery. All right, we've had a look, and now we'll head back. Zhou Ning was taken aback. You're leaving just after a short visit, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p Xiaoyu hasn't returned from the supermarket yet. Let's wait for her to come back, and then we can go out for a meal together. The uncle waved his hand. No need for such formality among family. Okay. Your grandpa has made a promise with Elder Zheng to settle the score today. He was even reviewing chess strategies last night. If we're late, he might forget them all. Everyone laughed. The uncle carried in a bunch of big and small bags, and the fridge was nearly bursting. He clapped his hands and said to Zhou Ning, "All right, freeze the seafood for a while. You can take it to Mr. Xia's place this evening or whenever you have time. I bought it at the dock, all fresh, local sea produce. The shrimp dumplings on the bottom shelf are for you two to eat. The rest should be sent to Mr. Xia, and don't forget." Zhou Ning kept nodding. He went downstairs to see off his uncle and stood outside for a long time, not moving. Your family always worries about what you eat and where. This warmth, too, is their deepest concern. Actually, sometimes I think not having memories of my parents might, in a way, be a good thing for me. At least it filled my childhood with happy memories, free of traumatic repercussions, and spared me from being affected by nightmares, becoming twisted in personality, or shutting myself off. It's all thanks to Grandpa's love and Uncle and Auntie's meticulous care. Otherwise, how could I have everything I have today? As I was thinking, a hand suddenly rested on Zhou Ning's shoulder. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The unexpected touch startled him, and he quickly turned around to find it was He Shansuan, with Zhou Xiaoyu following behind. Bro, what are you looking at? Your parents and grandpa just left. I came out to see them off. Mr. He, are you not working overtime today? He Shansuan rolled his eyes at Zhou Ning. I'm not sold to the hospital. But spit out those words. Your curse is too strong. The last time we planned an outing, we ended up finding a body on a deserted island. With your luck, you're really one of a kind. I don't want that rubbing off on me. Zhou Ning laughed and motioned to Zhou Xiaoyu. Head upstairs and take the seafood from the freezer. Help me deliver it to Mr. Xia. Why should I? Because I'm your brother. Zhou Xiaoyu pouted, clearly displeased, but she quickly went upstairs. He Shansuan raised his fist at Zhou Ning as a sign that he was going to help. Zhou Ning held the door to stop him. Mr. He looked puzzled and gazed at Zhou Ning's hand, exclaiming, Zhou Xiaoyu, what are you up to? Xiaoyu has been tutoring some students with poor grades all day. She's exhausted. And you're still bossing her around? It'll help, and you have a problem with that? Zhou Ning shook his head. No problem. I just want to ask you something. How do you feel about Xiaoyu? Do you like her? Do you want to marry her? Nonsense, do you need to ask? If I had known you had a cousin like her, I would have made my move a long time ago. Relax, I know what you mean. Xiaoyu and I have discussed it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Well, meet the parents in a few days. Our ages are not getting any younger, and we plan to move marriage up on our agenda. End of the year might be rushing it, so let's aim for next year. Zhou Ning nodded with a smile. Damn, that was fast. How about you call me brother, and let me hear it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 205 to 204 The job is here _1 Chapter 205. Chapter 204 The job is here _1 December 31st It began to snow. Zhou Ning fastened the hood of his down jacket and rushed towards his car, just about to reach for the door handle. Mr. Peng caught up to him, his face beaming like a chrysanthemum, and the hair plastered on top of his head seemed to be thinning day by day. Forensic Doctor Zhou, you're moving too fast. A personal second-class merit from the entire provincial public security system. We wouldn't have received the collective third-class merit without you, so don't be in such a rush to leave. Whatever the leadership arranges, that's their business, but I'm hosting today. Let's have a good gathering. Zhou Ning smiled. He wasn't opposed to such gatherings. However, he had promised his grandparents that he would return to Qidong for New Year's Day tonight. After all, they hadn't all been together during the National Day holidays, and moreover, He Shansuan would be visiting for the new year. And his uncle and aunt wanted to meet with him in advance, especially since the Spring Festival was not many days away. Mr. Peng, let's have a proper meal after the holidays, ill treat. After all, we have to call the lab team together, and they aren't here today. Even though I received this personal award, I understand that it's the result of their collective effort. Mr. Peng nodded vigorously, deeply moved. Despite Zhou Ning's young age, the way he spoke and handled things was truly appropriate. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Not to mention anything else. Just this one aspect was beyond what many could conceive. With just over a year on the job and already awarded a personal second-class merit, if he were any ordinary young person, he'd be over the moon by now. But here he was insisting on including the lab team members. And viewing his own abilities and achievements so lightly, it made Mr. Peng's old face burn with embarrassment. You're absolutely right. Actually, even though we were awarded the collective third-class merit, we all know what it's for. It's because you solved the Red Coat serial killer case that had been ongoing for 5 years. Without that, there would be no collective third-class merit. But if you think about it, if Cui Haibin hadn't been transferred, this award would have been a slap in the face for the City Bureau, given that they had directly rejected the possibility of a serial case before. I don't have any ambitions, and with you here, I feel even less pressure. So, Forensic Doctor Zhou, I really appreciate you. Go ahead with your business, and after the holidays, I must arrange a celebration, okay? By the way, I can inquire about the rewards from the provincial department, but regarding the bonus from the technical department, I've already submitted a request, and Mr. Ping has approved it. It will be issued when we return from the holidays. Zhou Ning nodded earnestly. This sincere analysis made him see Mr. Ping in a new light. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. When he first arrived, he thought that once Cui Haibin had left, someone was hastily pulled in to fill the gap, someone to temporarily handle the work. But now Mr. Ping's greatest quality seemed to be his ability to recognize others' strengths and tolerate the little tempers of his subordinates. Such a leader made things most comfortable for subordinates. Without any personal demands, doing good work, had already be fighting for your interests without being told. Thank you, Mr. Ping. No need for pleasantries, I'll just focus on doing my job well in Team 2. Just give me your orders if there's any work. I need to head back to my hometown in Qidong. My cousin Chunyang will be meeting her in-laws around the Spring Festival, and Grandpa instructed that I must go home and report back early, so I'll take my leave first. Mr. Ping waved his hand with a satisfied smile, saying, Go ahead, it will get busier later with the traffic. Take a good break these few days, and after the new year, I'll try to arrange some extra leave for you guys. Zhou Ning nodded and hopped into the car, honking once before driving off towards Qidong. During the New Year's short holiday, many people chose to return to their hometowns or go on road trips. The roads were very crowded. Beneath the streetlights, the snowflakes danced and glittered, shaking off the frustration of traffic congestion. An hour later, Zhou Ning arrived at his uncle's home. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Before he could knock, the door was already opened. Xiaoyu smiled at him. Brother, you're so slow. Zhou Ning gave her a sidelong glance. Did your special someone drive you here? Zhou Xiaoyu nodded with a smile, her chin tilted up in pride. Full of love and neglecting friends, usually, when you arrange a bit of work for him, he gets fired up on the phone, eager to finish in a minute for fear of delaying his work. And now, look, he can make time to bring you home for the holidays? Zhou Xiaoyu hugged Zhou Ning's arm and said coquettishly, Brother, don't be jealous. You picked out your brother-in-law yourself. What is there to complain about? This makes me want to punch old he. Zhou Ning flicked her forehead and quickly took off his shoes to walk into the living room. Xiaoning is back, come and warm up. I saw it snowing outside, get washed up for dinner. All right, Grandpa, I'll go and wash up. Zhou Ning took off his down jacket, freshened up, and then made his way to the dining room, where his aunt set a fish down on the table's center. Sit down, the last dish is here. Your uncle told me you got a second-class merit from the provincial department today? Zhou Ning slightly nodded without showing much excitement, but the old man was already overjoyed, his mouth curved in a smile, gesturing to his aunt with his cup. Old Tu's wife, pour me a drink quickly, my grandson has made something of himself. Zhou Xiaoyu also leaned in, full of interest. Which case was it for? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning glanced at Zhou Xiaoyu and said indifferently, the redcoat serial killer case. Zhou Xiaoyu just nodded, seemingly without any special reaction, which made Zhou Ning breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, his uncle stood up. He poured drinks for the old man and Zhou Ning, and filled his own cup as well, then set down the glass as his eyes already turned red. He kept pursing his lips, seemingly controlling his emotions. After all, his uncle was in logistics, known for smooth speech and handling matters tactfully. Such excitement, Zhou Ning knew exactly why it was stirring within him as he bowed his head slightly. The old man glanced at his grandson's expression and kicked his second uncle on the leg before glaring at him. All right, get on with it, he commanded. The second uncle nodded and clinked glasses with the old man and Zhou Ning. The second uncle is excited. Since you were a child, you've always been the most sensible one, never causing trouble for the family. I even had to tell the teachers to take special care not to let anyone bully you. When you first started working, I didn't think much of it, but today, when I heard about your second-class merit, I suddenly realized you've grown up. Second uncle congratulates you. You are someone who takes your duties seriously. You were earnest when studying with Dr. Liu, never cut corners when handling cases, and you were able to maintain focus while conducting research with Qidong University. /p break time equals 300 ms// prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Not every child can do that. Second uncle is proud of you. Zhou Ning pursed his lips tightly and couldn't say much for a while, but finally, he smiled. Second uncle, with what you've said, I don't even know how to respond. I can only be as good as you and my second aunt have raised me to be. At that, everyone laughed. After finishing their drinks, the conversation became livelier, shifting from Zhou Ning's work to Shankun's past. Zhou Ning didn't hide anything and explained why Shansuin had never married. After all, Shankun's ex-girlfriend had suddenly appeared, and it was a death by fire. Zhou Ning had performed the autopsy himself. After sharing this, the second uncle and aunt seemed relieved, knowing that being appointed as the head of the emergency department at Qidong Central Hospital demonstrated solid professional skills. Especially at his age, he still had great potential for growth. Career, appearance, education, family, there are no problems there. They have no parents to worry about at home, and although their house is a bit small, it's enough for the two of them. Actually, I was thinking of helping them out, buying a bigger house. Zhou Ning waved his hand. Second aunt, I don't think that's necessary. The quality of a relationship isn't determined by the size of the house. As long as the two of them have a good relationship, nothing else matters. The second aunt laughed and patted Zhou Ning's arm. Zhou Ning always knows what to say. Okay, then we'll do as you suggest. /p break time equals 300 ms// prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. The old man laughed as well. I said you worry too much. All right, the next step is to prepare for their wedding. Honestly, having no parents is actually better. It means Xiaoyu won't have to deal with any mother-in-law issues. Let's eat, the food is getting cold. The meal was very enjoyable and Zhou Ning returned to his old house for the night. After washing up, Zhou Ning fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps it was the effects of the alcohol, but when he woke up, it was almost noon. After freshening up and changing clothes, Zhou Ning called Mr. Zhao. I'm asking if you've returned. Have you made arrangements with them? Don't worry. These are all veterans from the criminal police team. The leadership has said there's a bonus for the group third-class merit this time. Over here at the Qidong Subbureau, Mr. Sun is throwing around money as if it's nothing, so everybody's as excited as if they've been injected with chicken blood. Zhou Ning was surprised, but Mr. Sun had reason to be elated. After all, the pressure from the red dress serial murder case had been immense. Send me the location. I'll come directly. Wait for me, I'll come and pick you up. My car is parked in your complex, then we can go in one car. Half an hour later, Zhou Ning, together with Lu Yongxin and Su Dayuan, arrived at the Zilideng Hotel. Zhou Ning didn't have good memories of this hotel. After all, Xiaoyu's engagement party was held here last time, which ended in a mess. /p break time equals 300 ms// prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Although not superstitious, it still left him somewhat uneasy. Entering the private room, he saw many familiar faces. He Chunyang, Lu Yong, Zhang Wanchun, Chen Yuhu, Zhang Haohao, and others. Everyone rushed up, either embracing or playfully hitting each other, creating a bit of chaos for a moment. Su Dayuan gestured for everyone to sit down. Everyone take a seat. We really should have Mr. Sun come over to foot the bill since this affair has made him look good, he said. At this, the crowd laughed. With no regard for formalities, the jovial group began to drink and celebrate. Zhang Haohao, in particular, was pulling Zhou Ning this way and that, asking all sorts of questions, and showed no sense of disrespect due to Zhou Ning's young age. Of course, Zhang Haohao didn't beat around the bush and mentioned right away that they had a case that had been dragging on for months without a breakthrough, simply because there were too few effective leads. This case has left behind too few clues, just like the previous red dress serial murder case. We've been unable to identify the victim, no clothes were found on the body, and it was in an advanced state of decomposition, making facial recognition impossible. Dr. Zhou, could I send the skeletal remains to the City Bureau for facial reconstruction? Zhou Ning thought for a moment. Recently, their team hadn't had any cases, and he had focused on software development and case analyses from Professor Li. After the holiday, send it anytime. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, it's not like before. Facial reconstruction can be done quite quickly now. He Chunyang perked up, likely having been troubled by the case for some time. You don't know, we've been on this case for over 2 months without any progress. The body is in an advanced state of decomposition, partially skeletonized, making fingerprint extraction impossible, not to mention facial recognition. There's not a single thing on the body to identify the victim, no distinguishing marks or belongings. It's just impossible to get started. Su Dayuan put down his chopsticks upon hearing this. Not a single clue? Zhang Haohao quickly responded, does nail polish count? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 206 to 205. The case of the body dumped down the well _1 chapter 206, chapter 205. The case of the body dumped down the well _1 January 3, 2012. The sky had cleared. Following the previous night's snow, a thin layer of untouched white had covered the world, but the temperature had also dropped a few degrees. Several little boys were constantly shuttling and sprinting along the ridges of agricultural fields, laughing and shouting, enjoying the last moments of fun before the final exams. One of the boys, dressed in red and carrying a bamboo fishing rod, pointed at a pond nearby and yelled, let's go to Sangguan Bay. My dad went fishing there on Labor Day, and the fish there are really plump. Are you guys going? Jinjin said we shouldn't play by the water. The teacher also said that kids shouldn't go to the pond or river by themselves. If I go back, my mom will beat me. The 2 younger ones were somewhat timid at this point. They looked around and realized they were blocked by a row of withered trees and couldn't see the village. Emboldened, they grew braver. Shall we go and take a look? The boy with the fishing rod waved his hand dismissively, putting on airs like a little grown-up. Relax, I'm a good swimmer. You guys just sit by the side while I fish. The fish have been hungry these cold days, and with the bait my brother gave me, they'll be able to catch them easily. If there are too many, we can share, or we could just go to my house and grill them. How about that? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The hesitation that the children had felt earlier vanished. They followed the boy with the fishing rod down the stone steps to a corner of Sangguan Bay, close to the spring source, where steam gently arose. The water a bit further out seemed to have a thin layer of ice, and occasionally fish could be seen flipping around. The children all looked on with interest as the boy in red readied his bait and cast his line. The boys squatted by the water and began to wait, but when nothing happened, they grew bored. They started to skip stones by the steps, which, of course, meant that they wouldn't be catching any fish. The boy in red, seeing no fish had been caught, got up and wandered to the edge of the steps. On the west side, along the ridge of the field, was a winding path with a stone slab beside it that seemed to be covering a well. Several of the younger boys had already gathered around the slab, lying on top of it, apparently peering into something. The boy in red went over, full of curiosity. What are you guys looking at? One of the boys, with a gap in his teeth, looked at the boy in red. Yuhuan, it looks like there are piglets inside here, and it smells like pig poop, all stinky. The boy in red moved closer, and the others gave him space only to find that there was a hole in the stone slab, and the children had been looking down through it. He waved his hand, signaling for them to move aside. Don't block the light. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody speak. Speak, prosody, p. The morning sun is already slanting. How can you see anything if you're all crowding around? Once the children moved away from the stone slab, the boy in red crouched on the ground and saw that the mouth of the well was indeed built of brick and stone. The hole wasn't very big, but after adjusting his angle slightly, he made out something white. Upon closer inspection, it seemed not to be Piglet's, but rather someone's back. The boy in red trembled all over and sat down on the ground, startled. The other boys came closer. "Yuhan, what's wrong with you?" Trying to appear calm and driven by curiosity, the boy in red waved his hand to get up and motioned for the children to gather around. "Let's lift the stone slab together." "We'll count 2 by 2, and I'll count to 3, he said. "This hole is too small to see whether there are piglets inside, and I can't smell any stench. Let's open it and see, and if someone lost something, we can tell them, right?" The children agreed, laughing, then formed a circle around the stone. The boy in red grasped the edge of the slab and strained his voice as he counted, 1, 2, 3. With a clang, the stone slab was lifted halfway, and the children all peered down to see a sprawled mess of white bodies directly below them, accompanied by a sticky stench. The children weren't frightened, though. They called down a couple of times, but none of the figures moved. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The boy in red mustered his courage and threw a stone down the well, where it clattered against the walls before hitting the bottom. They could clearly see the stone strike the back of one of those down there, yet still, there was no movement. The boy in red stood up, not bothering about the dirt on his clothes, and stepped backwards, fear spreading in his heart. "There are dead people down here, dead people." Having said that, he didn't bother with his fishing rod anymore. He started running towards the village. The younger ones, seeing everyone else running, also began crying and running back, one of them even losing his shoes in the process. After rushing back to the village, the boy who lost his shoes was the first to encounter an adult, who kicked the child's rear. "Who have you been running wild with? Where are your shoes?" The child started crying even harder. "It was Yuhan. Yuhan took us fishing at Sangwon Bay." When the old lady heard this, she got angry. Grabbing the child with one hand, she ran towards a nearby courtyard. The boy in red had already rushed into his room, not bothering to take off his shoes and diving straight into his warm bed as if it were the only way to shake off the bone-chilling terror. An old man glanced over and just shook his head, laughing. "Is this kid freezing crazy?" As soon as he stepped outside, he saw an old lady carrying a child who had lost a shoe and was continually crying and screaming. "I say, Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Your grandson hasn't come back for ages, and now when he comes back, he brings these troublemakers with him. He actually led my grandson to Sangwon Bay to fish. What if something untoward happens? Will you compensate us with your life? Don't think we're scared of you just because your son is a policeman. I'm not afraid at all. Go find my grandson's shoe quickly, and when your grandson comes again, don't let him play with mine. If he comes to my house, I'll hit him each time." Mr. He's face was filled with displeasure as he shouted into the room. "Yuhan, come out and tell me what exactly happened?" "Yuhan?" After calling several times, the boy in red clothes inside the room still didn't come out. When Mr. He entered, he found the boy on the bed trembling all over, still in the same position. Mr. He was stunned and quickly pulled the child out to give him a thorough look. He noted the child's face was deathly pale and his teeth were chattering. "Tell Grandpa what happened, my dear grandson." Yuhan burst into tears, shaking uncontrollably, and pointed towards the direction of the door, unable to speak. The old lady who had come to argue had, unbeknownst to her, followed them inside. Seeing Yuhan's state, she seemed to have lost her previous fury. "What's happened here?" It seemed like seeing Chunying cry. The shoeless kid also started crying. Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He signaled the old lady to come in, poured some hot water for the children, and after a good while of comforting, He Yuhuan finally stopped crying. Tell Grandpa what happened. Did someone bully you? He Yuhuan shook his head. At a well near Sanwan Bay, we saw lots of dead people, all naked and dead. I threw stones into it, and they didn't react. I was terrified. I led them back, and I felt like so many people were chasing us from behind. I didn't dare to look back, nor to speak. The shoeless kid also nodded in agreement. The bottom of the well was a mass of white, bare buttocks and breasts exposed. The old lady was shocked, smacking the child's back with a slap that wasn't too hard. Don't spout nonsense. Did you really see it? He Yuhuan clutched Mr. He's arm and gave it a vigorous shake. Grandpa, call my dad. If my dad comes, he can catch the bad guys. There are so many people down there, not just one or two, and it smells sour and stinky, just like pig manure. Mr. He nodded and shakily took out his phone. Usually, children who visit him cling and don't want to leave, crying wolf if he even mentions calling their dad. For him to actively ask to call meant that he was truly frightened today. And he was more inclined to believe the child's words. Sanquan Bay isn't far from their village, a small area with hot springs where people go fishing in the summer, and almost no one goes there in the winter. And the well the children mentioned, he knew exactly the place. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p at that moment. The phone call He Yuhuan dialed was connected, and a familiar voice came through. Hello, Dad. Is Yuhuan causing trouble? Dad, come quickly. There are bad guys to catch. Dead people were found in the village. Lots and lots of dead people, and we have to report to the police. Half an hour later, 7 or 8 police cars were lined up in a row, stopping at the edge of Sanwan Bay and Huangshe village. He Chunyang held his pale-faced son He Yuhuan, who, now that his dad had arrived, no longer seemed to fear as he did before, pointing to a well cover that was half open and shouting, Dad, look fast. It's that well. He Chunyang waved to Zhang Haohao and instructed him, go take a look first and see what the situation is. Zhang Haohao nearly cried, but still gritted his teeth and approached the well. When a powerful flashlight illuminated the entire bottom of the well, the officers peering behind all started to retch. Seeing this reaction, He Chunyang hurriedly passed his son to his father, gesturing for him to go. Dad, take the kid and go quickly. He Yuhuan twisted about as if he wanted to look, but Mr. He smacked his bottom and gave him a fierce glare, a far cry from his usual kindly expression. There are times when Grandpa spoils you, but this isn't ordinary business. Let's go home with Grandpa. I'll send you back to the city in a bit. With a mix of scaring, coaxing, and deception, the grandfather and grandson left. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhang Haohao checked the surrounding officers and got up from the ground with a wave of his hand. Mr. He, you can't smell it from the outside, but once you lean over, the stench is overpowering. I took a quick look and there are at least 7 or 8 people that can be seen, similar to the previous case, all naked. It looks like there are bones further down, and there's decaying fluid around them. I think there's no insignificant number of bodies here, definitely more than 10, that's for sure. With such a big case, I can't handle it alone. Maybe we should ask the city bureau for reinforcements? He Chunyang nodded his head. Not just Zhang Haohao, but even he felt out of his depth. Seeing that white mass, the sheer number of bodies was enough to give anyone a headache. With such a significant case, and having no leads on the previous one, the best course of action was to ask for help. Send the photos to Suda and I'll contact the city bureau now. By the way, is Zhou Xiao around for the holidays and hasn't left yet? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chapter 207 to 206 _1 Chapter 207. Chapter 206 _1 Zhou Ning, you should head back to the city earlier. Don't leave tomorrow morning. There's a lot of traffic on the road. Zhou Ning handed the teacup to the old man and sat beside him. I want to spend more time with you since I won't be coming back until the new year. You little rascal, today's already the 3rd, and the New Year's Eve is early this year. Just about 2 weeks away. You'd better go now. At that moment, Zhou Ning's phone rang. Seeing the name of the caller, Zhou Ning quickly answered with a puzzled look on his face. Hello, Zhou Xiao. Mr. Hu, hello. Is there a case? The person on the other end of the call was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. You little bugger, can you just wish me a happy new year first? Opening with is there a case? What kind of greeting is that? Zhou Ning felt somewhat embarrassed, paused for a moment, and quickly said, Sorry, boss, I'm at my hometown. The moment I saw the call from the leader, my first thought was that there must be a case. It's really a bit of a Pavlovian response. All right, let's get down to business. Since you haven't come back, prepare to go downstairs. Someone from the Qidong sub-bureau will pick you up soon. There's a case there. A child found a body in a well by Sanquan Bay. The team went down for a check, and at first glance, there are at least 7 or 8 bodies, probably even more below. I've already notified Mr./P. break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Pang, and he has called your second group's people. They should arrive at the scene in half an hour. You go with them to survey the site. From the headquarters side, Mr. Su is leading the team. It's just before New Year, and suddenly such a big case has come up. I have no other demands on you. Just solve it before the Spring Festival. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning was somewhat stunned and quickly stood up, knowing that making excuses or delaying was out of the question. He also realized that the reason for the call was indeed a case, hard to admit as he was. Yes, I will go have a look. I'll report back as soon as we have any leads. After hanging up the phone, the old man also stood up. Since Zhou Ning had answered on speakerphone, he had heard everything clearly. He quickly grabbed Zhou Ning's thickest police coat from the bedroom and handed it to Zhou Ning. Hurry up and go, dress warmly. It's particularly cold standing outside for a long time. Zhou Ning took it with a smile, put it on, and comforted him. There's no need to worry about me leaving early this time. I guess I'll be in Qidong for the next few days. If I can come back for dinner, I'll give you a call. The old man waved his hand. Go on, be careful on the road. Holding the cotton coat, Zhou Ning went downstairs. Just as he was about to take out his phone, he saw Lu Yong grinning and standing beside the police car, frantically waving to Zhou Ning. Obviously, he had been waiting there for a while. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Why didn't you come up when you arrived? Mr. Lu looked embarrassed and quickly opened the car door. Zhou Ning wasn't in a hurry to get in but instead went to his own car to grab the investigation kit before sighing. It seems this habit needed to change. He used to think that carrying the investigation kit made it convenient if there were any cases wherever he went, but now he realized it was like praying for rain during a drought, making things uncomfortable for himself. Lu Yong came over to help Zhou Ning carry the kit, explaining, he said that the case was too big and it would be better to go through official channels and have the city bureau inform us. Zhou Ning nodded, said nothing more, and got into the car. In fact, He Chunyang did the right thing. With such a big case, the city bureau would definitely pay attention. With so many dead, having only Zhang Haohao go down and disturb the scene would be less advantageous than asking for help. During the drive, Lu Yong briefed Zhou Ning on the situation at Sanquan Bay. Dr. Zhou, do you remember the Zhu Jiazhuang from the last red dress serial murder case, where Cheng Chunen, the 12th victim, lived? Sanquan Bay is next to Huangshe village, which is adjacent to Zhu Jiazhuang. Mr. He's hometown is this village, and his son was the one who found the body. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Zhou Ning was startled, finding the coincidence a bit too much. As Lu Yong continued to say, there are hardly any young people in Huangshe village. Mostly old people are farming the land. Being close to the sea, the soil is compacted, so the yield is low, and the younger population either works in the city or goes out to work. The village is quite desolate. As for Sanquan Bay, it is environmentally friendly, but since there isn't a proper road nearby, some people who came to look into developing it eventually gave up. The place is rarely visited by people, and there aren't any surveillance cameras around either. It really is the perfect place for someone to kill and dump bodies. When they arrived at San Juan Bay, half an hour had passed. He Chunyang saw Zhou Ning getting out of the car and quickly went up to greet him. As he approached, Zhou Ning noticed that Su Dayuan was already standing there, obviously having arrived earlier. Who would have thought that it would be because of this that you'd end up staying? Zhou Ning nodded and then joined He Chunyang and Su Dayuan. Good timing. Dr. Zheng was just talking about that unidentified female corpse. Let's investigate that together. What's the situation here, Mr. He? Can you fill us in? He Chunyang nodded and hastily said, my son and a group of kids were playing here and, out of curiosity, saw something under the well cover. When they opened it, they discovered the body. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. They ran back and called me, and I came over with Zhang Haohao and the others to take a look. Once we arrived, we discovered that the situation was even more serious than we thought. A cursory look revealed 7 or 8 complete bodies, all of whom appear to be young people. As for the lower part, there seemed to be bones too. After seeing this, I immediately requested reinforcements. After all, there's no surveillance around here. The bodies are without clothes, and we dared not let them destroy the surroundings. Additionally, I looked up missing persons information, and, let alone Qidong district, even within the entirety of Qingdao City there aren't many missing persons, and those who are reported missing are mostly elderly. After hearing this, Su Dayuan frowned deeply. Indeed, it was difficult to identify bodies without personal belongings in such a remote wilderness, and the case investigation would also plunge into an awkward situation. Zhou Ning rubbed his hands together and wrapped his coat tighter. Mr. Who called me. He said he doesn't want this case lingering over the new year. Su Dayuan grunted. Today's the 3rd, and till the 22nd, the eve of the new year, we only have 19 days left, and with such a case, what wishful thinking. Zhou Ning knew it wasn't the time to complain. Moreover, Su Dayuan and the others could grumble, but he didn't have the privilege. The most important task now was to survey the crime scene. I don't know where Mr. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, Pidao, and the others are. I'm going to make a call. Mr. He, you call for the car and get the excavator and the crane ready. We need to get the bodies up first. Mr. Zhao and the others will be here soon. The cars too. They just called. They took the wrong route. The GPS location isn't accurate here. As he was speaking, the roar of vehicles approached. Zhou Ning took a few steps upward. Mr. Zhao and his team had arrived, naturally followed by a group of 4 forensic technicians. It was clear that Mr. Peng also recognized the gravity of the situation, and, sure enough, the crane and excavator were all trailing behind. Happy 2012 to the leaders. Mr. Zhao eagerly wanted to come up to greet them, but Zhou Ning stopped him with his hand. Get to work quickly. Don't you see everyone's faces are grim? Mr. Hu gave the order. We must solve the case before the new year. We don't have much time. Mr. Zhao's mouth fell open, swallowing all his words back down, and with a huff strode over to young Xuedong and the others, waving his hands. Hurry, hurry, call the crane and the excavator over here. We're pressed for time. Get ready the rope for safety, the soft stretcher for lifting bodies, and the body bags. Mr. Yang, let's go change the equipment for highly decayed bodies. The last 4 words, Mr. Zhao directed at Zhou Ning, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning nodded. Indeed, since there were bones below, it was clear that the bodies had not been dumped all at once, but had been accumulating over a longer period, and there could indeed be highly decayed bodies at the bottom. The well's mouth is narrow, but it's bigger underneath. I'll go down with you. Keep people up here to conduct the investigation concurrently. Mr. Zhao nodded and quickly organized with Mr. Feng and the others. Those were people used to dealing with traffic cases, and it wouldn't be much help to go down, but they could conduct a more detailed investigation from above. After a round of arrangements, everyone cleared the wellhead, and Zhang Haohao, who had already checked, said while squatting on one side, "Around the well cover are pebbles, and not a single footprint is left." There's just one south-north path passing by here. Our vehicles drove over the field ridges. This path leads to the north side of Zhujiazhuang, and if you walk south, you can reach the logistics park via the Binhai Highway. Of course, walking north through the woods on the east side of Huangshe Village, it directly connects to Jiulong Town. The distance to reach the bustling sections from each direction is both well over 15 kilometers. Zhou Ning nodded and indeed noted that the vicinity revealed no signs of blood or dropped items. Have the crane come over, set up the A-frame at the wellhead, and get ready to hoist the bodies. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. After making arrangements, Zhou Ning put on the crime scene suit, the kind with a face mask, because just leaning over the wellhead, he could smell the stench emanating from below. By now, the crane was in place. Firefighters, summoned by someone, began setting up the lifting gear beside the wellhead, quite a professional job. Young Qidong was already sent down, given Mr. Zhao's weighty presence. Leaning over the wellhead, as young Qidong reached the bottom, the space below was fully illuminated. Just as Zhou Ning had suspected, the well was indeed narrow at the mouth but broadened below. There was a platform at the bottom where several bodies were piled up, with Yang Qidong standing on a stone, raising his hand to show an okay sign. Is it difficult to breathe down there, Mr. Yang? Young Qidong waved his hands, with his facial expressions indiscernible due to the breathing mask. However, a voice came through the earpiece. It's manageable. I see a lot of skeletons. There aren't any excessively decomposed bodies, but there's a significant number. I'll take pictures first, then you guys come down. After speaking, young Qidong began taking photos. Soon he gestured, and Mr. Zhao and Zhou Ning were each dispatched down. Zhu Xingxing and Sun Gaotai were barred from descending. Given the limited space below, more people would just get in the way. Zhou Ning landed on his feet, placed on a higher rock by Mr. Zhao. He looked around, then squatted down, pinching the arm of one of the bodies. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The limbs of the deceased were stiff, rigor mortis was present, and on the side, clear livor mortis could be seen. He waved at Mr. Zhao, indicating that Mr. Zhao should lift the hair of the deceased. Mr. Zhao got the hint, leaned over to lift the hair to one side, and just as the deceased's face was revealed, Zhou Ning signaled with a stop gesture. On the right temple of the deceased, there was a blunt force injury with torn flesh. Mr. Zhao, let's switch places. I want to examine the wound on the deceased. Mr. Zhao held Zhou Ning's arm, yanking him up, and with a jump, they switched places. Adjusting his position, Zhou Ning pressed on the deceased's temple wound, noting the distinct sound of bone scraping. Looking down at another body, the female deceased also had a blunt force injury on the temple, with the same distinct sound of bone scraping, and of course, this one looked more severe because there was another injury in the middle of the face, with the features damaged. The shape of this wound was very distinctive. Following the direction of Zhou Ning's finger, Mr. Zhao quickly took a photo. After photographing, Mr. Zhao pulled down his mask and said in confusion, "Zhou Xiao, doesn't this shape look like a wrench? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 208 to 207 appeared _1 Chapter 208. Chapter 207 appeared _1 Zhou Ning glanced at the photo, and indeed, after enlarging it, he could examine it more carefully. Overall, the wound resembled the shape of a wrench head. Zhou Ning looked again at the position of the victim's temple. If it were a wrench, then the linear damage at this position was clearly the arc-shaped trace of the wrench's side. As for the injuries on the arms and legs, they were typical of a fall, and there were no external trauma marks. The nails were clean too, lacking the signs of struggle like aversion and abrasions. These injuries occurred post-mortem from the fall. The murder weapon is a wrench. Have you noticed? All the victims are female? Young Qidong was startled, crouched down to take a closer look, and seemed to feel that the face mask was obstructive. He also pulled down his mask, as indeed the thing really hindered breathing and movement. He flipped through several bodies, and they were indeed all female. They really are all female victims. Were they knocked unconscious with a wrench before the bodies were thrown down? Zhou Ning didn't speak. From above, it was impossible to count, but standing here and counting carefully, he could see 9 complete bodies. As for those below, they were already reduced to skeletons. In such weather, the temperature at the bottom of the well was much warmer than outside, probably between 2 to 4 degrees Celsius. /p break time equals 300 ms /prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. The 9 bodies had not severely decayed, obviously having been thrown in recently. As for the skeletons below, they had been there much longer. But according to what He Chunying said, there were no missing person reports in Qidong. Did these people have no family? Zhou Ning sighed deeply and waved his hand dismissively, as lingering here was meaningless. After all, the bodies were thrown in from the well's mouth, and there was no useful information at the bottom. Don't waste time. Hurry and transport the bodies up, one by one. Yang Xuedong nodded. Team leader, you go up first. This place is small, and 3 people can't move around well here. Just Mr. Zhao and I are enough for below. As for the skeletons at the bottom, do they need to be sorted in detail? Zhou Ning waved his hand. In a moment, have them send down sorting boxes, put the skeletons in the boxes, and after returning, categorize and identify them. However, make sure to inspect carefully, leaving nothing behind. The 2 agreed with a shout, and Mr. Zhao called out, "Come, pull Dr. Zhou up." Zhou Ning adjusted his face mask as his body was suddenly yanked up, arching backward, and his old back nearly broke. The pulling was quite uncomfortable, and he heard a burst of yelling from above. I said quickly, not recklessly, "Be careful not to bump into the well walls. Zhou Xiao, stretch out your hands and help stabilize." The concern from Su Dayuan warmed Zhou Ning's heart, and within a few seconds, he had been hauled up. /p break time equals 300 ms /prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. While unfastening the safety harness from his body, Zhou Ning said, "Lower 1 body bag and 1 soft stretcher at a time. Just drop them down vertically. Bring the vehicle for transporting bodies closer." Is Suda still doing autopsies at the 8th hospital? They moved to the new department building a while ago. The hardware is quite up to par, but the testing capabilities are limited. There's only 1 lab assistant, and the new arrival isn't ready for 2 complex tests. Zhou Ning nodded. In just half a year, the changes in Qidong were already significant. He Chunying, following Zhou Ning's instructions, had people lower the firefighters' specialized soft stretchers and body bags. Soon, the first body was brought up. Everything was going smoothly. The body bag was loaded into the vehicle. Su Dayuan pulled He Chunying to move back a bit with Zhou Ning. "How's the situation down there?" Zhou Ning spoke in a hushed tone, eager to explain. "There's no water in the well, and I couldn't tell what kind of well it is. There's a stone platform in the middle, with no decay on the 9 complete bodies on top. The bodies are quite fresh. The death of those at the very bottom seems to be about 10 days old. There are strikes on the occipital and temporal regions from a wrench, and there are fractures in the limbs caused by a fall. The fingers and nails show no signs of injury, indicating the damage was caused by being thrown into the well. The victims are all young females. Young females, /p break time equals 300 ms /prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning nodded. Below, the conditions are limited. I only turned over 3 bodies. But from the side, it's visible that all the female victims have very proportionate figures, with almost no sagging breasts, flat bellies without excess fat, and no stretch marks from pregnancy or cesarean section scars. I suspect these women were not old and were unmarried and childless. Of course, this is just a preliminary judgment. A detailed autopsy is necessary to conclude. I'm only giving you a direction based on what's available." Su Dayuan patted Zhou Ning's shoulder. He naturally understood Zhou Ning's intention. They needed such direction even more. So, there are more than 10 victims, likely all young females, some completely skeletonized, others very fresh as if murdered not long ago. The killer has been using this place as a dumping ground for a long time and feels very safe, hence no change of location. The young females, with no record of missing persons, this inevitably makes one think of a profession. He Chunyang realized. Bar hostesses? Su Dayuan and Zhou Ning both nodded. After all, this line of work has high turnover, and normally you wouldn't be in your hometown. If someone were not seen or suddenly disappeared, it wouldn't be surprising, as arrests or city changes happen all the time. Su Dayuan thought for a moment and looked at Zhou Ning. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The forensic examination room at the police station is quite well equipped in terms of hardware, but with so many bodies, can you handle it? Zhou Ning was taken aback, not sure whether this was just polite talk or genuine concern about him being tired. Is Suda asking for help from other teams? Su Dayuan waved his hand. I'm just being polite. I don't trust outsiders. Okay, He Chunyang, you hurry up and contact Squadron 3 in charge of the anti-pornography operation. We're due for a big raid soon anyway, and it being close to the new year, it's not out of the question. I'll speak to Mr. Liang in a bit to ask for his cooperation. As for here, we need to transport the corpse as quickly as possible, as well as gather the skeletal remains. Afterwards, we need to restore this place to its original state. I've checked, and there's only that little hut near the water gate. Have someone stay inside and keep watch. I think the killer feels safe here, and if there are new victims, he will come back. He Chunyang nodded vigorously, looking at Su Dayuan with gratitude. With you in charge here, I'm not worried. Please hurry up and call Liangda. I'll head to Squadron 3 right now. We need to get this arranged quickly. As for this place, please take command. Su Dayuan waved his hand and took out his phone directly, dialing Liangda's number. He Chunyang left, satisfied. Zhou Ning didn't listen to Su Daiwan's phone call, instead going straight to the well. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. By this time, 5 corpses had already been brought up, and the speed was still quite fast. Zhou Ning glanced at the corpses. Indeed, there was another with a severely beaten face. This kind of mutilation was clearly meant to destroy the bodies. But why did only the first corpse have injuries from being hit on the temple? Zhou Ning was puzzled, but he would be dissecting them soon, so he needn't worry about it for now. He took off his investigation suit and wrapped himself in a police coat, feeling the warmth at last. Below in the well, the 2 men were already sweating. The 6th corpse had been hoisted up. Mr. Zhao and young Xuedong both leaned against the well wall, knowing that once the body was lifted, there could be liquid dripping down, so they needed to dodge. After all, it wasn't convenient to change their equipment down in the well. At that moment, 2 corpses on the platform became visible. One was lying on its side with an arm twisted in a strange shape, and the face was smashed beyond recognition, possibly due to the pressure from the bodies above. The victim's mouth was slightly open, as if crying for help. Mr. Zhao glanced overhead, saw the stretcher had been taken away, and hurried over. When he shone his bright flashlight, he discovered something inside the victim's mouth, but one of the incisors was missing. Young Xuedong came over with a puzzled expression on his face. What did you find? There's something in the mouth, but I can't see what it is. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The light here isn't enough, and we don't have the tools with us. Let's wait and see during the detailed autopsy later. Mr. Zhao gently pried open the victim's lower jaw, and with the mouth open, a broken tooth was revealed. Inside it appeared to be a glove, the kind with threads, but from this angle only the edge of the glove with a red line could be seen, and it seemed fairly new. There's a threaded glove in the victim's mouth. I don't know if it was shoved there or if the victim was trying to pull it off. One of her teeth is broken too. Young Xuedong looked over in the light, excitement hardly concealed on his face. After all, they'd been working hard for half the day, and the victims were all bare, without a scrap of fabric in sight, making it difficult to find identity information. Even with a facial reconstruction system, it's tough to search without updated identity records. Having the glove is great, and if we're lucky, it was worn by the killer, we might be able to find his DNA. Mr. Zhao smiled contentedly. The stretcher came down again, and with it, 2 large storage boxes. Young Xiweting picked up the bones on the ground while Mr. Zhao bagged the corpses. The 2 men's division of labor was clear. Half an hour later, they were both pulled up. Zhou Ning patted their shoulders and, seeing them soaked with sweat, waved his hands. Don't rush to say anything. Take off your investigation suits and head to the car to change clothes. We'll talk about the findings on the way. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. The 2 had no objections. Mr. Zhao, curious as a child, looked around at the people still busy near the well. Some were dismantling things, and they seemed to be cleaning up various items on the ground in a puzzling manner. What are Zhou Xiao and the others doing? They're cleaning the scene, erasing all traces of the people and vehicles that have been here, trying to restore it as much as possible to its original state, and then closing up the well, leaving someone to watch. We don't know if the killer will come back. Mr. Zhao shook his head, already in clean clothes. The pile on the ground, bagged by young Xiweting, was thrown into the trunk. While cleaning up the bones, we found 10 skulls, but only 9 bodies. Unless the killer has OCD and needs to even out the numbers, I don't think he will come back here anytime soon. Zhou Ning furrowed his brows, as he had considered this point as well. But for now, this was the only lead they had. It wouldn't do just to wait for the autopsy results without doing anything. Let's go back. Just about to get into the Iveco, Su Dayuan ran over from not too far away, stomping the snow off his feet and tightening his coat as the temperature had dropped, his breath visible as he spoke. I was wondering, Zhou Xiao, do you have any suggestions? Everything else can be restored, but how about the snow on the ground? There are too many traces left by all our cars and people. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P greater than I can't seriously be expected to ask the Meteorological Bureau for artificial snowfall, can I? Mr. Zhao couldn't help laughing, stretched his neck towards Su Dayuan, and pulled Zhou Ning onto the car. Boss, you're not asking for help. You're treating Zhou Xiao like a thunder deity. What are you implying? Having him take on multiple roles? Wasn't he your lucky charm before? Get out of here. Can we stay on topic? Zhou Ning raised his phone, where the weather forecast showed light to moderate snow for today. Looking up indeed, the sky was overcast, but the wind was strong. Boss, I don't have a trick either. How about I just try asking, O spirits of heaven and earth, any passing deities, please show your might and let it snow, preferably a heavy snowfall. After speaking, Zhou Ning dove into the car. Su Dayuan didn't reach out and hit him as expected, but raised his palm and looked up at the sky. Seeing Su Dayuan's gesture, Mr. Zhao also looked up, exclaiming, Damn, it worked, look at those big snowflakes. Zhou Xiao, quick, say that Zhao Xinli will strike it rich in 2012. Get lost. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P chapter 209 to 208. Could it be theft and robbery? _1 chapter 209. Chapter 208. Could it be theft and robbery? _1 Qidong Sub-Bureau Autopsy Room. Zhou Ning looked around. This autopsy room was quite complete, even more advanced than their second autopsy room. The hardware conditions were absolutely top-notch, including an odor exhaust system with ports both above and below the autopsy table, although it appeared they had never been used. Has it just been renovated? Why does it look like it's never been used? Zhang Haohao came over from behind, his face blooming like a chrysanthemum with a smile. Don't look like, it simply hasn't been used. After you guys were transferred, I got a case, the one with the skeletonized corpse, where I only analyzed the skeleton and never actually performed an autopsy. As for traffic accidents, there is now a third-party appraisal. So many people go to the city to get that done. This has left me with even less to do. Zhou Ning glanced over as Mr. Zhao came closer, patting Zhang Haohao on the shoulder. Don't act clever because you've got it easy. When we were here, we were so busy we barely touched the ground. Being idle like you isn't necessarily good either. Hoarding too many cases can lead to trouble, and here comes a big one. Zhang Haohao nodded, feeling it made perfect sense, and hurriedly pointed outside, saying, "Oh right, the corpses have started to arrive. Do we work on them one by one in order?" Zhou Ning thought for a moment. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. I'm going to grab a bite to eat first. Bring up 2 bodies at a time, you and Zhu Xingxing as a team. I'll pair up with Sun Gaotai and Mr. Zhao and Yang Xuedong, 1 each at a table. Start with X-rays of the bodies and perform the analysis. People from my master's lab will be here soon. After all, they need some time to install their equipment for the facial reconstruction. Zhang Haohao took a deep breath, knowing he couldn't escape, but feeling reassured to be allocated an assistant. After all, the member from Zhou Ning's team would provide solid technical support. Then let's eat. To the office then, for the boxed lunches Mr. Liu has already brought. I'll go find Mr. Cui to bring up the bodies. Mr. Zhao reacted first, blinking with a puzzled face. What do you mean? You've even poached old Mr. Cui from the 8th hospital. Zhang Haohao waved his hand. The vehicles transporting the bodies, one belongs to the sub-bureau and one we borrowed from the 8th hospital. So, I asked Mr. Cui to come along since he's more experienced, isn't he? I'll tell you, I haven't done an autopsy in half a year. My hands are shaking, so don't complain about my slowness, alright? Mr. Zhao made a face and dragged Zhou Ning to the office. After bustling around all morning, it was already past 1 o'clock. They needed to eat well to work efficiently, otherwise, who knew when the next meal would be? They wolfed down their box lunches. Mr. Zhao rinsed his mouth while Zhou Ning had already left to brush his teeth. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Mr. Zhao wasn't so particular. He looked around the office decor, shaking his plump head continuously. Who would have thought? In just over half a year after we left, they've upgraded everything here. Remember when Zhou Ning and the others' office was so run down, with those bulky computers that needed a kick to start like a tractor? Zhang Haohao leaned in. I didn't expect it either. He's several years younger than me, writing papers, developing software, solving major cases. His professional abilities are really impressive. At a meeting at the City Bureau, people said his capabilities were on par with forensic doctors who have been in the field for decades. Mr. Zhao lowered his voice. I'll tell you, Zhou Xiao even wrote a novel. Although it wasn't published, I sneaked a peek. It's all about the cases he has handled, quite interesting. Perform well, and you might at least get a minor role. Zhang Haohao was taken aback, immediately showing interest and bumped Mr. Zhao. What about you? Mr. Zhao crossed his arms and lifted his chin, his face full of conceit. Do you even have to ask? In a forensic novel, not a romance, of course, in the most important secondary character right beside the male lead. The two instantly laughed. Just then, Zhou Ning returned with a tooth bucket, wiping his mouth while looking at the two guys with cheesy grins on their faces. If you're done eating, then let's get to work. The two got up. Just at that moment, the door opened and Zhu Xingxing came in quickly. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Team leader, Dr. Liu and Mr. Xia have arrived. They've brought quite a lot of equipment. They asked me which office to assign to them. Zhou Ning patted Zhang Haohao, and Zhang Haohao quickly went to the door. Is this place okay? There's a computer, and the equipment is networked with the autopsy room. We can see the X-ray images from here too. As he spoke, Lu Yongxin and Xia Momo walked in. Lu Yongxin looked around just like Zhou Ning, glanced at the office, shook his head twice with a TSK, and turned to Xia Momo. Mr. Xia, you decide. Xia Momo smiled at Zhou Ning and gestured towards Zhang Haohao and Zhu Xingxing. Let's just set up in the autopsy room. That way, we can communicate with Zhou Ning at any time and avoid some hassles. Zhang Haohao blinked. He was pleased with the arrangement, but wondered if such a beautiful female teacher could really withstand the visual impact of an autopsy. But seeing Xia Momo smiling only at Zhou Ning, he seemed to understand something. He called Zhu Xingxing and Sun Gaodai to help with the setup. Before long, they had completed the connection. Zhou Ning, fully dressed, checked on everyone. Zhu Xingxing, Zhang Haohao, and Yang Xuedong as one group, Sun Gaodai and Mr. Zhao with me in another, will divide into two teams for the autopsies, carefully searching for residues under the nails, in the mouth, vaginal canal, wounds, and epidermis of the deceased. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p with numerous victims in this case. None of them have clothes or various markers, making identification the most challenging. As for Mr. Xia and Dr. Liu's team, they will analyze each victim's x-rays, reconstruct facial features, and search in the household registration system. Of course, the Public Security Brigade will later send over some personnel information. Everyone had no objections, except for Xia Momo, who raised her hand, and Zhou Ning gestured for her to speak. Please give me the victim's basic information along with the x-rays, such as skin color, height, weight, age, and preferably moles or scars. Emphasize this point. It's more beneficial for the search. Zhou Ning nodded, addressing this to Zhang Haohao and Zhu Xingxing, as it was their first collaboration, and it was better to have procedural matters clear from the start. Since there are no problems, let's start the autopsies. Zhou Ning finally nodded toward Liu Yangxin, which clearly meant for him to keep an eye on Zhang Haohao. After all, Zhang Haohao himself had said that since May, he hadn't performed any autopsies, so his proficiency wasn't as good as Zhu Xingxing's, which worried Zhou Ning a bit. Liu Yangxin glanced at Zhang Haohao and gave a blink, obviously understanding Zhou Ning's intent. Looking away, Zhou Ning nodded toward Mr. Zhao, who began recording the video, then began to describe the condition of the corpse. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. At the other table, Yang Xuedong did the same, while Zhang Haohao, looking a bit stunned at first, quickly adapted. The body in front of Zhou Ning was the number one body on top, with very severe rigor mortis. Compared to the scene, the current state of rigor was at its peak, suggesting that the time of death wasn't long ago. Gao Tai, measure the rectal temperature of the deceased. The body was in a prone position, and Zhou Ning checked the back of the deceased to find that the livor mortis had shifted, which further proved that the time of death wasn't long, likely within 24 to 36 hours. Otherwise, such handling wouldn't affect the positioning of the livor mortis. It would have set completely. At this moment, Sun Gaodai reported, Team Leader, the number one deceased's rectal temperature is 13.5 degrees Celsius. Applying the formula, the time of death was 19.8 hours ago. Zhou Ning nodded. In winter, this was just a reference since the temperature can't be calculated based solely on basal levels in the well. Combining the state of rigor and liver, the time of death was roughly 24 hours earlier, around 1300 hours on January 2nd. This analysis made Zhou Ning pause momentarily. Discarding a body in broad daylight? Could he have miscalculated? Zhou Ning meticulously reviewed again to confirm his judgment. Record this. Based on rigor mortis, livor mortis, and the rectal temperature, it is determined that the death occurred before 1 day ago. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. After speaking, Zhou Ning gestured to Sun Gaodai, and they together disrupted the rigor mortis of the deceased. Then, holding up a magnifying glass, he raised the deceased's hand for close examination. The deceased had manicured nails with a layer of applied nail tips that were gradient-colored simple, yet they looked quite pretty. Especially at the base of the nails, there were no hangnails or dead skin, meticulously trimmed. Lifting it to his nose, it seemed to carry a strong scent. However, no residue was found on the inside of the nails, but Zhou Ning still gestured to Sun Gaodai. Sample the nails. Pull or cut? Sun Gaodai asked seriously, and Mr. Zhao shuddered. The young man seemed timid, but he could act decisively when needed. Cut along the edge. Zhou Ning turned his attention to the deceased's mouth, prying the jaw open to position the head as if looking upward. There was no residue in the deceased's mouth, unlike the second victim, who had a thread glove in their mouth and a broken incisor. Aside from the temple injury, the deceased had a peaceful expression on their face, clearly attacked by surprise. After sampling from the wound, he examined the vaginal canal. No injuries were present, and it was completely closed. However, there were old scratch and bite marks on the inner thighs and vulva. Zhou Ning pointed to several areas, signaling Mr. Zhao to take photos, then proceeded to the autopsy. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Prosody, P. The deceased's stomach contents were abundant, containing undigested meat, fish, and vegetables. It seemed they had just eaten a meal before death, and a hearty one at that, as more than a dozen types of ingredients were found. At the site of the injury, Zhou Ning made an incision, and after separating it, took photographs. The temple was completely collapsed. With such a heavy blow, even if the deceased didn't die instantly, it would cause cranial brain injury, and without timely treatment, they wouldn't last half an hour. After removing the pubic symphysis, Zhou Ning released his hands, signaling Sun Gaodai to begin suturing, then addressed the camera. The cause of death was intracranial hemorrhage caused by cranial trauma, fractures of the right humerus, ulna, tibia, and fibula, post-mortem injuries from falling into the well. There were old scratch and bite marks on the thighs, buttocks, and vulva, tattoos on the ankle and wrist. The deceased is estimated to be between 20 to 30 years old, nulliparous, with a thin uterine wall, cervix in a linear shape, and has a history of multiple curettages. As Zhou Ning uttered the last word, he ripped off the outer gloves. Mr. Zhao turned off the camera, and Sun Gaodai labeled all sampled jars clearly and placed them on the tray before calling someone to transport the body. Lu Yongxin then approached and whispered in Zhou Ning's ear, "Go take a look at body number 2, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Prosody, P. Zhou Ning paused. Lu Yongxin wouldn't speak so lightly. He must have found something conspicuous yet inconvenient to reveal. Zhou Ning hurried over and saw the number 2 body had already been autopsied, but the blood stains on the ears caught his attention. The lobe of the deceased's ear was torn, and there were 2 bloodstains flowing toward the back of the head. This wasn't noticed at the bottom of the well. Zhou Ning whispered in confusion. Could it be robbery? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Prosody, P. Chapter 210 to 209. Deduction of the time of death _1 Chapter 210, Chapter 209. Deduction of the time of death _1. Could this be theft or robbery? Upon hearing Zhou Ning's skepticism, Zhang Haohao glanced at the earlobes of the deceased and then shook his head. I don't think that's possible. This might be an incidental theft. I mean, to kill so many people just to rob? I find that far-fetched. Take the pubic symphysis. Zhou Ning didn't say much else and recalled for a moment. The corpse he had just dissected had no ear piercings, and there were indeed no jewelry on its hands or neck. The key point was there were no personal items, which really made it hard to judge. Shaking his head, Zhou Ning returned to his autopsy table and put on a new pair of gloves. Lu Yongxin had come over, holding a tablet. Apart from the temple, there are no other facial injuries on the first victim, so the facial reconstruction should be quick. The second victim is much more complicated, as the facial injuries are severe, but Mr. Xia has already finished it. Have a look. Zhou Ning took a glance and saw that, on the recovery sketch of the second victim, eyeliner had been drawn. He shot a look at Xia Momo, who was looking at him, clearly noticing the tattoo marks on the deceased's eyelids, but this made identification easier. After a brief look at the appearances of the 2 young women, the Zhou family raised a hand, pointing towards Zhang Haohao's table. The second victim is a bit older, 25 to 30 years old. Mr. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Prosody, PCA, you adjusted a bit. After processing the pubic symphysis, we can confirm the age. Xia Momo made the adjustments quickly. Looking again, the second victim's face had a more weathered look with the eyeliner and eyebrows, losing the sense of youthfulness from before. Soon, the next batch of 2 victims arrived. This time, both victims had severe facial damage, with apparent abrasion marks from a stone behind the head, and the scalp was torn on the right temporal area. Zhou Ning remembered that they hadn't discovered any bloodstains at the well. It seemed the killer had cushioned clothes underneath when smashing the victims' faces after knocking them unconscious. This indicated that the killer was very experienced and confident in their methods to commit consecutive crimes. Zhou Ning shook his head and continued to perform autopsies, speeding up his work. The high-pressure sterilizer in the morgue had not stopped, and by 8 o'clock in the evening, after completing the autopsy of the 9th victim, Zhou Ning finally raised his head. Such high-intensity dissection he had only experienced before during tormenting drills in the little black room, but no matter how much he trained in the evening, his physical condition would return to the beginning by the second dissection. Now, however, his hands and feet were beginning to tremble. He leaned on the table to rest for a moment, and Sun Gaodai had already completed the suturing. Mr. Zhao looked at Zhou Ning. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I mean. You don't plan to finish all the bodies and skeletons tonight, do you? Zhou Ning shook his head, and Lu Yongxin came over, patting his shoulder. Let's stop here for today. There's a lot that needs organizing, and we won't be done before 10 o'clock. For the remaining skeletal remains, we need to take samples and label them first. We have to wait for the lab results before we can further identify them. After all, we need to distinguish one from the other, and that can't be rushed. I'll have Lu Yong send them for analysis soon. I suppose Mr. Hu has already given instructions. Zhou Ning nodded. All right, after the tests come back, we'll proceed with the assembly. Zhu Xingxing, you take charge, call Sun Gaodai and Yang Xuedong, and all of you go label and sample all the skeletal remains. Zhu Xingxing happily called people to come over. Mr. Zhao clucked his tongue, and as he watched her retreating back, he kept remarking, give her something to be responsible for, and she's delighted. She doesn't even remember she's hungry. Less of the cold words. If you're really that sympathetic, why don't you go and help? Mr. Zhao HMMD twice, but still quickly followed them out. This reaction surprised both Zhou Ning and Lu Yongxin. Lu Yongxin nudged Zhou Ning. What's the deal? Is there something going on between those two? Zhou Ning briefly explained the history between Mr. Zhao and Zhu Xingxing, and Lu Yongxin suddenly understood. The door opened, and Su Dayuan and He Chunying walked in. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Seeing the empty autopsy tables, both paused, then spoke in unison as if they had agreed beforehand. All autopsied already? Their words caught Zhou Ning off guard. Before he could speak, Lu Yongxin exploded. The old man put his hands on his waist, stood in front of Zhou Ning, pointed at the two men, and vented with agitated gestures. Tell me, aren't you two going overboard? Even a work team's donkey shouldn't be driven so hard. Are you bullying my apprentice, or what? 19 victims, processed like clockwork, 2 tables going at the same time from noon till now. I haven't even had time for a restroom break. 9 autopsies completed, and the remaining skeletal remains can't be assembled just yet. They're all piled together, indistinguishable. Even the skulls are incomplete. We have sent people to label and take samples for analysis. Everything awaits the lab results, and then we'll move on to assembly and analysis. Such protective behavior warmed Zhou Ning's heart. This master truly cared, but looking at the 2 awkward men, Zhou Ning couldn't help but laugh. Leaders, the autopsies of the 9 bodies have been completed, and Mr. Xia has done the facial reconstructions. We can give you that part first. As for the autopsy reports, we'll need a moment more as we haven't finished organizing them. Just like my master said, the most urgent task right now is to label the skeletal remains and send them for testing. Su Dayuan rubbed his short hair and caught Lu Yongxin's shoulder. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Old Lu. Seems like retirement has only lengthened your temper, eh? Let's go, go, go. You must be hungry with low blood sugar. Let's talk over dinner, shall we? We're still hungry. Lu Yongxin hummed dismissively, and they all headed to the office. Xia Momo sat in front of a laptop, apparently making some adjustments. Zhou Ning leaned over for a look and saw she had already organized the images of the 9 people. Are we ready? Yes. Should we start the search now? Let's eat first. Xia Momo didn't make a fuss. Everyone sat down as Lu Yong brought over a pile of boxed meals. Though they were just boxed meals, their contents were incredibly rich. Su Dayuan glanced at them and then at He Chunying. Is the standard for case meals at the branch office always this high? He Chunying's face was a picture of embarrassment. I paid out of my own pocket to have them made at a real restaurant. We're pressed for time, and going out to eat would be a waste of time. Let's make do with a quick meal. Once the case is closed, I'll treat you all to a proper feast. What do you say? Lu Yongxin snorted twice. Actually, everyone knew that the 2 of them were under the most pressure. After all, this case came with strict targets. They had to close it before the Spring Festival. But they were dealing with the bodies of 19 Jondas. How easy could it be to unravel the details of the case? Without wasting more words, everyone hurriedly grabbed their boxed meals and dug in. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It wasn't just the men who were hungry. Even Zhu Xingxing didn't find one boxed meal enough. Zhou Ning watched Xia Momo picking at her food nearby and walked over with his meal. Give me what you don't like to eat, and you take the veggies. Xia Momo smiled awkwardly. She knew all too well how germophobic Zhou Ning was. For him to accommodate her eating habits like this was, in its way, a first response to her. She picked up her chopsticks, thought for a moment, and then pushed the meal box towards Zhou Ning. You can take the vegetables for me, and I'll give you the meat. Zhou Ning nodded. In fact, the vegetables in the boxed meal weren't bad, but there was too much meat and not enough veggies. After following dissections for so long, Xia Momo found herself unable to eat the meat. He gave her all the broccoli and cabbage. Xia Momo, in turn, put some of her meat into his meal box, and the 2 sat in a corner, finishing their meals. In fact, everyone in the office saw what they were doing, but they all knew that no one should joke about those 2. After all, Zhou Ning hadn't aggressively pursued Xia Momo. Mr. Zhao quietly finished his 3rd box before contentedly rubbing his stomach. Mr. He, these boxed meals are quite good. They deserve praise. Let's maintain this standard next time. Eating still doesn't shut you up. Su Dayuan gave Mr. Zhao a contemptuous glance. Xia Momo rinsed her mouth and handed Zhou Ning a thermos cup before walking over to the computer. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Suda. I've finished the facial reconstruction work. Should we start the search now? Not only Su Dayuan, but He Chunying too hastily wiped his mouth and crowded around, both of them nodding towards Xia Momo. Go ahead, Mr. Xia. That hard drive I gave you contains information on the hostess girls that were detained in Qidong over the last 2 years. Let's start with the search according to your usual methods. If that turns up nothing, then we'll compare with this data. Xia Momo smiled. Let's start with your data first. Since the target's occupation is quite specific, we'll proceed based on your analysis. As she spoke, she opened up the comparison interface. 9 reconstructed faces were displayed on the left side, and on the right, she began searching through the information on the external hard drive starting with victim number 1. The images flickered rapidly on the screen, and it didn't take long to skip past the first match. Clearly, there was no matching data for victim number 1 within that set. She then started on the second, and in less than 5 minutes, all comparisons were complete. Only victims number 3, number 5, and number 8 were matched with information. There were no findings for the others. However, the fact that they had found 3 matches excited everyone. Looking at the 3 entries displayed on the screen, both He Chunying and Su Dayuan raised their phones to take pictures. Victim number 3, Song Jingwen, female, 23, from Bo County. Detained twice between 2010 to 2011, Victim no/p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p5, Liu, female, 29, from Tongling. Detained 3 times between 2010 to 2011. Victim number 8, Lu Chunen, female, 31, from Anqing. Detained once between 2010 to 2011. All 3 came from the same province. This was a common occurrence in the trade, most often brought over by a pimp under the pretext of introducing them to work. Of course, once they got here, their identity cards and all other belongings were confiscated, leaving them at the mercy of others. Over time, realizing how quickly they could earn money in the trade, they accepted their profession. Su Daiyuan breathed a sigh of relief and carefully compared the photos he took with Xia Momo's reconstructed images. Indeed, they closely resembled each other. This confirmed that their earlier judgments and directions were completely correct. The professions of all the victims were likely hostess girls, given that the probability had already reached 30%. Moreover, the information here was of hostesses who had been detained. These individuals had a high turnover rate, and those who hadn't been caught were the majority. Zhou Ning glanced over. He had performed the autopsies on victims number 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. Only number 8 was not his case. Just as he turned his head, Mr. Zhao had already brought over the autopsy report, and after a quick look, Zhou Ning turned to the 2 men. Victim number 3's time of death is between 3 to 5 days ago. Victim number 5's is around a week ago. As for victim number 8, Dr. Zhang, have you estimated the time of death/p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak? Speak, prosody, p chapter 211 to 210 criminal image portrayal _1 chapter 211. Chapter 210 criminal image portrayal _1 Zhang Haohao coughed twice and hurriedly leaned in. Over a week, the decomposition of the body is not obvious, which is difficult to determine, especially since bodies change slower in winter. Actually, this judgment wasn't wrong, it just didn't meet Su Daiwan's requirements. What he wanted was something more concrete, an exact determination of the time of death, which would be advantageous for the investigation. Zhou Ning thought for a moment, then raised his head to look at Su Daiyuan. We numbered the bodies in the order from top to bottom. The time of death for the first victim was around 24 hours, and then it was basically 1 per day. After all, I estimate the time of death for the 9th victim at 10 days, since there's a marbling pattern on the abdomen. Su Daiyuan looked at Zhou Ning, because Zhang Haohao's answer had greatly disappointed him, lacking confidence and merely responding to questions without any direction for the next step in the investigation. Zhou Xiaozhou, based on the autopsy and the current findings, could you provide a profile of the murderer? Zhou Ning fell silent, flipping through the autopsy records, gazing at the map on the whiteboard, and finally resting his eyes on the large screen next to it, displaying the photos Mr. Zhao had just taken, all of victims' wounds/p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p, without evading or pleasantries. Zhou Ning gathered his thoughts and then began to speak, based on the frequency and speed at which the bodies were dumped. Can we infer that the dumping site is somewhat difficult to access by car without leaving traces? So, does that imply that the murderer might have a simple means of transportation like an electric bike or motorcycle? As for his range of activity, it's within 20 kilometers of Huangshe village, which includes Jiolong town and the development zone logistics park. There's a saying in our line of work, dump far, bury near. At first glance, it seemed like dumping, but if you think about it, is it not also burying since the bodies are in a well and the crimes are continuous? Then we return to the cause of death. The autopsy on the 9 bodies revealed that the fatal injuries were all blow to the head. The temples were struck with a wrench, followed by smashing the face, except the last body didn't have its face smashed, and there were no bloodstains around the well. He Chunyang's eyes shifted, an epiphany on his face. Are you suggesting that to prevent blood splatter, the murderer cushioned the area around the victims? Zhou Ning nodded. Su Daiwan's brows furrowed, with no hint of pleasure, as he gestured to He Chunyang, interrupting Zhou Xiao's profiling. Keep going, Zhou Xiao. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The well contains 10 skeletons that have been skeletonized, clearly indicating that their time of death is completely different from these fresher bodies, and obviously split into 2 phases. Zhou Ning smiled. Right, the murderer seems to have operated in 2 phases. Based on the state of the skeletonized bodies in the well and the distribution of the pupil cases, the previous 10 victims died roughly within 1 to 2 years of each other. However, the humidity and temperature in the well are suitable, and I think the last time bodies were dumped was in a season similar to the current one, without the spread of high decomposition odors, so the murderer was bolder. Considering all these characteristics, my profile of the murderer is as follows. Male, local, aged between 25 and 40, with simple transportation, highly paranoid, rigid personality, obsessive-compulsive, works with wrenches, and returns to his hometown around the Lunar New Year each winter. After Zhou Ning finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Zhang Haohao held his breath, finding Zhou Ning's analysis somewhat too daring. After all, Su Dayuan and He Chunyang were the captain of the 1st Detachment of their brigade and the captain of the Criminal Police Detachment of the Sub-Bureau, respectively. Even when they asked you, shouldn't you be more cautious with your words? While Zhang Haohao was nervously observing the others, Su Dayuan had already spoken. Each point matches with the current findings. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than. I think we can start searching based on Zhou Xiao's profile. If he comes back to his hometown early for the new year, doesn't that suggest that his home is also near here? At least it won't be too far, especially since few people know about Sanquan Bay if they're not from around here. He Chunyang nodded continuously, listing items in his notebook. I think we can divide into 3 teams. One will take the victims' facial reconstructions to the surrounding areas to see if anyone has seen these people. Even though they are drifters, they still had pimps. The other 2 teams will conduct door-to-door searches in Jiolong Town and the development zone. We'll investigate everyone who has returned from work elsewhere for the new year in the surrounding villages. If we undertake a comprehensive sweep, we're bound to find something. As for the reason for the search, it's just to collect data on migrant workers to address issues with left-behind children and the elderly, and we'll get the town and the office in the development zone to cooperate. Su Dayuan thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. We've brought many hands with us from our team. Well, just integrate them into your groups. Having new faces makes the investigation less suspicious. All right, let's consider this the special case meeting. Tomorrow morning, let's follow this plan and start the search. As for Zhou Ning's end, keep in touch by phone with any progress. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As he said this, He Chunyang stood up, as if he was ready to arrange work with his notebook in hand. At this moment, Xia Momo raised her hand, and Su Dayuan quickly stood up, doing his best to make his expression seem kind and gentle as he motioned to Xia Momo. Mr. Xia, if you have any requests, just say them. I have no requests. It's just that while you were discussing the case, I had already searched for information on these 9 people and found a few more pieces of information. However, I can't determine 2 of them, as there are many results. This statement made everyone's gaze turn to the computer in front of Mr. Xia. She hurriedly connected it to the big screen, displaying some comparison photos, indeed showing that besides the 3 pieces of information just matched, the remaining 6 people each had 1 or a few pieces of information trailing them. He Chunyang leaned in, glanced quickly, and eagerly said to Xia Momo, Mr. Xia, could you please send me these comparison results, or print them out for me? I'll get someone to verify them right away. Most of them are not from this province, and I'm not sure if the software's findings are accurate. After all, ID cards started being renewed from 2005 and were basically all replaced last year. I don't understand why people are still using the first-generation ID cards now. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, Prosody P. Xia Momo had clicked on print, but looking at the troubled expressions on the faces of number 6 and number 9, it seemed that each of them had 7 or 8 similar pieces of information, with consistent provincial affiliations. It appears that this victim's appearance had distinct regional characteristics. Zhou Ning came over, smiled at Xia Momo, and encouraged her. In this line of work, many people don't go back to get new IDs for a variety of reasons. The most important one is that since 2009, a nationwide network has been gradually established. Now, whatever crime someone has committed can be traced. When they go back to get a new ID, these records will show up, and naturally, they'll be questioned. Xia Momo had an epiphany and seemed to understand a bit more. I see. I've already sent it to Mr. He. He Chunyang was visibly pleased, and Su Dayuan patted him before quickly gesturing with his hand. Set a direction and get busy then. Dr. Lu let out a yawn, and Zhou Ning knew he was truly exhausted. The intensity of the autopsies had left even him feeling weak in his limbs, let alone Lu Yongxin. Leader, I'll go check if they have finished numbering everything. Could you please have someone take my master to rest? He can't be too tired out. Lu Yongxin smiled and lifted his chin, his foot shaking continuously, tauntingly looking at Su Dayuan. Su Dayuan was so annoyed he's fat. Damn. One of these days, I'll take on a disciple too. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p, then you can stop using this to one-up me all the time. Have Mr. Bai take the forensic doctor to rest. You and Zhou Xiao should also leave soon. Let's deal with everything else tomorrow. After all, this isn't a one-day job. Lu Yongxin laughed, stood up from his chair, and patted Su Dayuan on the shoulder. Mr. Bai is your disciple. Don't be down. A good disciple is hard to come by. I'm leaving now. After speaking, Lu Yongxin quickly left, his earlier yawning energy nowhere in sight. Zhou Ning also stood up and glanced into the neighboring autopsy room, where Zhu Xingxing and his team were packing the samples. Seeing the 2 large sorting boxes on the floor, Zhou Ning's eyelid twitched. Mr. Zhao, go call Suda. If we let Mr. Lu take those, he might get kicked out. These aren't just a few samples. I reckon there must be close to 1,000 there, right? Zhu Xingxing nodded dumbly. Just now, I tallied them up. There are a total of 1,132 samples. Before, when the event ended, a batch had already been sent off, with 521 samples in that batch. Adding the 2 together, it's almost 2,000. Mr. Zhao already had come back by then, with Su Dayuan trailing behind him. Seeing the 2 large sorting boxes on the ground, he was also taken aback. The layers upon layers of densely packed bags, numbered and labeled, astonished him. So many? Zhou Ning nodded. Having Mr. Lu go by himself, he might get a thrashing from Mrs. Cui. It's better if you assign someone else. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p, but we really need to get these lab results quickly. Otherwise, we can't proceed with the bone reconstruction, and our work will halt. Su Dayuan sighed and waved at Mr. Zhao. Load them up. I'll go back personally and explain the situation to Mr. Hu. If necessary, we can temporarily pull in extra people to help. If the supporting work can't keep up, our case investigation is limited. Chunyang will watch over here. After speaking, Mr. Zhao and the others moved the items downstairs and made arrangements for Zhu Xingxing and his team's accommodation. Only then did Zhou Ning pull the 2 away to leave. Mr. Zhao drove the police car, taking Zhou Ning and Xia Momo, dropping Xia Momo off at her home in Qidong first. Get some rest early. You don't need to follow us first thing in the morning. Come over after you've had a good sleep. Xia Momo shook her head. When you go to the branch office, come to pick me up. If the labs come out and you've reconstructed the skull, I can start the scanning reconstruction. We can't delay this. The more identities of the victims we find, the more it will help with the investigation. Zhou Ning smiled at the serious Xia Momo and nodded slightly. Okay, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning, then take you to breakfast. Mr. He previously took me to a place that serves really good tofu brain. Xia Momo smiled as she got out of the car and waved at Zhou Ning. See you tomorrow morning. Mr. Zhao clicked his tongue repeatedly on the side, and Zhou Ning gave him a look. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, if you have something to say it. Stop making that noise. I'm saying, stop struggling and just hurry up and marry Mr. Xia. I think that whether it's before or after, it will be hard for you to meet a girl better than Mr. Xia. Or could it be that you still have some unforgettable person in your heart, some kind of unerasable scar, man? Zhou Ning shook his head, his gaze drifting off to the distant neon lights, and he sighed slowly. I want to reclaim my memory first. If the scar-eyed man who exists in my memory learns I'm not dead, do you think he would come and try to silence me? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 212 to 211 on policies and countermeasures below _1 Chapter 212. Chapter 211 on policies and countermeasures below _1 the next day. The three of them had been curd for breakfast and even packed additional food before quickly arriving at the substation. Upon entering, they saw Sun Gaodai with his hair standing on end, bending over in front of the computer, looking at something intently. Mr. Zhao approached, gave Sun Gaodai a slap on his rear, which produced a loud smack. Sun Gaodai jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on, his glasses flying off, while Zhu Xingxing glared at Mr. Zhao with an expression full of dissatisfaction. All you know is how to mess around. Can't you see we have serious matters to deal with over here? Mr. Zhao rubbed his nose. Despite Zhu Xingxing's reprimand, he wasn't upset, but instead brought the breakfast bags to them. Don't tell me you've eaten. This is freshly packed for you guys from Mr. He's favorite shop. Eat it while it's hot. Zhu Xingxing tucked her hair behind her ear, softening her voice considerably. Thank you. It turned out that Sun Gaodai, an honest kid, was already sitting in front of the coffee table, wolfing down his food. While eating, he said, Team leader, take a look. We've received a lot of emails in the inbox. I've downloaded a part, and I guess we really got on Mrs. Cui's bad side. One email contains samples, and I've been clicking all morning, but haven't finished downloading much. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning could not help but laugh as he leaned over to look at the computer. Indeed, every page was filled with emails from the forensics department. He immediately called Cui Lily on her mobile phone. Sister, have you had breakfast yet? Let me send some over for you. How many people are there in total? The person on the other end coughed twice. As the saying goes, no one strikes a smiling face. The way Zhou Ning started the conversation made it difficult for Cui Lily to continue. We've had someone send breakfast. Don't play the sympathy card with me. There are 8 of us here. During the day, Mr. Peng and the others received a serial car accident case. More than a dozen people are dead, with over 30 cars colliding, bodies shattered everywhere. We have been incredibly busy. You guys, on the other hand, went to Qidong and somehow gathered almost 2,000 samples. What is this, a game? Even with superhuman strength, it takes time to process. Suda is just hovering at the door, pressing us. Always pressing. Zhou Ning rubbed his nose. Su Dayuan was indeed capable of such a thing. This case involves body dumping in a well, 9 fresh corpses, and the skeletal remains of 10 others have all turned to bones. It's an exceedingly heinous case. They are all piled together. In order to piece together the skeletons, we at least need to separate them, don't we? That's why there are so many samples. I'm truly sorry for making you guys work overtime. But don't worry, I am waiting. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Sister, you have your meal first and then work. It's okay if we are a bit late here. Don't mind Suda waiting at the door. That's just his temperament. Sister, I'll hang up now. Zhou Ning didn't rush her at all, but on the other end, Cui Lily's tone softened somewhat after humming a couple of times, seemingly calming down before she said, Wait then, I'll do it as quickly as possible. Don't open the emails yet. I'll have someone resend them to you. After hanging up the phone, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the computer received an email with a compressed file. Mr. Zhao took a look and couldn't help laughing. Gao Tai was busy all morning, but Zhou Xiao fixed everything with just one phone call. Okay, these samples seem to be from those 10 skeletons. Finish your food quick, then well sort by number and start piecing the bones together. Zhou Ning leaned in to look at the contents of the compressed file. Mr. Zhao was right, and it seemed that Cui Lily did indeed have experience in these matters. After all, this was the most urgent. Once they finished eating, each person received a piece of paper with a code and the test results, which of course were just another set of numbers. By noon, the reports gradually started to arrive, and the tests on the 1,000+ bone samples were completed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Looking at the organized boxes on the floor, it was somewhat difficult to find 10 stations, but 10 tables were manageable, especially since there was a temporary conference room across the hallway, containing long conference tables. Zhou Ning waved his hand, instructing everyone to get ready. Soon, 10 workstations were set up in the autopsy room, and all bones were laid out for reassembly. Naturally, the skulls were the most urgent to piece together, as Xia Momo would need them for reconstruction. By evening, all 10 skeletons had been pieced together, skulls repaired, and after scanning, restoration images were created. Zhou Ning also checked the pubic symphysis of the 10 skeletons, provided age ranges for the deceased, and conducted analyses of the causes of death. Staring at the whiteboard recording all the information, Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes, searching for similarities. The cause of death for all 19 victims was the same: traumatic brain injuries inflicted by strikes to the head. 18 of the victims' facial bones were smashed beyond recognition, not just collapsed, but pulverized fractures, indicating tremendous force. Xia Momo used software to simulate, and the shocking result showed that the impact force of a wrench smash reached 284 kilograms. Was the perpetrator a bull? It was evident that the killer was extremely strong and well-built. However, now there were 9 fresh bodies. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Based on the killer's pattern, this didn't fit his aesthetic sense, considering that the previous bones had been neatly organized in groups of 10. This time, wasn't one missing? Just as he pondered this, Xia Momo came up with a result. With the computer continuously issuing notification sounds, Zhou Ning hurried over to find that all 10 victims had new identities, hailing from the city, Ling City, Wuqing, and Qihe in the western part of Ludong Province. Regarding their ages, most of the 10 were born between 1985 and 1990 and were generally quite young. Zhou Ning raised his hand to rub his chin, facing the limited items discovered on the scene: just corpses, skeletons, larval casings, and some nail clippings. Zhou Ning turned to Xia Momo and said, "These nail clippings, do you think they were done at a manicure salon or are they pre-made products?" Momo Xia looked at the enlarged nail piece and zoomed in the picture to the maximum. Only then could she discover that there were brushstrokes over the position of the petals. It's painted, but it's indeed done very well. Look at the details, all handled superbly, with beads and butterflies added. There's also a gradient color effect. I think this salon must be quite expensive. Zhou Ning nodded. He didn't understand these things, but he thought Momo Xia's words made sense, as she was the professional and had more authority to speak. Momo Xia switched to a few other photos. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. These were nail pieces left at the bottom of the well, seemingly from the 10 previous victims. As for the photos of the nails taken afterwards, Momo Xia went through them and said, "This first victim and the ones who were skeletonized all had their nails done at the same place. They are of very high quality." The nails' edges were also maintained. As for the others, they all had cheap manicures. Zhou Ning pointed at the photos and the patterns on the nail pieces and said, "If we take the victims' photos and these nail pieces there, would the shop owner be able to recognize them?" Momo Xia thought for a moment and gave a slight nod. I guess they could almost recognize them, but how does this help catch the murderer? Zhou Ning smiled and patted Momo Xia's arm. You'll find out in a bit. Help me send these pictures and the corresponding victim's photo information to Suda, then I'll give him a call. After Momo Xia did as instructed, Zhou Ning dialed Su Daiwan's cell phone. Leader, have you received the photos sent by Momo Xia? Just got them, but I haven't looked yet. What photos are they? I've just analyzed the 19 victims, trying to find what they have in common, and Mr. Xia found additional information on 10 of the other victims' identities. They were mostly from small towns in the western part of Qidong province, and 16 out of these 19 people had manicures. Mr. Xia and I analyzed these manicures, and 11 of them are extremely exquisite. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. We believe that they are made by the same person. Is it possible to search in places where manicures are done to see if they've seen these people? After all, the last victim is also among them. If we find her surveillance video information, could we analyze her activity trajectory? Very reasonable. We can search for the murderer's trail based on the victim's activity patterns, as the victim's clothing and things like cell phones were taken. It's either to obstruct the police investigation or simply for robbery. Robbery? Su Dayuan hummed affirmatively, seemingly exhaling a puff of smoke. Those in this line deal with cash payments. If they take on more jobs at night, they do carry some money with them. A few years ago, we cracked a case of robbery, where a few guys specifically robbed the hostesses walking on their routes at night. Zhou Ning glanced at the map, but this case was different. There were no dense red light districts around. Suda, do you know if there is an area within this 20-kilometer radius of Jiolong town and the development zone that specifically involves this? Yesterday, I asked Mr. Liang the same thing. Before the Spring Festival, there was a crackdown, and there used to be a bar street here in Jiolong. They also closed after New Year's Day, saying they will reopen after the year. Zhou Ning frowned tightly. The timing of this crackdown seemed too coincidental. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Beside him, Momo Xia leaned over and said somewhat unintentionally, when there are policies above, there are countermeasures below. Like on New Year's Day, I went to Michaela. It was past 10 at night, and by all accounts, they should have closed. But I hadn't finished trying on clothes, and the shop owner simply locked the front door, letting me try on clothes in peace. Afterward, I bought a few items and left with them through a side staff exit. Zhou Ning paused, then quickly said to Su Dayuan, Suda, did you hear what Mr. Xia said? Got it. I'll go check right away. Can't rely on Mr. Liang, let's handle it ourselves. I remember that one side of the bar street faces the main road, and the other side has a small path, but that exit has an internet cafe. Su Dayuan hung up, and Momo Xia tilted her head to look at Zhou Ning. Did I say too much? I just thought of it, so I mentioned it. Zhou Ning shook his head with a smile. What you said makes a lot of sense. Businessmen prioritize profits, especially in this trade. They study thoroughly when it is crackdown time and when to sneak around. Police can only monitor them for so long. Momo Xia breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the large screen filled with photos and information, everything Su Dayuan and He Chunyang needed to check. She had done nearly everything she could. At this time, Zhou Ning put on gloves and walked up to 10 tables. Mr. Zhou came over with a stack of reports in his hand. The reports are out. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Xiaozhou. What are you planning to do next? Even though I know the cause of death, I still want to examine the skeletons one more time. I always feel like I've missed something. Is there any issue with the report? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 213 to 212 Mrs. Wei _1 Chapter 213. Chapter 212 Mrs. Wei _1 January 5, 2012, 22:22 In the darkness of the night. He Chunyang closed the intercom and turned to look at Su Dayuan. Brother Su, just as we predicted, Fei Pai Bar is still open for business. They just aren't using the rooms facing the street. Regulars are entering from the back door. The boss is called Mrs. Wei. Nobody knows her real name. She is the real power behind the scenes. Do we go in and check now? Su Dayuan shook his head. No rush. The killer lures hostesses away by deception to kill them. Operating solo like that, he wouldn't voluntarily enter such places. Nevertheless, you and I will go and dressed in plain clothes. I have Mr. Tao and the others keeping watch on this street. He Chunyang glanced at Lu Yufei, who had changed into a fluffy white coat, and there was a hint of embarrassment on his face. Is Mr. Lu coming with us? Su Dayuan gave him a stern look. Without her, the two of us look just like cops. Give me your down jacket hood to put on. When are you going to get rid of that buzz cut? He Chunyang laughed. Actually, working with Su Dayuan always gave him great confidence. He grabbed the hood and put it on. The three got out of the car, Lu Yufei hooking her arm through Su Daiwan's, while he put on a pair of black-framed glasses. It was as if he instantly transformed into a disreputable intellectual. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He opened a small bottle of liquor, poured some out onto himself, and then tossed the bottle to He Chunyang. He Chunyang was even more ruthless. After taking a mouthful, he swished it around his mouth and spat it out, spreading the smell instantly. The trio staggered to the back door, where a young man with tattoos all over his hands stopped Su Dayuan and then smiled. Bro, we're closed. Come play after the holiday. Su Dayuan swayed, speaking in Qidong dialect. No use blabbering to me like that. It's been many years since this young brother returned to the country. Hurry and bring over a few de monnaie. Brother here isn't short on cash. You know the kind I want, right? He Chunyang kept waving his hands, appearing to try to stop Su Dayuan. But as they tussled, he pushed the tattooed youth aside. Brother Su, you've had too much to drink. They're closed, right? Can we go to the city tomorrow? I know a place where there are blue-eyed de monnaie. Su Dayuan wrapped an arm around the tattooed guy's neck, pulling out a card and flashing it in front of his eyes. Go call Mrs. Weiwei over here. What's the deal? Coming here is all for giving her face. Why hasn't she come to greet me? Hey, where's my phone? Lu Yufei, supporting Su Dayuan, smiled at the young man. Just go find Mrs. Wei. My brother is drunk. If things get rough, it won't look good for anyone. He's this drunk and still found your back door. I don't need to explain more, do I? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The tattooed youth's face creased into a smile. He was also observing the situation. Seeing their state, especially the stack of red bills peeking out from Su Daiwan's pocket, he understood what was going on. Bro, I didn't see Mount Tai in front of my eyes. I'll take you upstairs. Helping Su Dayuan, he started towards the upstairs. As he turned around, another young man in a hoodie blocked the door, clearly showing that these people were highly cautious. After winding through several turns and entering the building, the deafening sound of music, along with howling songs, women's cries, and laughter, could already be heard. They went straight to the third floor, where a woman in a tight-fitting black dress sashayed over and sized up the three newcomers. Su Dayuan grabbed the woman's waist and pinned her against the wall. Without any excessive moves, he just smiled and blew a breath of alcohol at her. My buddy's back from overseas. Mrs. Weiwei, help me find him a few articulate and capable beauties, beautiful de monnaie. The woman seemed about to react. Su Dayuan grabbed her hand and stuffed it into his waist. The moment she touched the gun, she froze, then her face was masked with an even more seductive smile. Don't rush. I'll arrange a room for you. Choose any girl you like, and I'll make sure your friend is satisfied. This way, please. Mrs. Weiwei, the woman, was quite generous and took Su Daiwan's arm, leading the three of them into a large private room. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Once inside, He Chunyang blocked the door, his drunken facade completely gone. Lu Yufei moved to the window, peeked out the curtains, and looked outside. They were in the first room facing the street. She quickly reported back to Su Dayuan. It's the first room facing the street. Mrs. Weiwei took a seat on the sofa across from Su Dayuan. In her hand was now a pack of cigarettes. After lighting one and taking a drag, she elegantly flicked the ash towards Su Dayuan, as if she wasn't the one who had just touched the gun. She stared at Su Dayuan with interest, slowly saying, "Tell me, what do you need me to do?" Lu Yufei looked at the woman sideways. She could not bear the tone and the alluring gestures. Why can't it be a crackdown on prostitution? The woman shook her head, tousling her hair as she looked towards Su Dayuan. You don't need to be armed for a vice raid, nor do you need to come in like this. Speak up, let's see if there's anything I can help you with. But let's be clear, don't make me end up dealing with the public security brigade, okay? Deal. The woman laughed. So, tell me, what do you want to find me for? Su Dayuan took out his cell phone and handed it to the woman. Look at the woman in this photo. Do you recognize any of them? The woman looked from the beginning to the end and pointed to 3 of them, one of whom had already been identified. That person was named Zhu Yuzhen. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P, the woman quickly said. These 3 worked here for a while, but then suddenly they stopped coming. I heard from the pimp that they ran off in the middle of the night, not even taking their things. At this point, the woman paused and looked at the identity information of victim number 1. Her name was Sun Xiaoli. According to the birth date on her ID card, she was still under 18. Afterward, her gaze became somewhat complex as she stared at Su Dayuan. This person, she was here a couple of days ago, but the ID she submitted wasn't this one, and the age she gave was 20. The day after the crackdown started, Sun Xiaoli didn't come in, but I heard from the pimp that she had taken a job to go out. No one knows where or when she'd be back, and nobody could get in touch with her. Did something happen to her? After saying the last sentence, the woman's gaze did not leave Su Dayuan's eyes. Su Dayuan looked up at the woman and nodded slightly. The woman raised a hand to her chest. To some, this gesture might seem like fear or a self-protective state, but Su Dayuan knew that the woman's gesture indicated she was feeling relieved. Tell me, why do you feel relieved? The woman raised her hands as if surrendering. The smile on her face did not diminish, but a trace of sincerity added to it. Please, Mr. Officer, don't try to trap me with words. That wouldn't be fun. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P greater than I am not taking pleasure in their misfortune. I'm just relieved that with you coming to the door, whatever they experienced could be avoided. It might harm the business, sure, but staying alive isn't easy in our line of work. The woman did not ask directly, but she had already guessed that the fate of these people was more likely to be grim than not. Su Dayuan found the photos of the 3 women she had pointed out earlier and laid them on the coffee table. Now, try to recall the last specific time they appeared here. The woman crossed her arms and hesitated for a moment before she finally fetched her phone, opened the notebook app, and flipped straight to a record that noted the names of the 3 persons and their departure dates. It's all here. The 3 of them disappeared one after the other within 3 days. Not much difference from the actual timeline. Here it's recorded from December 24th to 26, 2010. Have they had an accident? The woman asked tentatively, not expecting Su Dayuan to say anything. After waiting a few seconds, Su Dayuan just hummed in acknowledgement. They were murdered last year. As for Sun Xiaoli, she was killed too. The murderer specifically targets hostess girls, so this crackdown isn't just because of the holiday season. It also has another reason. We don't want the murderer to find the next person they can target. The woman covered her mouth, shock written all over her face for a long time. Is there anything I can do to help you? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Su Dayuan nodded, laying the printed photos on the table. I need all the hostesses here to tell the truth, whether they have seen the people in the photos, when and where they saw them, whether there is surveillance nearby, whether they saw them interact with anyone. The woman was silent, as Lu Yufei kicked the coffee table. Do you want a few more to die, huh? Let me tell you, The killer has severe OCD and stripped and dumped the bodies in wells. The first time they killed and discarded bodies was a year ago. 10 people, and this time it's been 9 in a row. We're still one short. How could the killer bear it? The woman was startled by Liu Yufei's words and pondered for a moment before standing up. All right, I'll have the girls brought in right now. But just so you know, the girls who come here, it's almost the same as hanging in order. Hanging in order? He Chunyang coughed and quickly explained, it means their name hangs here. They drink with customers here, and after costs, 50% is taken away. As for the ones who go out, the pimp takes a 20% cut. Here takes 10, the rest is all theirs. But if there's an unreasonable customer, this place will stand up for them and argue on their behalf. Usually, it's rare for anyone to owe them for services. The woman glanced at He Chunyang, clearly underestimating the capability of the group before her. She busied herself with her phone, signifying that she needed to make a call. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Once the other end picked up, the woman finally let out a sigh of relief and said, normally the pimp handles the messy stuff for those hanging orders. When Sun Xiaoli first came here, I told the pimp right away, this girl looks too young. I can't take her. Keeping her would lead to trouble. But the pimp said she was fleeing from an arranged marriage, and it would be worse if she went back. At that time, I took pity on her, and after she stayed on, she did have a way with words. I didn't make her go out, just had her entertain some regulars, and she could get a fair amount of tips. Sun Xiaoli was also very grateful, never defying my wishes. Just that she didn't come in for her shift on the second day. I contacted the pimp. He said Sun Xiaoli had dinner with some sisters and mentioned she wanted to pop by the supermarket before coming to the bar. But then she never showed up in the evening. I had the pimp look for her. In the rental, there was just a suitcase, no valuables found. The pimp thought she had run off, and that's what happened. Su Dayuan sat up straight. Where did they have dinner? Do they all live in town? Mrs. Weiwei nodded. Everyone knows that the city's inspections are strict, so we've moved our operations here. The pimp rented several places in town, just north of the bar. He has 2 teams. One is all from Huaining Province, and the other is from Chuanbei Province. As for the Jiuan Grand Hotel they went to for dinner, it's not too far from here. Su Dayuan nodded. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. The woman was tuned into the situation. He closed his notebook. I'll need the hostesses here to identify these victims. Does that work for you? /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 214 to 213 motorcyclist_1 Chapter 214. Chapter 213 motorcyclist_1 10 minutes later. About 20 girls, scantily clad, filed in one by one, their waists twisting as if they were vying for the spotlight in a photo shoot in showbiz. When their names were called, they stepped forward and posed provocatively. After introducing everyone, Mrs. Weiwei closed the door, and the tattooed young man blocked the entrance. She swayed over to Su Daiwan's side, grabbed the photographs, and handed them to one of the girls in front of her. Okay, let's get down to business, she said. When I ask a question, you answer with whatever you know. If anyone hides anything, I guarantee you won't be able to get by in Qidong. Now take a look at these photos. Does anyone recognize the girls in them? As she spoke, Mrs. Weiwei pulled out Sun Xiaoli's photograph and handed it to the girls. The girls didn't know what was going on, but they all wore a nervous expression, a clear sign that this woman was usually someone to be reckoned with. He Chunyang stood up, walked into their midst, and divided the photos into 2 sets. Among them were the reconstructed images of the victims whose identities hadn't been found yet. After all, confirming identities takes time, and these people might know more. There was a sudden quickening in the passing around of the photos. Upon seeing the photos, some whispered to each other. The woman with hands on her hips coughed as a warning. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Then, she dropped her smile and scrutinized the girls. Don't think I don't understand when you talk about me in your hometown dialect. Speak up if you have something to say. If not, keep your mouth shut. With that said, the room quieted down. A slightly older girl hesitated for a moment and then raised her hand. Mrs. Weiwei, I recognize these two people. I haven't seen them since Christmas, though. They didn't live in town. I went to their rental place. Their belongings were there, but they were gone. We got along quite well, so I packed up their things. They never showed up again. Mrs. Weiwei waved her hand, indicating for the woman to approach. The selected photos in her hand were of victims 7 and 9 whose identity information had not yet been confirmed. Su Dayuan stubbed out his cigarette and looked at the woman. Her makeup was thick, but it couldn't hide her age. She seemed close to 30. Do you have their personal belongings? Is there an ID card? The woman thought for a moment and then nodded. Yes, I kept them because I was afraid something had happened to them. After all, we agreed to go back to our hometown after the second day of February, but suddenly we couldn't contact them, and their phones were unreachable. I always had a bad feeling. Where are their identification documents and personal items? The woman opened her small handbag, which seemed to contain a compartment, and pulled out 2 tattered ID cards. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody P. The photos were so rubbed they were almost indecipherable, and the edges were coming apart. He Chunyang took the ID cards and immediately searched for them on the police database. 2 identity profiles were found and sent to Su Dayuan, who glanced at them and saw that both individuals were from Huining province, and they were among the several possible answers provided by Xia Momo. Su Dayuan stood up and gestured for those who didn't know what was going on to leave. Mrs. Weiwei unleashed a furious barrage, insisting that no one reveal the content of the discussions, and that anyone who remembered any relevant details was welcome to come forward and talk. Su Dayuan moved next to the woman and showed her his phone, which displayed the pre-autopsy photos of victims 7 and 9. Their faces had been smashed, delivering a rather gruesome sensory impact. The woman looked and almost collapsed, her legs giving way beneath her, but Su Dayuan grabbed her arm, steadying her. They're dead? Su Dayuan nodded to signal the woman to sit, as she could no longer stand, just as Mrs. Weiwei returned, catching her breath and walking over. The people you see in these photographs, there aren't just 1 or 2 who have died. These girls were our colleagues, so whatever I ask you, answer me carefully. We may be seen as filthy and cheap in the eyes of regular folks, but even a cheap life is a life. At the very least, we need to catch the killer so they don't die anonymous, right? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody P. The woman cried, not because she felt a deep affection for those 2, but out of retrospective fear. Since they were all in the same trade, she too had narrowly escaped death, and such fear of a close call was uncontrollable. After a moment, the woman got up from the floor, bowed to Mrs. Weiwei, and said, "Don't worry, Mrs. Weiwei. I'll tell you everything I know in detail. Just ask." Su Dayuan stared at the woman and asked, "Tell me, when and where did you last see them?" The woman pulled out her phone, found the call log, and handed it to Su Dayuan. "We had lunch together on Christmas. I called Liang Hongyu that night, but she didn't answer. Guan Meng said she might have gone out with a client, but the next day she didn't return. I was really busy those 2 days and didn't go to their rental place. However, when I went there on the morning of December 28th, I found that Guan Meng was also unreachable. Both their makeup bags were scattered on the bed, all their clothes and suitcases with belongings were there. I even found their hidden ID cards in the closet. I mentioned it to Mr. G when I got back, but we couldn't get in touch. Mr. G said it was probably nothing serious. They might have just left in a hurry. I thought about it and kept their ID cards. I was planning to visit their homes to see what was really going on." Su Dayuan nodded. It was clear she had a better relationship with victim number 9, Liang Hongyu. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody P. If Zhou Ning's analysis was correct, that 1 victim died each day, Then the timeline given by this woman matched. Liang Hongyu was the victim on December 25th, and Guan Meng was killed on December 27th. Where did Liang Hongyu and Guan Meng live? Not far from here, in a residential building in town. Confiscated the items, right? Yes, I confiscated their personal belongings. Take my people to take a look. Following Su Daiwan's gesture, He Chunyang had already approached the woman, leading her away. At this point, only Lu Yufei, Mrs. Wei Wei, and Su Dayuan remained in the room. Su Dayuan tapped his fingers on his leg. I won't send the public security squad here for the time being after this investigation, but you should keep a low profile, you know? After all, the murderer hasn't been caught yet. What's your full name? My name is Wei. Don't worry, leader, I know what to do. I'll close the business tomorrow. As for Sun Xiaoli's rental, take us there. Is the pimp about to arrive? I sent him to the rental. January 6, 2012. Zhou Ning had just arrived in the forensic doctor's office when he saw Su Doyuan sitting on a chair with bloodshot eyes, dripping eye drops into his eyes, obviously having spent another sleepless night. Su Da, so early. Were you waiting for me? Yes, we conducted a surprise inspection last night and found several places where the victims worked and lived, and verified their identities as well. The rental looked normal, just like she went out without anything unusual. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. The first victim, Sun Xiaoli, had lunch with a few of her fellow countrywomen at Jiuan Grand Hotel on January 2nd, a celebration of sorts, since this time of year is mourning for them. We've copied back the surveillance from the hotel and the back door of the bar, and Mr. Xia will help with the comparison. Zhou Ning raised an eyebrow. If this had been the city bureau, he was not very familiar with the technical department, but he was aware that Mr. Hu from the Qidong sub-bureau had good skills. He had performed impressively during the investigation of the 1.26 Xinguanlin father and son case. Mr. Hu is not here? Su Dayuan shook his head. Mr. Hu has gone to Husheng City for training. According to He Chunyang, it's doubtful he will return. The case is urgent, so don't hold back information from me. Zhou Ning pulled out his phone and called Xia Momo. Shortly after, Xia Momo hurried in, her face apologetic. Sorry for being late. Where can I find the surveillance videos that need comparison? As Xia Momo said this, Su Dayuan felt a bit embarrassed since he already considered her Zhou Ning's wife in his mind. He quickly stood up and handed a portable hard drive to Xia Momo. This contains photos of the first victim, Sun Xiaoli, the seventh victim, Guan Meng, and the ninth victim, Liang Hongyu, as well as extracted surveillance footage from several hotels and bars. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, PO, and I've also had someone capture surveillance videos from the surrounding roads. Not sure if there might be any discoveries. Have you all watched them? Su Dayuan nodded. Lu Yufei and I watched them, but the image quality was too poor or kept shaking, making it hard to discern facial features. We need to process them first. As for the footage of Sun Xiaoli having a meal, we did find it, but didn't notice her leaving. After all, everyone was too sleepy to see clearly in the middle of the night. Zhou Ning didn't say much. Su Dayuan and his team were indeed working hard. Xia Momo had already exported all the videos and was now carrying out video restoration. The software restored the videos at a remarkable speed, and the facial key data for the 3 photos were already selected by Xia Momo. Soon, the images of the 3 faces had some green lines on them. With Xia Momo clicking on the main surveillance of Jiuan Grand Hotel, the video jumped directly to the 11:44 timestamp. The green lines then converged on a girl in a white coat. The clarity of the image had improved tremendously, and Su Dayuan leaned close to the screen, his eyes wide open. Incredible, this software is amazing. Now we can clearly see the face. It's Sun Xiaoli. It seems we made a mistake last night by assuming the person in the red coat was Sun Xiaoli. The scene switched, and the time changed to 13:12. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, Prosody, P greater than a few girls were walking out of the building, Sun Xiaoli among them, without her coat, wearing a red knitted dress. She bounced and chased after the others, turned left out of the door, heading towards the bar. Xia Momo quickly took a screenshot. Next, they checked the surveillance at the hotel entrance where Sun Xiaoli had headed. Her direction was indeed towards the bar, but on the street side, several people walked forward, and she entered a supermarket. The name of the supermarket was Suntory Supermarket. However, 20 minutes after she went in, there was no footage of her coming out. Su Dayuan blinked and signaled Xia Momo to check other surveillance from the inside. Mr. Xia, please search. I've had someone copy a set of surveillance from every significant store on 3 streets. I don't know if we have one from this Suntory. Xia Momo wasn't in a rush. She carefully looked through and indeed found a file abbreviated to Sandeli in the folder. It contained 4 surveillance camera angles, clearly unwatched, identifying them as the main entrance, side entrance, and 4 internal surveillance points. Continuing with the method used before, it didn't take long to find the footage of Sun Xiaoli entering the supermarket. She headed straight to the east side of the life zone, picked up a few packs of menstrual pads, and went to the eastern checkout to pay. No wonder they didn't see her leave. She planned to exit through the east door and circle around to the rear of the bar. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P switching to the east door surveillance. Not long after Sun Xiaoli stepped out, she stopped, speaking to a man on a motorcycle. However, from this angle, the man's face was not visible and the motorcycle's license plate was muddy. After a brief conversation, Sun Xiaoli put on her coat and then got on the bike, vanishing from the screen instantly. Su Dayuan was excited, almost pressing his face against the screen. Indeed, it was a man on a motorcycle. Zhou Xiaozhou, look, the motorcycle headed straight for the dirt road to the east. Heading south from here, you can reach Sanguan Bay and Huangshe Village. But how did Sun Xiaoli get on his bike? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P chapter 215 to 214. Long and short legs _1 chapter 215, chapter 214, long and short legs _1 following the direction of Su Daiwan's finger. Zhou Ning looked at the screen and sure enough, he could see the motorcycle carrying Sun Xiaoli heading eastward before turning south and disappearing from the surveillance. Zhou Ning's brows were furrowed tightly, with not a hint of excitement on his face from finding the video. Why would Sun Xiaoli get on the motorcycle? Does she know the person? Su Dayuan shook his head and gestured for Xia Momo to replay it, watching the interaction between the two. After observing, Su Dayuan said with conviction, "It doesn't look like it. If she knew the person, Sun Xiaoli wouldn't talk from such a distance. It's just that I don't know why, after talking, she got on the motorcycle. Plus, from this angle, we can't see the motorcyclist's face at all." At that moment, Xia Momo was rapidly tapping on her keyboard. Zhou Ning glanced over and saw that she seemed to be capturing an image of the license plate. The video was blurry to begin with, and the snapshot was predictably a murky hole. How about finding a lip-reading teacher to figure out what Sun Xiaoli was saying just now? Su Dayuan stretched out his hand towards Xia Momo, covering his mouth with his hand, and whispered, "The lip-reading teacher from Mr. Xia's case on 6.29 last time. You think too highly of me." While they were talking, it seemed Xia Momo had some results. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. The large screen was filled with the shape of the license plate. Through the changes in lighting and desaturation by Xia Momo, a number gradually became visible, Luby 58353. After analyzing, the front part of the license plate Luby 58 is certain. The last 3 digits could be 858, 853, 353, or 358, something like that. We could check all available information, but I don't recognize the brand of the motorcycle. That's something Mr. Zhao would know. Zhou Ning dialed Mr. Zhao's mobile number, and soon after, the sound of a ringtone came from outside the door. Mr. Zhao burst in, breathing heavily, with his phone in hand. Zhou Ning hung up and pointed to the screen, asking, "Why did you take so long? Where were you last night?" "Check Mr. Xiao's screen and tell me the brand of the motorcycle." Mr. Zhao nodded and hurried over just as the sounds of running continued in the hallway. However, the footsteps this time were not as deafening as Mr. Zhao's. Following the crisp sound of small high heels, Zhu Xingxing poked her head in, hunching shyly and shielding her face as she moved into the office. Zhou Ning arched an eyebrow. The two had arrived late together, dressed in the same clothes as the day before. Zhu Xingxing didn't even wear makeup, her hair blowing freely, indicating she had woken up late. And it was obvious that the two had spent the night together. This discovery made Zhou Ning take another look at Mr. Zhao. Su Dayuan noticed Zhou Ning's gaze and followed it from Mr.P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P Zhao to Zhu Xingxing and finally to Zhou Ning's face, his eyes questioning, as if to confirm the relationship between the two from Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning shook his head slightly. He wasn't that gossipy, but those two had been involved since childhood, and it was hard to say whether there would be further developments, especially if Su Dayuan got involved, which would surely hinder any progress. Mr. Zhao focused on the screen, stating with certainty, "The motorcycle isn't cheap. It's a Wuyong Honda new Sharp Wing 125 motorcycle, a 2010 model. Even a second-hand one wouldn't go for less than 8,000 now. But here in Qidong, people prefer the 150 cubic centimeters models, so there are fewer of these 125 cubic centimeters. It's especially unusual in rural towns, and the plate has been deliberately smeared with mud, obviously on purpose." After pondering for a moment, Mr. Zhao continued, "Wait, I might be thinking too narrowly. After all, most people here ride motorcycles for convenience in their work, so practicality is the main criteria when choosing, except for racing enthusiasts. Then there are those who like high-end motorcycles which are quite expensive, so fewer people go for these mid-range bikes. Moreover, anyone who owns a Wuyong Honda new Sharp Wing 125 must know a lot about motorcycles. After all, spending nearly 10,000 on a less practical vehicle is somewhat unnecessary, which means the bike isn't ridden often, and the owner is very knowledgeable about bikes. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. This supplementary information made Su Daiwan's eyes light up. He patted Mr. Zhao's shoulder and leaned in towards the screen. According to Zhou Xiao's previous analysis, the killer had committed his last murder a year ago, obviously working out of town and only coming home for the new year. The murders are clustered so closely together, and the bodies are cleaned up so cleanly without leaving any physical evidence behind. It even looks a bit like he's padding his victim count. He wouldn't ignore a dirty plate and not clean it, which means he deliberately obscured the license plate. Zhou Ning nodded. Their analysis was sound. Especially Mr. Zhao's analysis. Combined with the killer's preference for using a wrench as a weapon, it might mean he worked in vehicle repairs, but not locally, adding to the difficulty. Without a storefront, how could they find this person? At this point, Lu Yufei approached. "Boss, I have a way to catch him." All eyes turned to Lu Yufei as she walked up to the big screen and pointed to the map, saying, "Based on our previous investigations, with the Public Security Brigade's crackdown and an Weiss Club temporarily closed, those escort women are much less frequent in town. I could put on a disguise and go fishing, luring the killer into action." Without a second thought, Su Dayuan waved his hand in dismissal. "No, it's too dangerous. We can't allow you to take such a risk for the case. Boss, I am the Sonda champion. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P in the city bureau. There is not one who can beat me, not to mention him with a wrench. Even if he had a knife, I could beat him so his own mother wouldn't recognize him." Mr. Zhao snickered, raising his hand with an apologetic look on his face. "Sorry, Mrs. Liu, I couldn't help it. You're obviously emotional. Let's not rush. That move isn't off the table, but we still need to analyze the killer's information. Rashly acting, like Suda said, is too risky." If we prepare thoroughly and set up surveillance in the surrounding area, then we might give it a try. Su Dayuan fell silent. After all, Mr. Hu hadn't given them much time, and the new year was approaching. After several consecutive days, apart from a muddied and useless license plate, there had been no progress. Zhou Ning understood this all too well. He glanced at the whiteboard containing all the victims' information and mused for a moment before saying, "The killer is very strong, but the victims he attacked were all under 165 centimeters in height and very slender. And from the recent surveillance footage, he sat on the motorcycle the whole time and didn't get off. Mr. Xia, could you determine his height?" Xia Momo nodded her head and quickly began to make measurements. From the angle of the surveillance camera, they could see the back of the motorcycle. The man's right leg was bent on the bike, while his left leg was stretched out. After comparing with the victims, Xia Momo calculated and then looked up /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. The motorcycle man is between 173 to 175 centimeters tall. He has a backpack on his back that appears empty, but there is a mark at the bottom. As Xia Momo enlarged the image of the bottom of the backpack, the others noticed as well that the top of the backpack was collapsed inwards, while the bottom had a semicircular bulge. There was a white pattern embroidered on the backpack, which seemed to be 2 cherries. A wrench? Xia Momo measured the size and nodded slightly. Based on the size, it matches the wrench found on the victim's face. The backpack contained a wrench. Zhou Ning rested his chin in his hand, staring at the screen. He felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint it right away. Shaking his head, he said, "I think the motorcycle man's backpack was empty to hold the victim's clothes. After all, no clothing or personal items were found in the well where the bodies were dumped, not even any bloodstains around the well's opening." Mr. Zhao looked puzzled. "I mean, doesn't anyone find it strange that there were no defensive wounds on the victims? If they were knocked down and then stripped, there would definitely be blood splatter around. So, they must have been undressed before the attack. But in such cold weather, how did the victims just willingly strip?" Zhou Ning was taken aback. Mr. Zhao's analysis was crucial. Yes, how did the killer control the victims? Did they strip just because he said so? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. In such cold winter weather, threats wouldn't be effective, and none of the victims had any defensive wounds. Sometimes, defense is instinctive. It's not that being physically imposing can prevent the victim from reacting at all. For instance, if someone hits you with a wrench, you would instinctively raise your hand to block, but there were no defensive wounds on any victims. None. Go find Mr. Cui and have the first body sent back. I want to take another look. Mr. Zhao understood that Zhou Ning must have thought of something, which is why he gave such an order and hurried out to find someone. At this moment, Zhou Ning was still staring at the screen. Xia Momo enlarged the snapshot as well. While the image of the motorcycle man filled the screen, Zhou Ning pushed up his glasses and leaned close to the monitor, carefully examining the man's right leg. "Mr. Xia, enlarge the motorcycle man's right foot. Keep going. Stop right there." The screen was filled with the motorcycle man's right leg. Zhou Ning leaned in close, staring at the screen for a long time without speaking. Su Dayuan also looked for a while but didn't notice anything. However, since Zhou Xiao was so intently focused, there must be an issue. "What's up?" Zhou Ning turned towards Xia Momo. "Measure the length of the right leg using your method. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Even though the motorcycle man's right leg is curled up, I think the length is different from the left leg, and the position above the right ankle bone is visibly thinner than the left." Xia Momo went off to calculate while Su Dayuan poked Zhou Ning's arm, getting a bit anxious since he hadn't spotted the problem. "What do you mean? Is the guy uneven-legged?" Zhou Ning shook his head, his gaze fixed on the man's seated posture on the motorcycle. His buttocks were noticeably twisted to the right. However, due to the backpack, it was impossible to tell if there was any curvature of the spine. By the time Xia Momo finished calculating, she seemed incredulous at the results. The right leg is 9 centimeters shorter than the left. Zhou Ning knew Su Daiyuan was anxious, so he quickly pointed to the snapshot and explained, "I suspect that the motorcycle man has a congenital hip dislocation, and it's a serious high dislocation at that. He would have difficulty walking, and the right leg appears atrophied. Riding a bike wouldn't reveal much, but standing or walking would cause a significant limp. Suda, you could filter through the local residents of Jiolong town for someone with this characteristic." As soon as he spoke, Su Daiwan's eyes brightened. The previously provided height and occupation were very general traits, but finding a limping person would be much easier. "I'll have someone check on it right now." "You need another autopsy?" Zhou Ning nodded and glanced at the big screen once more. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The motorcycle man's face was not visible, but despite any advantage in strength, his height limit would still restrict his ability to control the victims. I agree with Mr. Zhao's earlier point. The absence of defensive wounds on the victims is something I overlooked. I'm certain there's something I haven't noticed yet. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 216 to 215, don't move _1. Chapter 216. Chapter 215, don't move _1. Su Daiyuan took Lu Yufei with him, and of course, Lu Yufei kept nagging behind Su Daiyuan. In fact, her method was very likely to succeed, but this was a town center, and even with a controlled perimeter, it would be difficult to maintain oversight. The center of the town wasn't large. If someone left the area, capturing them would be difficult. Moreover, they still didn't know how this person managed to control the victims. Zhou Ning arrived at the autopsy room where the first victim had already been laid out on the examination table. Zhu Xingxing, Sun Gaotai, Yang Xuedong, and Mr. Zhao all stood around the table, each of them unsure of what Zhou Ning was looking to find. Looking around, Zhou Ning voiced his doubts. Mr. Zhao just raised a question. Why would the victim comply so easily? In such cold weather, he undressed obediently without any resistance. I've thought it over and feel that we may have overlooked something during the autopsy. There might be injection marks or electrical injuries on the victim that we missed. So now let's start searching every inch of the skin. Such instructions left everyone momentarily stunned. Zhu Xingxing had been following Zhou Ning for a while and was familiar with his temperament. With him, you should be direct with any problems, no need for politeness or subtlety. Team leader, we sent many samples for analysis, especially from these 9 victims. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. We tested the blood from their hearts and didn't find any drugs or toxic substances inside their bodies. Zhou Ning nodded. He, of course, knew this, which is why he had somewhat neglected the process of how the victims were subdued, simply assuming they were stealthily attacked, causing them to die suddenly. But if the murderer was a cripple, then for the sake of caution, he would certainly make other preparations. I know, observe carefully, especially the exposed skin, he said. Without another word, they all started to put on their gloves and began searching for clues on the victim's body. Zhou Ning gestured to Sun Gaotai with a nod of his chin. How good are you at shaving? Sun Gaotai glanced at the victim's long hair and awkwardly shook his head. Short hair is fine, but I've never tried long hair. Zhou Ning didn't say much more. He picked up a razor and carefully started shaving the head. As the long hair fell away, they discovered 2 gray-white spots at the edge of the hairline on the pillow part of the head. Mr. Zhao, take photos. Mr. Zhao hurried over, took photos, and examined them closely, saying in surprise, electric shocks? Are these burns caused by an electric baton? Zhou Ning nodded, clearly relieved. Yes, from an electric baton. The electric shock was very short. Go get someone to prepare the second and third bodies. Don't bring them here. Zhu Xingxing and Sun Gaotai, go take a look. Let's verify whether there are electrical injuries on them as well. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Having found something, everyone was pleased, particularly as they now had a target, which naturally lent them a bit of confidence. The two of them quickly left with the razors in hand. Zhou Ning cut open the victim's scalp at the electric shock site and, sure enough, found bleed points underneath our easily overlooked location. After snapping photos, Zhou Ning pulled off his gloves and dialed Su Daiwan's phone. "Mr. Su, there's a discovery. At the posterior occiput, near the edge of the hairline, there's an electric shock injury. This matches our previous theory that the murderer has mobility issues. To prevent the victims from escaping, he first shocked them when they were unprepared and then carried out his atrocities. Furthermore, there's something I previously overlooked. All the victims showed no signs of sexual assault. I suspect the murderer isn't just out to rob and kill. He may have sexual dysfunction. In the search for suspects, unmarried or divorced individuals without children who are ridiculed by those around them should be treated as key investigative targets." Su Dayuan hung up the phone. Lu Yufei, who was nearby, had listened intently, her face unable to conceal her excitement. "Mr. Su, should we ask Jiolong Town Police Station and the Harbor Police Station to coordinate the investigation?" "No need to coordinate with them. Let's go directly to the Jiolong Town Police Station. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Since the incidents occurred here, the murderer must be very familiar with the area. It must be someone local." Having said that, they jumped into the car. Mr. Bai, having heard their conversation, started the vehicle and drove towards the Jiolong Town Police Station. Half an hour later, a few cars pulled up. Su Dayuan and his team strode into the police station, where a tall policeman came out to greet them, grabbing Su Daiwan's hand and giving him a firm handshake, unable to hide his delight. "I wasn't sure I'd see you again." Su Dayuan punched the man jokingly. "What are you saying, lad? What does that mean? Do you want to hang me on the wall as a martyr?" Tui, don't you bring any bad luck upon me. I just thought that with you moving up to the city bureau, we'd see less of each other, and now you're a leader too. Tell me, why have you come to our station? Is there something up?" As they spoke, they made their way into the station chief's office. Su Dayuan didn't bother with formalities and sat down across from the man. "Chief Fang, we're here to check on someone suspected to be from Jiolong Town." Chief Fang's joking demeanor disappeared, and he leaned towards Su Dayuan, serious now and clearly, they were two of a kind. "Let's hear it. What's this about?" Su Dayuan described the case. Although the crime scene was not far from here, Sanquan Bay was under the jurisdiction of the Harbor Police Station, so it hadn't been discussed here. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Chief Fang was visibly shocked as he heard about the case. "Is it really that thrilling? What are the characteristics of the person? Tell the local police officers, and I will have someone help with the screening, since we're dealing with someone who has both a limp and a license plate." As he spoke, he made a few phone calls. Su Dayuan told Mr. Bai and Lu Yufei to follow up on the search since they too had seen the surveillance screenshot. The group left, and Section Chief Fang approached Su Dayuan. "So you've almost matched all of the 19 victims?" Su Dayuan nodded and handed over his phone. "There's a crackdown happening in the city right now. A lot of these types of criminals have moved out to the surrounding towns and streets. Don't tell me you didn't know that." Mr. Fang sighed, pointing in a particular direction. "Mr. Su, working down here is not at all what we thought. I've made arrests and cooperated with the public security squad, but there are some things I can't discuss in detail, you know. If your detachment ever needs people, they'll join you. I don't want to keep working here, frustrated and cramped." Su Dayuan understood what he meant and sighed softly as he stood up. "Let's not talk about that now. Come with me to have a look downstairs. I won't feel at ease if I don't keep an eye on things." Mr. Fang didn't make any excuses, and the two of them walked downstairs together. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Many local police officers were there, looking at the provided conditions and screening through each village. One of the officers glanced at the criteria and the motorcycle, then immediately started searching through his phone's contact list. Liu Yufei quickly stopped him, since they hadn't explicitly stated they were searching for a criminal suspect before. You can't just ask directly. Do you think anyone fits this description? The man nodded. In Wang family fort, there's a young man who fits the conditions you've given. I want to ask the village committee for his exact name. I only know that his brother has a mechanic shop in the village that does pretty good business. His brother is named Wang Guangli, and this younger brother seems to work in the south. He comes back every year for the new year. This kid has had a bad leg since he was little, but I'm not sure if it's the right or left one. Also, both brothers are divorced, with no children, so there's a lot of gossip about them in the village. As he was speaking, Su Dayuan and Chief Fong had just come downstairs. Hearing the latter half of the conversation, Su Daiwan's eyes lit up. These characteristics matched Zhou Ning's analysis exactly. Don't ask the village committee. Go directly there. You and Mr. Fong follow our car and don't drive a police car as it's too conspicuous. After giving orders, the other officers looked towards Chief Fong, who glared back at them. What are you looking at? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P get Wang Guangli and his brother's household registration information and follow along quickly. 15 minutes later, everyone arrived at the Wang family village. On the way, Su Dayuan had already checked the household registration information. The elder brother Wang Guangli was 38 years old, divorced for 8 years, with a younger brother named Wang Guangren who was 30, divorced for 2 years, and neither had any children. The officer who stood beside him took a glance and seemed to recall some details. Their parents died almost 20 years ago, and the younger brother was brought up by the elder one. There are lots of rumors in the village. The car stopped in the center of the village, and from a distance, they could see a mechanic shop by the roadside. Su Dayuan gave the instruction, and only their car moved forward, while the other cars turned into the alley next to the mechanic shop. The policeman had said the brother's house was the first one in the alley. As the car stopped, a middle-aged man approached. Clearly, this man was the older brother, Wang Guangli. He came up to the open car window very politely. What seems to be the problem with your car, boss? Mr. Bai was the first to get out and walked over to the bonnet. Mate, do you have motor oil? What brands do you have? My car's oil light just came on. Wang Guangli warmly invited him in, stepping to the side to indicate for Mr. Bai to follow him inside. We have several brands of motor oil, high, medium, and low grade. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P, take your pick, boss. Rest assured, I will give you a fair price. With that, they were already heading inside the shop. Upon entering, they heard a noise in the corner, and Mr. Bai was visibly startled. Wang Guangli glanced over with a smile and said, "That's my brother, working on a waterlogged engine for me." Mr. Bai took his eyes off the sight, expressing his admiration with a hint of emotion. I had no idea that in this village you could find such skills. Your brother's shop is really impressive. It seemed as if the praise had reached the ears of Wang Guangren, who was crouched on the ground working. He looked up at Mr. Bai, wearing a clean white down jacket with less wariness on his face. Wang Guangli eagerly introduced him. My brother doesn't usually work with me here. He's involved in technology in a shipyard in Hasheng City. If he can fix ships, then cars are no problem for him. In Wang Guangli's words, there was a clear sense of pride and satisfaction. However, Wang Guangren snapped, throwing the tool in his hand to the ground, and got up to walk toward the back. The praise from his brother seemed to discomfort him. Mr. Bai didn't say anything more, but approached the display of motor oils at the entrance, giving Su Dayuan a knowing wink. With that gesture, Su Dayuan and the others had already approached the entrance. Seeing everyone get out of the car, Wang Guangli didn't think much of it. Following Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P Bai. He picked up the most expensive motor oil and walked with him to the front of the car. But before he could open the hood, His arm was suddenly twisted behind him by Mr. Bai and he was pushed to the ground. Police, don't move, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 217 to 216 left, handed _1 chapter 217, chapter 216 left, handed _1 inside the auto repair shop. As soon as they approached, Wang Guangren ran alertly toward the back. Before he reached the east gate, Lu Yufei kicked his left leg, sending Wang Guangren straight to the ground. By then, he had already raised a wrench, aiming to smash it at Lu Yufei's legs, but with a swift turn, Lu Yufei pressed her knee into Wang Guangren's back, grabbed his right hand that was holding the wrench, and twisted hard. Wang Guangren shrieked in pain, his arm twisted behind him, and he lay on the ground, howling. "Who are you people? Let go of me. Stop shouting, I'm a police officer." As she spoke, Lu Yufei had already handcuffed Wang Guangren, and then she lifted him up, grabbed his hand, and dragged him out. Wang Guangli was somewhat dumbfounded, squatting on the ground watching his brother Wang Guangren being dragged out in a panic. "Comrade police, what exactly did we do? What's going on here?" Su Deyuan waved his hand, signaling Lu Yufei to put the man in the car. Several criminal police officers stepped forward and took Wang Guangren away. At that moment, Mr. Xing ran out from the other side of the courtyard, unable to hide his excitement. "There's a Wuyong Honda new Sharp Wing 125 in the yard, its license plate all muddy. I wiped it off, and the plate number is Lu B58353. This discovery was the most direct piece of evidence." Su Deyuan gestured, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, take the motorcycle and also call Zhou Xiaozhou, asking him to send a couple of forensic experts here to look for the murder weapon. Take Wang Guangli back for questioning as well. Half an hour later, the car stopped and Zhou Ning and the others got out. Mr. Xing hurried over. "Dr. Zhou, you're here. We haven't touched anything inside the auto repair shop, and the Wuyong Honda has been sent to the substation, but we're not sure if the murder weapon is there. Let's take a look. Have your men back off for now." Finding a suspect had everyone excited. Gao Tai carried the investigation kit and ran over, distributing items. Everyone put on shoe covers and gloves and began to enter the repair shop, while young Xuedong went over to the residential part. Entering the repair shop, it was incredibly messy with tools scattered everywhere. Mr. Zhao observed for a moment, found the light switch, and turned it on. The room brightened up, though it was still quite dim compared to the outside. Holding the luminol reagent, Mr. Zhao sprayed it on every wrench he encountered. After making a full round of the repair shop and not finding any blood traces, he scratched his head, puzzled. "Tell me, Zhou Xiao, could we have made a mistake? Maybe Wang Guangren isn't the murderer?" Zhou Ning shook his head and thought for a moment before saying, "Suda already said that the repair shop belongs to his brother. For someone with OCD, this place is too chaotic to just throw the murder weapon. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, it must be hidden somewhere. Let's search carefully for a cellar, a tool room, or any hidden spots." Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhao regained his confidence, went through the small door on the east side, which directly connected to the brothers' houses. There were 3 main rooms in the courtyard and 3 side rooms on the east, with the east side obviously being a later addition made of cement and the walls still showing white saltpeter. Yang Xuedong came out from the main house and shook his head at them. "The main house is a mess, but there's no blood." Mr. Zhao pointed to the side room on the east. "This was built later. Feels like it was prepared for the younger brother's bridal chamber. Let's check inside." Zhou Ning didn't move. He just stood in the courtyard, looking around, noticing that the auto repair shop took up the position of the west wing. Behind this east side door, there was a space between it and the main house, but with the door closed, he saw that there was a wall as tall as the door itself. Zhou Ning stood on tiptoe and saw that the low wall had a top, indicating that a small room had been built against the adjoining walls of the 2 houses, but there was no door on this low wall. Zhou Ning went back to the repair shop and looked carefully at the position on the east side. Only then did he notice that the wall, where a decorative painting was hung, actually concealed a hidden door. He moved closer, and Gaotai followed, handing over a bottle of luminol. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Zhou Ning smiled as he looked at Gaotai, who was now very quick to react. Zhou Ning took the luminol and sprayed 2 squirts at the doorknob below the decorative painting. A faint glow appeared, and Gaotai exclaimed with joy. Blood traces, there really are blood traces. Zhou Ning turned the spherical doorknob, and with a creak, the door opened, releasing a damp, musty smell. Zhou Ning pressed down on his mask's nose clip and lifted his flashlight to illuminate the small room. Indeed, it was a storage room filled with various items. Motorcycle helmets hung on the wall alongside a backpack. Seeing the backpack, Zhou Ning's eyes lit up, as it had a white embroidered pattern slanted across it, depicting 2 cherries. This discovery matched the surveillance footage. Zhou Ning touched the backpack, which seemed to be bulging with many items inside. His heart rate started to quicken. Murderers with OCD often have special habits, such as collecting victims' socks, underwear, or even fingers, as recorded in many internationally renowned major cases. After taking down the backpack, Gaotai had already brought over a small folding table. Zhou Ning placed the backpack on it, and Gaotai quickly took photos. The bloodstains on the zipper were visible even without having to spray it with luminol reagent. Unzipping the backpack, 2 zippered plastic file bags appeared, containing many wallets of various shapes, neatly arranged. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Zhou Ning opened them to check, and inside were not only cash, but also various cards and IDs, and one even contained 2 charms alongside 4 IDs. Zhou Ning remembered these were from 4 of the skeletonized victims. Almost every wallet had bloodstains, and as he pulled out the 2 zippered bags, underneath was a long, heavy object wrapped in a newspaper. Zhou Ning carefully unwrapped it, revealing a large adjustable wrench with a plastic handle and a flashlight-shaped stun gun. The wrench was stained with blood, and fingerprints were visible on the handle. This discovery made Zhou Ning take a deep breath. Go call the 2 of them. We can head back for comparisons now. Sun Gaotai was brimming with excitement and was about to turn around when he eagerly said to Zhou Ning, team leader, "Can I take fingerprints and blood samples from the suspect? I'd like to give it a try." Sure, both brothers need to have their samples taken anyway. January 7th, 2012. As coughs emitted from the computer, Zhou Ning sprung up as if electrocuted and glanced at the time. It was already 7:10. He hadn't expected to wait all night, but the lab was indeed overwhelmed with tests, so he couldn't blame Mrs. Cui. The DNA of 19 individuals needed to be compared, including blood traces, physical evidence, wrenches, stun guns. Everything had to be tested once over. This was more comparison work than they had to do with any previous case they'd handled. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. After reviewing the results, Zhou Ning grabbed his police jacket and headed outside. Everyone, exhausted, was sprawled and sleeping on the couch and tables. He didn't wake them, considering they had all been up until the late hours last night. Standing outside the interrogation room, Zhou Ning was about to pull out his phone when he saw Mr. Bai poking his head out from the observation room. "Dr. Zhou, you're up early?" Zhou Ning smiled and nodded. He had already caught the scent of the pancake roll. "How about Suda? Still using the fatigue tactics?" Mr. Bai darted up to him, shaking his head excitedly and pointing inside the observation room. Mr. Tao took over in the wee hours. Suda's voice has gone hoarse, and he's eating breakfast. After all, he hasn't really slept for 3 days and seems to be catching a cold. However, that guy is tough as nails. No matter how much you shout or lecture, he won't say a word, won't eat or drink. Zhou Ning had followed Mr. Bai into the observation room. No wonder Su Dayuan hadn't shown up. He was now leaning back in his chair asleep, holding a pancake roll. Mr. Bai was about to wake someone when Zhou Ning stopped his hand and placed the report on the table. Lu Yufei had come over after rinsing her mouth. Last night, Suda said you guys found the backpack and the murder weapon. Does that mean the test results are already out? Zhou Ning pursed his lips and nodded. It's not just those. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. We also found 19 wallets, each with bloodstains and containing IDs, cards, business cards, and so on. The report just came out. DNA from the 19 victims and Wang Guangren's fingerprints all match up. Lu Yufei clenched her fist and swung it vigorously, as if her time spent in the detective squad had taught her to be more of a man than an actual man. Beautiful, it doesn't even matter if he admits it now or not. But there's a problem. Lu Yufei was taken aback. What problem? What problem? As Su Daiyuan spoke up, Zhou Ning looked over to find Su Daiyuan had already awoken, his eyes bloodshot and his mouth edged with fever blisters. Zhou Ning pulled out a report with the results of the chemical analysis of the murder weapon. On it, besides finding Wang Guangren's fingerprints and the imprint of the knitted gloves, we also found the left thumbprint of Wang Guangli on the side. Of course, I initially overlooked it, since this fingerprint was pressed underneath. But this print is half a blood fingerprint, and the blood is that of victim number 5, Zhu Yuzhen, who was skeletonized. After Zhou Ning finished, this time it was Su Daiyuan who was stunned. He jumped up, rubbing his disheveled hair, started pacing in place, raised his hand for a moment, and then turned to Zhou Ning. Are you suggesting that his brother, Wang Guangli, might not be unaware but rather one of the participants and possibly the one who killed Zhu Yuzhen last year? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning nodded, activated his smartphone, pulled up the picture of the skeletonized victim number 5, then zoomed in on the location of the injuries for Su Daiyuan to see. On my way here, I looked at the pictures of the skull of the victim. Zhu Yuzhen's facial skull was indeed smashed, but the degree of splintering isn't as severe as with the other victims. Take a look at the others. As he said this, Zhou Ning opened other photos, comparing them one by one. It's true, looking at them individually, not placed together, there didn't seem to be any difference. But compared like this, it was evident that victim number 5's facial fractures were a direct collapse, not shattered to pieces like the others. Under such evidence, it was hard not to be suspicious. However, this meant that the demand for proof in court would be even stricter since this involved sentencing. Mr. Xing, go bring Wang Guangli back here. It looks like we almost overlooked him. Su Daiyuan's brow was furrowed as he pointed at the picture of the fingerprint on the weapon. Is this the only evidence we've found so far? Zhou Ning nodded and then looked towards Su Daiyuan, shaking his head slightly. Actually, there's another piece of evidence. Analyzing the picture, the one who attacked skeletonized victim number 5, although they also used both hands, shows a clear directional force. I believe this assailant is left-handed. Su Daiyuan narrowed his eyes. Are you certain? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 218 to 217. The ex-wife's profession _1 Chapter 218. Chapter 217. The ex-wife's profession _1 Zhou Ning nodded. We can experiment when the person arrives. I'll go get the stuff ready. After saying this, Zhou Ning didn't stop and walked away quickly, while Su Daiyuan looked at his retreating figure and stuffed the remaining half of his pancake fruit into his mouth. He wolfed it down and then waved his hand at everyone. All right, call Jinshan out to eat and set up the surveillance and all that for me. Chunyang and I will meet with the two brothers in a bit. Let's start with Wang Guangren, but before that, call his workplace. I want to know every detail about him there. And check on their wives, too, divorced or not, find out where they are. A moment later, Zhou Ning returned, followed by a wobbly Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao had a smile on his face, and from a distance, he waved at Su Daiyuan and the others while lifting the other hand that was carrying a bag that seemed quite heavy. I bet you all have been anxiously waiting. Don't worry, I've brought the stuff. As he spoke, Mr. Zhou handed over the bag, and Su Dayuan coughed, prompting Mr. Bai to quickly take it and check its contents: 2 wrenches, a screwdriver, some wood, and screws. Without asking any dumb questions, Mr. Bai stood behind Su Dayuan. Tao Zhenshan rinsed his mouth and walked over, smiling at Zhou Ning. "Thanks for the hard work, Dr. Zhou. Suda and I will go in and see this kid. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. We need to determine whether he's left-handed or right-handed, right?" Zhou Ning nodded. "Yes." Su Dayuan pointed at the observation room next door and gestured toward Zhou Ning with a tilt of his chin. "Go watch from the observation room." Bai Ruixin came over with a grin, truly a bit heartless at times. "No choice, since Dr. Zhou is like a lucky charm. Hurry and get in position so I can receive some good luck." Smack! Bai Ruixin received a slap on the back of his neck, and Su Dayuan was already frowning. "Cut the nonsense, carry the stuff, and follow us in, and pack up your joking mood. If you can't handle it, I'll replace you right now. Do you think I treat Zhou Xiao like a mascot? If you can't talk, shut your mouth." Seeing Su Dayuan become angry, Bai Ruixin got a fright and quickly shut up, following behind Su Dayuan and He Chunying into the interrogation room. Zhou Ning and the others also hurried to the observation room, where plenty of headphones were prepared. Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao stood on one side, each putting on a pair of headphones. Zhou Ning understood that a murderer like Wang Guangren, who had killed more than a dozen people, was psychologically twisted and emotionally numb. Anyone with a hint of compassion or kindness wouldn't commit such inhumane acts. This was why He Chunying and the others took turns doing the education work, and why Su Dayuan didn't join the interrogation. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It was the same principle as tiring out a hawk, at first perhaps using fatigue tactics, and later it was a battle of psychological endurance. Going through another round of interrogation in such a manner had a different air when entering, which brought a different level of pressure to the suspect. The slap at Bai Ruixin was meant to snap him out of his usual jesting demeanor. Indeed, as soon as they entered the interrogation room, Wang Guangren couldn't help but look up at Su Dayuan. Glancing briefly, he hurriedly averted his gaze. The recorder took their seat. He Chunying opened the logbook, and Su Dayuan walked up to the interrogation chair, fiddling with the handcuffs on Wang Guangren's hands before he spoke aloud. "Open one handcuff for him and let him try out the items. You know how to screw in the screws, right?" As he spoke, Bai Ruixin approached with a serious face that was grim enough to add several points of severity. He unlocked one handcuff and placed the wood, screwdriver, screws, and wrench in front of Wang Guangren, one by one. Then, he lifted the camera in his hand. "Let's complete 2 actions first. Use the screwdriver to screw the screws into the wood. Just 2 screws will suffice, and then open the adjustable valve of the wrench. Let's be quick about it." Wang Guangren's eyes were full of confusion. What was this all about? He had seen these 2 newcomers the day before, and he could tell at a glance that this middle-aged police officer was their leader. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. But after nearly 24 hours of interrogation, why had they suddenly changed tactics? Without asking anything, they just started with screwing in screws? Though confused, Wang Guangren didn't figure out what connection this could have with the case. After a brief pause, he grabbed the screwdriver and started working on the screws and the wrench. After completing the actions defined by Bai Ruixin, who also finished recording, Bai Ruixin came over, put on gloves, packed all the items in the bag, and took it out as if the interrogation had little to do with him. Zhou Ning watched till the end and let out a sigh of relief. Subconscious actions are the most telling. When receiving objects and screwing in screws, he used his right hand, a typical right-handed person, which matched the injury marks on the victim's skull. This series of actions, especially putting on gloves afterwards, left Wang Guangren even more puzzled. Before he could recover his gaze, He Chunying had already fastened the handcuffs back on him. Wang Guangren quickly looked down, clearly feeling that his actions just now had revealed too much of his thoughts. Su Dayuan smiled. At this point, the evidence in the case was solid. There were just some doubts about who the killer of skeleton number 5 was, but this didn't affect Wang Guangren. After all, whether there were 19 or 18 victims was just a matter of quantity to him. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p leaning on the table, Su Dayuan folded his arms and began to speak. My name is Su Dayuan, the captain of the 1st Squadron of the Qidong City Criminal Police Brigade. We met yesterday. You should have some idea what my presence here represents. No riddles or bluffs, I'll give you the straight goods. Yesterday, we went to your brother's auto repair shop and found a small storage room between the shop and the main house. There were quite a few things stored inside, and we also discovered faint bloodstains on the door. Take a look at this photo we found at the scene. As he spoke, Su Dayuan placed a photo of the partition door on the small table, followed by arranging photographs of a backpack, wrench, wallet, gloves, and other items in order. Su Dayuan smiled and pointed with his pen at the photo of the wrench, saying, I won't mention the wallet, since I guess you'd like to keep it as a souvenir, right? Killing someone and having no one to share the process with can be painful, can't it? You only have these inconspicuous items to constantly remind you of everything you've done. Upon examination, it was found that the wrench had blood from 9 different people on it, and after DNA comparison, it corresponded to 9 of the 19 victims. However, on the side of the wrench, this rubber part here, we collected a left thumbprint with blood on it. After fingerprint comparison, it was found that it doesn't belong to you. It's a fingerprint left by your brother Wang Guangli. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As for the bloodstain, after comparison, it was found to belong to the DNA of skeletonized victim number 5, Zhu Yuzhen. I suppose you don't even remember this name, do you? The same method of murder, the same way of dumping the bodies, the same damaging of the victims' faces, even around the well at Sanwan Bay, we haven't found a single drop of blood. This means that you were at the scene, right? Were you directing your brother to murder? Why? Such continuous questioning left Wang Guangren momentarily stupefied, his gaze not shifting in time. He was not afraid to die. When he killed the first person, he had already anticipated this day. It was just a matter of whether it would be sooner or later. He was also not afraid of being questioned. Without questioning, these feats would always remain a secret, and that was what he did not want to see. Actions taken need to be seen by others. He thought the police would interrogate him about why he murdered or why he specifically targeted hostess girls, or perhaps show interest in the murder process. But the policeman in front of him was actually able to discover that one of the murders wasn't his doing. The surprise in his eyes said it all. Su Dayuan leaned over to the opposite side of the small table, supporting himself on it, so close that Wang Guangren could smell the tobacco scent on Su Dayuan. He slightly recoiled. He didn't like the smell. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. But Su Dayuan didn't let him retreat, reaching out to grab Wang Guangren's collar and yanking him directly in front of himself, their faces barely a punch apart. Answer my question, you were there, weren't you? Wang Guangren shook his head fiercely, his eyes wild, the veins in his neck bulging as he almost roared. I killed them, only me. No one knows about my murders. The wrench might have been used by my brother. After all, his fingerprints are all over the garage. That doesn't count. Trying to drag my brother into this, I don't know if you're really foolish or just think you're these laughable genius detectives. Zhou Ning stared at Wang Guangren's fierce face, which seemed like a completely different person from the honest-looking man who had first come in, with a look like a vengeful ghost from hell, wanting to destroy everything beautiful. His leg had been dislocated at the hip since childhood and could have been treated at a proper hospital with early surgery to correct it, not becoming a disability. But with parents gone early, his brother raised him. Was he supposed to hate a person who was just a few years older, who had brought him up? Impossible. So, there must be someone who made him transfer this hatred, who provided him with a very sensible reason to harm others. Zhou Ning rubbed his chin, feeling a slight resistance from the stubble, and paused. Neither of the brothers had beards, almost identical to Cui Guanglin they had seen earlier. Could it be a genetic issue? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Has anyone looked into the ex-wives of Wang Guangren and Wang Guangli? As he spoke, Lu Yufei walked in, holding a few printed sheets. She naturally heard Zhou Ning's question and couldn't help but smile as she said, Mr. Suda was just pushing for this. We've checked it out. Wang Guangli divorced a long time ago. In 1997, when Wang Guangli was 24, he married in May and divorced in October. As for Wang Guangren, he married in October 2009 and divorced by the end of the year, lasting less than 30 days. As for Wang Guangli's ex-wife, we checked the household registration information, and she went to Guangzhou and has been out of touch since. As for Wang Guangren's ex-wife Qidong, Lu Yufei paused at this point. Zhou Ning leaned over to glance at the paper and was taken aback for a moment because there were several administrative detention records listed below, all involving his ex-wife Qidong, with the words selling sex standing out prominently. In an instant, Zhou Ning understood why Wang Guangren had such deep hatred for hostess girls. His ex-wife actually became a prostitute. Coupled with the gossip in the village, Wang Guangren couldn't wait to kill her, so he had deep hatred for people of this profession. After all, fallen women often like to concoct a tragic past for themselves, which in turn garners more sympathy from men. Mrs. Liu, send Qidong's information to Mr. Suda. Wang Guangren will like this outcome. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Chapter 219 to 218. Please help me pull up my pants _1. Chapter 219. Chapter 218. Please help me pull up my pants _1. Lu Yufei transferred the information to the tablet and delivered it to the next interrogation room. Su Dayuan skimmed through it, chuckled, and waved at Lu Yufei, who quickly stepped out. Su Dayuan turned the tablet towards Wang Guangren. Take a look at what we've found. Qidong is your ex-wife, right? Such a rich history you two have. It seems you also received a call and are aware of Qidong's current situation. It's no wonder you harbor even more resentment towards this kind of woman. Zhou Ning clutched his phone and walked to the corner of the observation room to dial Cui Lily's number. He had always harbored a doubt. The two brothers each had short marriages that ended in divorce, and neither had children. The village gossip could be exaggerated, but such rumors wouldn't spread if no one started them. The ones who could have spread such rumors must have known some insider information. However, it was impossible to find the ex-wives of Wang Guangli and Wang Guangren at this time. One had incomplete household registration information, and the other changed her phone number constantly, so all hope was placed on Cui Lily. After about a dozen rings, Cui Lily finally answered the phone. Mrs. Cui, are you busy right now? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush with me. It's a waste of time that way. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhou Ning felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly said, it's like this. About the blood samples of Wang Guangli and Wang Guangren that we sent for testing yesterday, is there any problem with their DNA? Like gene mutations that could affect fertility? I knew you would ask this. I just observed the comparative diagrams and noticed some problems too. I'm transmitting the document to you now. Take a look at it. The brothers have a DNH1 gene mutation, which is a pathogenic variant that can cause spermatogenic arrest due to flagellar defects and multiplicity of malformations. Such spermatozoa lack mobility and can lead to absolute infertility. In severe cases, you can see underdeveloped features just like a newborn, as normal motility cannot be completed. Certainly, one of their parents, likely the mother, might be a carrier of the genetic defect. After a few beeps, Zhou Ning received the email. Thank you, Mrs. Cui. This comparison came just in time. I'm going to hang up now. Zhou Ning hung up and promptly sent the email to Lu Yufei's tablet. She opened and downloaded the file. After all, Zhou Ning had just used speakerphone for the call, but the information on the file was not visually clear. These two brothers, their educational background is marked as middle school. Do you think showing them such an obscure document could have any shocking effect? Mr. Zhou came over, rubbing his nose with a mischievous grin, and said, "Give me the tablet. I know what to do. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The trick we used last time worked well." Regardless of their education, the most direct method is to show them directly. Without clothes to hide behind, what else is there to obscure? Zhou Ning pondered for a moment. Last time Cui Guanglin resorted to this tactic as a last resort. However, Lu Yufei was making sense. Talking about genetics with them indeed lacked intimidation. He nodded slightly and looked towards Lu Yufei. "Mrs. Lu, could you please step aside for a moment and let Mr. Zhou give it a try?" Mr. Zhou, with his chubby face, quickly darted out. Lu Yufei huffed. "Step aside for what? Haven't I seen deformed before? Can't I have a look too?" Zhou Ning immediately lost his retort and hurriedly pressed his face against the one-way glass. By this time, Mr. Zhou had already entered the interrogation room and pulled Su Dayuan and He Chunying to one side, whispering in their ears for quite some time while showing them the tablet. After seeing Su Dayuan nod, Mr. Zhou approached with a beaming smile. He Chunying followed as well, his temper now flaring the most. After the county had been restructured, this was considered the biggest case the sub-bureau had handled, and it was right before the Spring Festival, which truly added to the trouble. He swiftly unlocked one side of the handcuffs and yanked the man up, hanging the handcuff on a high pipe. Wang Guangren was forced to raise one hand high, while his other hand remained on the small table. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. In such a posture, his right foot couldn't even touch the ground. His face showed panic as his right foot continuously kicked. "Are you trying to torture me into a confession? To coerce me into a false admission? Didn't you say there are cameras all around here? Do you intend to break the law in the name of enforcing it?" Mr. Zhou leaned in closer, patting Wang Guanggren's shoulder. "Don't rush, buddy. Civilized society, how could we possibly torture you? We're just going to perform an inspection. I'm from the technical division of the Municipal Bureau. Don't worry, just a physical examination. After all, the report shows that both you brothers have abnormal genes. We just need to confirm it, no need to be afraid. It's just a photo." As he spoke, He Chunying, who had been unnoticed before, came to the side, reached out and yanked down Wang Guanggren's pants, straight to the ankles in one go, leaving him stark naked on the spot. Wang Guangren was stunned for a moment before starting to curse, shouting indistinguishable words. Mr. Zhou crouched down, got close, and clicked twice, taking 2 photos. Apparently unsatisfied, he frowned and peered out from behind the camera. "Mr. He, don't let him twist around. The photos are a bit blurry. It's already so small, and if the photo's even blurrier, you won't see anything at all." Such a sentence was the utmost humiliation. In the observation room, Mr. Bai couldn't stop laughing, slapping the table and pointing at Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P Zhao, saying, "This guy, how can his mouth be so sharp?" I hadn't noticed before. Lu Yufei couldn't see what was happening from her angle and could only see Mr. Zhao with a serious face. She also couldn't help but laugh. This psychological strategy isn't bad. No wonder the boss likes to have Dr. Zhou and Mr. Zhao assist with the interrogation. At crucial moments, you can be of help, specifically targeting the most painful spots of the crime suspects. This way, their psychological defenses collapse. Lu Yufei spoke quite professionally. Zhou Ning didn't respond. In the interrogation room, after Mr. Zhao finished taking photos, he showed them to Su Dayuan. Wang Guangren continued to struggle, but both his hands were restrained. The more he struggled, the lower his pants slid, and his shorter right foot had already slipped out from the trouser leg. By this time, he was already in tears and snot. He stopped cursing altogether, his emotions completely shattered, and he pleaded, "Please, pull my pants up. I'll say it, I'll say everything." I killed all these people, and the one I wanted to kill the most was Qidong. But no matter how I tricked her, I couldn't lure her back, or else I would have made it 20. As for that Zhou Yuzhen you mentioned, I really didn't know her name. When I shocked her, I got tangled with a motorbike, lost my balance, and she fell with me. She kept yelling and trying to escape. I panicked because I obviously couldn't catch up with her. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than. I opened my backpack, took out the wrench to throw at her, and just then, my brother rushed over from behind. He stepped on the woman's skirt, picked up the wrench, and smashed her face with it. I got up and rushed over to shock her again. Then I stripped her clothes and dumped her down the well. When I threw her in, she was still alive. Such a confession stunned everyone. Su Dayuan waved his hand, and Mr. Zhao pulled Wang Guangren's pants back up. He Chunying also unlocked his handcuffs. Mr. Zhao quickly slipped out, both Mr. Bai and Lu Yufei giving him thumbs up. Mr. Zhao, showing his teeth in a grin, didn't dare to chat, and stood obediently behind Zhou Ning, both looking into the interrogation room. With his pants pulled up, Wang Guangren calmed down, wiping his face clean of tears and snot with his sleeves, and began to confess. Apart from Zhou Yuzhen, the remaining 18 were all killed by him alone. As for the process of the murder, it was much as Zhou Ning and his team had analyzed. He generally loitered around bars, approaching hostesses who were out alone. He usually started by offering 400 or 500 yuan, pretending to be very shy, which meant the victims seldom had their guard up. Then he would drive the victims to the well at Sanquan Bay, shock them, strip them naked, smash their faces and heads, and dump them into the well. Watching Wang Guangren sign his confession, Mr. Zhao approached Lu Yufei. Mrs./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Lu. According to what Wang Guangren said, that Zhou Yuzhen was injured by Wang Guangli, but didn't die at the time. What's the usual sentence for this kind of thing? Lu Yufei crossed her arms. In the 2003 Lanshouse City Kilahi murder and dismemberment case, 2 people assisted the murderer in dismembering and disposing of the body and were sentenced to 20 years in prison. In the 2009 Jiangli City case, where a female university student was murdered and dismembered, the main culprit's boyfriend assisted her in stabbing the victim and harbored the main culprit afterward. He was sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve. What do you think will happen to him? /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 220 to 219 Son-in-law visits _1 Chapter 220. Chapter 219 Son-in-law visits _1 Mr. Zhao gasped in shock. I get it, these 2 brothers won't be coming out. One's definitely getting the death sentence. The other will either get a suspended death sentence or 20 years in prison. No one spoke again until Lu Yufei asked Mr. Bai to bring in Wang Guangli. Because Wang Guangren had already been escorted out of the interrogation room, soon Wang Guangli was brought in, and upon returning to the interrogation room, he didn't thrash about, but sat quietly. Su Dayuan showed Wang Guangli his brother's testimony, and it was only after a long silence that Wang Guangli began to confess. The brothers had been bullied by the villagers since they were young, and other kids would always pull down Wang Guangren's pants. Wang Guangli often fought because of this, but with Wang Guangren having poor mobility and lacking funds, he couldn't afford treatment for his brother. His marriage was arranged by various uncles and aunts, which cost a fair amount of money, yet his wife still ran off. Since then, he stopped thinking about marriage and focused on making money. After building a house for Wang Guangren, he specifically mentioned during marriage talks that his brother had poor health and was disabled, but he hadn't expected that the other party would agree to it and even accept a dowry of 200,000. Only for the wife to leave in less than 30 days after moving in. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. When he confronted Qidong's family about it, he was beaten and driven out, with Qidong's parents and brothers saying, "Your brother is not just disabled, he's not a man at all." This is a fraudulent marriage. This reversal left him with no means to justify himself and, in the end, he didn't get the 200,000 dowry back either. After that, his brother went out to work and did quite well. He thought everything was behind them, but at the end of the year when his brother came back, he felt something was off about him. After asking several times and getting no answer, Wang Guangren, once drunk, said that he had received a call from the police that Qidong had been arrested for prostitution and that they wanted him to bail her out, which made him furious. After comforting him, Wang Guangren seemed to turn the page on the matter, but on New Year's Day, he noticed Wang Guangren would always sneak out at midnight. He followed him secretly and saw him taking a woman to Sanquan Bay. But an electric scooter couldn't outrun a motorcycle. By the time he caught up, he heard the woman screaming for help. Although there was no one around in the middle of the night, those terrifying screams made him panic. He picked up a wrench that had fallen from his brother's bag by instinct and smashed the woman's face with it. He couldn't clearly remember what happened after that because his mind went blank at the time. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Upon returning home, he beat his brother up, but his brother said it was the only way they could survive. Otherwise, they had to either call the police or kill him. As brothers, how could he kill him? How could he possibly call the police? After that, his brother left to continue working in Husheng City. It seemed like the police never came to their door, and the matter sank like a stone in the sea until it was uncovered now. Having recounted all this, Wang Guangli signed the confession and was taken away. Before being escorted out, he grabbed Su Daiwan's hand. "Officer, I want to ask if my brother will be sentenced to death?" Su Daiyuan shook his head. "I am a police officer, not a judge, but he's got 19 lives on his hands. Do you think he can still live?" Wang Guangli let go of his hand and gave Su Daiyuan a bow. "I failed to raise my brother well and caused trouble for the government." Su Daiyuan waved his hand dismissively as Mr. Bai and the others escorted the prisoner away. Saying these things now, what was the point? If they could have stopped when killing Zhu Yuzhen, or if he could have discouraged Wang Guangren, perhaps he could have been exonerated. Mr. Zhao called Zhu Xingxing, asking her to get all reports ready, as the remaining work on this case would be taken over by the Sub-Bureau. As Su Daiyuan left the interrogation room, his cigarette had burned to the end. He extinguished the stub and let out a long breath. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p zhou xiaozhou. Do you think people with disabilities or who are not whole are more prone to commit crimes? Zhou Ning shook his head and then nodded. I think it has more to do with childhood experiences and the psychological environment they grow up in. The unwholeness you mention probably refers specifically to the male aspect, and among this group, many indeed can become psychologically distorted, although mostly within a controllable range. Take the brothers Wang Guangren and Wang Guangli, who share the same genes and the same fate of losing their parents. The difference is that Wang Guangren was younger and bullied by villagers, experiencing harassment. Moreover, Wang Guangli never reflected on the reasons for the failure of his own marriage, instead spending a significant amount of money to arrange a wife for his brother. He did this without considering Wang Guangren's feelings, and then came Qidong, who completely tore away the last shred of Wang Guangren's restraint. This is a matter of criminal psychology, which I'm not very familiar with. If you're interested, when my teacher, Professor Li Chenbin, returns to Qidong, I can arrange a meeting for you two to discuss these issues, as he is an expert in the field. Su Daiyuan raised his hand, halting Zhou Ning's words. Stop right there. Can you just help me vent a little instead of pouring out negative vibes? /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning stared at Su Daiyuan, pursing his lips for a long while before opening his contacts list on his phone and sending him a number, then slowly added, "This is Mr. He's friend, a real hotshot in psychology in Qidong, of course. His fee is also sky high. You can talk to him. When it's time to pay, you'll feel like you don't have any negative emotions left." Mr. Zhao held his belly laughing and raised a finger towards Su Dayuan. 1,000 an hour. What do you say, boss? Don't you feel calm and serene all of a sudden? Not a negative emotion in sight? Su Dayuan clenched his teeth and brandished a fist at Mr. Zhao, who had already anticipated Zu's movements, hopping beside Zhou Ning and recklessly continued. How about the boss treats us to a session? We can all give it a try? Get lost, get lost. Get back to the city bureau right away. Leave the rest of this case to He Chunyang and Zhang Haohao. I'll talk to Mr. Hu on the way. I need to sleep. Not even the king of hell can stop me. Mr. Zhao peeked to see Su Daiwan's reaction. But boss, didn't Zhang Haohao say there was another case we hadn't figured out yet? Are we just going to drop it? We're dropping it. We can't possibly handle every case at the Qidong sub-bureau. Let He Chunyang and the others take their time with it. Besides, Zhou Xiao has looked over that skeleton. It's too damaged to piece together, and it wasn't even damaged with a wrench, so it's unrelated to this case. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. If they can't solve it, they'll naturally report to the city bureau, and we can discuss it then. Today's Saturday, boss. We're going straight home. Go already. Mr. Zhao, with a playful smile, continued to brazenly poke at Su Daiwan's limit. Why are you ditching us after we've done your work? It really breaks my heart. You little rascal, stay right there if you've got the guts. After 2 weeks of busyness, the spring festival vacation finally arrived. On New Year's Eve, Zhou Ning spent it at his second uncle's home. Early the morning of the first day of the new year, He Shansuan came to visit, bringing a plethora of gifts with him. Upon entering, he started offering New Year's greetings to everyone. After the incident of Cui Guanglin discussing marriage at the hotel last time, the Zhou family heard that He Shansuan wanted to arrange something similar. They promptly switched it to a home visit instead. After all, He Shansuan was an only child with not many relatives at home, and for his second uncle and aunt, it was definitely a joyous event. At least Zhou Xiaoyu wouldn't be troubled by any mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts. He Shansuan was quite adept at handling things. Seeing the old man, he hurriedly bowed and offered New Year's greetings. The old man quickly gave him a big red envelope, helped He Shansuan to his feet, looked him up and down, nodding continuously, then turned to Zhou Ning and said, "Your judgment is good. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Zhou Ning almost burst out laughing, but he dared not show it on his face. Of course, I saved the best for my sister. Of all my friends, Mr. He is the most reliable, impeccable in character, utterly diligent in his work, and wholeheartedly devoted to Xiaoyu." This praise made He Shankun's tense face show a trace of gratitude and a hint of embarrassment. Don't praise me so much, I might get conceited. If only I had met Zhou Ning earlier, I would have whisked Xiaoyu away long ago, without having to wait until now. At these words, everyone laughed. Zhou Xiaoyu, holding He Shankun's arm, sat down beside the old man and kicked Zhou Xiaojun aside. Go sit over there. Zhou Xiaojun quickly sidled up next to Zhou Ning and, with an apparently hurt expression, complained, "They say girls are outward-looking, now I see it's true. Now she's got a brother-in-law, my sister doesn't care about me anymore. Brother, it's up to you to cover for me. Shall I live with you after I graduate? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Chapter 221 to 220a. Familiar face 2-in-1 _1 Chapter 221 Chapter 220a. Familiar face 2-in-1 Chapter _1 the second and glared her eyes. Now that Zhou Xiaoyu was already living with Zhou Ning in the city, if Zhou Xiaojun were to go too, wouldn't that mean Zhou Ning had to take care of both of them? You go away. Zhou Ning is tired enough taking care of your sister. After you graduate, find a place to intern on your own. Stop wandering in front of us so that I can live a couple more years, she said. Zhou Xiaojun's face showed grievance, but he didn't say much more. After all, he had grown somewhat accustomed to the family's preference for girls over boys. He Shansuan poked Zhou Xiaoyu, found several gift boxes, and distributed them to everyone, of course. not including Zhou Ning. The old man had 2 boxes of go pieces in his hands, with black pieces that were translucent and greenish, and the white ones made of slightly yellowed ivory. Clearly these were hewn flat from Yunnan. The old man kept nodding his head, seeming very satisfied with the gift. "It's a bit pricey, but I'll accept it. I'm very pleased with this son-in-law," he exclaimed. Zhou Xiaoyu was displeased. "Grandpa, you sold me out for 2 boxes of go pieces?" Everyone laughed again, and Zhou Xiaojun wanted to join in, but Zhou Ning grabbed his arm and pinched him, and he held back. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As for the second aunt, she got a box of skincare products, a calming series of plant essence from Solwasu, nothing too high-end, but since men usually don't delve into such stuff, to receive something this specific, tailored to her own rosacea, there were obviously some inside tips involved. The second aunt glanced at Zhou Xiaoyu and thanked He Shansuan. The second uncle received a set of fishing rods, professional sea fishing rods. He looked at He Shansuan with surprise, and Zhou Ning candidly and directly raised her hand. "I spilled the beans." The crowd laughed heartily again, but when Zhou Xiaojun opened his own gift, his mood instantly soured. The heaviest and largest box of all contained nothing but books for the graduate entrance exam, all related to his field of study. "Why does everyone else get their favorite things, and I get books for the postgraduate entrance exam? Brother-in-law, that's going too far," he complained. He Shansuan just smiled. "Quit complaining. Once you start working, you'll understand. A higher degree gives you a competitive edge. Start preparing in January, and it will be a lot easier for you. Once you really start working, you won't have the time to study." Zhou Xiaojun didn't argue any further. After all, everyone there was on He Shankun's side. The old man was extremely pleased. He patted He Shankun's hand, almost wishing the two could get married right there and then. "You two aren't young anymore. Set the date and hurry up and get married. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He Shankun's face took on a serious look as he straightened his jacket and pulled out a property deed and some cards from his chest, one of which he placed in the second uncle's hand, and the rest he stuffed to Zhou Xiaoyu. "Grandpa, uncle, aunt, my family situation is simple. My parents passed away when I was in college, and I don't have much contact with other relatives. I didn't earn much working at the hospital. This card has 188,000 yuan in it. Consider it my betrothal gift to Xiaoyu. As for the house, I just sold my Qidong property and bought it in the city. As soon as we get married, we'll add Xiaoyu's name to it. As for the cards for Xiaoyu, there's a salary card, heating fee reimbursement card, bonus card, and the supermarket shopping card given out for the new year. I'm handing over everything I have to Xiaoyu now. After all, she's the one I've chosen. There's no yours or mine between us. We're together for life." Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes reddened, and the second aunt burst into tears, touched by such romantic words, which Zhou Ning found incredibly moving, wondering if they had ever spoken them in private. Perhaps this was what true love looked like. Though the two hadn't known each other for long, their mutual attraction, need for each other, and overall harmony was perfect. If they received their family's blessing, it couldn't be more ideal. The second aunt snatched the card from the second uncle's hand and handed it back to He Shansuan. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. We of the Zhou family will accept this betrothal gift. You've just bought a house and need to deal with decorations and furniture, and we haven't been any help. You keep this money for your small family's reserve fund. Once Xiaoyu marries over, we'll contribute an additional amount." The second uncle hastily agreed. "Right, we're happy to have a well-known and dependable young man who will treat Xiaoyu well. What date have you two settled on?" he asked. He Shansuan nudged Xiaoyu, smiling as he spoke. "Our Xiaoyu has the final say. Whenever you decide is fine." Zhou Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, but she was very satisfied with He Shankun's performance, particularly since she had not expected her parents to agree so smoothly. "Grandpa, Mom, and Dad would like to register on Valentine's Day. As for the wedding banquet, if you really want to have one, let's set it for February 25th. It's during my holidays, and He Shansuan can take his annual leave, so we'll just need to prepare for the wedding reception. The house is already renovated, so there's not much else to arrange. The second aunt gave Zhou Xiaoyu a look and started counting on her fingers. It's a bit tight, but we should manage. Is the hotel booked? He Shansuan and Zhou Xiaoyu both shook their heads, and Zhou Ning looked down, thinking these two had no common sense. Around Valentine's Day is a peak wedding period locally, and without booking in advance, it's almost impossible to secure a venue. The second uncle waved his hand. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, don't worry, I'll figure out the hotel. Just give me the guest count, he said. Zhou Xiaodun raised his hand, and Zhou Xiaoyu glanced at him suspiciously. What do you want? Save me a table. Whack, a slap landed on his head from the second aunt. Zhou Ning coughed twice and looked seriously at He Shansuan. All right, now that you're going to be a Zhou family son-in-law, isn't it time to start calling me brother? Here we go again? It wasn't until later that night that the Zhou family finally let He Shansuan go. Of course, after having drunk so much, he couldn't make it back to the city. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 222 to 220a familiar face 2-in-1 _2 chapter 222 chapter 220a familiar face 2-in-1 chapter _2 Zhou Ning carried him to his own house, threw him in the spare bedroom, and went to take a shower alone. Soaking in the hot water, emptying his mind, Zhou Ning resisted the urge to open the system. The issue with Xiaoyu and Mr. He had practically been taken care of at the last minute. They had overcome the hurdle posed by his uncle and aunt, and from there, it should just be a matter of following due process. As he thought, he toweled off his hair and flung himself into bed, falling into a deep sleep. The next day, Zhou Ning was woken up by He Shansuan shaking him. Seeing the person who appeared beside his bed all of a sudden, Zhou Ning nearly kicked him, but he pulled back his leg when he saw it was He Shansuan. He Shansuan naturally saw Zhou Ning's reaction. Obviously, Zhou Ning was very vigilant when he slept. As a forensic doctor who didn't need to charge into the fray and fight with criminals, this high level of vigilance must be related to the dreams he consistently had. Thinking this, He Shansuan sat down at the edge of Zhou Ning's bed. Look, how has Dr. Shi been treating you? It doesn't seem like there's been much progress. If it isn't working, I can find someone else for you. Zhou Ning waved his hand and put on his glasses. No trouble, and besides, Dr. Shi's treatment has been very effective for me. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I can now clearly see the faces of two people in those dreams, one with a scarred eye and one a gaunt yellow-haired guy. I found that the less I try to force it, the more details I see that I hadn't noticed before. He Shansuan didn't press further, but patted Zhou Ning's leg and stood up. Then take advantage of the holiday and see Dr. Shi a few times more. He owes me a favor anyway. Zhou Ning looked at He Shansuan, but didn't continue on this topic. It was the new year, and he didn't want everyone to dwell on the past with him. He had already visited his parents' graves for New Year's Eve. It was better to shoulder this remembrance alone. He Shansuan, who had walked to the door, stopped in his tracks. Right, if the wedding banquet is held in Qidong, do we need to organize another one in the city? Zhou Ning knew that He Shansuan was also a bit conflicted. After all, having spent several years at the 8th hospital, he was already considered an older bachelor. Everyone of marriageable age in the entire hospital who had children had certainly given generous wedding gifts. But in the future, he still has to work at the central hospital, and Zhou Xiaoyu has also been transferred. They both face the same problem. However, thinking of his uncle's profession, Zhou Ning wasn't worried at all. Don't overthink it, your father-in-law is in logistics. Leave such matters to him. He'll consider everything more thoroughly than you, and be assured, it'll save money without losing face. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. His words indeed settled He Shansuan down. You make a good point. My father-in-law is in that line of work. He's definitely a professional. All right, let's talk business. What are we up to today? Zhou Ning had already gotten out of bed, raising his phone and shaking it. Did you drink yourself into a memory loss? Didn't we agree yesterday that you would join our team for dinner today? After all, you're also considered an unofficial member of our second group. He Shansuan smacked his lips, instantly remembering Xiafudeo and giving Zhou Ning a somewhat grudging look. And the lab people will be there, right? If they're coming, it'll bring Xiaoyu along, since she gets along quite well with Mr. Xiao. Zhou Ning nodded. He had no objections to that arrangement. After all, with Professor Li's help, the software had already made a big splash in the industry. Several provinces were very interested and would come to observe after the new year. Jiaxi Province and Jiangxia Province, being affluent, were even more direct, transferring money to pre-order more than 20 sets. As a result, both provinces were able to equip their subordinate municipalities. Dr. Liu was overjoyed. He didn't lose a dime, and Zhou Ning's bank account suddenly gained a considerable sum. Let's not go too far, just a Zhenyu Hotel next to Qidong University. He Shansuan quickly got ready and returned to the city with Zhou Xiaoyu. By the time the three of them got off the car, it was nearly midday. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning called one by one and found that nearly everyone had arrived. He quickly pulled the pair inside. Although it was New Year's, such an upscale hotel still had many reservations. After all, some friends preferred to gather outside, as it felt more casual, relaxed, and upscale. He Shansuan tugged at Zhou Ning's clothes and asked in a hushed voice, "Didn't you, kid, go to pick up Mr. Xia?" Zhou Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed with Zhou Ning's indifference and He Shankun's hindsight. By the time you think of it, it'll probably be too late. Dr. Liu and Mr. Xia are already here. The three hurried inside, and indeed, nearly everyone in the private room had arrived. Mr. Chu was playing cards with Dr. Liu and the others, while Su Dayuan was chatting with Lu Yongxin and his group. Several young people were all holding their phones, discussing something. Only Mr. Zhao and Zhu Xingxing were missing. Zhou Ning quickly exchanged New Year's greetings with several people and, seeing Xia Momo, presented the gifts prepared by his aunt 4 heavy tote bags. These items were for Xia Momo to take home, all handcrafted by his aunt, including decorated buns, smoked fish, braised pig's cheek, and braised pig's trotters. Xia Momo accepted them with a smile. My aunt said these were all made by herself for your parents to try. If they like them, she'll make more next time. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P greater than I thought you drove here, but since you didn't, it'll help you carry the stuff to my car later, and then I'll drive you back. Xia Momo nodded her head. I can smell the fragrance even through the box. Please thank my aunt for me. At that moment, Su Dayuan was unreserved, removing his jacket and plopping onto the sofa with a grin. I'm saying, having known Zhou Xiao for over a year, this is the first time you've spent a penny. Not bad at all. I thought I could only feast at your expense during your wedding banquet. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P chapter 223 to 220a familiar face 2-in-1 _3 chapter 223 chapter 220a familiar face 2-in-1 chapter _3 Lu Yongxin came over and kicked Su Daiwan's foot. Su Dayuan cooperated by tucking in his legs, allowing Lu Yongxin to sit on the inner part of the sofa. However, Su Dayuan became unhappy upon seeing Lu Yongxin's seating posture, as he was practically reclining on the sofa. I say, Su Da, stop picking on my apprentice. When will there be one among your apprentices who can treat everyone to a meal at such a high-class place? Su Dayuan pursed his lips, choked up and couldn't catch his breath for a while, but finally he sighed and patted Lu Yongxin on the shoulder. Here we go again, Mr. Liu. I've noticed that since you retired, you've become somewhat competitive. I know you have a good apprentice, and he's also my great partner and the mascot of our detachment. Lu Yongxin raised his hand and burst out laughing. Don't even start. Does being a mascot pay? Besides, when the city was selecting outstanding individuals this year, why didn't I see my apprentice being nominated? Su Dayuan rubbed his nose. Well, he already has an individual second-class merit and also earned a collective third-class merit. Aren't those honors enough? Don't give me that. You know better than anyone why those happened. The red-cloaked serial murders case was registered with the Ministry of Public Security, and it was a case solved before even reaching the Municipal Bureau. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P in the end, it is the honor of the Qidong Sub-Bureau. Is that where the case of the 19 dumped bodies ends? Zhou Ning quickly stepped in to stop Lu Yongxin, knowing his master was getting angry. However, this case was only solved just before the Spring Festival, and they were assisting in the investigation, considered as members of the special case team. As for the 2011 annual advanced selection, that was calculated before the new year. As for how the 2012 selection will take place, it's not something they should be worrying about. Moreover, the cases took precedence over everything else, and Zhou Ning didn't care much about other matters, though of course, he didn't mind receiving bonus money at all. Master, the 2012 selection hasn't even started yet, and besides, it's all just empty fame. Su Da enjoys working with our second team. That's our honor, right? This year the software is selling well, which is the direction we should be working hard towards. After all, after Spring Festival, there won't be a shortage of visitors to the lab, and we need to speed up the design of Phase 4 to keep up with our pace. Lu Yongxin was immediately healed by his apprentice's words and smiled contently. After all, the amount of money received in his account before the festival had greatly shocked him. If he had known that working with his apprentice could yield such large profits, he would have retired earlier. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. My apprentice is right. Dr. Liu and the others are going to start their research on Phase 4 soon. I think as Phase 1 gradually becomes popular, we'll make another tidy profit. Dr. Liu had already come over, wrapping an arm around Lu Yongxin's shoulder. This was Zhou Ning's master and his own mascot. Without him, nothing, not the software, not anything they now had, would have materialized. It was all achieved with Lu Yongxin supervising from behind. Forensic Dr. Liu, we are striving to improve the detection rate in Hua country's criminal investigation industry, aspiring to higher things. Come on, let's take our seats. Everyone's arrived. Lu Yongxin laughed, patting Dr. Liu's hand. Well said, you speak with such elegance, cultured man. Everyone laughed, and just then, the door of the private room opened. Mr. Zhao and Zhu Xingxing hurried in and, upon entering, they gave their New Year's greetings to everyone. After all, a social powerhouse like Mr. Zhao was very adept at controlling any social situation. The traffic was really bad on the way here. I didn't expect us to be the last to arrive. Let me wish everyone a happy new year. May you all be healthy, vigorous as tigers and dragons, and may the software sales be booming. Everyone couldn't help laughing as such a gesture joined them, seemingly raising the temperature of the room. Zhu Xingxing squeezed in to sit next to Zhou Xiaoyu and Xia Momo, while Mr. Zhao directly took a seat opposite Zhou Ning. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. They were all familiar faces, the cases were closed, development was going smoothly, and as they clinked glasses and drank, they all had quite a lot. The bountiful meal brought joy to everyone, especially He Shansuan and Lu Yongxin, who were the most toasted. After all, He Shansuan was an unofficial member of the lab, having offered the most help without yet receiving any real benefits. Hearing that He Shankun's celebration with Zhou Xiaoyu was nearing, Dr. Liu, overjoyed, threw down a bank card and promised annual dividends, bestowing upon He Shansuan the title of special consultant to the lab. As the banquet concluded, Zhou Ning glanced at Su Dayuan. After all, Lu Yongxin was returning to Qidong, and Su Dayuan would also be going back for the new year. Naturally, Lu Yongxin's travel arrangements fell to Su Dayuan. On He Shan Kun's end, Zhou Xiaoyu had already pulled him away. As a couple, Zhou Ning was naturally happy to see them take care of each other. After arranging for a meal, Mr. Zhao gestured dismissively. "Don't fuss about the unnecessary, Mr. Xia, you send them off. For the remaining few, I'll take them home. You guys should head out quickly." Zhou Ning didn't say much either. He helped Xia Momo carry the gifts prepared by his second aunt and got into the car. Since Xia Momo hadn't drunk any alcohol, she took the driver's seat, and the two of them headed straight back to Qidong University's apartment complex. Once there, Zhou Ning carried the gifts and followed Xia Momo. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, let me walk you home. Xia Momo did not refuse, and they walked side by side towards the building behind Zhou Ning's home. Zhou Ning only realized how heavy the things in his hands were after carrying them for a couple of 100 meters. Zhou Ning put down the bags, and Xia Momo came closer. "Give me a bag, it's too heavy, isn't it?" "It's fine, I can't let you carry it by yourself. My aunt almost brought her whole kitchen along, I didn't expect it to be this heavy." Xia Momo laughed, and her dimples reappeared, making Zhou Ning gaze at her, a bit lost in thought. Just then, the apartment door opened, and a couple came down to send off their guests. Upon seeing Xia Momo, they paused for a moment, and then their gaze fell on Zhou Ning, giving him a scrutinizing up-and-down look. "Momo? This is..." Xia Momo seemed a bit surprised too. "Mom and Dad, this is Forensic Doctor Zhou. He's brought over some homemade New Year goods prepared by his aunt for us." The couple nodded, and Mrs. Xia quickly came forward to take the bags with a smile. "Happy New Year to you, Uncle and Aunt. Come in and sit down." Mr. Xia also smiled and nodded, then turned to bid farewell to the departing guests. Two men came out quickly, one after the other. The man in front had a large belly and a booming voice. He exchanged a quick greeting with Mr. Xia and left. The man in black behind him didn't speak, raising his hand to put on sunglasses. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. However, in the instant that the man raised his hand, Zhou Ning saw his face, a scar that ran from the right eyebrow down to the eyelid, starkly appearing before his eyes, matching the face of the man with the scarred eye from his dreams. Zhou Ning froze, and his mind went blank for a moment. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 224 to 221. Did your eyes deceive you? _1 Chapter 224. Chapter 221. Did your eyes deceive you? _1 Before today, Zhou Ning had thought up many scenarios where he would encounter the man with the scarred eye again, either in the interrogation room or on the autopsy table, but he had never imagined this. One day, the man would just appear before his eyes, so openly and unabashedly. Moreover, this man had become a distinguished guest of the Xia family. Zhou Ning felt icy all over, unable to control his hands and feet, inexplicably suffocating, even feeling the chill from his dreams at the soles of his feet. At that moment, someone nudged his arm, and Zhou Ning snapped out of his daze. Xia Momo was looking at him with concern, her hand on his forehead. "I told you, you shouldn't have let them force drinks on you." Zhou Ning subtly dodged Xia Momo's hand. Xia Momo thought he was just shy and didn't pay much mind, as Mrs. Xia continued with her polite conversation. "Momo, why are you spacing out? Hurry up and invite your friend inside." Just as Xia Momo was about to speak, Zhou Ning took a small step back, handing over the remaining bag to Xia Momo with an apologetic bow. "Auntie, I had a meal with people from the lab and our group today, and I drank quite a bit, so visiting for New Year's might seem quite presumptuous. I will come over another time. Mr. Xia, I won't be going up." After speaking, he bowed slightly toward Mrs. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Xia, and then stepped back a few paces, heading straight for his own home. Mrs. Xia didn't seem to notice anything amiss. She peeked inside the bag at the delicate huama, and the aroma from the other bag containing the stewed food was very appealing. Such sincere and thoughtful gifts truly satisfied her. Patting Xia Momo, who was still watching Zhou Ning leave, she quickly said, "All right, stop looking. He's had a drink and is a bit self-conscious about visiting. It's only natural." Xia Momo withdrew her gaze and smiled at her mother. "Auntie is really nice to me." Mrs. Xia gave Xia Momo a playful look and moved closer to her. "You're quite extroverted. I can tell just by looking at you. You like that boy, don't you?" Xia Momo nodded, her cheeks still flushed. Mr. Xia then walked over. Noticing that the handsome young man who had been speaking with him had disappeared, he asked with puzzlement, "Where did he go?" Mrs. Xia nudged Mr. Xia and coughed before speaking. "Stop being nosy, help me carry this upstairs. You'll get your chance to meet him later. The young man has been drinking and didn't think it polite. Can't you see that?" Mr. Xia realized and, chuckling, picked up the things and helped his wife and daughter upstairs. Zhou Ning stood inside the entrance, looking through the glass slit and watching the family of three. His fingers clenched tightly. His gaze fell on a black sedan that had started up. He noted the license plate. He had heard about this car from Mr./P. Break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, Pizhao, the two stacked RS signifying it was a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The man with the scarred eyes movements were akin to those of an entourage member of the portly man, but if he were merely an entourage, he wouldn't have entered the room. So who is this man? Today was the second day of the new year, and locally in Qidong, it was considered a day for paying respects to ancestors and the god of wealth. It was not common for non-relatives to make visits. So, what was the relationship between Xia Momo's father and that portly man? Relatives? Zhou Ning instantly dismissed this answer. No, if they were relatives, Xia Momo would have recognized him and greeted him, and Xia Momo's parents would have introduced him, clearly showing they were not acquainted. Who exactly were they? This string of questions tortured Zhou Ning, leaving him restless and uneasy when a voice called out from behind. "Are you Dr. Zhou from apartment 301? Zhou Ning quickly turned around. An auntie was standing on the staircase, seeming to have realized her abruptness. She quickly followed up with a smile. "I'm your neighbor across in 302. Is your heating working properly? These past few days, our place has been around 15 or 16 degrees, and I don't know what's wrong." Zhou Ning composed his expression and nodded slightly. "Happy New Year, Auntie. I haven't been staying here recently, so I don't know if it's been warm." "Happy New Year, I was just asking. You carry on with your business/P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P, the auntie said, as she lifted a bag of trash. Zhou Ning stepped aside promptly. By the time he looked outside again, the area by Building 5 was empty, and the black Rolls-Royce had vanished without a trace. Zhou Ning lowered his eyes slightly and hurried into his apartment. He paced back and forth in his room for a while before stopping. He had overreacted earlier. That past event happened 17 years ago. Back then, he was just a child, but now he was an adult. He had passed by the man with the scarred eye, and the man hadn't looked his way, and as soon as he left, he had put on his sunglasses hurriedly. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Zhou Ning calmed down, took out his phone, and dialed Mr. Chu's number. Just as the call connected, he quickly hung up and punched his head in frustration. What was he thinking? Today was the second day of the new year. Everyone was celebrating, and Mr. Chu wasn't sober after drinking at the restaurant. He was being too impatient. Thinking it over, Zhou Ning grabbed his coat, ready to put it on and visit the property management office to check the surveillance. But that shouldn't be a problem, right? Just as he was about to put on his coat, his phone rang. It was Mr. Chu calling. Does Dr. Zhou have a problem? After a brief hesitation, Zhou Ning still spoke up. I was just thinking of asking you to check something personal for me, but never mind. It isn't really appropriate since it's not about the lab. Mr. Chu laughed. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P, let me tell you, don't underestimate me. As long as I have a computer, I can search for anything. Just tell me what you want to check. Even though my home computer isn't the most powerful, I can still do it, even if you want to search your office. Then I'll trouble you to check something for me. Half an hour ago, from the surveillance camera behind building number 5, I need to find a car, a black one with double RS on the emblem. Plate number is Qidong U22222. It would be best if you could capture a screenshot of the two people getting into the car with a clear image. Zhou Ning paused, then instructed, "Please keep this confidential. Don't tell anyone, especially Mr. Xia, all right?" "No problem, just give me a couple of minutes and it will be done." Mr. Chu did not hesitate at all, and then the sound of rapid typing on a keyboard could be heard from the phone. Zhou Ning couldn't make out the details. Moments later, his mobile phone beeped twice. "Log into your email on a computer and see. I've extracted the relevant part of the surveillance footage. The selected time is a bit longer, from when this black car arrives until it leaves. As for the two people in the car, I've also taken screenshots and enhanced the clarity with our software. I think it's pretty clear." After thanking Mr. Chu, Zhou Ning rushed to his laptop, powered it on quickly, then logged into his email to download the email attachment. The video wasn't long. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chu had probably used video capturing technology and set the vehicle as the capture target. The video automatically located the relevant sections. With a click to start playback, the surveillance footage began to play slowly. 1411 The black car drove onto the road north of Zhou Ning's home. The plate number was indeed Qidong U22222. The car moved slowly, not as if it were looking for a parking space. Zhou Ning leaned closer to the screen and carefully observed, noting that the driver's side window was rolled down. The man with the scar on his eye was sitting in the driver's seat, poking his head out to look around before closing the window. He followed the portly man out of the car. The man with the scar then took a red gift box out of the trunk. The box was labeled Laozon Fine Tea, but it seemed to have some weight to it. The portly man, talking on his phone, entered Unit 2 of Building Number 5. 1423 Zhou Ning's car appeared in the surveillance footage, and as they both got out of the car, the man with the scar and the portly man also came out. Zhou Ning clicked the video back and watched it 7 or 8 times to confirm. When the man with the scar came out, he did not give Zhou Ning or Mr. Xia an extra glance. He simply looked around the vicinity of the car, and the two of them didn't leave immediately upon getting in. They spoke for a moment, one after the other, before the car finally left the range of the surveillance camera. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning closed the video and opened the 2 screenshots that were sent next. The photographs filled the screen, their clarity so sharp that Zhou Ning was taken aback. Staring at the portly man, Zhou Ning felt he looked familiar, but after carefully searching his memory, he found no recognition of such a person. Then he opened the photo of the man with the scar. This picture captured him turning his head to look at the car and was snapped at a moment when he was not wearing sunglasses. The angle and timing were exceptionally well chosen. Zhou Ning stood up, took a couple of steps back, and lightly closed his eyes, recalling the scarred man's face from his dreams. After all, he had been prompted by Dr. Zhou to carefully remember it last time he visited, so the impression was very vivid. Opening his eyes once more and looking back at the computer screen, he could see there were some differences. The man in the photo was a bit fatter and older than the one in his dream. As for the scar's location and shape, it was almost entirely the same. Zhou Ning was certain that he was not imagining it because the dreams had been recurring for half a year and hadn't started only after seeing this man. And after 17 years, changes were to be expected. No one can resist the traces of time. Zhou Ning hugged his arms tightly, controlling the chilly sensation coming from the soles of his feet. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. He could affirm that he wasn't seeing things. This was the man with the scar, the one who had killed his parents. But who were they? Why were they looking for Mr. Xia? Could it be that he and Momo were about to be entangled in some melodramatic feud? Zhou Ning shook his head, incapable of pondering further. Unwittingly, the sky outside had darkened. Having sat in the same position for too long, Zhou Ning's bottom was numb, but he had cooled down. He pushed away the ashtray filled with cigarette butts from the floor and stood up straight, rummaging in his briefcase for the police terminal Suda had given him. Tapping to search the car number, after a brief moment, the vehicle information appeared on the screen. The owner was named Ren Guangji, the vice president of Ludong Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group. After checking the identity information, this was the portly man. This result startled Zhou Ning. What did a pharmaceutical group have to do with Mr. Xia? Casting aside the police terminal, Zhou Ning fired up his computer and logged onto Qidong University's webpage. Then he searched for faculty information, remembering Momo had mentioned that her father was also a university lecturer, but he hadn't learned what subject he taught. After a round of searching the professors, he found no one with the surname Xia, so he clicked on the leadership section. Upon looking, Zhou Ning was dumbfounded. At the very top, the first picture was unmistakably that of Mr.P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, Xia, followed by his personal profile. Zhou Ning rubbed his eyes. Could he be mistaken? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P chapter 225 to 222. Confusing and intriguing _1 chapter 225, chapter 222. Confusing and intriguing _1 on the screen. The profile was extensive. Xia Shouchong, male, born in August 1961, with a graduate degree, a middle-aged expert with outstanding contributions in Ludong province, enjoying a special government subsidy from Hua country. In December 2011, he took the position of president of Qidong University. Behind that were many more titles, as well as a very impressive background. According to the introduction above, he had always been the dean of the School of Economics. Upon seeing this last detail, Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief, remembering that Dr. Liu once mentioned something about Qidong University's School of Economics initiating an EMBA program for well-known entrepreneurs. The so-called teaching had nothing to do with the school. It was all top entrepreneurs from within the country coming to show their faces, spread inspirational messages, boast, and promote where to place their eggs. It even attracted many big entrepreneurs from Qidong. After all, sometimes what they learned was not the course material, but how to build personal connections and even to smooth out the entire industry chain. When Dr. Liu spoke of it, he was quite envious, but he never mentioned it was initiated by Mr. Xia. Thinking of this, Zhou Ning's heart relaxed a bit. Maybe it was just a routine visit. Businessmen also needed to save face. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. However, Zhou Ning couldn't figure out why the man with the scarred eye was with him, and at this moment, he didn't have more information to understand why. He held the phone and saw He Shankun's number, but didn't dial. The young couple was dreaming of their future at that moment. He shouldn't bother them. But who could he talk to about this matter at this time? His grandfather? The old man's heart was already weak, and if he knew that he remembered those fragments from the past, the old man would feel even more guilty, especially at the thought of his son's tragic death and the murderer at large. He definitely couldn't handle it. His second uncle and the rest of them, there was even less need to say anything, as Xiao Yu's wedding was imminent, and they were too busy to be disturbed. After a sigh, Zhou Ning put down his phone. He had no idea about what had happened back then. He had yet to confirm even the true identity of his father, and as for the household information, Zhou Ning had investigated it. His father worked as a sailor, and his mother was a housewife. What exactly had happened that year? Why those three people chased after his father and even resorted to killing to silence him? This hatred seemed to surpass the usual vendettas against undercover agents or drug enforcement officers or any other identity that could have incited such revenge. Yet, even so, he still wanted to know the truth, wondering why his parents weren't hailed as martyrs. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Why when they were transported back to be buried, only 2 urns of ashes were returned? Moreover, he remembered hearing sirens at the time, but now the man with the scarred eye was alive and right before Zhou Ning. What was all this about? Zhou Ning stood up and looked back at the windows of the Xia family's home, his gaze growing firmer. This matter had to be investigated. But in the future with Momo Xia. In the silent room, there was only a sigh left. The next day, upon opening his eyes, Zhou Ning sat straight up, unsure whether it was because of seeing the man with the scarred eye that his dream was linked together again, but there was still a large part of the man that he couldn't see clearly, just a hazy fog. Zhou Ning washed his face and then dialed Mr. Zhao's number. After all, thinking it over, someone who was on good terms with him, could keep a secret, and had a certain capability, seemed to be none other than him. The memories of the courtyard during childhood represented not just youth, but were also indicative of differences in identity and background. Is there a case? Zhou Xiaozhou, why are you calling me so early to find me? I need to consult you on a private matter. Are you free? Where are you? At home. Half an hour, I'll be there in half an hour. Zhou Ning stood up. There was no shortage of food at home during the new year, especially since he had returned from his hometown the day before, naturally filling the fridge. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Xiaoyu had not come back, and Zhou Ning wouldn't prepare anything else, so he boiled 2 plates of dumplings. As the dumplings were just served, the doorbell rang, followed by the sound of the code being entered to open the door. Mr. Zhao walked in directly, took a look at Zhou Ning, who was busy in the kitchen, sized him up, and not finding anything unusual, changed his shoes and came back in. And he thoughtfully wiped the floor at the doorway, knowing full well from Zhou Ning's earlier look what was expected. If the floor wasn't cleaned, he probably wouldn't have got to eat those dumplings. The dumplings were served, 1 plate each, along with 2 bowls of dumpling soup. After a simple meal, Mr. Zhao washed the dishes, then returned to the living room of the flat. Tell me, what's bothering you? I've been seeing a therapist not just because of negative emotions. About the dreams, the man with the scarred eye, and Mr. Xia, he revealed it all. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinla's mouth hung open wide, staring blankly at Zhou Ning. Raising his hand, Mr. Zhao slowly pressed it down. Let me get this straight. Bypassing Xia Momo, you had Mr. Chu intercept the surveillance, and now you can be sure that the man with the scarred eye you encountered yesterday afternoon is the same person who murdered your parents 17 years ago. But even now, your parents' death is still classified, isn't that the case? Zhou Ning nodded. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. So tell me, what are you hoping I can do for you? Investigate your parents' past? I think that might be a bit difficult since not even the agency knows about it, and you don't even know who notified your grandfather. Zhou Ning sighed. He hadn't held out much hope for that, remembering that his grandfather had said the man hadn't revealed his identity, just left 2 urns at their home, with no details known. At first, I wanted to start by looking into this man with the scarred eye, but all I have is a screenshot, no other information. I also don't want to alarm Xia Momo, so I'm considering 2 other angles. First, this Ren Guangji, I found out the car is registered in his name. He is the vice president of Ludong Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group. The scar-eyed man came with him and went up the building together. Obviously, they're closely related. Perhaps he might have some clues. Second, I want to investigate Xia Shouchong. I only knew he was a professor at Qidong University without any further introduction. Dr. Liu only mentioned that he was from the Faculty of Economics. How did he suddenly become the president of Qidong University? And why is he so close to Ren Guangji? Mr. Zhao paused, staring into Zhou Ning's eyes. He could understand Zhou Ning's feelings, no memories before the age of 10. Then one day he started to recover fragments of his memory, only to discover they were scenes of his parents' gruesome deaths. He too would want to get to the bottom of it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. However, the fact that the Xia family was involved suggested that the relationship between them and Xia Momo wasn't as straightforward as it seemed, making things even more difficult. He pulled out his phone, patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder, and dialed a number. Third bro, it's Deli here. Deli? What's gotten into you to give me a call? Just to let you know up front, I won't lend you money. What are you thinking? I'm talking business. I need a favor from you, but it has to be kept secret. Help me look up 2 people. After Mr. Zhao instructed with 1,000 warnings, he finally hung up the phone. At this moment, Zhou Ning lit another cigarette and stood by the window, looking down at the campus below. Mr. Zhao had never seen Zhou Ning like this before. He moved closer and patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder. Buddy, I can understand how you're feeling. I'd be even more lost and clueless than you. After so many years, many things can't be investigated, especially considering your father's status. Their records are probably classified. Yes, I know. Towards the end of my hospital stay, no one came to ask me what had happened that night, possibly due to my severe injuries. But my grandfather said that after that visit to deliver the ashes, there was no further contact. Zhao Xinli looked puzzled. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. According to Zhou Ning, with his parents being murdered like that, even if they weren't publicly given the title of martyrs, the government would provide some sort of compensation and arrange for the orphan child's future. The complete disappearance was indeed strange. No compensation given? Zhou Ning shook his head. They gave a card with my grandfather's name on the account, containing a little over 30,000 yuan, said it was my parents' salary. They said a lot of general things, but nothing substantive. What I don't understand is, if my father's identity is special, I get that, but what about my mother? Wasn't she a doctor? Does she have a special status like my father? The room fell silent, and Zhao Xinli didn't know what comforting words to say. That's when a thought crossed his mind. Could Zhou Ning's parents have done something that betrayed their status? But he immediately dismissed the idea. Certainly not. If that had been the case, they wouldn't have gone to explain things in person. Instead, they would have disclosed their identities, possibly even using the situation as a cautionary tale. Thinking this through confused Zhao Xinli as well. Just then, Zhao Xinli's phone rang. It was that third bro. He hurriedly answered, of course not on speaker, since he didn't know what information might be revealed. Third bro, what's up? I found something unexpected. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It said that after the new year, the municipal government will announce decisions on official appointments and removals. Ping Pei, who was responsible for culture, education, and health due to corruption, is to be dismissed and placed under investigation. Xia Shouchang is set to take over her position. Zhao Xinli was momentarily shocked and couldn't react, so he quickly switched to speakerphone. Say that again, I didn't catch it. Third bro repeated it and couldn't help but comment, at such a young age, how are you going deaf? But why are you asking about this? Never mind that. I'm asking for a friend, investigating someone's background for marriage, you get it? Oh, got it. As for the other person, I've sent someone to look into it, but think about it. I need some direction from you. What exactly should they check? Finances? Personal life? To be honest with you, I want to know if he has issues in both his financial and personal life, and I also want information about his close aides, maybe even more so about the aides. I'll send you a picture, but this investigation has to be confidential. Stop nagging, send me the picture. But be careful, Ludong Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group is complex, and don't let this out. I've heard they have intricate links with Beishan Group. Zhao Xinli's eyes widened. Beishan Group? Weren't the issues with Beishan Group already dealt with? The relevant people were arrested or convicted. Wasn't the whole tree uprooted? What wishful thinking, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than a grand family from before the founding of the country, a business group that could stretch across several cities in eastern Ludong and whose branch offices could make it into the top 10 in Hua country. Do you think it would just collapse like that? The waters run deep. Those who don't deal with it firsthand would think they got involved in corruption and collusion between officials and businessmen. But even if the group is dissolved, it's just breaking up these interests. The real capital hasn't been shaken. One big tree becomes a forest, and it's even more covert, hidden in the dark. All right, I won't waste more words. Wait for my news. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Zhou looked at Zhou Ning with concern. The deeper the investigation went, the more puzzled Mr. Zhou became. Could Zhou Ning's parents have uncovered something back then? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 226 to 223, observation group _1 chapter 226, chapter 223, observation group _1 January 29th. 2012. It was the first day back at work after the holiday, and Zhou Ning arrived very early. He parked the car at 7:30 a.m. and entered the office building of the technology department through the side door. Just as he let down the cotton door curtain, he happened to see Mr. Peng walking towards him from the main entrance. Before Zhou Ning could speak, Mr. Peng smiled and waved at him. Forensic Doctor Zhou, Happy New Year. I thought I'd be the first one here, but I didn't expect the younger generation to be even more eager to work. Happy New Year, Mr. Peng. I was worried about traffic congestion, so I set off a bit earlier. After a brief and lukewarm exchange, Mr. Peng slightly nodded and quickened his pace, heading upstairs. Zhou Ning, on the other hand, slowed down. After all, if they went upstairs together, they'd need to continue chatting. However, conversing with leadership, as far as workers are concerned, was somewhat resisted. When he opened the door to the office, he saw Mr. Zhou about to take a bite of a stuffed pancake he was holding. Over the new year, every family feasts on lavish meals, and Mr. Zhou naturally overindulged, his police sweater now outlining one large and two small bulges across his chest. Needless to say, he had put on quite a bit of weight. Haven't you eaten yet? Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou waved his hand and sat opposite Zhou Ning, trying to keep a little distance between them. After all, it's not very comfortable for someone who has already eaten to smell food. Seeing Zhou Ning's expression, he quickly shook his head and said, "Don't talk to me about home-cooked meals. The holiday was miserable. I'm a carnivore, and yet I was craving greens. I was planning to have some porridge at the office, but then I ran into an auntie selling stuffed pancakes on the way." Zhou Ning nodded without saying much and just walked over to the coat rack to hang up his jacket. Mr. Zhou drew closer, speaking in a low voice. "Don't rush into that matter. It doesn't seem easy to investigate." Zhou Ning smiled at him. "I know, it's certainly not easy to investigate." Mr. Zhou looked towards the door to see if anyone was coming, and then leaned in closer to Zhou Ning again. "I mean, why don't you use that software for comparison? If you don't want Momo to check, you could ask Mr. Chu, right?" Zhou Ning shook his head slightly. "There's no rush on that matter. Maybe as I investigate, I'll also remember some things." When Mr. Chu had been asked to check the surveillance footage, they had focused on searching the Xia family. If Zhou Ning avoided Momo again, she would definitely sense something. In turn, Momo would learn that he didn't want to alarm many people, but most important, he didn't want Momo to know he was investigating her father, as well as those who were associated with him. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Just then, the door opened, and Zhu Xingxing and Xia Momo came in together. Momo was dressed in a white lab coat, with a name badge hanging around her neck. Seeing this attire, Zhou Ning then recalled that someone was going to shadow their work for a few days to get familiar with the practical application of the software in actual cases. Mr. Zhou knew that the earlier conversation could not continue. He finished his pancake in a few bites, wiped his hands, and then mumbled ambiguously, "So, about the person coming later, are they going to be with our second group, or are they here to visit the lab? Who's in charge of reception?" Momo smiled at Mr. Zhou. "Dr. Lu will come by shortly. She will visit the lab for a quick look, and then she will follow your second group." Of course, if no cases come in, you'll need to explain our previous cases where we used the software to aid the investigation. I think you're the most suitable for this. As she spoke, Momo glanced at Zhou Ning, who nodded along, setting aside his emotions of the past few days. After all, Momo was behaving as usual, serene and indifferent, seemingly unaware that her father was to be appointed as deputy mayor. Zhou Ning pushed the thought away, since thinking about it reminded him of Xia Xiaocheng's resume. Last December, he was appointed as the president of Qidong University. However, such matters were not spoken of by Momo, nor by Dr. Liu. Putting aside his thoughts, he looked at Mr. Zhao. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It's not the end of the Chinese New Year yet, so there's probably not much happening. I think you can try talking about two cases. One is the red dress serial murders, as it's well known. The other could be the 7.4 Jinko District traffic accident murder. In these two cases, from facial recognition to skeletal fragment analysis and vehicle dynamics, the software's Phase 1 to 3 features were all perfectly showcased, improving the progress of the investigations. They're highly suitable as case studies. Mr. Zhao thought it over. He was closely involved with both cases from start to finish. Every detail was etched in his mind, the evidence and some of the data could even be recited without looking at the files. Feeling confident, Mr. Zhao slapped his chest and said, "Okay, now that you mention it, I feel up to the task again. But could you get me one of those white coats? It adds a bit more authority." Momo couldn't help but laugh at this, while Zhu Xingxing gave him an envious glance. He walked past Momo with a brand new white lab coat draping over his arm. The size and length of it clearly suggested that it was extra large. Mr. Xia had guessed that the team leader would assign this task to you, so he asked me to pick up the coat in advance. "Put it on now, don't disgrace our group, and don't drop the ball," Zhu Xingxing said. Mr. Zhao disregarded the envy in Zhu Xingxing's eyes and hurried to put on the white coat. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Of course, he also pulled out the badge from his pocket and hung it around his neck. After all this effort, he looked significantly improved from before, not just a little, but like a university research staff member. He walked over to the sink, checked himself in the mirror, and sighed. "Hey, it looks like I need to get myself a pair of non-prescription glasses with gold wire frames, just like Zhou Xiaozi's, so at first glance it'll be the epitome of a refined rascal." Zhu Xingxing gave a disdainful look. "Refined rascals are all tall and thin. Which do you claim to be, taller or thinner?" Mr. Zhao shoved Zhu Xingxing away, pretending to be angry as he said, "Go away. What does a kid like you know? Our team needs distinctive qualities. Zhou Xiaozi's in charge of being tall and thin, while I take care of being fair and plump. Just do your job as our mouthpiece and that's enough." Zhu Xingxing became interested. Distinctive qualities? What about Sun Gaodai and Mr. Yang? Sun Gaodai, as an intern, can't go wrong with diligent studying. As for Yang Xuedong, the diligent older brother, his professional skills are stronger than mine. I absolutely respect him, and among the 5 groups here, I haven't seen a better trace evidence analyst than him. What about me? After asking, Zhu Xingxing stared intently at Mr. Zhao, making the atmosphere in the office a bit odd for a moment. Zhou Ning rubbed his nose and stepped back. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhu Xingxing was bold. If she wasn't a straight female, she probably wouldn't have chosen to be a forensic doctor. Zhao Xinli used to nickname you Zhu Jing. With just his mouth, he could insult you until you were thoroughly ashamed, so why would you want to provoke him? Could it be that Zhu Xingxing actually had feelings for Mr. Zhao? Mr. Zhao also paused for a moment, but instantly became serious, nodding at Zhu Xingxing as if to review his failure to evaluate her. "I can't forget anyone else but you. You're the most distinctive feature of Group 2. After all, since you reported for duty, you've been irreversibly on the path to becoming more well-rounded. Demander, eat less, and learn from Mr. Xia." Zhu Xingxing was stunned for a second, then reached out to hit Mr. Zhao, but was stopped by Xia Momo. Clearly, The remark about being well-rounded had angered her. Zhou Ning covered his face. Was it really okay to tell a girl she has put on weight? Zhu Xingxing stomped her feet in frustration, causing the flesh on her cheeks to puff up even more. He called me fat. Mr. Zhao, apologize. Seeing Zhou Ning's command, Mr. Zhao approached Zhu Xingxing with a grave face, bowed earnestly, and apologized, dropping the smile. I was wrong, don't be mad. Our Group 2 is the most united, aren't we? You're awesome. In a few months since you've transferred to Group 2, following Zhou Xiaozhou, you've handled several major cases. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Just based on this experience, you'd have enough to boast about for years among your university friends, am I wrong? Which case wasn't textbook-worthy? Zhu Xingxing thought about it and nodded, albeit still resentfully glancing at Mr. Zhao. Even though I find you annoying, I'm indeed very grateful to be in Group 2. Not to mention others, Su Fengxiang, who joined at the same time as I did, was assigned to Group 1 and just ends up running to crime scenes every day. After several months, she hasn't improved at all and hasn't even touched a scalpel. Zhou Ning glanced over but didn't join the conversation. After all, Group 1 was under Mr. Pang's leadership, the group with the most members, and the relationships inside were somewhat complex. Moreover, they handled traffic cases, which required very few autopsies. Some were even voluntarily relinquished, so naturally, the hands-on opportunities were pitifully scarce. Unlike them, who had to conduct autopsies and skeletal analysis on 19 victims in just the previous case, which took 2 days of overtime. Such rigorous training naturally yielded different results. Just like him, if Liu Yongxin hadn't been hit by a car, he probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to gain practical experience. With this kind of work, the more you're exposed to, the richer your experience becomes, and the higher your proficiency levels rise. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. However, nobody had the same experience as him, being tortured in a dark room every night for over a year. Improvement was inevitable. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Sun Gout. I was near the door and quickly opened it. Dr. Liu, suited up and carrying a briefcase, stood at the entrance, his ant-like smile particularly conspicuous. He nodded at Zhou Ning and led a group of people inside, pointing to a middle-aged man with M-shaped hair loss and said, Team Leader Zhou. This gentleman is Director Yi Yonging from the Huaining Provincial Public Security Department Criminal Technology Center. The people following him include their center's forensic doctors, trace evidence analysts, and other technicians. Director Yi, this is Dr. Zhou, the team leader of Group 2 I told you about. Let's get to know each other. Zhou Ning felt a bit embarrassed. Although they didn't share the same province, that was a director of a criminal technology center, visiting so humbly and even coming to their office with no airs at all. The firm handshake just now, the calluses on Director Yi's right palm, made Zhou Ning feel a sense of kinship. Those marks were the result of using surgical tools, obviously indicating that Director Yi came from a forensic background, which explained his high regard for the software. Zhou Ning smiled, and Director Yi, seeing the genuine rather than just polite smile, felt a sense of kinship too. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P greater than. I really didn't expect you to be so young, but perhaps it's not surprising, considering us old folks can't keep up with the pace of your thinking. Tell me about this software. Has it been used in case investigations, and are there any cases you could introduce? Zhou Ning nodded and glanced around the office. At that moment, the office was crammed with people, and Mr. Pang, who followed behind Dr. Liu, along with a few others from the department, didn't come inside, which showed how urgent Director Yi was. Director Yi, this space is too small. Why don't we move to the conference room? We can have our team members explain to everyone the 2 cases we've tracked using the software. Good. Mr. Zhao picked up 2 files from the table, winked at Xia Momo, who immediately understood the gesture and gave a thumbs up. He was the first to leave the office, raising his hand to the visitors and saying, Leaders from Huaining, please follow me. As he spoke, he seemed to step on something, and turning back, he saw Mr. Hu smiling at him. Little fatty, lift your feet. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, P. Chapter 227 to 224 Demolition Ruins Corpse _1 Chapter 227. Chapter 224 Demolition Ruins Corpse _1 The meeting room was quiet, and the presentation began. Holding the microphone, Mr. Zhou couldn't help but feel nervous for no particular reason, but upon seeing the materials and photos on the computer, it seemed to immediately pull him back into those endless days and nights. After a brief moment of contemplation, he began to narrate. Of course, he omitted the part about Cui Haibin and the others' assessment of the scene and merely shared the notification at the time. As the explanations of the two cases concluded, particularly with the demonstration of relevant animation simulations and the search feature using the facial reconstruction from a skull, the conference room buzzed with discussion, and naturally, there were even more questions. Zhou Ning, Xia Momo, and Dr. Liu were responsible for answering the inquiries. After 2 hours, the eyes of everyone from Huining appeared somewhat red, except for Director Yu, who remained unfazed. It sounds really impressive, if only we had a real case to try it on. The phone started vibrating with a buzz on the table, spinning in place. Everyone in this line of work knew that even during a meeting, one couldn't turn off their phone because an emergency case could arise at any time. Glancing at the number, Zhou Ning nodded slightly towards the others. Excuse me, I need to take a call. Hello, what's the matter with Suda? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, P. Call the second team to come downstairs. Let's check out a scene, and fast. Without waiting for Zhou Ning to ask for details, the call had already ended, clearly indicating Su Daiwan's extreme urgency. Zhou Ning looked up at the people in the meeting room, uncertain of what to say. Mr. Hu was situated quite close to Zhou Ning, with Mr. Peng in between. Given that Su Daiwan's voice on the phone was not soft, Mr. Hu obviously heard the call as well. Is there a case? Zhou Ning nodded, thinking whether to leave Mr. Zhao behind, so it wouldn't be too awkward when they left, considering these were all people from the Huining Provincial Department who had come specifically for the software. Director Yu, however, was refreshingly direct. Cases take precedence. Team Leader Zhou, go check the scene first and let Dr. Liu continue to provide an introduction for us. Actually, having a case is a good thing, as we can see firsthand how your software is applied in an actual investigation, which is better than any presentation, isn't it? Hearing this, Zhou Ning also smiled. All right then, no need for formalities. Suda is impatient, so we'll take the team to see the scene first, and we'll discuss everything once we return. With that, he gestured with his hand, and Mr. Zhao, along with a few others, stood up to leave. Once they reached downstairs, Su Daiwan's vehicles were already parked below, with 2 cigarette butts on the ground, betraying his restlessness. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, P. As he saw Zhou Ning open his mouth to speak, Mr. Zhao promptly approached. Leader, we weren't slow on purpose. Mr. Hu brought the technical division of the Huining Provincial Public Security Department over, and they were sharing case information and introducing the software's functions. We left behind a whole host of officials and came down at the first opportunity, so even if we're a bit slow, please don't be angry. Su Daiyuan nodded and gestured broadly. Hurry up and get in the car, we'll talk on the way. Mr. Zhao scrambled into the Iveco, started the vehicle, and followed the car ahead as they quickly drove out of the compound. Su Daiyuan sat alongside Zhou Ning and then began. The command center received reports from 2 men who claimed to have found a female corpse in an old house partially demolished for urban renewal in Tangshan district. The body was stark naked and had severely decomposed. Zhou Ning nodded. Although the spring festival had passed, the temperature at night was still very cold, so a body to have severely decomposed meant that the deceased had likely been dead for quite some time. From the front, Mr. Zhao joined in. Hey, an old house slated for demolition. Could it be related to disputes over the compensation? This time, Su Dayuan nodded in agreement. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p hiding a body in an abandoned house awaiting demolition suggested intimate knowledge of the local area, knowing that no one would come by for a while, and being aware that the body wouldn't be discovered in the short term otherwise. The murderer or one who dumped the body wouldn't have chosen such a place. There's some truth to that. The two who reported the case said they were scrap collectors who thought to scavenge for old doors, windows, or metal scrap left in abandoned houses, and that's how they stumbled upon the corpse. Before Zhou Ning could respond, Mr. Zhao continued, I heard from Mr. Chu that their family's old house was demolished at the beginning of last year, and it caused quite an uproar in the village. A family named Zhang, with just an elderly couple and a pair of middle-aged spouses, with their grandchildren, a twin boy and girl, attending high school, received a substantial compensation. Because their family owned a small handicraft jewelry workshop, including their residence, they were compensated with more than 6 million yuan in total. It was supposed to be good fortune, since the elderly couple had just one son and didn't have to worry about inheritance disputes. However, after the demolition, the elderly couple announced they would manage the money on behalf of the younger couple. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. They didn't need to worry about housing as they owned 2 apartments in the city, and they rented a new factory space for the workshop, thinking to help their children manage their finances. The Zhang family's son had no objections, as he was known to have a gambling problem back in the day. Yet, his wife became depressed over the matter, not causing any arguments, but rather turning the struggle inward. She sought medical treatment everywhere for months until ultimately, she committed suicide by overdosing on medication. Recently, the son remarried a college graduate, and their workshop's business is flourishing more than ever. Mr. Chu told me that some people are just not destined for wealth. They can't enjoy such windfalls because when they do, they can't handle it, and it may have been better sticking with their plain, ordinary life. Now, look at her. She's got none of the money, her children, or her husband. Everything belongs to someone else. Apparently, her family is suing the Zhang's son for alimony. Yang Xuedong also turned his head to join the conversation. Demolition tests people's character more than anything else. You see husbands and wives at each other's throats, siblings taking each other to court. Such things are common. For some, familial affection means nothing when faced with profit. Of course, there are also those who turn bad overnight after striking it rich. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, p. Last year when they were repairing roads and demolishing buildings in my grandpa's village, there was this 70-year-old mother with her somewhat simple-minded 40-year-old bachelor son. Their dilapidated house was demolished for 800,000. With the money, they bought a Hummer, spending almost all of it. The village committee and the demolition office were shocked when they found out. Without a house, were the mother and son going to have to sleep on the streets? They tried to persuade the guy to return the car, but the 4S store didn't care about their problems. In the end, they were able to negotiate a refund of 650,000. After all, they couldn't get back what they spent on insurance and such. Su Dayuan coughed. I've gotten off track, talking as if this is a case triggered by the benefits of demolition. What's the meaning of this? Can you all calculate and guess? Or are you like Zhou Xiaogo, able to summon spirits? Zhou Ning frowned. Don't bring me into your chatter. Just let me know when we arrive. With that, he pulled his hat down over his face and closed his eyes to rest. No one else spoke, and after almost an hour, the vehicle stopped. Mr. Zhao pulled the handbrake, and Zhou Ning opened his eyes. The narrow road was flanked by partially demolished buildings that resembled ruins. One side was blocked by billboards, and the other had traces of rebar on the ground, indicating that the billboards had probably been stolen. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, Prosody P. Considering what Su Doyuan had mentioned earlier, Zhou Ning realized that those who collected scrap metal were looking to pick up or steal things, choosing long-abandoned spots like this one. It was just their bad luck this time. However, looking further down the road, the houses on the north side of the village entrance were still intact. Only the doors and courtyard walls were partly dismantled, and a few hundred meters away was something like a snack vending trailer with its wheels chalked with bricks, the tires already punctured, and rust on the wheels. The windows were boarded up, and a sign hanging there read, "Buying old doors and windows," with the door locked. Clearly, that trailer had been there for a while. Zhou Ning called out to Sun Gaotai, pointing at the scrap vehicle, "Go check if anyone's inside, and if not, see if there are any surveillance cameras around it." Sun Gaotai got into a car and drove towards the scrap vehicle. Zhou Ning shifted his gaze as several police officers waved at Su Dayuan, one of them about his age and clearly the leader, who quickly approached Su Dayuan. "Mr. Su, in Liu Yonggue from Beijai Police Station. Watch your step here. There's a wooden plank with nails sticking out. One of our guys just stepped on it." Su Dayuan wasn't the squeamish type and shook his hand directly. "Mr. Liu, nice to meet you, no worries. You guys lead the way. How far is the scene from the roadside? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. The young man nodded, leading the crowd over a low wall while explaining. "It's 500 meters straight from the roadside. There used to be another road on the east side, but it's been dug up to the south. The road you came on has quite a few vehicles passing by, but they usually don't stop. If it weren't for the scrap collectors scavenging, we might not have discovered the body. Our police car took a detour from the north, and the informant is in the car. You can speak to them in a while if you want to get more information." As he spoke, they arrived in front of a two-story building that was beyond recognition from the demolition. The southern side of the building, including all walls and doors, had disappeared, and part of the western wall on the second floor was also gone. The roof and north side were still intact, but even from here, the smell of putrefaction was discernible. Liu Yonggue held up a laser pointer, directing it towards the room on the most eastern side of the second floor. The red light flickered there. "The body is in the room on the east side of the second floor. The deceased is completely naked and highly decomposed, but what's most peculiar is that the dead person's clothes, trousers, and shoes were neatly folded and placed on the floor." Seeing this, we contacted Mr. Hu immediately, but his phone was busy, so we reached out to you through Mr. Tao afterward. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. As for the scene, 4 of us went up there, 2 informants, myself, and a police officer from our station. We've collected the footprints already. You can take a look to see if they are acceptable. If not, we are all here to redo them. The level of cooperation impressed Zhou Ning enough to give a thumbs up. The awareness was just different people from the port police station would all rush into the scene upon hearing of an incident, and then they would be so resistant to having their footprints taken. Without comparison, there is no harm. Mr. Yang had already walked over to check the collected footprints, nodding continuously. "Not just acceptable, this is extremely professional." Clearly influenced by Mr. Zhao, the people from the second group were very good at speaking, especially since such cooperation meant less work for them. Su Dayuan rolled his eyes and said to Liu Yonggue, "Mr. Liu is a trace evidence specialist. Don't show off the master at his own game. Let's get to work." Mr. Zhao had already changed into his work clothes and gave Su Dayuan an okay gesture. "Don't worry, boss, I won't let you down. Mr. Yang, let's get to work. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Chapter 228 to 225. How is this such a coincidence? _1 Chapter 228. Chapter 225. How is this such a coincidence? _1 Mr. Zhao and Mr. Yang opened the passage and waved at Zhou Ning from the second floor. "I'll go up and take a look too," Zhou Ning said. Su Dayuan finished chatting with Mr. Liu, put on shoe covers, gloves, and a mask, and joined them. The metal handrail of the stairs had been removed, leaving bare steps covered in thick dust with visible footprints, nearly all marked with signage, indicating that evidence collection was complete. They went directly to the second floor via the investigation mats. The structure of this small two-story building was common in the Qidong area, with 3 rooms on the first floor, 2 small side rooms, and the largest living room in the center, with a bathroom and kitchen on the north side. Upstairs were 3 south-facing bedrooms side by side. The 2 arrived at the room at the far end of the east side, and upon entry, they could hear the continuous clicking sound. Inside, in the northeast corner, lay a corpse. There were obvious stab wounds and blunt force trauma on the head, chest, abdomen, and legs. The face completely collapsed, and multiple fingers on both hands had varying degrees of breakage and defensive injuries, as did the arms. Blood was everywhere on the walls and floor, splatters, cast-offs, drops, smears, all forms of bloodstain patterns were present. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. The abdomen of the deceased was bloated, with signs of putrefaction such as marbling and blisters, and parts of the skin and muscle on the forearm had sloughed off. Mr. Zhao and young Qidong stood up. Young Qidong had collected samples of pooled blood and blood drops from the scene, while Mr. Zhao checked the photos again to ensure nothing was overlooked before nodding to Zhou Ning. A set of women's clothing was found at the scene, folded neatly and placed on 2 bricks on the southwest side. A large cardboard box was lying south of and under the body, and underneath the box, I found a baseball cap, which should be white but is now soaked with blood. As for the judgment, I'll leave that to you after you see it. Zhou Ning nodded. It seemed that with more cases under his belt, Mr. Zhao's abilities improved rapidly. Not only was he composed and calm, but he also executed his work with considerable thoroughness. I'll take a look at the body, Zhou Ning said. Zhou Ning crouched down close to look over the body from head to toe and also carefully examined the area around the pool of blood. When he looked up, he noticed that the ceiling also had many bloodstains. Thankfully, it wasn't summer, or flies would be swarming the scene, complicating matters vastly beyond a mere giant's observation. Holding up his cell phone flashlight, he illuminated the dead person's nostrils, mouth, and temples. Of course, Zhou Ning also unfolded the deceased's clothes, after which he finally stood up. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. The deceased's hair color is chestnut brown, but there is about 1 centimeter of white hair near the roots, sporadically scattered. Both hands have defensive wounds, and the neck has a cut that damaged the trachea and carotid artery, but it didn't sever them. A cursory look at the head, chest, abdomen, and thighs reveals about 7 or 8 stab wounds, with those on the thigh inflicted after the victim had fallen, as evidenced by marks left by the weapon on the floor tiles below. The face was smashed with an irregular blunt object, likely a brick. The killer's blows were powerful and filled with hatred, disfiguring the victim's face, suggesting that the perpetrator knew the victim well. Preliminary estimates place the victim's age between 35 to 45. The hair was dyed a month ago, likely a gradient chestnut brown at a salon. The clothing was removed voluntarily, with no signs of tearing. It's unlikely that we'll find traces of the killer on them. The victim was between 165 to 168 centimeters tall, wore size L clothing, and was not frail. The tips of the fingers were cut off, and the teeth were smashed, occurring after the face had already been destroyed. I suspect that the victim's teeth were distinctive, and the killer, knowing the victim, tried to prevent the body from being identified by disfiguring the face, cutting off fingertip pads, and smashing the face. Zhou Ning squatted down again, and Yang Qidong had already approached, handing over the tweezers without being asked. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. Prying open the lower jaw of the deceased, Yang Qidong silently took over as Zhou Ning looked again inside the mouth. Raising an eyebrow, he picked out a broken tooth and stood up. Tetracycline teeth. Everyone drew closer as Zhou Ning held up the tooth, showing a gray-yellow color and significantly smaller than a normal tooth. Su Dayuan nodded. At his age, he was familiar with tetracycline teeth. As a child, I saw tetracycline teeth quite often. They're indeed rare now, but they can be used as an identifying feature. Come on, give me a rough estimate of the time of death and hurry up with the autopsy. Don't you also have a bunch of leaders from Huining province waiting? Zhou Ning looked up at Su Dayuan. How many tasks was he assigning him in one breath? Not even a production team's donkey got worked like this. He took a deep breath and sighed in resignation. Given the state of the body, it's not easy to determine the time of death. It can only be approximate. After all, it's winter now, and the degree of decay, showing just marbling, suggests the time of death to be about a month ago, as the temperature has only risen in the past week. However, in the stack of clothes belonging to the victim, there are no heavy coats or down jackets, just a wool skirt, thin fleece tights, and short boots. This makes me think the victim met someone here during the day, close to noon, since that's the warmest time outdoors when the sun shines. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The victim likely left personal belongings in the car, or rather, they didn't plan to stay long, so they didn't wear a coat. But this analysis conflicts with the neatly folded stack of clothes, Zhou Ning said. Originally, Su Dayuan hoped to get some clarity from Zhou Ning, but although he received some information, the explanations only confused him further. Meeting someone in such a desolate place, wearing such thin clothing, and a month ago would have been around New Year's, the coldest days in the Qidong area. With the cold wind blowing fiercely and the highest daytime temperature only reaching 7 to 8 degrees Celsius, how could someone strip bare and fold their clothes neatly in such cold? Indeed, all of this is a bit inexplicable. If it were summer, it could be understood, but it's not impossible the victim was coerced. Anyway, proceed with the autopsy quickly, and then restore the victim's face, so at least we can identify them and move on with the investigation. Zhou Ning raised his hand and then continued, "There's another thing. The scene was too clean. There were no blood footprints, which should be present given the injuries consistent with resistance, stabbing, and slashing. There were only pools of blood on the floor, but no footprints from the victim or the murderer." Su Dayuan furrowed his brow once more. Great, another mystery. He knew Zhou Ning was saying this out loud for him to hear, so he didn't chime in. Mr. Zhao let out a sigh. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. First day back at work after the holiday, and they're not cutting us any slack, huh? Starting off with a slam dunk, does this even leave us a chance to live? Oh right, isn't Mr. Xia and the others busy receiving those leaders? What about the facial reconstruction? Zhou Ning shook his head and waved his hand at Su Dayuan. Leader, have someone come to move the body. An hour later, the body was laid out on the autopsy table, surrounded by at least 20 people in white lab coats, any one of whom seemed more authoritative than both Mr. Peng and Mr. Peng. Mr. Zhao looked towards Zhou Ning. He noticed that Zhou Ning seemed unaffected, still with his head slightly bowed, eyes fixed on the body. As the spiral X-ray finished scanning, a real-time image had already appeared on the large screen hanging opposite the autopsy table. Mr. Zhao couldn't hide his envy. He clutched his camera tightly, following Zhou Ning's finger, and pressed the shutter from time to time. After viewing the images, Xia Momo seemed somewhat stunned. Those surrounding them each let out a sharp intake of breath, and some even blurted out a profanity. Hiss, damn, isn't this shattered to pieces? Zhou Ning saw Xia Momo's worried glance. He paused for a moment, discarding those messy thoughts, and walked straight over to look at the bone analysis results from the scan. The particularly small fragments could not be identified, so, according to the imaging technology analysis, the victim's facial bones were in 112 pieces. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. This almost challenged the computational capacity of the software, as the most fragments they had dealt with before were 79 pieces from a female victim whose face was smashed with a wrench in the New Year's Day well dumping case. Back then, Xia Momo had struggled with several attempts before finally completing the task. Afterwards, they had upgraded the system to solve the remaining issues. No worries, let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll find another way. Alright, let's give it a shot. Such words calmed Xia Momo down. She grabbed the mouse and directly scanned all the collected bone fragment information, then started the reassembly. Everyone in the autopsy room remained silent, all eyes glued to the big screen. The repair did not happen in a flash, but went through multiple attempts. Watching the fragments tremble and jitter, Zhou Ning knew they were calculating the correct positions. But after only about 20 seconds, Zhou Ning began to lose faith. Just as he started to think they might fail this time, the computer before him beeped twice. To the right of the screen, an assembled skull image appeared. It was just this one step, but the onlookers had already begun to applaud in astonishment. However, Xia Momo didn't stop her actions and glanced at Zhou Ning. Can you tell me the victim's age, height, weight, and hair color? Age is estimated between 35 to 45 years old, height 167 centimeters, weight around 120 pounds, hair color chestnut brown, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning spoke calmly, and as he did, the onlookers kept glancing at the autopsy table, seemingly comparing it with Zhou Ning's judgment. That feeling made Zhou Ning quite uncomfortable. It felt more like a performance assessment where one had to meet the standard to receive a certificate of completion. He bowed his head slightly, wishing for Xia Momo to hurry up with the facial reconstruction so that they could proceed with the search. A moment later, Xia Momo produced several composite images, naturally differentiated by age. Seeing such a miraculous operation, Mr. Liu was astounded. The composite images looked very much like real photos, in contrast to the traditional concept of electronic portraits, impressing even Dr. Liu, who willingly answered questions without showing impatience, as he was excellent at mingling and unfazed by awkward conversations. Xia Momo proceeded with the household search. In fact, there wasn't much difference between the 4 images, only some variation in the apparent ages. Shortly, the search engine came to a halt, displaying relevant information behind it. Fang Wenjie, female, divorced, born January 22, 1974, from Tangshan District, Qidong area. Residential address: April 22, 1201, Shangliu Jiayuan, number 123 Fuyuan Road, Beijai Street, Tangshan District. Beneath the household registration information, the woman had a clean record, no parents or children, just her own details. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. However, upon seeing her place of employment, Zhou Ning's brow furrowed, and Mr. Zhao drew in a sharp breath. What a coincidence. Ludong Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group? Sensing Mr. Zhao's surprise in his voice, Lu Yongxin glanced at Zhou Ning, then asked with curiosity, "What's the matter? Is there something wrong with Ludong Guanghai Pharmaceuticals? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 229 to 226. What are you talking about? _1 Chapter 229. Chapter 226. What are you talking about? _1 Mr. Zhao hurriedly plastered a smile across his face. No problem at all. I'm just surprised for a moment. However, based on Zhou Zaiya's deduction, the person has been dead for about a month. Even if there are no family members, wouldn't their workplace have contacted them? Didn't they realize she was missing? All right, send the information to Suda. We will begin the autopsy. It's better for the leaders to wait in the lab, where Mr. Zhao can proceed to demonstrate our real case application of the software we previously discussed. Lu Yongxin glanced over, and Zhou Ning walked over to Mr. Liu with a smile. My apprentice will start with the autopsy, and we won't stay here to smell this any longer. The identity of the deceased has been confirmed. We'll wait for news from the criminal police team to verify the information searched by the software for accuracy. At these words, everyone seemed enlightened. After all, they were too familiar with autopsies, and one by one, they followed Lu Yongxin and Dr. Lu upstairs, leaving the spacious autopsy room number 2 suddenly quiet. Zhu Xingxing let out a sigh and fanned the air vigorously. Sun Gaodai, turn up that ventilation system a bit. These people have finally left. I was more nervous than during an exam. My gloves are full of sweat. Chief, let me change my gloves before we continue. Sun Gaodai went to comply immediately, and Mr.P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao clicked his tongue. TSK, get a move on. Stop dallying and help Zhou Xiao as an assistant to get started on the autopsy. Yang Xuedong also very much approved. He carefully inspected the deceased's clothing on a nearby counter, took photographs, and after examination, placed them into evidence bags to be sent for analysis later. Mr. Zhao went straight to the autopsy table, holding a camera, and looked at the silent Zhou Ning. Zhou Xiaozhou, do you want me to record and introduce, or shall Zhu Xingxing do it? Zhu Xingxing, whose name had been called, looked nervous and quickly waved his hands. No, I can't do it. Zhou Ning glanced at Mr. Zhao and, not seeing any teasing in his eyes, knew he was hoping to give Zhu Xingxing an opportunity to practice. Naturally, he had no objections and nodded slightly. Let Zhu Xingxing do it. Think it over and press the record button yourself. Zhu Xingxing was extremely nervous, glancing chaotically at Mr. Zhao, who seriously helped her sort through everything once. The location where the body was found, the informant, police station information, the condition of the scene, the age and identity of the deceased, and various other details. Having straightened it all out, Zhu Xingxing was no longer nervous. She pressed the record button and began the introduction. After finishing the last word, Zhou Ning began to confirm the depth of each wound with a probe, and Zhu Xingxing came over to measure the width of the cuts. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning then looked up at Zhao Xinli. Didn't someone deliver a silicone solution that can be used for the wounds reverse molding? Bring me some. I'm going to make a reverse mold of the wounds. Mr. Zhao quickly left and soon returned with a tray containing several bottles and jars. He mixed a beaker of silicone liquid and, following Zhou Ning's instructions, poured the silicone liquid into the wounds on the deceased's chest, abdomen, and thigh. Done. The injection is complete, but now we need to blow hot air into the wounds to speed up the solidification with heat, otherwise the autopsy will be done and this still won't have set. Yang Xuedong had already sent the clothing for analysis. He and Sun Gaodai squeezed in next to Zhou Ning. Each wielding a blow dryer, they started to blow hot air on those two spots, but this action led to a rise in the room's stench. By this time, Zhou Ning had finished the external examination of the body and, with Zhu Xingxing's help, laid down the legs of the deceased. He tossed the speculum to Zhu Xingxing and a sample bottle to Mr. Zhao. Label it. Sampling from the deceased's vaginal cavity, beginning the autopsy. Without further ado, Zhou Ning held up a scalpel and began dissecting the body, from the neck to the lower abdomen. Each organ and the digestive system were carefully examined and sampled to assess the extent of the stab damages. The autopsy proceeded second by second, and by the time Mr.P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao told the others to stop blowing. Zhou Ning had also finished the dissection. Zhu Xingxing took over, beginning to suture the dissected wounds on the chest and abdomen without further treatment. Mr. Zhao cautiously extracted the 2 silicone molds. Although they were somewhat soft, they had preserved their shape very well, exciting Mr. Zhao. There we go, it's done. Hey, doesn't this shape look like a dagger? At his exclamation, everyone looked over, and indeed the shape of the mold was peculiar, with a triangular tip at the front, a wide backside, a sharp edge with a curve, and a rather alarming length. Considering the stabbing injury in the root of the deceased's thigh had penetrated, leaving 2 traces on the skin. Mr. Zhao leaned in for a closer look and then called Zhou Ning over. Zhou Xiao, look here. Could this indent have been made by the dagger's handguard? Zhou Ning glanced briefly and nodded slightly. The edge of the dagger's handguard is semicircular. Swab here and there for samples to see if the assailant's DNA is still present. At this point, Zhou Ning sighed softly. In fact, he had already carefully observed that the tips of the deceased's hair were tied up, with the upper portion loose. This indicated that someone had grabbed the hair and pulled it hard, controlling the deceased's movement. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. This part had been cut off and sent for analysis, but Zhou Ning felt that the physical strength and height of the assailant were greater than that of an average person, being able to lift the deceased by her hair alone. Of course, such actions suggest that the killer was very adept at committing murder, preventing the victim from touching him and thus making it difficult to leave any trace. As for the hair bun, a glove could easily solve that. After studying his mind, Zhou Ning said quickly, according to the autopsy, the victim had one stab wound to the neck, which severed the carotid artery and was fatal. There were 6 stab wounds to the chest and abdomen, one piercing the left lung lobe, another the liver, with the remaining 4 stabs all concentrated in the victim's intestines in a stirring motion, appearing as a single entrance wound. The next stab was accompanied by a subcutaneous hematoma on the top of the skull, clearly caused by the murderer yanking the victim's hair, creating the hematoma before slitting the neck. However, the victim did struggle, hence the arm and finger defensive wounds. There was another stab wound at the base of the victim's thigh, just below the groin, avoiding the femur and penetrating straight through to the ground. Based on the shape of the wound, all stab wounds were made with the same dagger, and from the direction of the stabs, it can be inferred that the killer was left-handed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The victim's face was smashed 3 to 4 times with bricks, fracturing facial bones into 112 pieces, and there was a countercoup injury at the back of the head. The cause of death was excessive blood loss. According to the splash pattern of the blood at the scene, the killer purposely avoided it and then pushed the victim down as he withdrew the dagger from the victim's neck. Having said this, Zhou Ning nodded toward Mr. Zhao and the video was turned off. The concern on Zhou Ning's face had not dissipated. Sun Gout, I quickly went to submit the evidence for testing. Zhu Xingxing called someone to move the body, and Yang Xuedong began cleaning the autopsy table and ventilating the room. Only Mr. Zhao took off his gloves and moved closer to Zhou Ning. What's up, Zhou Xiao? Zhou Ning lifted his eyes to look at Mr. Zhao. I just feel the killer is very unusual. Every stab was stable, accurate, and ruthless. Those 4 stabs to the abdomen, he grasped the victim, stabbed and partially withdrew the knife repeatedly 4 times, facing the victim directly, which is quite cold-blooded. As for the wound on the victim's neck, that's even stranger. The killer stabbed the victim's neck on the left side and quickly moved to the right side upon withdrawing the dagger, avoiding the spattering blood. Look at the splatter marks on the ceiling and walls of the scene. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Typically, at a murder scene, there will be blank areas where no blood spatter is found, which can be used to deduce the victim's position and height. But at this scene, there were no such markings, and not even any useful footprints were found at the primary crime scene. Mr. Zhao's face grew more serious, nodding continuously. Indeed, it's easy to distinguish footprints at a crime scene. Excluding the 4 that entered, not even the victim's footprints were found. I think the killer cleaned up the scene, or perhaps laid something down on the floor before the murder occurred, otherwise bloody footprints would have remained. Zhou Ning was somewhat surprised, not expecting Mr. Zhao to have thought of that, but he had made the same deduction. Yes, after the victim fell, the killer cleaned the debris from the floor. The last stab into the victim's thigh was after the killing was done, merely an act of venting anger, and the killer seems very professional. Mr. Zhao shuddered. You're saying the killer is a professional hitman? Zhou Ning shook his head. He didn't know that for certain, but the killer's knife skills were very proficient, and the method of murder quite professional, as if it was something he did frequently. Perhaps a special forces soldier? A bodyguard? No idea. Let's leave those questions for Suda to puzzle over. We've completed our autopsy and evidence submission here. Let's just wait for the results. I'm going upstairs now, considering the time. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao glanced at the wall clock. Indeed, it was almost 2 in the afternoon. He hadn't realized their autopsy took so long, and suddenly felt a cramp in his stomach. My goodness, no wonder my stomach is upset. It's gotten so late. I need to change and get some food. I can't believe I forgot to eat with all this work. I'm too engrossed. Zhou Ning. After freshening up and changing clothes, Zhou Ning could still smell a faint odor. Mr. Zhao, with a grim face, followed Zhou Ning back to the office. Several lunchboxes were on the table, making Mr. Zhao's eyes light up. He lunged for a box and, seeing nothing too greasy inside, grabbed one and went back to his desk to eat furiously. Zhou Ning stood in front of the whiteboard and wrote down the autopsy results. Zhu Xingxing glanced at it and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to eat, Chief?" Mr. Zhao, with his mouth full, waved Zhu Xingxing off. "Quit the chatter and eat. Someone's bound to come chasing us soon, can't you tell? Su Da's on his 2nd day of marriage, and he's in a rush to become a dad. He's quite impatient." At that moment, the office door was pushed open and a cool breeze drifted in. "What were you saying about me?" Mr. Zhao, startled, quickly plastered on a grin and approached with a lunchbox in hand. "What could we say about you?" "Just that Su Da's so busy, he probably hasn't had a chance to eat. Look at Sun Gaodai, so thoughtful, even got 2 extra lunchboxes. Sit down and eat first. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Xiao is organizing the autopsy findings. Let's keep it down and not disturb his thoughts." Su Dayuan gave Mr. Zhao a glance, saw no sign of guilt on his face, and hummed twice before accepting the lunchbox. But he decided to wash his hands and freshen up first. Then he returned, opened the lunchbox, and started devouring his food, his speed matching that of Mr. Zhao, a clear sign of extreme hunger. Upon seeing this, Mr. Zhao quickly turned to his own lunchbox, finished it in a few bites, and then picked up another. He tried a bite of each dish, then, as if just realizing something, looked at Su Dayuan with a puzzled expression. "What's up, boss? Are you not getting enough? How about I share some of mine with you? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chapter 230 to 227 dismissal _1 Chapter 230. Chapter 227 dismissal _1 Su Dayuan gave him a white look, knowing this little trick only too well. It was obviously food guarding, afraid that someone else would share his meal. "You just eat it yourself. I think you are heading towards 250 pounds. Even with boxed lunches, you eat more and take more." Mr. Zhao seemed not to hear, nor was he angry, and he quickly finished his meal. By that time, Zhou Ning had already finished writing. Zhu Xingxing grabbed the autopsy record book and began to copy down what Zhou Ning had just written. It was then that she realized that her own recorded autopsy information was missing so much content. Yet upon reflection, it was all things that Zhou Ning had mentioned. She pursed her lips, clearly understanding that Zhou Ning was teaching her, and she couldn't help but feel more grateful in her heart. She quickly poured a cup of warm water for Zhou Ning and brought it to him. Zhou Ning, without being polite, slowly ate his boxed lunch and drank a cup of water, while Su Dayuan had finished reading all of the content. "Has the leader visited the victim's workplace?" Su Dayuan nodded, not sitting down, still standing in front of the whiteboard. Zhou Ning also turned his head to look at Su Dayuan. This person hadn't gone to lunch, rushing over in a hurry. Clearly there were issues with the identity investigation of the deceased. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P, and this deceased being from the Ludong Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group warranted Zhou Ning's extra attention. Su Dayuan, uncharacteristically, was not impatient, but his facial expression grew darker. Yes, the deceased, Fang Wenjie, was the financial director of Ludong Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group. However, on December 22 last year, he was dismissed due to financial fraud. Zhou Ning paused. Dismissed? Su Dayuan nodded. We found the leaders of Ludong Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group, and they had the HR manager bring out relevant documents, including an official red-headed document along with connected information about the financial fraud. The person in charge said that at the time they considered calling the police, but for fear of impacting the stock prices of Ludong Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group, they decided to issue a dismissal notice instead of firing him. Their legal department also signed an agreement with the deceased, reserving all rights to prosecute Fang Wenjie. As for the deceased's family, I haven't visited yet. I thought I'd bring you along with me for a visit, especially since according to the group's staff, this Fang Wenjie owned 2 properties and a car. Mr. Zhang and Mr. Tao have gone to the victim's residential community. The house was confirmed, but the car was not found according to the vehicle number. As for the deceased's accounts, Mr. Bai has already checked. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. There is more than 1.72 million on the account, with no large transactions, and we've also located the victim's ex-husband. Lu Yufei is bringing him in. This person is a former financial staff member from a subsidiary of Beishan Group, but now operates independently, and the two had no children. Looking at the pile of the dead's clothes on the whiteboard, Zhou Ning was also confused. His first thought upon discovering the victim was divorced had been that the ex-husband committed the murder, and it seemed Su Dayuan had thought the same. But now with the entanglement of old issues like Fang Wenjie's fraudulent accounting, Zhou Ning's mind was also in a bit of a mess. Since that is the case, let's have Mr. Zhao and Mr. Yang go with you for a visit. Su Dayuan was startled. What do you mean you won't go? Zhou Ning raised his hand and pointed upstairs. The leaders from Huaining province are still here. They've just been following the autopsy for a while, and Dr. Liu and the others are explaining the software, even Mr. who is following along, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me not to show up. Su Dayuan smacked his forehead, having forgotten this detail. Then you stay. I've sent someone to check the deceased's call records, hoping to find something. When will the lab results be out? Mr. Zhao sighed, spread his hands, his gesture as if to say, it's not what I'm saying, but look at Su Dayuan. That's just the way he is. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. However, he was glared at by Su Dayuan and instantly became as meek as a quail, becoming very serious. They were sent for examination at 2 in the afternoon. Even if the results are out, it won't be until tonight. I'll send you the results as soon as I get them. Also, when we went to the scene earlier, I had Sun Gaodai check out the junk car on the north side. It seems someone's been living inside. There's a pile of doors, windows, beams, and square steel at the back, and there's a camera, but we didn't see anyone. I suggest you have someone check it out, copy their surveillance footage. That angle, it can see the condition of the road at the corner of the crime scene. After all, the incident happened on the east side. Su Dayuan patted Zhou Ning's shoulder. Don't worry, I've left people there. I saw that junk car too when you asked Sun Gaodai to check. These guys are half thieves and rarely clean-handed. Just a little scare and you'd know quite a few things. Zhou Ning raised his eyebrows, remembering that the two who reported the crime collected junk. Could those two have unearthed something? Is there a problem with the reporters? Su Dayuan laughed. No big deal, it's already been handed over to the public security squadron for a lesson. That stuff is not our concern. However, those two were scared to death, didn't get anything significant from them. Alright, we're leaving now, we'll be in touch by phone later. With that, Su Dayuan left with them. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Sun Gaodai and Zhu Xingxing also wanted to go and learn, and Zhou Ning naturally didn't stop them. After washing his hands again, He went to the lab. As soon as he entered, he saw Dr. Liu talking. Zhou Ning quickly found a corner to sit, and, before his buttocks even touched the seat, Dr. Liu was already looking at him, almost as if spotting a savior and gesturing for Zhou Ning to come over. It seems that Dr. Zhou has finished with the autopsy business, so let's have him come over and share some insights about the practical application of the software. I think he has more authority to speak. After all, I'm just a developer. Seeing everyone's gaze, Zhou Ning had no choice but to stand up. Half an hour later, the Iveco van stopped in front of Building 22 at number 123 Shangliu Jiayuan, Beijai Street, Tangshan District. Once out of the van, Yang Xuedong went to grab some things, and Mr. Zhao began to complain. I mean, leader, you're hands-on with every case, not giving your subordinates a chance to live. It's fine for us to follow you to a crime scene, but not even assigning a driver. That's just too much, Mr. Zhao griped. Su Dayuan raised his hand, and Mr. Zhao quickly dodged. You're getting too big for your britches, you brat. All you do is eat and run your mouth every day. Isn't it because you've got too much energy? You should find yourself a partner. You're already 27, Su De teased. Mr. Zhao's face fell immediately as he raised his hands in surrender. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p boss, make it quick if you're going to execute me. My dad has just changed guard duties, and I've finally stopped hearing their nagging, and now you start this. I think bringing Zhu Xingxing into our team was your idea, Mr. Zhao said, his voice very low because Zhu Xingxing was already getting out of the car to pick up some items. Su Dayuan shot a glance and gave Mr. Zhao a kick in the butt. Stop trying to act smart, just hurry upstairs, Su De ordered. The three of them were a bit confused, looking at the tall building in front of them, not knowing which way to go. We don't know which building or have seen anyone come to unlock the door, let alone a whole team of people, they mumbled. Mr. Zhao curled his lip, noticeably dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to talk back. He patted Yang Xuedong and quickly pointed to the entrance of one of the buildings. You really don't know? Don't you bring your ears with you to the autopsies? Especially Zhu Xingxing, you've been following Zhou Xiao all the time in the autopsy room. Mr. Xia analyzed the victim's identity and shared the known information right away. Your ears are utterly useless. It's room 1201 in Building 22, Unit 4, Mr. Zhao said. Following the direction Mr. Zhao pointed, they headed towards Unit 4. Before they even entered, they saw police officers inside the unit, and only then did they realize it was indeed too cold standing outside in the sheltered and windy area. The police officers, seeing Mr. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao and his team, proactively held the door open. Mr. Zhao, you guys have arrived. Where's our chief? One officer asked. Mr. Zhao gestured backwards with his thumb. Suda is on the phone and will come later. We'll go up first. We don't need a residential elevator card here, do we? He inquired. The young officer quickly replied, the property management is waiting by the elevator. Mr. Zhao, you can just go straight there. Mr. Zhao acknowledged with a knowing look, but the others were somewhat bewildered, not understanding why an elevator card was needed. Was it like a hotel where only a room card would allow elevator access? Without any further discussion, they arrived at the elevator lobby, where indeed two manager-like people were waiting. One of them, with a professional smile, signaled for them to follow. Taking the elevator, they went directly to 1201. As they arrived, they were at the entrance where shoes were changed. The front door was wide open with police officers standing by the door who, upon seeing Mr. Zhao and the others, waved them through. Zhu Xingxing, accustomed to high society, couldn't help but marvel. This apartment must have cost a pretty penny, what with direct lift access to each residence, butler service, individual fire alarm systems, and provisions for fire hydrants and extinguishers. It's indeed very well equipped. Mr. Yang greeted the officers to confirm that the locksmiths had left. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The locks had been electronically unlocked with gloves on, leaving no traces, not the traditional forced entry or break-in methods, but quite professional, preserving the original state of the door as much as possible. Mr. Zhou got ready at the entrance without any fuss. Old Yang and I will go in first, you two wait a moment. Sun Gaotai, you take care of collecting fingerprints from the elevator buttons and the perimeter of the entrance door. As for the shoe cabinet, Zhu Xingxing, examine it and check for fingerprints. As he spoke, Mr. Zhou turned and looked down at the ground, where a very dainty pair of leather slippers were placed. Stepping over, he entered the room first. Upon entering, he could see the south side featured a floor-to-ceiling window revealing a scenic mountain view. A few remote controls scattered on the coffee table were for electric curtains, the lift laundry rack, the projector, and more. The accent wall featured retro styling, with an oversized fireplace and a side switch that could be flicked on for a burning flame effect, creating a cozy atmosphere. Above the fireplace hung numerous photos. Mr. Zhou continuously took pictures, most were of the deceased, along with an elderly couple and a photo of a woman standing behind them, which Mr. Zhou guessed were the victim's parents. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. After a quick survey of the living room, dining room, kitchen, and storeroom, all impeccably clean as if untouched by dust, he found no footprints on the ground and no signs of a struggle, as though the homeowner had just stepped out. Heading down the hallway, he saw the main bedroom and study room on the south side, a guest room, and a gym on the north. Particularly in the gym, the walls and ceiling were made of glass, while a thick carpet covered the floor, contrasting with wooden flooring in the other rooms. Young Qidong came out from the direction of the main bedroom and study, shaking his head at Mr. Zhou. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Chapter 231 to 228. Furious ex-husband in the middle of the night _1 Chapter 231, Chapter 228. Furious ex-husband in the middle of the night _1 Young Qidong sighed and, while holding up the camera, said, "The room is spotless. It would be tough to even find a single hair. Clothing, bedding, bathtub, cleaner than a hotel. We just collected the toothbrush and some hair from a wooden comb, which doesn't look like that of a place left uninhabited for a month. If only Zhou Xiao were here. Mr. Yang, how can such a wealthy woman, living in an almost 300 square meter apartment, rumored to own 2 more properties, possessing luxury cars, and not that old either, remain unmarried?" Yang Qidong looked at Mr. Zhou as if he were a fool and glanced at him. "No wonder you can't find a partner, blurting out such nonsense. At 38, with money, property, cars, and a career, why would she need a man? To worship an ancestor? Is she lacking company, or is it for the thrill of life, perhaps to play palace intrigue with mistresses whenever she feels like it? Don't overthink it. These aren't people you can mingle with. Let alone women, how many men these days are actually willing to date? Online, everyone talks big, but in person, they're all social phobics." Following such a statement, Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Zhou was left speechless, especially after giving it further thought, realizing he himself had no wish to go on blind dates, much less the time to chase after someone, even if he thought Zhou Xiaoyu was appealing. It was just a bit of grumbling on his part. According to Zhou Ning's words, Mr. Zhou was just flipping sides and continuing to be a salted fish. It seemed this was the consensus. At that moment, Mr. Zhou glanced at Zhu Xingxing, his mind seemingly preoccupied with something. It was then that Su Daiwan's voice rang out. The two of them packed up the collected evidence bags and made their way toward the door. "Come in and tell us, how come you have an elevator card for 1201? The property manager hurriedly stepped forward and introduced, "This is Mrs. One. She has been working as a caretaker at Mississippi Fang's place for a long time. Whether it's paying the property fees or handling other matters, Mrs. One is always the one doing it on her behalf." Upon seeing the police, the middle-aged woman known as Mrs. One showed a shocked expression on her face. However, the shock didn't last long. She rushed to Su Dayuan as if realizing something, opened her backpack, and began searching through it. She pulled out her ID card and a large bunch of keys, handing them to Su Dayuan. My name is Wenxue, and this is my ID card. My home is in Lishigu. I take care of 2 households, cleaning at Miss Fang's on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and at Uncle Cuis on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. However, there's been something off with Mississippi Fang's place lately. She left without a word, and it's been many days since she's been back. I called her and initially got no response, and later the phone was unreachable. I checked the surveillance, and there was no sign of her returning. Could it be that something has happened to Miss Fang? After listening, Su Dayuan pulled out a notebook, gesturing for Wenxue to sit down. Looking up at this woman, who was as demure and frail as her surname suggested, she did not seem like a typical caretaker. Her face bore genuine worry and panic. Come, sit over here and tell us, did you say there's surveillance in the home? Wenxue nodded her head. Other than you coming over, has anyone else visited this home? Wenxue hesitated for a moment and then pointed towards the study. Miss Fang's ex-husband has been here. I don't know if he was trying to reconcile, but he came at night when I wasn't here. Oh, and he left Miss Fang a note. I placed it in the drawer of the coffee table. As she spoke, she squatted down in front of the coffee table, opened the drawer, and took out the note. Mr. Zhao and Mr. Yang had already moved to the study and switched on the notebook computer. Indeed, they found the surveillance storage content, and Mr. Zhao quickly forwarded it to Mr. Chu, then began looking through it. Su Dayuan took the note and read it. It was written in a hasty scribble. Fang Wenjie, stop pretending to be dead. Return my calls. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I know you've been fired, so hurry up and give me the stuff. If you continue to threaten me with this, we'll both end up destroyed. I will not let you off. The signature at the bottom was flamboyant, and as Su Dayuan seemed to guess the name, Wenxue had already switched on her phone and brought up a contact to show him. He is Miss Fang's ex-husband, named Qin Jinxue, a senior accountant. It seems he opened a company, oh, I remember now, called Qidong Jihai Accounting Agency Company, Limited. He worked for a big group before, got tangled up and went to jail. Miss Fang broke up with him then. After getting out, he kept pestering Miss Fang at first, courting her with flowers and food, but after they had a fallout, he started sending dead mice and other nasty stuff. I don't know how he could have this elevator card. I remember Miss Fang complained and had the property revoke his card. Su Dayuan was surprised. The caretaker knew quite a bit. He too had found the ex-husband's information, but not as extensively as Wenxue had described. Particularly the company's information, that checked out upon looking it up on his phone, and indeed, just as Wenxue had said, Qin Jinxue was one of the shareholders of Qidong Jihai Accounting Agency Company, Limited. But not the legal representative. However, having been to jail, could he still be a legal representative? Su Dayuan was puzzled. At that moment, Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p Zhao and the others moved the notebook computer closer to the sofa and paused a segment of the surveillance footage, clicking play casually. The timestamp on the surveillance read, January 8, 2012 at 22:47. A man opened the elevator door, hurried to the apartment door, attempted to enter the password, tried a few times seemingly getting it wrong each time, and in frustration, began to bang on the door, all the while swearing with particularly offensive words. However, after much effort, no one answered the door to the room, so he found some paper and a pen in the drawer above the shoe cabinet, wrote a note, and left it on the entrance door before leaving. Mr. Zhao pointed to several surveillance locations, and Su Dayuan understood that this Qin Shuijin had come 4 times, on January 8, 15, 21, and 24, diligently working even through the new year, quite persistent indeed. When Shoa glanced at the property manager and continued speaking, on the 9th when I came over, the property management told me someone had complained. That's when I checked the surveillance and found Qin Shuejin was looking for Miss Fang. I then told the property management that this person wasn't Miss Fang's friend and to take back his elevator card if he came again. Despite that, we never managed to stop him. The property manager was somewhat anxious. Discussing this with the police made them look very unprofessional. Our security tried to stop him several times, but couldn't hold back Mr. Qin at all. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, he would bluntly say, if it doesn't work, just call the police. I've just been released and am not afraid of going back in, so who would dare to stop him? Su Dayuan ignored the property manager and waved to have him taken out. After the door closed, Su Dayuan continued to ask, when was the last time you saw Miss Fang? Do you remember? Calls count 2. When Shoa thought for a moment, took out a small notebook and handed a page to Su Dayuan. I'm best at making soup. I remember on the last day of last year, when I was packing up to leave, Miss Fang told me she wanted to eat the cordyceps flour chicken soup I make. She asked me to buy the ingredients and start cooking on the 3rd when I came over so she could drink it upon returning home later. Early on the 3rd, I went to buy the ingredients. She had been feeling weak recently, so I also bought abalone. But around noon, Miss Fang called me saying she had to discuss some matters and would be busy both at noon and in the evening. She asked me to store the ingredients well and to contact her later about when to eat it. I asked her when she would be back and if I should prepare her breakfast for the next day. She enjoyed the sandwiches I made, toasted just right in the morning. Miss Fang refused, stating she would be very busy these days. If she couldn't finish her work, she might not be able to make it home at all. If it wasn't for her saying that, I would have called the police long ago. By this point, when Shoa had started to cry, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p obviously. Seeing the police at the door and recalling all these unusual events, the nanny could sense that something was amiss. After all, Mr. Zhao and his colleagues had arrived fully equipped, even wearing shoe covers like those only seen on TV. Has something happened to Miss Fang? Su Dayuan nodded. Fang Wenjie is dead and has been for nearly a month. When Shoa shuddered with fright, her lips trembling. She was probably experiencing fear, shock, relief, confusion all at once. Head bowed, she seemed to take a long while to gather herself before taking out a USB flash drive from her backpack, encased in a sealed bag, obviously well kept. What is this? Miss Fang had been acting strange at the end of last year, and I don't know how to describe it. It's as if she became a different person. She was a bit overweight before, but lost several tens of pounds in 2 months, with a lot of hair loss as well. When I asked her what was wrong, she didn't say. Around mid-December, I can't clearly recall the exact date, but as soon as I arrived, she was waiting for me at home with this USB flash drive. She also told me many strange things, which left me thinking she was diagnosing a terminal illness and arranging affairs for after her passing. Su Dayuan became interested. What did Fang Wenjie say to you? When Shoa pondered, no one rushed her. As just a nanny who noticed something wrong with her employer, she was already admirable. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p otherwise, Fang Wenjie wouldn't have entrusted her with the items. Miss Fang didn't have children and her parents had passed away a long time ago. Talking about relatives, it seems she was somewhat close to a cousin from her aunt's side. The cousin's child studied at Ocean University, later found work here, and would visit Miss Fang every week, occasionally staying here. Even after graduation, the child would come by from time to time. That day, Miss Fang told me she had made a will, which was already notarized at the notary's office. If she died, all her property would go to that child, 2 properties, cash, a car, and also some jewelries. Moreover, she gave me a card with 20,000 yuan on it. She said if she was okay, that was like prepaying 2 years of my salary. If something happened to her, then it was my resettlement fee. Mr. Zhao came closer. He had been calculating something, and even though the place was in Beijing and not a coastal first-tier area, property prices were still very expensive. At the launch, prices were over 20,000 yuan per square meter. For a nearly 300 square meters luxury flat in this location with decoration, listing it for 5 million would cause a frenzy. The other property he had already seen the ownership certificate for was even better located, slightly smaller by 20-some square meters, yet still worth at least 5 million. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, along with the savings and the car, not even counting the jewelries, this was a comfortable amount that definitely exceeded 12 million yuan. Su Daiwan's voice interrupted Mr. Zhao's deep thoughts. When Fang Wenjie gave you the card, did she mention she was in any trouble? Or say, had made enemies with anyone? Someone who might want revenge on her? When Xiua shook her head, Su Dayuan was not discouraged and continued to ask, the child from her cousin's family, what is their name? Qin Wenqi, but I don't know their phone number, she replied. Su Dayuan stood up, smiling at Wenxua. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Please don't clean up here for now. Our people will stay here temporarily. After all, we need to see if anyone still comes looking for Fang Wenjie. If you remember anything else, feel free to contact me at any time. Of course, if we find Qin Wenqi or perhaps Fang Wenjie's ex-husband, we may need you to identify them. We will contact you then. When Xiua stood up and bowed to Su Dayuan, struggling to control her emotions. Officer, I was wondering, if you catch the person who harmed Fang Wenjie, could you let me know? And how will her body be handled? If possible, I would like to help with her burial. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 232 to 229. The ex-husband died _1 Chapter 232, Chapter 229. The ex-husband died _1 January 30th, 2012. Zhou Ning arrived at the technical department early. As soon as he entered the office, Sun Gaodai came in, holding a stack of test results. Seeing Zhou Ning, Sun Gaodai hurried over. Team leader, the autopsy and initial crime scene sampling results have come out. Take a look. Oh yes, there are also samples taken from the deceased's home, as well as the lab fingerprint comparison results. Zhou Ning took the reports and carefully read through them. By the end, Zhou Ning slightly furrowed his brows, just as Mr. Zhao and Su Dayuan entered, pausing upon seeing Zhou Ning's expression. What's wrong, Zhou Xiao? Is there a problem with the test results? Zhou Ning shook his head, his face serious as he spoke. On the contrary, we can almost say that we found nothing significant. There were no drugs or anesthetic substances in the victim's body. The analysis of the stomach contents revealed beef, onions, and broccoli. Judging from the degree of digestion, the victim died within an hour after the meal. At the first crime scene, besides the fingerprints left by the victim, no valid fingerprints were found. As for the victim's home, we collected fingerprints belonging to Fang Wenjie, the victim, her nanny Wenxua, and the victim's ex-husband, Qin Xuejin. Su Dayuan frowned and threw a phone call record onto the table. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Our progress on this side is not good either, so I didn't call a case analysis meeting. The last call she made was at 12:34 p.m. on January 3rd. The call to her mobile phone came from a landline. We checked and it's a phone in the deceased's former office, and it's in a public area without surveillance. As for the two residences of the deceased, one showed no signs of habitation and was covered in white cloths. We asked the property management, and Fang Wenjie had not been there in a year. The other place is the one Mr. Zhao and their team sampled. As for the deceased's white CC, it has still not been found. Su Dayuan rubbed his head, looking dejected. Last night we had people contact that Qin Xuejin, but no one answered the phone. Early this morning, I sent Mr. Bai and Mr. Tao to Qin Zujin's home and company, hoping to find him. As for the victim's company, I'm a bit puzzled. Why was a financial director of such a large group suddenly dismissed, and why was it done so conspicuously? Could it really be as they say, because Fang Wenjie was cooking the books? Mr. Zhao curled his lip. The financial director of a big group like this is usually a close confidant of the boss and an absolute professional. They have a deep understanding of various tax laws and policies, and through legitimate tax avoidance, they can save a considerable amount of money. Otherwise, why do you think Fang Wenjie was so wealthy? They would never deliberately falsify accounts. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p listed companies have regulatory authorities, and who doesn't know that would be asking for trouble, effectively ruining their lives. Such a person wouldn't last in this line of work. Moreover, if they really did cook the books, it was arranged by people above them. With such an uncertain and vague dismissal, not to mention the signing of a confidentiality agreement, I feel like they might be covering something up. Su Dayuan nodded in agreement and patted Mr. Zhao on the shoulder. I completely agree with you. It seems we have to pay another visit to the victim's company. I'll speak to Mr. Hu and ask him to let Guanghai Pharmaceuticals know we want to see the content of the confidentiality agreement. And have you thoroughly searched the victim's home? Is it possible that something was hidden and you didn't find it? I think, given that she was dismissed yet Guanghai Pharmaceuticals was so cautious, Fang Wenjie must have been in control of something. At the very least, she knew the company's insider information. It looks like we have 2 avenues to investigate now. Zhou Ning nodded. Su Daiwan's reasoning was very sound. A former financial director had just been dismissed and then disappeared and was murdered on January 3rd. Both her ex-husband and Guanghai Pharmaceuticals were suspects. Just then, Su Daiwan's phone rang. The caller was Tao Zhenshan, and Su Dayuan quickly answered. What's up, Mr. Tao? Boss, I'm at Qin Zijin's house. You need to come over immediately. There's been an incident. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p Qin Xuejin is dead. Su Daiwan's eyes widened, hardly believing his ears. Qin Xuejin is dead? A body has been found? Yes, I haven't entered the scene yet. Better have the second team come take a look, too. Zhou Ning, overhearing the conversation, quickly waved at Mr. Zhao and the others. Get your gear ready, we're heading out now. Mr. Zhao pointed upstairs. What about those leaders from Huaining province? You're not going to deal with them? They are visiting Qin University today, to tour the research center and to get an understanding of some equipment. Dr. Liu called earlier this morning. Stop blathering and hurry up. Half an hour later. Beijai Street Rose Court. Mr. Zhao looked toward the north and kept clicking his tongue. TSK, TSK, TSK. Qin Xuejin really wanted to reunite with his broken marriage, huh? The house he bought is right next to his ex-wife Fang Wenjie's place in Shangliu Jiayuan. The direct distance between the 2 homes is only 700 or 800 meters. You can see his ex-wife's house from the north window. Su Dayuan turned his head to look at Mr. Zhao. Instantly, Mr. Zhao shut his mouth and followed the others to the second floor, door 201, which was Qin Zijin's home. Tao Zhenshan stood at the door smoking. Seeing the group arrive, he quickly extinguished the cigarette, carefully wrapped it up, and put it in his pocket so that not even a trace of ash fell to the ground. Head Forensic Doctor Zhou, you're here. Describe the situation. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p Tao Zhenshan pointed at the deceased's apartment 201 and then began. This morning, when we arrived at the deceased's building, we started contacting the property management. The manager checked the surveillance and found that the deceased had not gone out since returning by car the night before last, which was January 28th. Moreover, his car occupied 2 parking spaces. No one answered the phone calls, and no one opened the door when they knocked. Upon hearing this, it seemed to me that something was amiss, so I quickly had someone climb up to the 2nd floor from the air conditioning unit platform on the south side. That's when we saw someone lying face down on the ground, with blood all around. It looked like he had been dead for quite some time, so I immediately called you. The lock has been opened by someone, but no one has entered the room yet. Su Dayuan patted Tao Zhinshan on the shoulder, feeling fortunate that it was Tao Zhinshan who had come. If Mr. Bai had been the one, with his careless nature, he probably wouldn't have noticed anything wrong. But it was also fortunate that the deceased lived on the second floor. Is there no anti-theft net outside? Tao Zhinshan shook his head. No anti-theft net. The community management doesn't allow them. Any that were installed previously have all been taken down. Besides, I've already had someone check the surveillance, but the camera that covers this building's entrance is blocked by several trees and doesn't show anything. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao leaned over the north window to take a look and indeed saw several dense cedar trees, which were still thick with branches and leaves even in winter, but the color was not as bright green. Su Dayuan said solemnly, "Once you enter, you'll see that this community has more green and floral areas than a typical one. If it were a regular development of high-rises, at least 20 more buildings could be constructed here. But their selling point is this aspect. After all, it's next to the planned World Expo Park. Mr. Zhao, you guys go check out the scene first." Zhou Ning nodded at Mr. Yang and Mr. Zhao, signaling them to go in first. Without any objection, they put on their investigative overalls, took their kits, and went in. Zhou Ning also got dressed, put on his clothes neatly, fitted his gloves together, and walked to the door. Sun Gaodai didn't need to be told. He diligently collected fingerprints from the door, with special attention to the combination lock. Zhou Ning stood in the entryway, a spot from which he could see most of the room. On the ground, neatly placed, were 2 pairs of shoes, both size 43. One pair was covered in mud and had been bagged by Mr. Zhao as evidence. The living room had a sunken half-level with floor-to-ceiling glass windows surrounding it. Around the sunken area was a circle of sofas with striking design features. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. The furnishings and decorations exuded a sense of technology, especially the living room chandelier, which hung down to 1 meter above the ground, a cluster of stainless steel metal fish. In the center of the living room lay a male corpse. When Zhou Ning saw the body, his pupils contracted. The body was curled up on the right leg, prone on the ground, with a large pool of blood nearby. The deceased's head was tilted to the north, eyes wide open and mouth agape, neck bearing a very deep wound. Next to the body, there was a neat pile of clothes. In addition to defensive wounds, there were also stab wounds inflicted in anger. The scene was nearly identical to the death scene of Fong Wenjie. Mr. Zhao drew several areas on the ground, placed evidence markers, and finished taking photos. A white line circled the body to demarcate the area. He then stood up and gestured to Zhou Ning. "Zhou Xiao, the living room has been processed and photographed. You can come over and take a look now." Zhou Ning nodded, said nothing, and walked towards the body, with Zhu Xingxing trailing behind him. However, Su Dayuan stopped him. "Hold on, Zhu. Let Zhou Xiao finish looking." Zhu Xingxing didn't say anything further and quickly withdrew to the entrance, while Mr. Zhao and the others continued to check the other rooms of the deceased's home. Zhou Ning, stepping on the investigation map board, quickly approached the side of the deceased. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. The deceased's corneas were moderately opaque, with the center just vaguely revealing the position of the pupils, suggesting that the time of death was between 24 to 30 hours, since complete corneal opacity would take at least 48 hours. Zhou Ning measured the rectal temperature and then inspected the bodice external condition. There were livor mortis on the front, significant rigor mortis, although the hands and feet showed only slight rigor. The deceased's forearms and fingers had no defensive wounds, but the anterior of the right tibia showed a narrow area of swollen bruising. Looking at the position and width, it seemed like he had been kicked with a shoe with a wide edge. There was also slight bruising below the knees. Zhou Ning frowned slightly. Had the deceased been kicked and then knelt on the ground? Was there no resistance at all when it was a matter of life and death? Zhou Ning's gaze shifted to the sofa next to the pool of blood. The fabric was slightly wrinkled as if someone had been sitting there and then got up, leaving behind a very faint figure, 8 crease. It was fortunate that the sofa's material was not very elastic, or else this trace would not have been left. Zhou Ning raised his hand and called toward the bedroom. "One of you who's finished, come here for a second." Mr. Zhao popped his head out and hurried over, nearly slipping on his shoe cover at the staggered level and almost falling. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Noticing a spilled humidifier with water stains on the side, which he hadn't seen when entering, he immediately collected a water sample and then joined Zhou Ning. "What's up, Zhou Xiao? Cut out this piece of fabric from the sofa and send it straight back for analysis," instructed Zhou Ning. Mr. Zhao was taken aback, his face fraught with difficulty. "Cut it out? This is a piece from the Italian brand Qidong furniture. This whole set of sofas is worth over 200,000. Want the victim's family make a fuss?" Before Zhou Ning could respond, Su Dayuan was already shouting from behind. "Are you asking for a kick? Just cut it out. Consider it done. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 233 to 230a cousin appears _1 Chapter 233. Chapter 230a cousin appears _1. The material on the surface of the sofa was cut off and packed into an evidence bag. Zhou Ning took out a thermometer, stood up, and walked to the entranceway, where Su Dayuan had already approached. "Tell me, what have you found?" The victim's throat was slit, severing the trachea and carotid artery, making it impossible to call for help. The method was quite professional, and the victim died quickly from blood loss. Based on rigor mortis, livor mortis, body temperature, and the cloudiness of the corneas, the time of death is estimated to be around 30 hours ago. Like Qin Xuejin and Fang Wenhua, the victim was forced to undress before death, with all clothes neatly folded in the corner. Moreover, there are bruises on the victim's knees, traces on both sides that look like they were left by kneeling, and a kick on the right tibia. Furthermore, the victim's throat was cut with a single stroke, the incision is smooth with no hesitation or stutter, and there are signs that the victim's hair was torn. Judging from the shape of the wound, I suspect the weapon is a single-edged dagger, and it was delivered from right to left, typical of a left-handed assailant. At this point, Zhou Ning raised his phone, enlarging the photos. The shoes are thick soled leather with a wide edge. Among the footprints Mr. Yao collected, there are some with shoe covers like ours. I think they were left by the killer. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. What shoe size was checked over here? Mr. Zhao found the photo, compared the sizes, and said, they are size 44. However, the shoe cover is interesting. It's not like our disposable ones, but more like those all-encompassing rain shoes with a patterned sole, which are ambidextrous. Zhou Ning looked carefully, and sure enough, as Mr. Zhao described, the sole had a pattern, but it was impossible to distinguish between the left and right foot. It seemed the perpetrator was well prepared, except this time they didn't clean up the footprints left at the scene. Let's transport the body back. I wonder if there are surveillance cameras installed in the victim's home? Mr. Zhao shook his head. No surveillance cameras were installed in the victim's home. The video phone on the door doesn't have a recording function, so we can't know what time or if anyone came in. But since there are no signs of the door being jimmied, it's obvious that the victim, Qin Xuejin, let the killer in willingly. Zhou Ning nodded. I agree with Mr. Zhao's assessment. Although the two victims died almost a month apart, the decisive killing methods and the nature of the wounds lead me to suspect that Fang Wenjie and Qin Xuejin were murdered by the same person. I suggest we treat the cases as connected. Su Dayuan looked solemnly at Zhou Ning. He had considered this himself, and Zhou Ning saying so only increased his confidence in the idea. Mr. Tao ordered the body to be sent to the forensic lab and the scene to be secured. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Tao Jinshan hurried to make the call, while Su Dayuan turned to Mr. Zhao. Were there any valuables at the scene, or did you find any signs of things being searched or rummaged through? Mr. Zhao shook his head. To the east of this split-level staircase, there are no traces of shoe cover footprints. The footprints come from the entrance to the living room and then exit directly. The perpetrator wore shoe covers upon entry and didn't change shoes. As for the bedrooms and the study, we found a safe. It's a combination lock safe, impossible to open for inspection. Call the technicians over. They have a set of tools to crack it. Have you seen a cell phone? No, I haven't. But I found a laptop bag in the study, along with a charger and a mouse on the desk, although there was no laptop. Su Dayuan paused, frowning at Mr. Zhao. Didn't you say the killer didn't go to the east side rooms? There was dust on the floors of the victim's home, so the footprints are very clear. I found slipper prints matching the slippers left in the living room. It seems the victim took the computer themselves, but it's unclear why the victim was so compliant. Su Dayuan looked serious and dialed Lu Yufei's number. Check Qin Zijin's call records right now, immediately. He then called Bai Ruixin's cell phone. Is there anyone at Qin Zijin's company? Boss, don't rush. Someone just arrived at their company, but Qin Xuejin didn't. I asked their receptionist, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Qin Xuejin didn't show up yesterday either, and they couldn't reach him by phone. They had a deal to sign for managing accounts with a company that was supposed to be finalized today, but still hasn't been signed. Zhou Ning listened attentively and quickly typed a few words on his phone. Su Dayuan glanced at it and nodded slightly. In their company, isn't Qin Xuejin just a shareholder? There's also the legal representative and other shareholders. Could no one else manage these matters, or have they not gone in today? Haha, I actually asked about that. Since all their certifications are displayed at the reception, I casually asked. The legal representative is named Chen Junping, who just holds the title, and the shareholders are only Chen Junping and Qin Xuejin. Qin Xuejin handles all the big and small matters himself. Basically, he's the sole boss of the company. I have yet to look into who this Chen Junping is. Wait for me, I'm coming over now. After hanging up, before Su Dayuan could speak, Zhou Ning said, Su Da, I'm heading back to perform the autopsy, then I'll send the evidence for testing as soon as possible. However, don't have high hopes for the autopsy since there isn't much evidence left, but I will carefully examine the wounds. We'll have Sister Cui do a particle analysis to see if the residue in the wounds of both victims is the same. Additionally, if the deceased indeed died 30 hours ago, then the time I collected the rectal temperature was 7:45 / p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Based on this inference, the time of death would be approximately between 2200 hours on January 28th and 2 o'clock in the early morning of January 29th. We could check to see if any vehicles came or went during that period and investigate each one. However, it's not impossible for the murderer to have waited until daylight to leave the scene. If that's the case, it's not so simple as just inflicting injury. A premeditated murder like this must have a motive, especially since the victim's phone and computer were missing. Su Dayuan nodded in understanding, grasping the implication of Zhou Ning's words. I'll have someone look into Fang Wenjie and Qin Zijin's backgrounds in detail, marriages, divorces, dismissals, incarcerations, everything, to see at which point they might have crossed someone. After I return, I will also have that cousin's nephew brought in for questioning, since he's suddenly inherited tens of millions in assets, not to mention being the legal representative of Qingdao Jinhai Accounting Agency Company, Limited, along with Chen Junping. Just as Zhou Ning was about to pick up the suitcase, he paused, and Su Dayuan looked at him, puzzled. What did you think of? Do both of these people have the surname Chen? Without a second thought, Su Dayuan pulled out his police device and began searching. He quickly found the information, and upon reading it, he drew in a sharp breath and stared at Zhou Ning with wide eyes, which said everything. Could it be that Chen Junping is Fang Wenjie's cousin, / p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Su Dayuan nodded, his face a picture of disbelief. We don't need to discuss this any further. I'll arrange for both the father and son to be brought in for questioning. This cannot be just a coincidence. The son has inherited all of Fang Wenjie's estate, and as the company's legal owner, it effectively belongs to him now. Autopsy Room 2. The body had been placed on the autopsy table. Yang Xuedong stayed at Qin Zujin's house as someone from the technical department was needed to unlock the door and collect evidence from inside, so he did not come back with the others. Mr. Zhao and Sun Gaodai put in some effort to break the rigor mortis and laid the body on the autopsy table. Zhou Ning had finished his external examination, and Zhu Xingxing held the scalpel with a tense expression as he looked towards Zhou Ning. Are you sure, team leader, that you want me to do the autopsy? Zhou Ning nodded. Just do it confidently and without any psychological burden. You have the ability, you just lack practical experience. Besides, I'm right here. If there are any mistakes or oversights, I'll tell you right away. Mr. Zhao, begin the narration. Mr. Zhao looked somewhat gleeful as he glanced at Zhu Xingxing, then promptly activated the autopsy recording system and rapidly introduced the deceased's basic information, the time and place the body was found, the chief examiners, and so on. Zhu Xingxing cleared his throat, prepared to make the first cut. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody/speak. Speak. Prosody. P. Zhao kicked his leg out, and Zhu Xingxing, about to protest, was immediately silenced by Mr. Zhao's round, stern eyes, gesturing toward the body. Zhu Xingxing then remembered that he had forgotten to perform the external examination and, tapping his head, hastily set the scalpel down. Starting from the hair of the body, he proceeded step by step, conducting a meticulous external examination. As he made discoveries, he would direct his findings to Sun Gaodai, who recorded them diligently. Having been in the second group for a while and participating in numerous autopsies, the opportunity for Zhu Xingxing to conduct an independent examination with Sun Gaodai assisting was the best encouragement for him. His face showed excitement and tension no less than Zhu Xingxing's. After finishing the external examination and seeing that Zhou Ning had not commented, Zhu Xingxing once again raised the scalpel and opened the deceased's chest and abdomen. It was like playing a video game. When you're not the one playing, it's easy to see others' actions clearly and spot issues, whether the cuts are deep enough or the dissections thorough. However, when it's your turn to handle it, it's a completely different story. In Zhu Xingxing's hands, the bone saw seemed to move erratically, startling Mr. Zhao into stepping back. Zhu Xingxing glanced at him, but said nothing, striving to control his movements. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. He then began the routine dissections and samplings, from the various organs to the digestive system, methodically performing each step. Zhu Xingxing reviewed the autopsy findings and the sampling information, determining the cause of death, which, of course, aligned with Zhou Ning's analysis. The cause of death was hypovolemic shock due to the severance of the carotid artery and trachea. After suturing, Zhu Xingxing took a deep breath, and Mr. Zhao turned off the recording. Zhu Xingxing looked towards Zhou Ning, seemingly trying to discern some sort of evaluation from his face, but Zhou Ning remained still, with his arms crossed. Team leader, I have finished the autopsy. Zhou Ning did not move, only glanced at Zhu Xingxing. You've completed everything? When I mentioned a full-set autopsy, did you not hear me clearly? Or do you not like such opportunities and don't want to work independently quickly? Do you prefer to be an assistant for life? Or do you think you're not capable? Zhu Xingxing froze, somewhat stupefied. After all, Zhou Ning was usually easygoing, and this was the first time he had spoken such severe words to her. Zhu Xingxing was caught off guard, uncertain of what she might have missed. Mr. Zhao cleared his throat, and Zhu Xingxing turned to see him hinting towards the boda's head. Zhu Xingxing realized her mistake, almost raising her hand to knock on her head before. Seeing the blood on her gloves, she stopped herself. My mistake, team leader, I'm just a blockhead. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody/speak. Speak, Prosody, P. I'll shave the deceased's head and perform the craniotomy right now. /P. Break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, P. Chapter 234 to 231. The storage card inside _1. Chapter 234. Chapter 231. The storage card inside _1. Sun Gout I had now approached, seemingly eager to try. Zhu Xingxing stepped aside, and Sun Gout I began shaving the head. They did not use electric clippers. Those devices, although fast, tend to scatter hair everywhere, which could interfere with the observation during the autopsy. A razor blade flashed quickly, and in no time, the smooth scalp had been completely cleaned. At this point, Zhu Xingxing noticed that the top and forehead of the corpse's head were somewhat congested and swollen. It seemed that her external examination was too cursory and had missed these marks. Mr. Zhao stepped closer to take pictures. Only then did Zhu Xingxing raise the scalpel and, using the technique taught by Zhou Ning, made an incision from behind both ears across the top of the skull, peeled it forward and backward, and then sawed the skull parallel. Now it could be seen that there was slight congestion in the brain tissue at the front part of the corpse's head, clearly indicating a severe impact, yet the surface swelling was not serious, which left Zhu Xingxing somewhat puzzled. Based on this injury, the victim must have hit his head directly on the ground, but the swelling on his forehead isn't obvious, right? It was only then that Zhou Ning put down his arm and, pointing to the position of the corpse's scalp, said, "Everything must be considered in context. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, P. The victim was 184 centimeters tall and weighed around 190 pounds without blood loss. A direct head impact on the ground would not result in such simple injuries. Look carefully at the swelling of the scalp. When you were making the incision, you should have noticed the scalp had lacerations and that there were signs of congestion, which seem more severe, right?" Zhu Xingxing nodded, while Sun Gout I also moved closer to the other side as Zhou Ning continued. The victim had bruises on his knees, and his right shin bone had impact injuries, but there were no defensive wounds on his nails or hands, indicating that the perpetrator had assaulted the victim at the scene of the crime, but the victim did not resist. Instead of reacting with rage or resistance after being kicked, he kneeled straight down. Maybe it was his own doing, or the perpetrator demanded it, but when he presented the laptop to the perpetrator, his hair was still dragged by the perpetrator. "You did not check the victim's back just now. Add that to the examination later." At the scene, I noticed an oval bruise on the victim's back. I think the perpetrator forced his knee against the victim's back, right hand holding the victim's hair, questioning him about something, and when he did not get a satisfactory answer, slit the victim's neck with a knife. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, P. Since the perpetrator was behind the victim, the blood sprayed from the victim's neck was at a 45 degrees angle, which would minimize the chance of the blood splattering onto the perpetrator. This action is similar to how pirates execute their captives. Of course, some people are decapitated directly, but that would cause a lot of blood to splatter. Whether in the case of Fang Wenjie or Qin Xuejin, the perpetrator has a habit that remains consistent. He is extremely averse to having blood splatter on him. Mr. Zhao, looking more serious than usual, moved closer, looked at Zhou Ning and hesitatingly spoke. "I remember it was mentioned before that before Qin Xuejin was imprisoned, he worked at Beishan Group. He was implicated and sent to prison not because of corruption or financial fraud, but for harboring a suspect, providing a vehicle and covering up the suspect's whereabouts. Could it be related to Beishan Group's affairs?" Zhou Ning thought for a moment and looked at Mr. Zhao. "If that's the case, what about Fang Wenjie?" Mr. Zhao fell silent, understanding Zhou Ning's implication. Fang Wenjie's resume was very clear. He started out as a financial manager at Guanghai Pharmaceutical Company, then founded the group, and step by step made his way up, becoming a very distinguished figure. Although Guanghai Pharmaceuticals was rumored to be related to Beishan Group, it did not involve them. But there must be some connection. /P break time equals 300 ms prosody, speak. Speak, prosody, p. If we look at their personal relationship, they were a former husband and wife, one doggedly pursuing, the other completely ignoring, totally unrelated. Even many days after Fang Wenjie's death, Qin Xuejin didn't notice anything unusual. Zhu Xingxing approached, raised her hand, and Mr. Zhao looked at her, then gestured with his chin for her to speak. I think it's not that Qin Xuejin didn't find anything unusual, it's that Fang Wenjie had always been like that to him. But leader, there's something I really don't understand. Isn't that Qin Xuejin had been to prison? I remember reading a report that said financial staff members who are released from prison aren't allowed to work in the same industry for 5 years, and even their credentials should be revoked. Mr. Zhao waved his hand, with a look of unwillingness to entertain the question. We're analyzing important stuff here. Can you not cause a disturbance with your questions right now? What you're talking about, it needs a prefix, like embezzling public funds, or falsifying financial records, and so on. It's not saying that people who go to prison for fighting or wounding others should be treated the same. Zhu Xingxing realized her mistake and quickly stepped back to reduce her presence. Zhou Ning stared at the screen displaying the X-rays taken earlier, and then opened the X-rays taken yesterday during Fang Wenjie's autopsy. He had never expected the two men to reunite posthumously in this manner. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning moved the mouse, and his movement suddenly halted. When he had switched X-rays just now, it seemed he saw a dimly bright spot on Qin Zijin's body. He quickly adjusted the image back, and now the picture had returned to its previous whole state, but from this view, he could not see the bright spot anymore. Mr. Zhao leaned in closer. What's wrong? Help me look. Just now I saw a bright spot on this image, square-shaped, but while I was scrolling, I accidentally closed the image and now I can't find the exact part. Square-shaped bright spot? Zhou Ning nodded, and without further ado, everyone gathered around the large screen, carefully examining the enlarged images inch by inch. Suddenly, Zhou Ning spotted the bright spot under the arm of the corpse. Quick, get the body back here, check the victim's left armpit and the inner side of the arm to see if there's something there. At Zhou Ning's order, everyone sprang into action. Allowing Zhu Xingxing to perform this autopsy was an indication of one thing. Little information could be obtained from this victim's examination, so Zhou Ning dared to let go. At that moment, he truly regretted not having felt it himself. The staff from the freezer also came along to confirm. After all, it was the first time they had encountered an incident where a body had just been shipped out and then brought back. Second autopsies were common, but it was rare to divide a single autopsy into a first and second half. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. When the body was brought in, Zhou Ning immediately lifted the deceased's left arm, starting from the edge of the ribs to the armpit, checking for anything unusual. He found nothing. He then examined the inner side of the deceased's forearm. Just then, Zhou Ning noticed that there was a suture scar on the inside of the upper arm, towards the back. Though the scab had fallen off, the area still looked quite red. Zhou Ning picked up a scalpel and gently sliced open the surface of the skin, revealing a storage card the size of a green bean. The card was wrapped in a thin film. Judging by the state of healing, it was about a month after the stitches were removed, plus 7 days for stitch removal. So, it would have been around December 22nd, when Fang Wenjie was fired, that this card was implanted in the body. Zhou Ning instantly felt chills. He grabbed the card, ripped off his isolation suit, and hurried upstairs. Mr. Zhao followed closely, dialing Mr. Chu's number on his phone. Mr. Chu, are you in the lab? Yes, I am. Great, we're coming up. We've got an emergency, need help reading the contents of a storage card. Oh, is Mr. Xia there? Mr. Xia left. She had to go back to Qin University this afternoon. Seems like she had to sign something. I'm not sure what for. Moments later, the two men arrived at the lab. Hearing footsteps, Mr. Chu came to open the door and looked puzzled at the two men in a rush. What's wrong? Weren't you two out at a crime scene? Is there another case? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Yes. The ex-wife died first, followed by her ex-husband. Mr. Chu shook his head, smiling. He was not interested in these matters. Hurry up and tell me, which storage card do you need me to recover? Zhou Ning handed the card to Mr. Chu, who saw the blood on it and his smile vanished. Where did this come from? Pulled it out of a corpse, wrapped in plastic wrap and sewn under the skin. Definitely the work of a ruthless person. Mr. Chu shuddered, grabbed an alcohol wipe, and cleaned it up, while Mr. Zhao smirked, knowing Mr. Chu was scared. You've been working in the lab for a while now, haven't you gotten used to this? I've seen autopsies, but who has seen storage cards hidden inside a body? Zhou Ning approached them. You too, stop it. This card looks much smaller than a regular storage card. Can you see what's stored on it? Mr. Chu, now serious, said, these kinds of storage cards are rare. Normal card readers can't detect them, but I can read it. After saying this, he put the cleaned card into a card reader with numerous slots all over it, looking every bit like a Rubik's Cube. As soon as the card was inserted, a dialog box appeared on the reader, asking for a password. Zhou Ning patted Mr. Chu's shoulder. You can crack it, right? Mr. Chu glanced at it, counted the number of digits, and opened a software tool to start the cracking process, a dialog box with changing numbers and letters appearing alongside. Pretty professional setup. Give me 10 minutes. I should be able to crack it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The wait wasn't long, and the dialog box began to display a stream of numbers and letters. With a beep, the password was successfully entered, and the page displayed a compressed file taskbar. Mr. Chu, intrigued, clicked through step by step, and as the decompression finished, a folder appeared with numerous files inside. He randomly opened one, and it was a photograph of accounts, along with some spreadsheets. After reading the contents, Zhou Ning could not conceal his shock. Inside were mainly two parts. One was the offshore remittance details of the Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group, along with a list of names, amounts, dates, and video numbers corresponding to a series of unsavory surveillance footage. It was obvious that this content was of some officials being filmed while accepting bribes, including some explicit performances. Zhou Ning did not recognize these officials. In another file, there was a complete set of accounts, which he truly couldn't understand. However, from the names marked on it, one could see that these were two sets of books from Guanghai Pharmaceuticals, along with some other documents, all of which were photographs. He could see the slender fingers of the person taking the photos, especially a faint scar on the right index finger, clearly the hand of a woman. Zhou Ning recalled his examination of Fang Wenjie's hands during the autopsy. Her hands were not slender, the joints rather large, clearly not Fang Wenjie's hand. So how did these items come about? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 235 to 232. She's next _1 Chapter 235. Chapter 232. She's next _1 Qin Zijin's relationship with Fang Wenjie, according to a few surveillance occasions, seemed to be quite bad, and the nanny's testimony confirmed the situation of mutual disdain between the two. Here it is again, about the accounts of Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group. So how did these items end up in his hands? If these belonged to Fang Wenjie, who wanted to keep a backup plan to guard against anyone wishing her harm, she would certainly have given them to the person she trusted most. Having no children, no parents, no siblings, only a cousin's son would be considered close. From the perspective of vested interests, the nephew is the heir, and the cousin is the legal representative of that company. Does this mean leaving the benefits to one's own family and sharing the risk with the ex-husband? How can this statement have no convincing power at all? Moreover, the timing of Qin Xuejin sewing the memory card into his flesh was sensitive. Right after Fang Wenjie was fired, he immediately sewed the memory card inside his body. Was he afraid he might be involved in some trouble too? Or was it that he had already foreseen a risk to his life? Zhou Ning shook his head and quickly took out his phone to call Su Daiyuan. Where's the leader? In downstairs at the technical department. What's up? You found something? Zhou Ning glanced at the lab, where Mr. Chu and Mr. Zhao were present. Seeing Zhou Ning's look, Mr.P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao hurriedly unlocked the door. After all, they had locked it from inside when coming in to discuss things. Come to the lab, we'll talk when we meet, and it's best to bring Mr. Hu. We have found some important clues that the leadership must decide on. It wasn't long before the laboratory door was opened. Su Dayuan and Mr. Hu came in together, followed by Lu Yongxin. Mr. Zhao closed the door and directly locked it again, causing Lu Yongxin to pause, his face showing confusion. What the heck are you doing, kid? Mr. Zhao raised his hands and tilted his chin toward Zhou Ning. Nephew, speak nicely without any violence and don't get agitated. This is what your precious apprentice asked for. I don't know what's the matter, but in a minute you'll know why. Su Dayuan and the others had already reached Zhou Ning's side, who made room to display the contents on the computer and explained the origin of these things. At the end, he looked towards Mr. Hu. We don't understand the meaning of these accounts, but we can see that there are 2 sets of books and the amounts differ vastly. There's likely a mixture of truth and falsity. Moreover, the person who took the photos is not Fang Wenjie but a younger woman. But how did these items fall into Qin Zijin's hands? And whether his death and Fang Wenjie's death are directly related? We can't know. I think we need someone who is an expert in economics to look at this, but the investigation must be kept confidential. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. After all, the Economic Investigation Department isn't under Mr. Hu's jurisdiction. Previously, with the case of Beishan Group, I remember that in Longhai City, not to mention, more than 30 law enforcement officers from the levels of director to deputy were dealt with. One could say very few survived. Mr. Hu's brow furrowed deeply, but he still nodded. He certainly understood the importance and was aware of what Zhou Ning implied. The situation within the department was complicated. He couldn't guarantee the behavior of others. Especially the issue of Beishan Group that Zhou Ning mentioned, where the upper echelons of the public security system in Longhai City were nearly entirely wiped out overnight, involving illegal detention, forging of accounts, transfer of group capital, and multiple homicides. Beishan Group, in order to evade sanctions, had detained and tortured several witnesses, even killed some, to make the collection of evidence difficult during the investigation by the Ministry of Public Security. They also assisted several important suspects to flee. Hu Guangjian understood Zhou Ning's point. After all, Guanghai Pharmaceuticals seemed like a second Beishan Group, and he was prepared and determined to handle this case. You don't need to beat around the bush with me. Speak directly to whatever you want to say. I want to involve the Economic Investigation Department. I will borrow their equipment and find an expert I absolutely trust. Tell me, what else do you know? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Don't tell me it's just based on these few papers? Zhou Ning glanced at Mr. Zhao, hesitated for a moment, then connected his phone to the computer and played a video. It was the surveillance footage captured during the New Year's holiday. This is surveillance from my residential complex. On the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, I went back there. Due to some personal reasons, I asked Mr. Chu to help me check the surveillance. I think you should know who Xia Momo's father is. He is Xia Shouchong, who just became the president of Qin University at the end of last year. However, meeting these 2 people with him needs deep consideration. One is Ren Guangji, the vice president of Guanghai Pharmaceuticals, and the other person is clear in the snapshots, but cannot be identified. The 2 stayed in the Xia family's home for about 20 minutes. Although not for long, Xia Shouchong personally saw them out. Even though Ren Guangji is a student in the EMBA course at Qin University, visiting on the afternoon of the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year is unusual, especially since there was an internal notice from the municipal committee that Xia Shouchong was to become the vice mayor of Qingdao City. Mr. Hu was taken aback and turned to look at Zhou Ning with a surprised expression. How do you know this when I have no idea? Mr. Zhao's cheeks twitched. He glanced at Su Dayuan before raising his hand and saying, "What I'm saying is, regardless of the method, this thing is set in stone. If Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. Who doesn't believe it, he can ask Suda. He knows the situation with my family." Su Dayuan nodded to Mr. Hu, and although he was somewhat impatient, he didn't hesitate to nod. Zhou Ning looked at the group. After all, revealing this video today was meant to see everyone's reactions. If Mr. Hu was involved with them, he would definitely not allow such a smooth investigation, or even directly obstruct it with words, but that which he had imagined didn't happen. The heart that hung in suspense finally settled down. Su Dayuan didn't harbor those thoughts. He simply stared at the man with the scar on the screen, his face full of confusion, and finally, he leaned in close to the monitor. "Come here, Mr. Chu. Use that software you designed. What's it called? The third phase skeletal analysis system. And hurry up and search for me. How can there be no identity found? This is Hua country, a society governed by law. Are there really stateless persons?" Without any unnecessary words, Mr. Chu quickly had the screenshot recognized. The man's facial features were dotted with many collection points, resembling a green, linear mask, and then the search box began searching. Minutes passed, and the search ended. However, the search box didn't show any information, but a large question mark, flashing a red light continuously. Su Dayuan was stunned when he saw this, while Mr. Hu rubbed his chin, squinting his eyes at the screen. Could this person be a foreigner/P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Ning also paused. Thinking about his own dream, when the man with the scar appeared, his targets were clear. He intended to carry out a massacre. He didn't think twice about the consequences, even if he heard the sound of police sirens, and continued to shoot at him. That kind of disregard, unlike a mindless act of vengeance, seemed more like a professional killer targeting professional killers. The moment this word appeared, Zhou Ning shuddered. That fear had become muscle memory, causing him to sway. Mr. Zhao studied him, knowing full well what had caused Zhou Ning's reaction. However, to cover it up, Mr. Zhao blocked Zhou Ning's view and quickly said, "Leaders, it seems that the more we investigate, the bigger this gets." Just now, during the autopsy, Zhou Xiao felt that Qin Zhujin's death resembled the way pirates execute captives, kneeling or stepping on the victim's back and slicing the throat while grabbing their hair. As Mr. Zhao demonstrated, he grabbed Mr. Chu's hair and made a gesture. Upon hearing this, each person's face darkened, because this action had only appeared during times of war. Indeed, as Zhou Ning had analyzed, such an act of humiliating murder held deep meaning. After all, it resembled the bleeding out of a chicken with its wings pinned back. Mr. Hu raised his hand. "Set up a secret special case group. As for the lab, I'll speak to Mr. Liu, find an excuse to have Mr. Xia go to Qin University for a while. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. On the surface, investigate this case from the angle of robbery. As for Guanghai Pharmaceuticals, make direct contact and obtain all information about Fang Wenjie. Of course, as Zhou Xiao mentioned, take a photo of that hand and see if there are any distinctive features. Search within Guanghai Pharmaceuticals. As for Beishan Group, don't act for now. Wait until the person I've found arrives before discussing it. This case has to be investigated covertly. Later, I'll find some trustworthy personnel from Economic Investigation to join your special case group. As for these financial records, let them take a look. Mr. Chu, since you're involved, you know the importance of this matter. I won't say too much, but everyone involved needs to be fitted with listening and monitoring devices. Can you handle that? If not, shall I find someone professional?" Mr. Chu's face turned red, and he quickly said, "I need to purchase some equipment, but naturally it won't be a problem to make it happen." Mr. Hu nodded. "For the financial aspect, reach out to Su Dayuan. I'll take care of it for you." I want to emphasize once again, if this is truly related to Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group and can even pull in Beishan Group, the investigation must continue. We were able to determine that the person who took the photo is not Fang Wenjie but a woman. Then, if the other party couldn't kill two people silently without knowing these details, so hurry and find her. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I have a premonition that if this woman is not found, shall be the next victim. The case involves widespread issues. At present, I can't report it upwards. It may be directed to wrap up hastily as a robbery, but the investigation must continue. As for the scar-eyed man, have Mr. Chu use the data from the General Administration of Customs to look up foreign nationals in Hua country. Mr. Chu's eyes lit up. He was being granted special authority. Hu Guangjian glanced at Mr. Chu, then continued. Although Mr. Chu is from the special laboratory, to facilitate future work, let's give him a special advisory role. Mr. Zhao covertly kicked Mr. Chu in the back and made a money-counting gesture. Mr. Chu didn't react, but Hu Guangjian had already seen it and cast him a reproachful glance. Don't fidget in front of me. Since you'll be an advisor, you'll naturally have an income. Including Mr. Liu, let's put him under the title of special advisor as well. The payment will start this month. Later, I'll have Mr. Ping take care of it. The case is complex. Looking at the accounts, there's a difference of nearly 30 billion, and we can confirm at least 2 victims. Hence, Su Doyuan will be in charge of this case. As for Guanghai Pharmaceuticals, you guys go make direct contact now. Of course, investigate from the angle of robbery. I won't be involved in the investigation process. If there are difficulties, I'll coordinate. The only principle is not to lose a single soldier or general. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 236 to 233 unreliable beneficiary _1 chapter 236. Chapter 233 Unreliable Beneficiary _1 Su Dayuan nodded seriously. He understood the gravity of the situation. Looking at Zhou Ning with some complexity, he then said, Leader, rest assured, we will investigate thoroughly. But can you withstand the pressure? Mr. Hu glared at Su Dayuan. Cut the nonsense and get to work. I'm leaving. As for the special case meeting and such, hold it here in the lab, not in your team's area. Maintain secrecy about everything. In the special case group, select a few individuals from your team to participate. The rest should not be involved. As for other work, I will handle it for you. After speaking, Mr. Hu left. Su Dayuan thought for a moment, then called Mr. Zhang and Liu Yufei. The two came to the technical office, talked for a long time in Zhou Ning's office, and then returned to the lab. By now, Liu Yongxin had also come to understand the details of the incident. However, to prevent Liu Yongxin from worrying, Zhou Ning didn't tell him about the identity of the man with the scar. After all, there was no way to start investigating the father's identity. Liu Yongxin seemed very worried and pulled Zhou Ning aside to ask in a low voice, "Why did you retrieve the surveillance footage from in front of the Xia family home? Don't lie to me. Is there something between you and Mr. Xia? Moreover, have you two not made your relationship official?" Master, it was a coincidence. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I was taking Xia Momo home and happened to see this man with the scar. It felt like I had seen him somewhere before, so I asked Mr. Chu to help me check the surveillance. As for my relationship with him, we're just friends, nothing further. Liu Yongxin stared at Zhou Ning for a long time and sighed softly. I still think you two are very suitable for each other. Don't let the case create distance between you. After all, there is no concrete evidence now to show that Xia Shouchong has a direct connection with Guanghai Pharmaceuticals. The visit during the new year, as a former dean of the economics faculty, is also not excessive. People in business like to associate with cultured individuals. Moreover, Xia Shouchong has just been promoted to the president of Qin University, and many things are unavoidable. Zhou Ning fell silent. Of course, he hoped there was no connection, but the things done by the man with the scar couldn't simply be explained in a sentence or two. The fact that he could accompany Ren Guangji on a visit and didn't appear as a follower suggested that Mr. Xiao's involvement might be deep, but conclusions would have to wait until after the investigation. Don't worry about me, Master. The case is the priority. I think if what Mr. Zhao said comes true, it won't be long before the Xia family moves away. Lu Yongxin remained silent, patting Zhou Ning on the shoulder. At that moment, Su Dayuan came back. Mr. Xing's cheeks were somewhat flushed, seeming extremely excited. Mr. P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao glanced at him. Bringing this guy into the special case group might not be the wisest choice. However, Tao Jinshan had been in the first big team for years, while Bai Ruixin was too young and a bit loose-lipped, probably the reason Su Dayuan didn't choose them. Lu Yufei was indifferent, sticking out her thumb and pointing towards the south side. Qin Wenqi and Qin Junping are here. One is in the interrogation room, and the other in the discussion room. They don't know about each other's presence. Qin Junping is very cooperative, but Qin Wenqi has a bad attitude. Oh, and he was brought here from his workplace. Su Dayuan reacted with a simple "oh," but Lu Yufei's facial expression was a bit strange, which made Zhou Ning pause, sensing the situation was not that straightforward. What workplace? Could it be related to Fang Wenjie? Feeling like he's lost face? Lu Yufei raised an eyebrow. Perhaps. Zhou Ning walked up to Lu Yufei and, looking into her eyes, asked, Chen Wenqi doesn't happen to work at Guanghai Pharmaceuticals, does he? Lu Yufei smiled, giving Zhou Ning a thumbs up. Our boss mind isn't on that, but Dr. Zhou's sharp. You guessed right, Chen Wenqi works at Guanghai Pharmaceuticals. However, no one knows his relationship with Fang Wenjie. When we brought him here, we only mentioned the matter of traffic offenses, and that is indeed the truth. Su Dayuan nodded, patting Zhou Ning on the shoulder. Let's go and listen in together. As for Mr. P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chu, someone from the Economic Investigation Unit, is coming over soon. Mr. Xing, stay here and record the team joining the special case group. Mr. Chu, go check the identity of the man with the scar. After speaking, Mr. Zhao also hurriedly followed, and everyone directly went to the first big team. There were only a few people in the office area. They learned that Mr. Hu had sent Tao Jinshan and Bai Ruixin to Duping to assist with a case. Lu Yufei went with Su Dayuan to the interrogation room, while Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao obediently entered the observation room next door. Indeed, the autopsy of Fang Wenjie and Qin Xuejin didn't reveal much information, just like the two scenes. Zhou Ning also wanted to listen to the interrogation. In the interrogation room, a young man was sitting on the chair, trembling his leg incessantly, with a look of disdain. This expression wasn't true indifference, but a body language some people show when extremely nervous. Qin Wenqi held up his handcuffed hands and shook them vigorously, causing the handcuffs to clink. Don't pin big crimes on me, like hit and run. Why don't you accuse me of murder? I did scrape a car in the parking lot, but there was no phone number on the car. I also called 122 and couldn't find the owner's number. Am I supposed to wait forever? Besides, when I left, I clipped a note to the car with my contact info, mentioning that I had urgent business. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. If there were any need for compensation later, I said to get the car fixed, and I'll transfer the costs. What more do you want? Qin Wenqi grew increasingly agitated, feeling wronged as he went on, eventually clenching his fists. Mr. Zhao nudged Zhou Ning. Want to bet? The car he hid is expensive, and the car he was driving wasn't his. He wanted to settle privately. Zhou Ning glanced at Mr. Zhao. The youngster knew a great deal about cars and possessed a unique perspective on the psyche of drivers. No bet. I just know he is nervous, and he realizes this isn't the traffic police department. He's trying hard to recall if he's done anything that might be implicated. Mr. Zhao blinked and chuckled. That reaction is very possible. Okay, keep a good watch. Mr. Zhao closed his mouth, and then Su Dayuan stood up, lifted his police PDA, which displayed Fong Wenjia's personal information and photo, and placed it directly on the small table. Chen Wenqi glanced at it and looked a bit puzzled. What does this mean? Do you recognize this person? Chen Wenqi nodded. My cousin. Su Dayuan put away the police PDA, crossed his arms over his chest, and then looked up at Chen Wenqi. We brought you here under the pretext of a traffic accident, but those matters are not for us to handle. This is the criminal police department. I hope you can calm down first and then answer my questions seriously. Fooling the police or lying will do you no good. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, Chen when she was stunned for a moment, then clumsily nodded and leaned forward. No? What does it mean to show me my cousin's photo and information? What is this? Lu Yufei slapped the table with a smack and stood up with a cold face. Answer what's asked. This is an interrogation room. Look at the 8 characters on the wall. This is not the place for you to ask questions. What's your name? Chen Wenqi shrank his neck in fright, filled with terror. The formidable presence of this policewoman was not ordinary, and he instantly cowered. Chen Wenqi. State your gender, age, marital status, place of employment, position, home address, ID number, one by one without leaving anything out. Male, 24 years old, unmarried. I work at Qidong Xinran Guanghai Medical Technology Limited Company, which is under the Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group. I'm a research scientist working on some biopharmaceutical subjects. My home is at 14 Building, 2-301, Fenggu Garden, Beijai Street. This is my home address. I rented a place next to my workplace. That's Xinran Community, 3-3-401, and my ID number is 370212198707119 *******. You don't live at home? Chen Wenqi nodded, his face showing some distress. I don't get along well with my dad. He scolds me whenever I go back, so I hardly ever stay home. Occasionally, I would visit my cousin's place. Su Dayuan lit a cigarette, leaned in close to Chen Wenqi, stared into his eyes, and asked, Didn't really go back for the new year? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Yeah, I was home on New Year's Eve, visited relatives on the first day, and after that, I did not go back. I was participating in an online gaming competition. The 9 scriptures had a preliminary round, and during the holiday, I just stayed in my rented place the whole time. Where's your cell phone? Chen Wenqi pointed to his pocket, and Su Dayuan took out the phone, an Apple 4S, which was quite the latest model. He handed it to Chen Wenqi. Unlock it. You've got a trendy phone there. How much is your monthly salary? Chen Wenqi hastily unlocked the phone. He did not dare to talk nonsense now, especially since that policewoman was still staring at him coldly, which was really intimidating. My cousin gave it to me. Su Dayuan seemed indifferent as he looked through the call logs. Fong Wenjia's number was conspicuously listed, with many calls back and forth. There was a 4-minute call on the morning of January 3rd. As for the last dialed call, it was on New Year's Eve, but it was not connected. Didn't call your cousin for New Year's greetings? Called, but it didn't connect. Haven't called since these past few days. What did you need from your cousin on January 3rd? Chen Wenqi glanced at Lu Yufei, then swallowed nervously before speaking. I wanted to buy a set of equipment, as I was going to compete, but I was a bit short on cash. My cousin transferred me 20,000 yuan. Su Dayuan turned to look at Lu Yufei, who was riffling through some account statements. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. She nodded to Su Dayuan, clearly indicating that the transaction matched up. Do you often visit your cousin's place? Yeah. Did your cousin have any enemies? Or did she mention anything to you? Chen Wenqi became restless, his face showing anger as he stared at Su Dayuan. Look, officer, if there's an issue, talk about it. Why keep bringing up my cousin? What's wrong with me? Is it a crime to ask my cousin for money? It's not a crime. However, your cousin has been murdered. She made a will, and it was notarized. You're the beneficiary. The notarization was done a week before she was killed. Chen Wenqi was stunned, gaping in shock for a long time without speaking. Then he banged the table and tried to stand up, but his movements were restricted by handcuffs. Hold on a second, my cousin is dead? Impossible. I've been busy recently and haven't been in contact with her. How could she possibly be dead? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 237 to 234. Can you shut up _1 chapter 237. Chapter 234. Can you shut up _1 by the end? Chen Wenqi had started crying. It took a long time before he managed to control his emotions. He wiped his face and stared at Su Dayuan with wide eyes. You see, you asked me who had a grudge against my aunt. It's Qin Xuejin. No one else but him. When he was sent to prison, he still hoped my aunt would provide a false alibi for him, but she refused, and he even assaulted her for it. They might have been divorced, but he always held a grudge in his heart. He's the most likely murderer. Stop wasting time here with me. Go catch the killer. Watching the agitated Chen Wenqi, Su Dayuan felt a sense of helplessness. Now the case seemed to be back to square one, and the suspicion surprisingly fell on Qin Xuejin. It appeared that Chen Wenqi knew very little. Qin Xuejin is dead. Chen Wenqi was stupefied, collapsing onto the chair. Just as Su Dayuan was preparing to have him sign the transcript, Chen Wenqi suddenly sat up, speaking subconsciously. Wait, my aunt left me a box just at the end of last year. She called me over in the middle of the night, handed me a box, and told me to keep it safe without telling anyone. She said she would need it later, and that I should ideally keep it in a bank safe deposit box. There could be something inside that box. Where is the box? Chen Wenqi's face showed a touch of embarrassment. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He closed his eyes, seemingly trying hard to remember, but his fingers started trembling slightly. Don't rush me, let me think. It was Christmas Eve. I had plans to go out with classmates. I was going to drive my aunt's car, but then I thought I'd be drinking, so I didn't. And then, at this point, Chen Wenqi faltered. Mr. Zhao was so anxious, he began to stamp his foot and hit his palm in frustration, angrily pointing inside the interrogation room. This guy is infuriating. I really want to drag him out and beat him up. His aunt treated him so well, and he can't even remember what she entrusted to him. It's driving me mad. Zhou Ning gave Mr. Zhao a glance, still focusing on the interrogation room. The first part of Chen Wenqi's statement seemed to have been spoken subconsciously, but later it seemed he realized he had misspoken and started trying to spin his tale. Was he hiding something? Why would he want to hide anything if his beloved aunt had passed away? This didn't make any sense. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Ning took out his phone and sent a text message. At the same time, Su Daiwan's phone rang. He glanced at the message and stubbed out his cigarette, then slapped his police badge down in front of Chen Wenqi. My name is Su Dayuan. We've set up a special task force to secretly investigate the causes of Fang Wenjie's and Qin Zijin's deaths. Moreover, we've obtained some evidence, which, of course, was found at Qin Zijin's place. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. We brought you out from your workplace today under the pretense of a hit and run. Even Fang Wenjie's and Qin Zijin's deaths were initially recorded as robberies. I cannot confirm anything else, but everyone in our task force is reliable. I hope you'll tell the truth and not put on an act with me. Some of your answers just now, I know, were half-truths. You work at Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group, and I don't think your colleagues know about your relationship with Fang Wenjie. She didn't use her connections to get you that job. Moreover, that company where your father is the nominal legal person is actually controlled by Qin Xuejin. Don't tell me they were on bad terms. I want to know the truth, or this case will remain unsolved. Besides, if we could find you, don't you think the people behind all this might worry that you know something and could harm you or your parents? With that, Su Dayuan handed over his phone, which displayed a photo of Qin Zijin's corpse. He swiped the screen, and the second photo showed the decayed remains of Fang Wenjie. Qin Wenqi shuddered uncontrollably at the sight. Mr. Zhao nudged Zhou Ning, a puzzled look on his face. Do you think this guy knows everything, perhaps even some of Fong Wenjia's plans, and he's just putting on an act with us because they're not sure if we're really investigating the case or helping someone cover up evidence? Zhou Ning nodded. This guy may seem a bit impulsive, but he's tight-lipped. He's someone who can keep things to himself. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Moreover, since his aunt thought so highly of him, there's probably a reason for that. I just don't know if Suda has figured out all their family information. It feels like they know a lot of the inside story, but they're just seeking an avenue to voice it. Mr. Zhao stroked his chin. The more he analyzed it, the more reasonable Zhou Ning's conjecture seemed. You make sense, but why didn't I think of that layer? My supervisor gave me a lot of books, including a few he wrote on criminal psychology. I have found them extremely insightful. You can pick up on some underlying messages from a suspect's minor gestures and facial micro-expressions. Mr. Zhao raised his hand, his face filled with wariness. Don't even talk about reading, my head hurts. You aren't trying to trick me into taking that the Judicial Appraisal Engineer exam, are you? I don't have the educational qualification. Zhou Ning waved his hand dismissively. An associate degree with 2 years of work experience is enough to take the exam. We'll talk about it next year. Could you keep quiet and watch the interrogation properly? Mr. Zhao became obedient, and Zhou Ning continued to look towards the interrogation room. At that time, Qin Wenqi was staring dully in front of him, not knowing what he was thinking about. Just sitting without talking, Su Doyuan put away his credentials. I can also tell you the truth. At present, we have very little evidence in our hands, just 2 accounts and some documents. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, but if these have already been cleaned up, there's no way to verify anything. After all, Fong Wenjie was fired, and she also signed a confidentiality agreement voluntarily. Moreover, at the crime scene where Fong Wenjie and Qin Xuejin were murdered, not a single trace of information was left behind, no fingerprints, bloodstains, shoe prints, or hair strands. We've screened repeatedly and found nothing, so this case will be archived and shelved without new evidence. Of course, officially, we will investigate the killer under the guise of a robbery or theft case. Do you understand what I'm saying? Qin Wenqi looked up again, glancing at Liu Yufei, his gaze settling on Su Doyuan. What makes you think I would believe you? Su Doyuan laughed, for the first time, not knowing how to respond to a youngster in his 20s who had managed to get on his nerves. Was he really expected to sing his own praises? Lighting a cigarette, Su Doyuan took a couple of deep drags before looking up to a corner of the ceiling and saying, I started working in 1991, initially as a community beat officer. In my second year on the job, during winter, the station chief's brother-in-law drove drunk and smashed into the village supermarket, not only breaking the glass door but also leaving the place in shambles and injuring an elderly person. The supermarket owner called the police, and I was at the scene. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Given that I knew everyone in the village, the owner said that it was the station chief's brother-in-law who had caused the accident, and then the owner was re-educated. Upset, I borrowed a camera from a colleague and took photos of the damage to the supermarket, the footprints, the tire marks, everything. Of course, I also photographed the injuries that the owner had sustained. I went straight to the sub-bureau to find the deputy bureau chief in charge of criminal investigations, threw the photos in front of him, and asked if a police officer like that could be dealt with. If not, I'd resign on the spot, saying I refuse to wear this badge any longer because it's shameful. 3 days later, the station chief was removed, and his brother-in-law was arrested. I don't know how to make you trust me, nor do I know what to say to let you know how formidable our task force is. All I can say is that every department has people who forget their roots, but not our special case team. By the way, have you heard of the red dress serial murder case? That was cracked by our team. Catching the perpetrator, finding evidence, including information about the victims, it was a case that hung unsolved for over 5 years. Does that make me trustworthy now? Qin Wenqi clearly looked surprised and a little confused after some thought. That doesn't make sense. I heard that the case was solved by the Qidong Subbureau. What does it have to do with you? Su Dayuan couldn't help but laugh out of exasperation. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Lu Yufei walked up closer and raised a photograph from the commendation ceremony. It was one where Su Dayuan went up for the award. You seem to know quite a lot. Su Da was originally the captain of the Qidong Criminal Police Brigade. He was transferred to the city squad only last year. Stop beating around the bush. If you have something to say, say it. We don't have the time to run circles with you here. We know this is serious, especially since the murders were carried out in a very professional way. Qin Wenqi lifted his eyes toward Lu Yufei and nodded vigorously. I believe what sister says. I didn't hide the stuff at home. After all, I was afraid those people would be watching, and they might search my place. I can retrieve it, but I need your guarantee for my parents' personal safety. My sister has already died over this, and I can't lose 2 more family members. Su Dayuan paused. The items aren't the urgent matter. Tell me in detail, what happened to your sister? Qin Wenqi hung his head, hatred seemingly brimming from his eyes, gripping the edge of the table until his knuckles turned white. They said my sister committed suicide by jumping off a building. On her computer, they found a suicide note. In early 2009, my cousin-in-law Qin Xuejin was accused of harboring criminals and was imprisoned. But who did he harbor? It was all fabricated. In reality, it was all to shut him up, to ensure that my cousin wouldn't get involved. He could only remain silent. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. My sister was 7 years older than me. She started working with my cousin-in-law, later getting assigned to the administration department of Beishan Group at Beishan Academy. As soon as my cousin sensed something was off, she immediately transferred my sister to work in the administrative department of Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group. We thought my sister had withdrawn early enough to avoid the incident since, from the accounts, my cousin didn't seem to find any dealings between the 2 corporations. Moreover, one was near Longtai City on the eastern side of Ludong Province, close to the Inland Sea, while Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group was on Qingdao, and the 2 weren't closely related. But just when we thought everything was settling down without a hitch, my sister was confessed to by Mr. Ren's son. Under the guise of courtship, he sent flowers every day. Then, my sister started facing ostracism within the company, especially from other women. Nails in her chair, glue smeared on her table, these were commonplace harassments. My cousin advised my sister to resign and find a different environment. My sister said there was no rush, that she had overheard a phone conversation by Mr. Ren, revealing that Beishan Group actually had ties with Guanghai, including asset transfers in their subsidiaries. After playing the recording for my cousin, my sister wanted to confirm a few more details before leaving 2 days later. But the next day at noon, my sister jumped from the building. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. On her computer desktop, an open document was found, a suicide note that talked about feeling mediocre, unworthy of Mr. Ren's affection, unable to stand humiliation from others, and having no attachment left for this world. Do you think my sister would kill herself? What was your sister's name? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chapter 238 to 235. The corpse in the freezer _1. Chapter 238. Chapter 235. The corpse in the freezer _1. What's your sister's name? Zhang Yinan. Su Dayuan paused, but immediately caught on. She took your mother's last name? Yes, my sister took our mother's last name. After she jumped from the building, her phone vanished into thin air, and the recordings she had saved before were nowhere to be found. My aunt believes that my sister must have overheard some secret, which is why someone silenced her. After all, according to the original plan, she was supposed to resign in a week, but instead, she died on Valentine's Day in 2009. Having said this, Qin Wenqi paused. then looked up again, his eyes filled with hatred. My aunt called the police then, and when they arrived, they did an autopsy as we requested. Our family was called to the forensic doctor's room at the city bureau. I remember very clearly, the forensic doctor was a tall guy. He told us that it could be determined my sister had committed suicide. Su Dayuan furrowed his brows. No wonder Qin Wenqi was rambling nonsense from the beginning, with his acting and distrust towards the police. It turned out there was this hidden factor involved. Thinking about the tall guy among the forensic doctors, he searched his memory. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak. Prosody P. Ping was only about 1.7 meters tall, and as for the other few forensic doctors he had met, Chao Xianming specialized in traffic cases, and among the remaining two, Zhu Zhuozhang was quite thin and Feng Jijian very fat, both not tall. The only tall standout was Zhou Ning, but if it was the early part of 2009, Zhou Ning hadn't joined yet. Realizing this, he paused mid-thought. Right, how could he forget Cui Haibin? This man had been transferred due to the red clothes serial killing case, but before that, he indeed had been responsible for criminal cases and was definitely a tall guy. Su Dayuan opened his phone, browsed through some photos, and, finding a group picture, zoomed in on Cui Haibin's photo before showing it to Qin Wenqi. Please identify, is this the person? Qin Wenqi stretched his neck to look at Su Daiwan's phone, and his eyes instantly reddened. That's him. That's the guy. I remember his surname is Cui. He was the one who performed the autopsy on my sister. Hearing this, Zhou Ning's brows knitted tightly. He didn't have much contact with Cui Haibin, having only met him twice, once during a software news conference and another time in the autopsy room of Qidong 8th Hospital. Arrogant and contemptuous, whether his work ability was up to par was unknown to him, but from a glance, deciding that the deceased had no relation to the red clothes serial killings case was hasty. At the very least showing a lack of seriousness towards his work. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak. Prosody P. Yet even so, Zhou Ning couldn't believe that Cui Haibin would take part in fabricating the results of a case, although determining whether a high fall was suicide or murder was incredibly difficult. Yet it wasn't impossible to discern. In the book written by Professor Li Qingbin, there was a detailed exposition on this subject, analyzing aspects such as the distance between the point of fall and the building, minor traces on the victim's body, and residual substances on the clothing, etc. Having served as the head of a forensic department for so many years, could it be that he knew nothing of such assessments? Impossible. Bowing his head slightly, Zhou Ning put away his restless thoughts and focused on the interrogation room. Unsure what Su Dayuan had just said to Qin Wenqi was now crying, staring at Su Dayuan for a long time, as if making a firm decision. He gripped the edge of the small table and said, "However, my sister's body wasn't cremated. We hid it away." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone showed a look of surprise. Su Dayuan pondered for a moment and then approached Qin Wenqi. The forensic doctor you just mentioned was originally the chief of the forensic room in the technical department. However, due to a mistake in his work, he has been transferred. Where he was transferred to is something I don't know yet, but I will have people look into him. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak. Prosody P greater than I will also arrange for a very professional forensic doctor to redo the autopsy for your sister, and of course, we will retrieve the records from that year. Although you're not involved in our system, you should know about Li Qingbin, right? Qin Wenqi nodded. Of course, I've heard of him. Li Qingbin is also known as the Sherlock Holmes of Hua country, but what does that have to do with what we're discussing? Su Dayuan smiled. The task force I mentioned to you includes a forensic doctor, who is one of Li Qingbin's most proud students. He was the lead forensic doctor who found the clues in the red clothes serial killings case you mentioned earlier. Without him, that case would not have been solved. Qin Wenqi looked stunned, then bit his lip and nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll turn over my sister's body to you. I can also take you to find the box my aunt kept. but I request that my parents be temporarily taken away for their protection. After all, my father knows nothing about this. He served as the legal person for Qin Zujin's company only because Qin Xuejin had been in jail and couldn't provide proof of having a clean criminal record. Su Dayuan nodded, aware that thinking this far, Chen Wenqi likely understood why they brought Chen Junping over. It was true that Fang Wenjia, Qin Xuejin, and Zhang Yinan were all dead, and they could only proceed this way to gain Chen Wenqi's cooperation. After thinking for a while, Su Dayuan raised his hand and knocked on the one-way glass. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. This was to call Zhou Ning and the others over. Then he made a phone call to summon Mr. Zhang. Several people entered the interrogation room where Lu Yufei had already unlocked the handcuffs from Chen Wenqi's hands, and Mr. Zhao was collecting his blood. At that moment, Mr. Zhang walked in, glaring at Su Dayuan. "What's the matter, boss? Put on plainclothes, take 2 people with you, and don't drive a police car. Take Mr. Zhao's car instead. Go to Yunlian Port. When you're close, I'll send you the phone number and address. Send those 2 people over, and whoever you take should also wear plainclothes. But make sure the equipment is fully prepared and keep the escorted individuals safe." Mr. Zhang nodded vigorously as Mr. Zhao scrunched his nose, clearly unhappy. "Why use my car?" At Su Daiwan's piercing glare, Mr. Zhao reluctantly pulled out his car keys without another word. In truth, he wanted to say that Zhou Ning's car wasn't a police car either, and being newer, it had better performance for long-distance driving, but he was too intimidated to voice his thoughts. Mr. Zhang then inquired about who to bring along. Lu Yufei stepped forward to make arrangements, clearly understanding Su Daiwan's intent. She organized for all newcomers to join, those straight from the police academy with no significant personal connections or backgrounds, and who had average relationships with the rest of the team. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Su Dayuan was very pleased with such arrangements, and at that moment, Zhou Ning approached Chen Wenqi. "I'm Forensic Doctor Zhou Ning. Tell me about the time and place of your sister's fall from the building. Did you visit the scene? Did you take any photos or videos? Also, what clothes was your sister wearing when the incident happened?" Chen Wenqi's eyes were fixed on Zhou Ning. The young appearance evoked a sense of distrust in him, prompting several glances towards Su Dayuan. However, after hearing Zhou Ning's questions and seeing him place a recording pen in front of him, Chen Wenqi's unease greatly diminished. "My sister's accident was on February 14, 2009 at 12:44 p.m. The surveillance of Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group captures only the entrance and inside of the buildings, while the spot where my sister fell is behind the group's tower. It's the parking area. When my sister fell, she hit a car before landing on the ground and died instantly. According to the building's surveillance, she was wearing a white down jacket, a red wool skirt, and long boots when she entered the building. At the time of the accident, she wasn't wearing the down jacket. Later, when our aunt went to collect my sister's belongings, she couldn't find her down jacket or her mobile phone. Despite the careful review of the surveillance footage, nothing was found, as the camera angle was near the stairwell and parts of the view were obstructed by blinds, so her position wasn't clear. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Regarding the video, our aunt checked all the vehicles parked in the back and found 2 dashcam videos capturing the moment of my sister's fall. However, the angle only showed from the 3rd floor to the car roof, unable to provide sight of what exactly happened on the rooftop. I was at school at the time and wasn't informed about the incident. My father had just undergone heart surgery and was hospitalized. Only my mother and aunt went to the scene, which is one of the biggest regrets for both me and my father. Su Dayuan passed a piece of paper and a pen to Chen Wenqi. Sketch the situation of the tower's backyard. You've seen the video and heard from your aunt about it. I suppose you also visited the scene afterwards, right? Chen Wenqi nodded, took the pen, and began to draw attentively, explaining as he sketched. The tower has a total of 22 floors, with a circle of shaped shrubs and trees below, as well as a fountain. The location where my sister fell is to the left of the fountain. According to the data provided by the police, her feet were 7.9 meters away from the edge of the building, right above the parking spot. Zhou Ning sent a message to Mr. Chu, asking him to check the height of the Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group tower and the wind direction and speed at that location on the day of the incident. Watching the sketch Cheng Wenqi drew, an idea flashed repeatedly in Zhou Ning's mind. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. He grabbed Chen Wenqi's pen and quickly ran through some calculations on the paper using a formula. According to the specific formula for high-altitude falls, assuming no wind and no external forces acting, the fall point from a 70-meter drop should be within 6 meters at most. But this distance seemed too far. Even with a forward jump, the variation in distance would only be about a meter or so, not excessively more. Zhou Ning looked up at Chen Wenqi. The dashcam footage, your aunt kept it, right? Also, do you know the information about the car that got hit? Chen Wenqi nodded, his eyes not blinking as he stared at Zhou Ning. It's preserved, but I don't have it on me. As for the car, I don't remember the license plate, but I know it belonged to Huang Liming, the manager of the administrative department. It was a blue Honda CR-V. She sold the car afterward, and by the time we went to look for it, there was no way to trace it. Zhou Ning nodded. Where's the body now? Can we go and get it back now? Chen Wenqi looked towards Su Dayuan. Did my parents send her away? Su Dayuan called Mr. Xing, and the call connected. Mr. Xing, let Chen Junping take the call. Hello, please wait and let your son speak to you. Su Dayuan handed the phone to Chen Wenqi, who spoke for a few moments with his father, also instructing them not to use their cell phones temporarily, to turn them off, and then to follow the police's instructions. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Once the matters are resolved, the police would naturally bring them back. After hanging up, Chen Wenqi visibly relaxed and handed the phone back to Su Dayuan. Let's go, I'll take you to a place, but we need tools. Do we bring a shovel or a pickaxe? Mr. Zhao was taken aback. What do you mean? You didn't cremate your sister's body but preserved it instead? So it's buried? Chen Wenqi shook his head. My sister's body is in a freezer. We need to dig up something. Let's go. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Chapter 239 to 236 Military Officer Gao Xiaoxing _1 Chapter 239. Chapter 236 Military Officer Gao Xiaoxing _1 After a simple meal. Everyone got into their respective cars, with Zhou Ning sitting in the Iveco, Su Dayuan and Mr. Zhao in the front seats, as he dialed Mr. Chu's number. Mr. Chu, can you help me check something? Huang Liming, the manager of the administrative department of the Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group, had a blue Honda CR-V that was destroyed on February 14, 2009, by a falling body from a building. But the car has already been disposed of. See if the car's accident had been claimed with the insurance company, and if so, whether it is possible to retrieve the photos taken by the insurance company at that time. I want to see the state of damage to the vehicle. Hold on, I'll check now and send them to you in a bit. Su Dayuan turned his head and looked at Zhou Ning. Didn't Chen Wenqi say that Huang Liming's car has already been dealt with? Can the insurance accident records still be checked? Mr. Zhao clicked his tongue and patiently explained. Boss, who would hate having too much money and bite their own hand? If someone wanted to pacify things quietly and compensated Huang Liming for the car, it's not impossible they secretly had the insurance company take photos. It's a small expense to resolve such issues, depending on which insurance company it is. I happen to know a couple and could inquire about it. Su Dayuan fell silent. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Naturally, it would be good if they could get this sorted out. Right now, they needed evidence like photos and videos. Thinking about this, he took out his phone and sent a message to Lu Yufei, asking her to talk to Mr. Hu and retrieve the previous case files. There must be a record of the police call, and the autopsy report of Cui Haibin should also be retrievable. He did not expect that one case could involve so much, and Su Deyuan felt a headache coming on. He closed his eyes slightly. 10 minutes later, Zhou Ning's phone rang. It was Mr. Chu's name flashing continuously. I found it. There is indeed a claims record, but it wasn't for an accident at the Guanghai Pharmaceutical headquarters. It was at a residential building in Liuhe district on February 15th. Supposedly, it was due to falling objects from a height. I looked at the photos and videos, and there was no blood on the car, but a broken flower pot on top. According to the highest compensation ratio, they were reimbursed for 70% of the vehicle damage. After all, there's a 30% deductible. She received a total of 102,000 yuan in compensation, which seems like a profitable situation for her. Oh, and I also took the liberty of checking her account information. On February 14, 2009, she received a personal account transfer of 280,000 yuan, and on February 20th, she received the insurance payout of 102,000 yuan from Ping An Insurance. Whose account was the personal transfer from? Mr. Chu chuckled twice. Take a guess, Dr. Zhou, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P greater than I think you can almost guess it. Zhou Ning frowned slightly. He hadn't thought much about it before and always believed that the matter was handled by the Guanghai Pharmaceuticals, with someone intending to silence a witness and make the case look like a suicide. There must be a connection with the eavesdropped upon individual. But would Ren Guangji personally get involved? Ren Guangzi's son? TSK, no fun, you got it right in one guess. It really was a transfer from Ren Guangzi's son. But since it's been such a long time, if we had known about this case earlier, we could have checked their call and message records, which only get saved for 6 months. Is Huang Liming still at the Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group? Hold on, let me check. Huh? Where did they go? Oh, here it is. She's still there, but moved to a subsidiary company, a chemical company specializing in import and export. She's now a deputy manager, in name only without any real power, and she doesn't even go to work at the company. Zhou Ning was somewhat surprised. He had previously asked Mr. Chu to check some things, and it seemed they couldn't yield such detailed information, but today he had managed to discover so much so directly. How do you know she doesn't go to work? Cough. Their company uses online check-ins for attendance, and the records can be checked. I just looked at their records over 6 months. She's only been in 3 times, essentially coinciding with the days she filed expenses. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P clearly. This person has been kept on the payroll without actually working. Her car fully compensated for. She herself pocketed some money from the insurance, and even after scrapping the car, she received a subsidy. Being placed in this position, although she had no contact with the upper management, she was essentially getting paid for no work. It seemed she kept her mouth very well and had no knowledge of any insider information. Otherwise, considering the circumstances of the other victims, silencing them would have been the safest course of action. Over the phone, Mr. Chu called out twice, bringing Zhou Ning back to reality. By the way, Dr. Zhou, I found info on the scarred eye man. He's a military officer from the Sapporo country embassy in China. Zhou Ning was shocked and replayed scarred eye man's voice in his head. Impossible, he can't be a foreigner because, apart from speaking Hua language, scarred eye man had a distinct Qidong accent. Even if you lived in Hua country for decades, you might mimic the accent, but what about facial features? Qidong people tend to have larger bone structures, broad shoulders and hips even when thin, and notably pronounced brow ridges with slanting foreheads, traits that are not genetic characteristics of the Sapporo people. There had to be some mistake. Mr. Chu, could there have been an error? I've screenshot a segment of the video and will send it to you later. It was recorded during a foreign affairs event at the embassy. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P greater than I was also surprised at the time. The man's name is Gao Qiaoxing. I will look into his details later, but don't get your hopes up too much. Embassy personnel tend to hide some of their information. After hanging up, Zhou Ning felt as though all his strength had left him. He closed his eyes, trying to calm himself down. Panicking now would not solve any problems. On the other hand, if the man with the scar over his eye, named Gao Qiaoxing, really had such a sensitive identity, how could he have come out with Ren Guangji? And with the status of a mere follower? It wasn't long before the car arrived at a village. Mr. Zhao, looking at the police car in front, let out a puzzled noise. Huh? Why does this place look familiar? Isn't the location where Fang Wenjie's body was found not far from here? Su Dayuan also opened the map and recognized the area. Indeed, it was the easternmost part of Beijai Street, just 2 streets away from where Fang Wenjie was killed. It's actually 2 adjacent villages. This is Zhang village of Beijai, and the nearby Zhang village river gets its name from this place. As for the demolished one, that's Wang village. As he spoke, the car had already stopped in front of a house at the entrance of the village. Everyone got out of the car and Chen Wenqi had already opened the courtyard gate. An old man inside was watching, and only when he saw Chen Wenqi did he throw away the shovel in his hands. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p oldly. We've come to take some stuff. You go ahead with your work, it's all fine. The old man gestured a few times. It seemed he could hear but couldn't speak. Chen Wenqi picked up the shovel and walked to an elm tree at the back of the courtyard. He began digging at the edge of a tree hollow and soon extracted a neatly wrapped cloth package. Unwrapping the outer layer, inside was a small safe. Seeing the object in his hands, Su Daiwan's eyes darkened. He figured this guy must prepared thoroughly, otherwise, that old man wouldn't have come over with a shovel at the slightest sound. A few people got back into the car, and Chen Wenqi was brought onto their Iveco. Su Dayuan pointed to a bag in the back and said, "Change into these clothes, and temporarily follow Mr. Xing. If anyone asks, just say you've been assigned for an internship, and that I made the arrangements. Staying with us is the safest option. Oh, and wear a mask. The work badge is in the pocket of the clothes." Chen Wenqi opened the bag, which contained a set of auxiliary police uniforms, including one with the letters XJ on the front and a 4-digit number on the back. He took off his down jacket and put on the uniform, which fit just right. The work badge in the pocket bore the name Chen Chong, and the photo was very similar to him. Chen Wenqi was surprised. After all, no one had taken his picture before. These items had been in the car when they left the police station, meaning they had been prepared in advance. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After a long silence, Chen Wenqi voluntarily opened the safe. Su Daiwan's gaze caught Chen Wenqi's expression in the rearview mirror, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He gave Mr. Zhao a thumbs up. It was Mr. Zhao's idea, and Mr. Chu had created the photo using software, capable of simulating even skeletal structures. A surveillance screenshot was a piece of cake. To protect someone by hiding them was doable, but not conducive to further investigation. It was safer to keep them close at hand, what's known as hidden in plain sight. Many who wanted to find this person probably wouldn't be able to, and even if they did, they would have to think twice. No matter how powerful someone wanted to be in silencing others, they would not dare to strike at the police station. That would be antisocial behavior. Carrying the safe, Chen Wenqi walked to the front seat. This is the safe my aunt left behind. It contains a hard drive, but I don't know the password. If you can't open it, don't blame me. As for these documents, I've looked through them, but I don't understand their meaning. After all, they are all accounts. Su Dayuan nodded and closed the safe. We'll have the professionals look at this stuff once we're back. First, we're going to find your sister so Dr. Zhou can perform another autopsy. If her cause of death isn't suicide, rest assured, on the day we can make the case public, all public officials who concealed the case or protected the suspect will not escape punishment. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chen Wenqi's eyes reddened, and he forcefully sniffled, showing the map on his phone to Mr. Zhao. It's not far from here, at my uncle's place, my aunt's brother. Their family is in the shroud business, so almost no one visits their home, and we feel safer leaving the freezer there. Mr. Zhao glanced at the address and sighed inwardly. This case really kept close to Beijing. Conveniently, it did not require much effort as everything was nearby. Settle in, let's set off. After about 15 minutes, they arrived at a compound with a storefront in front and living quarters behind. Qin Wenqi went in and spoke a few words. An elderly couple came out, their faces wary. After instructing Qin Wenqi, they opened an inconspicuous storage room and moved everything out, filling the yard with paper effigies and buildings. Mr. Zhao shrank his neck. Hey, Zhou Xiao, why are you so quiet today? Still thinking about that man with the scar over his eye? Zhou Ning exhaled deeply, and Mr. Zhao leaned in, his face full of concern. Tell me the truth, has something happened? We've identified the man with the scar. He's a military officer at the Sapporo Country Embassy in China, named Gao Qiaoxing. Mr. Zhao was stunned, unsure of how to respond to this revelation. Since Zhou Ning had shared it, at the very least, it meant Mr. Chu and others had confirmed the information. What was all of this coming to? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Just then, Su Daiwan's voice came from the small storage room, his pitch breaking at the end. What are you all doing? Come and move the freezer. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Chapter 240 to 237 Speaking Human Language _1 Chapter 240 Chapter 237 Speaking Human Language _1 Zhou Ning quickly raised his hand, signaling them to stop their actions. There was no need to move the freezer back. What Zhou Ning cared about was the condition of the body. Half-baked rice was hard to cook, and Zhou Ning had already deeply realized that. Just like the last case in Jinko district, trying to find problems during a second autopsy was next to impossible. Su Dayuan raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop their movements. Zhou Ning had already put on gloves and moved closer to the freezer. Mr. Zhao lit a high-beam light, instantly illuminating the area at the entrance of the warehouse. Was the freezer bought specifically for preserving the body of your sister? Qin Wenqi nodded. It was bought and delivered here with my sister. I asked friends who work at the funeral parlor, and they told me that to preserve it properly, a special temperature-controlled freezer was needed. A regular one can only go down to around 10 degrees, and they aren't even temperature-regulated, so they can't preserve a body for a long time. That's why I bought this one, which goes down to -70 degrees. Zhou Ning nodded, sensing that Qin Wenqi had a very good relationship with his sister, Zhang Yinan. He had made a long-term plan. Opening the freezer lid, though the power was off, cold air rushed towards him. The freezer was quite long, probably over 1.8 meters. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. There was a thin layer of frost inside, covering both the walls and the object protruding inside. It seemed like there was plastic cloth on the outside and a quilt inside. Seeing this, Zhou Ning didn't proceed to unwrap the object, as it would be too distressing to do so in front of the deceased's family member. The body is well preserved. Let's go back to the forensic lab. The body needs to be thawed before we can perform an autopsy. Su Dayuan nodded, calling over some people to move the freezer into the vehicle for transporting bodies. Only then did they leave the place, and of course, Qin Wenqi had a lot of instructions before he left. The vehicle quickly arrived at the backyard of the municipal bureau and went straight to the door of the technical division. Everyone got out of the car and the freezer was taken out. With the body frozen like this, an autopsy today wasn't realistic. Given the temperature, it needed to be placed inside a body thawing cabinet for at least 7 to 8 hours, so it was too late to do it today. After giving some instructions, everyone headed straight to the third-floor laboratory. After swiping their cards to enter the lab, Mr. Zhao locked the door from the inside. Qin Wenqi looked at Su Dayuan, who gave a nod of his head. This is the temporary office for the special case team. They're all the most outstanding members of the special case team from various fields. You can speak openly. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chen when she opened the box, turned it in a direction, and inside were some documents, clearly photocopies. Of course, there was also a portable hard drive. Mr. Chu stepped forward and took the hard drive. Chen when she quickly said from behind, "I've said this on the way here, but I don't have the password for the hard drive. To view the contents inside, you'll need to decrypt it." After speaking, Chen when she looked at everyone with some concern, and seeing that there were no surprised expressions on their faces, he felt a bit at a loss. Could it be the password was easy to resolve? "Mr. Chu, the hard drive is yours." Mr. Chu acknowledged with a response and began to get busy. Chen when she wasn't sure if he would be able to watch, so he took a seat and stared at Mr. Chu's computer. After all, numbers were constantly changing on the screen, and passwords were being cracked, kind of like watching a lottery draw. Su Dayuan waved at the two newly joined financial investigation officers. They approached, and he pressed the box under his hand, not handing it directly to them. "The two sets of accounts Mr. Chu gave you, have you looked at them? We've seen them, and we've also compared them with their group's financial statements. One of them matches the published financial statements in terms of high sales volume. As for the other, it's likely the real account. Also, with Mr. Chu's help, we checked the transactions between their subsidiaries and overseas accounts and found some issues. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody P. Su Dayuan was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Mr. Hu's people to be reliable, at least not half-baked. "Oh, what issues?" The other man with glasses walked to the computer, opened a page, and pointed to some data. "Leader, look at this. This is a chemical company under the Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group, which produces raw materials for some special drugs and has some import and export business. But as you can see, their books show losses, and each year the losses are significant. Surprisingly though, their business volume is not small. Look at these orders and the figures for their foreign exchange transactions. Without getting into detail, this company has transferred no less than 30 billion Chinese yuan overseas from January 2009 to January 2012. Su Dayuan stared at the computer screen for a while but didn't seem to understand. He wasn't under any pressure and simply waved his hand. "Speak in terms I can understand." The man with glasses quickly pushed his glasses up and rephrased, "How to put it? We can't see the process now, but we know that the group continues to have money coming in, which is far more than its operating income. This incoming money, after circulating among several companies and then being transferred overseas as purchases, compensation, and other means, including tax avoidance, might be illegal funds. At the very least, this behavior does not stem from legitimate sources of money, right?" The two nodded in unison, also taking a deep breath. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody P. It seemed like he finally understood. After all, the amount is too huge. In just 3 years, there has been 30 billion, and that's only reflected in the accounts of this one chemical company. This has already gone beyond the scope of ordinary asset transfers and perhaps involves more serious issues. Su Dayuan got it. The man with glasses seemed to think that this was more like economic espionage or something akin to international money laundering. Su Dayuan pushed the box in front of him toward the two men and tilted his chin up slightly. "Take a look at these materials and see if they're related to what you were talking about." The two men hurriedly leaned in, flipping through the documents. There was a whole box of them, so they simply moved their laptop over, inputting data and sorting through the evidence as they went. After waiting for half an hour, the man with glasses conferred with his colleague for a while, then stood up seriously and looked at Su Dayuan. "Leader, we need to retrieve some publicly available information for comparison. As for these materials, we also need to compile and summarize them. We can give you the final results by tomorrow morning at the earliest." Su Dayuan stood up. He knew these people weren't here to help and that he was a bit of a disturbance to their work, so he quickly got to his feet. "I'll have someone send you some food later. It's almost 6 o'clock, and I'll also have someone bring you some resting supplies. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody P. This case won't be solved overnight, so prepare yourselves for a long haul and don't work yourselves sick." The two nodded and buried their heads in their work again. Su Dayuan stroked his chin and waved to everyone to come out. Zhou Ning was standing in the hallway, immediately cutting off Su Daiwan's question. "Don't ask. I'll say it voluntarily. The body won't be thawed for over 8 hours, and there are still the external wrappings. I can only perform the autopsy tomorrow." "Didn't you talk to Mr. Hu on the way just now? What about the previous case files, have they been found? And the autopsy report written by Cui Haibin, there must be that at least, right?" Su Dayuan nodded. He knew he was a bit anxious. Indeed, bodies stored at low temperatures couldn't be thawed so quickly. He took out his phone and dialed Mr. Hu's number. "Mr. Hu, have you found the case files? And the autopsy report, you don't have that either, do you?" The next day, January 31st, Zhou Ning arrived early at the technical division, went straight upstairs to the office, where Lu Yufei was already standing at the door holding 2 file boxes. "Sorry, Mrs. Lu, for keeping you waiting. Come in quickly." Lu Yufei smiled, entered, and threw the 2 boxes in front of Zhou Ning. The case file of Zhang Yinan's suicide from jumping off a building was found at the Maidao police station in Tangshan district. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. There's very little content inside, a few scene photos, but having looked at them, they're not the kind of photos taken at the scene after the victim's fall, but rather on the transfer stretcher of the ambulance. The remaining photos are of maintaining order at the scene, as well as some looking up at the top of the building. As for the building's roof, there are several clear footprints that match the sole pattern of the deceased's shoes. At the end of the case file is a notification, and GT, according to various times listed inside the case file, it can be seen that once Zhang Yinan was confirmed dead, the case file was deemed concluded and didn't wait for autopsy results, let alone show the process of autopsy. As for the family's objections, that's also not reflected. Incident report. At about 1300 hours on February 14, 2009, an incident of a fall from a height occurred at the Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group building in Tangshan district. After the police were alerted and investigated, it was discovered that on the same day at 12:44, Zhang Yinan, female, 28 years old, from Tangshan district, fell from the top of the building due to emotional disputes and was pronounced dead at the scene by medical personnel. Qidong City Tangshan Public Security Sub-Bureau February 15, 2009. Zhou Ning reviewed the file and naturally understood what it meant. Someone wanted to quickly suppress this matter, be it Guanghai Pharmaceuticals or Tangshan Sub-Bureau, and indeed, they did just that. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He looked over the autopsy report, which was even simpler, marking the fracture conditions of the deceased's limbs, head, and torso, noting no external injuries or defensive wounds on the face and arms, and no foreign substances or skin under the fingernails. Blood tests didn't reveal any alcohol, drugs, or toxic substances, and the cause of death was listed as injuries from a high fall. The signature at the end was indeed that of Cui Haibin. Several X-ray films were tucked inside, and Zhou Ning turned on the viewer, clipped on the films, distinguished them carefully, and checked each against the hand-drawn marks on the autopsy report. There was no problem with the descriptions of fractures and damage to the organs. But the process of the autopsy was very simple, even perfunctory, as everything was judged through the films. Although the report mentioned laboratory results, there was no corresponding report. Could it be that the tests weren't done? This, however, needed to be checked with Mrs. Cui. Remembering their busy state, Zhou Ning didn't rush to make that call. After all, checking the lab records should suffice, and he could ask Gao Tai to look into it. Zhou Ning nodded at Lu Yufei. "Didn't your boss come over? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 241 to 238 cervical dislocation _1 Chapter 241. Chapter 238 cervical dislocation _1. Lu Yufei raised her hand toward the upper floor and let out a sigh of helpless resignation, her voice carrying an extreme fatigue. The lab upstairs it is. As soon as there's a case, our boss winds up like a spring. He seems to never tire. All right, hey, erase your stuff. I'm going to find a place to rest for a bit. The boss is currently talking with 2 financial investigation experts upstairs. Seems like they've discovered some detailed issues in the accounts. Zhou Ning raised an eyebrow. Although he was eager to listen in, he knew what he urgently needed to do now was to go to the autopsy. Mrs. Liu, you can rest here. I'll call someone to prepare and start the autopsy to save you from the boss coming over to hurry us later. Liu Yufei smiled and lay down on the couch, closing her eyes. Zhou Ning took off his coat, put on a white lab coat, and was holding the file without having left when Mr. Zhao pushed the door open and came in. He immediately spotted Liu Yufei on the couch. His eyes grew round, and covering his mouth, he pointed at Zhou Ning, then at Liu Yufei. Zhou Ning gave him a dismissive glance and headed straight out the door, while Mr. Zhao hurriedly followed, carefully closing the door and whispering in Zhou Ning's ear. Tell me, what's got her so down? Have you changed your tastes, starting to fancy older women? Let me tell you, Mrs. Liu is a Sanho champion, you know, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, with your tiny frame, she could knock you down with a single finger. What do you keep thinking about all day? Hurry up and check if Zhu Xingxing and the others have arrived. Mr. Zhao shrank his neck, relieved to see Zhou Ning so serious, was just about to grab his phone when he saw Zhu Xingxing, Yang Xuedong, and Sun Gaodai come upstairs laughing and talking together. Mr. Zhao waved his hand dismissively. Save the phone bill. Hurry up and follow me to prepare for the autopsy. Zhou Ning raised his hand, stopping Sun Gaodai. Gaotai, go to Mrs. Cui and check if Cui Haibin submitted any blood samples for examination between February 14th and 15th, 2009. The deceased's name is Zhang Yinan. If found, ask Mrs. Cui to retrieve all of Cui Haibin's test results from those 2 days. I think this should be on record. Sun Gaotai immediately headed to the laboratory department, while Zhou Ning and the others went directly downstairs. Zhu Xingxing ran to inform the personnel in charge of the defrosting to send the body to autopsy room number 2. After everyone had changed into their gear, the body had already been brought in, and the person pointed at the thin covering on the body and said, "Team Leader Zhou, we didn't dare to touch the external wrapping material, after all. It's been super low temperature frozen for quite a long time. We were worried that if we uncovered it, the deceased's skin might fall off and affect your judgment." Zhou Ning smiled and nodded. Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao had already clasped the man's shoulder. Zhou Ning recognized him, but didn't know his name. Thank you, Mr. Huang, for your experience. Mr. Huang happily pushed the card away, and at this moment, Zhu Xingxing had started to carry out the X-ray scan. Ever since autopsy room number 2 was equipped with the helical scanner provided by the laboratory, they had been able to quickly get a 3D image of all the bones in the body, which is much clearer and more accurate than plain X-rays. In a moment, the deceased's skeletal image appeared on the big screen. Zhou Ning moved the mouse and examined it closely. The fractures in the limbs and head were extremely severe, with the right side of the skull completely collapsed and some fragments having entered the cranial cavity. The skeleton of the limbs was not as simple as Cui Haibin's autopsy report mentioned. How to say it? It was practically shattered to bits, with bones completely protruding through the skin in many places. All the ribs on the right side were broken, piercing into the lungs and heart. Such injuries could result in instant death. Generally speaking, the right side of the deceased had been smashed to pulp, a mix of bone and flesh. As Zhou Ning enlarged the image, he noticed that the second and third vertebrae of the deceased's neck were misaligned. Misalignment of the cervical vertebrae in a fall from height was common. However, this misalignment was peculiar, shifting from left to right, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning closed his eyes and gestured with his hands the posture of the deceased. The majority of the fractures were on the right side. Analyzing the position of all the fractures, the deceased would have landed on the right side first, with the right arm raised and the left arm covering the chest, the left leg bent and the right leg extended. If she had landed in this position, even if there was a cervical misalignment, it should have shifted to the left, but now it was the complete opposite. Zhou Ning opened his eyes, his face suddenly grave. If previously there were only suspicions, now, based solely on the misalignment of the cervical vertebra, he could determine that Zhang Yinan's death was definitely not as simple as a suicide by jumping from a building. "What's up with Zhou Xiao?" Mr. Zhao noticed something off in Zhou Ning's gaze and quickly leaned in. Zhou Ning shook his head and waved at young Qidong and the others. "Go prepare a watering can and saline. 0.9% is fine. Carefully wet the thin blanket, soak it thoroughly, then proceed with peeling it off." Upon these instructions, everyone sprang into action. Before long, young Qidong had returned with 2 plastic buckets of saline solution he had obtained from the laboratory. Mr. Zhao took the several spray bottles that Zhu Xingxing had found, rinsed and disinfected them, and started filling them up one by one. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After that, the group began to continuously spray the thin quilt with saline solution, and after about half an hour, Zhou Ning carefully lifted a corner of the quilt. The deceased's feet easily came apart, followed by his legs. It was only upon opening this did they discover a cloth bundle on top, which contained the deceased's clothing and shoes. It seemed Qin Wenqi was quite thorough, and after a good deal of effort, they had finally removed the quilt entirely. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as the entire body of the deceased, Zhang Yinan, was now revealed to them, preserved in very good condition. Qin Wenqi's methods were indeed commendable, and it was also thanks to his consulting with professionals. Mr. Zhao nodded at Zhou Ning and turned on the recording equipment, then began to introduce the identity of the deceased, the estimated time of death, and the details of the case. As for the reason for the autopsy, he glanced at Zhou Ning and stated plainly that it was the deceased's family's request, leaving no stone unturned. When he finished, Zhou Ning pulled over the LED lamp with a magnifying glass and carefully examined the facial injuries of the deceased, as well as his head. The right temporal area and part of the right side of the deceased's face had completely collapsed, looking quite horrific. Next, Zhou Ning turned toward the neck of the deceased and gently lifted his lower jaw, feeling that the deceased's jawbone was also broken. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. This action caused the bodice face to only lift towards the left side. There were no bruises on the deceased's neck, nor any traces of finger grips. Zhou Ning frowned slightly. If the cervical vertebrae were displaced to such an extent without gripping or pinching the neck, then how was it done? Zhou Ning's mind flashed back to a corpse he had handled during a nocturnal torture session. That child also had his cervical spine twisted, with no visible marks of gripping or strangling on the neck. However, there were 4 faint bruises under the ears and in the scalp at the base of the skull. The perpetrator had held the deceased from behind the shoulders, another hand turning the victim's head quickly to one side with great force, causing a complete dislocation of the child's cervical spine. The way Zhang Yinan's cervical spine was displaced was consistent with that child's condition, not something that could be caused by a single traumatic event from a fall. With this in mind, Zhou Ning did not proceed with a conventional dissection right away, but instead moved directly to the head of the deceased and gestured to Zhu Xingxing, who, after a moment's hesitation, handed over a scalpel. Mr. Zhao kicked Zhu Xingxing's shoe lightly and gestured with a chin lift. After muttering silently for a moment, Zhu Xingxing realized that Zhou Ning intended to shave the deceased's head. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Looking at the state of the deceased's crushed head, she shuddered slightly and quickly passed over the razor, striving to focus her attention. Zhou Ning quickly shaved the head of the deceased, catching the falling hair in a large bag below. Once the hair was cleared away, He pulled over the LED lamp with a magnifying glass again and scrutinized the area behind the deceased's left ear and the scalp. With no visible bruising or finger marks on the surface, Zhou Ning's brow furrowed further, unable to believe that his judgment was wrong. Such force to cause dislocation of the victim's cervical spine would surely leave a mark. Could it be that the injury wasn't obvious due to the short time since the injury occurred? Seeing Zhou Ning pause, no one dared to speak. At that moment, the door to the autopsy room opened, and Su Dayuan and Lu Yongxin entered. Seeing they were in the midst of an autopsy, Lu Yongxin tugged at Su Daiwan's sleeve, who then quietly approached with him. Zhou Ning looked up to see Lu Yongxin and nodded at him. Lu Yongxin came over and whispered, "What's the matter, apprentice?" "Master, according to the skin I found, the deceased's cervical vertebrae in the second and third segments are dislocated from left to right. This doesn't match the injuries caused by a fall. I think someone twisted the deceased's head with great force, causing the injury. However, there are no finger marks on the left side of the scalp or the back of the neck. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Could it be that it happened too shortly?" Lu Yongxin did not lean in closer, but instead stepped back to examine the head of the deceased, then came back to Zhou Ning's side. Still speaking in a low voice, from a distance, "It seems there might be horizontal abrasions, but it's hard to tell. You can cut it open and take a look. Sometimes injuries aren't visible on the surface, but can be observed underneath. I think your judgment is correct." Zhou Ning nodded vigorously, encouraged by Lu Yongxin's affirmation. Without hesitation, he scraped the deceased's scalp and neck skin, handed it to Zhu Xingxing, and then made an incision with the scalpel across the deceased's scalp. He pulled back with force, and the deceased's scalp was flipped over. Su Dayuan flinched at the sight. Both Lu Yongxin and Zhou Ning bent down slightly, looking at the underside of the scalp. As expected, they saw 3 faint subcutaneous hemorrhages on the inside. Flipping it back, Zhou Ning marked the outline of the subcutaneous hemorrhage with a pen. Mr. Zhao hurried over to take pictures. Everyone was excited, finding this was at least proof that Zhang Yinan's death was not suicide. As for who the murderer was, that was still unknown. Zhou Ning sighed, asking Zhu Xingxing to inspect the external genitalia of the deceased as he began a quick autopsy. The deceased's stomach was empty, and his heart, liver, and intestines had been pierced by his ribs. Samples were taken from various locations. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Zhou Ning even attempted multiple times to extract less than 2 milliliters of cardiac blood. The deceased had lost an extraordinary amount of blood due to his severe injuries, and finding even this small amount was incredibly fortunate. However, there was a scrape on the back of Zhang Yinan's right hand, which puzzled Zhou Ning. After all, the point of impact was the roof of a vehicle where nothing rough was present. Even if there had been an injury, it would usually be a cut or puncture, not an irregular abrasion like one sustained by scraping against the ground. After passing the items for testing to Mr. Zhao, Zhou Ning recorded the cause of death and injuries one by one. Following that, Mr. Zhao turned off the recording equipment, and Su Dayuan quickly crowded in close. "Did the autopsy reveal something? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Chapter 242 to 239 Temporary Impulse _1 Chapter 242 Chapter 239 Temporary Impulse _1 Zhou Ning nodded, tore off the clothes on his body, and tossed the gloves and mask aside. It was only then that he realized his clothes were completely soaked through. Before the victim fell from the building, someone twisted her neck from left to right, causing cervical dislocation. After our analysis, we determined that this injury was not caused at the same time as the fall. Later, I will have someone analyze the bone-grinding slices of the legs. Additionally, we found 3 subcutaneous hemorrhages shaped like finger imprints just above the hairline on the back of the victim's neck. I have already scraped off the epidermis to see if we can find any extracts, but don't hold out too much hope for that. Su Dayuan was stunned. "What do you mean?" We've found the fingerprints, so why shouldn't we be too hopeful? Liu Yongxin's eyebrows were tightly furrowed as he sighed. The body has been frozen for 3 years, and moreover, it was transported all the way to the City Bureau's autopsy room. Whether any traces remain is uncertain. Pray that the killer didn't wear gloves, but judging from the performance of the killer in the previous 2 cases, it's unlikely any evidence will be left behind. Zhou Ning nodded. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Glancing at the enlarged photo of the victim's fingers, Zhou Ning had noticed, the moment the thin blanket was opened, that there was a faint scar on Zhang Yinan's left index finger, which matched the person in the photo found in the storage card inside Qin Xuejin. It seemed she had obtained a lot of confidential information, but likely did not manage to transfer all the content in time and was targeted, ultimately meeting a violent end. Su Dayuan was dazed for a moment before vigorously rubbing his hair. So, we can prove that the victim Zhang Yinan didn't commit suicide, but the current evidence cannot prove who the murderer is? Correct? Seeing Su Doyuan looking so deflated, Zhou Ning continued, "Don't worry, I've already sent them off for testing. Whatever the case, let's wait for the test results. Oh, and Zhu Xingxing, send those hairs for testing as well. Where's Sun Gaodai?" The group exchanged glances with one another. The autopsy had been going on for a few hours, and they had not noticed Sun Gaodai nearby. Normally, even though timid, he would at least stay to watch the entire process. Zhou Ning immediately called Sun Gaodai's cell phone, and on the second ring, the call was answered. "Team leader, I am checking the records. I just found that on February 15, 2009, the team led by Cui Haibin had a record of sending in samples. But after checking several, none of the death records were registered under Zhang Yinan. Mrs./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chui helped me find the electronic laboratory order of the day. I just finished checking it, and it was confirmed that there was no submission." Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes, looked at Su Dayuan, and then quickly spoke. "Good, head back to the office then. We finished up here, too. Don't forget to thank Mrs. Cui." Sun Gaodai responded, and then hung up the phone. Su Dayuan stood with his hands on his hips, lost in thought, while Liu Yongxin nudged him. "I mean, leader, what's with that embittered look?" The autopsy report clearly states, after testing, that there were no toxic substances or drugs in the victim's body. That's fabrication of evidence right there. And the severe dislocation of the cervical vertebrae. Not only a forensic doctor, but even a trainee could notice that, and yet no autopsy was conducted. Isn't that a deliberate concealment? Su Dayuan nodded and dialed Mr. Hu's number, then went to the changing room next door. After speaking for over 10 minutes, when he emerged again, his expression had noticeably improved. "Let's go to the lab. There's been some progress analyzing those accounts. Let's eat something, and while waiting for the lab results and for Mr. Hu's call, we can listen together." Zhou Ning didn't say anything because speaking was useless anyway. After washing his hands clean, they went upstairs. It was only when they reached the lab that they discovered the staff inside were resting, all sprawled in various positions. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The sofa chairs had been pieced together, and they seemed unconcerned with comfort. It was apparent they were exhausted. Su Dayuan felt somewhat embarrassed when Mr. Xing's voice suddenly came from the hallway. Make way, it's hot. Let me through quickly, quick. He shouted as he rushed to the door. Su Dayuan wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Mr. Chu and the two from the Economic Investigation Unit had already sat up, each with eyes red as if they were rabbits, eagerly sniffing the air. Seeing this, Su Dayuan stepped aside, and Mr. Xing placed a large pile of lunchboxes on the table, delivering a smack to Mr. Chu's bottom. Get up already. Didn't you want to eat the burnt bamboo shoots? I specially added extra to your portion. Oh, and you too. There's an extra something in yours too. See if it suits your taste. As he spoke, he began distributing the lunchboxes to the three of them, then to Zhou Ning and the others. The lunchboxes, it must be said, were generously portioned. Each one was large and contained rice and at least 4 kinds of dishes. Just lifting the lid released an enticing aroma. Everyone sat down, and those 3 red-eyed rabbits cracked open their chopsticks, rubbed them together, and started devouring the food. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Zhou Ning was indeed hungry, since autopsies consume both mental and physical strength, and this particular autopsy, unlike the one with the 9 female victims in Qidong, required combing through nearly every detail multiple times. With some food, his mind wasn't as dizzy as before. How is it? Tastes good. I think you're better suited for logistics. Where did you get this box lunch? Su Daiwan's words made Mr. Zhang laugh. The cafeteria had a power outage today, so I quickly asked for a lunchbox, then called my mom. There's a ton of food at home prepared for the new year, and we haven't eaten at home yet, so she made it all for us. How about it? My mom's cooking is as good as a chef's, right? Mr. Zhao was the first to stand up, moving directly beside Mr. Zhang and bumped him with his shoulder. However, he somewhat underestimated his own weight, and with that gentle bump, Mr. Zhang nearly toppled over to the other side. Mr. Zhao hurriedly pulled him back, chuckling as he said, "It's your mom's cooking?" "No, our mom's cooking. I'll have to ask our mom if I can come over for meals more often. With this kind of skill, it's a wonder how she raised you so thin. You look like a scrawny chick." Scram, mooching food and still teasing me. Don't try to get cozy with me. If you guys like it, I'll think about bringing some more of my mom's delicious cooking next time she makes it. Everyone laughed and joked as they finished their meals. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Sun Gout. I took the initiative to clean up all the lunchboxes and even opened a window to air out the room. Su Dayuan then turned his attention to the 2 economic investigation experts. Say it again, what you've found. It's too technical, and I can't describe it clearly. Mr. Zhang, start recording, then write it down and put it into the report later. The man with glasses wasted no time, quickly pointing to a diagram on the computer, explaining meticulously, "We've looked into 2 companies that seemed unrelated to Beishan Group, but from their business locations to profit and loss movements, they're closely connected to Beishan Group. We've also traced several financial records that were paid out by Beishan. The records show goods payments, but after several transactions, the money ended up in these 2 companies. Look here, everything has been marked." It seems that whoever investigated these accounts put in a lot of effort. As for these 2 companies, they are now like blood bags for Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group, with the majority of the transferred funds coming out of these 2 companies. As for the 30 billion missing on Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group's books from 2009 to 2011, that is the total amount that was outflowed. As for where the money went, we followed up on this and found a scattered target, which, after many handovers, led to a suspicious one, Dio Pharmaceuticals in Sapporo Country. Dio Pharmaceuticals /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Lu Yongxin narrowed his eyes, his face grave as he pursed his lips and looked at the others before speaking. During the time Sapporo invaded Hua Country, many inhumane human experiments were conducted, as well as the use of biochemical weapons like bacteria and poison gas against Hua Country. All of these tests were carried out by the Sapporo National Medical Academy, infamous for its deeds. And this Dio Pharmaceuticals is affiliated with Sapporo National Medical Academy. Su Dayuan was stunned. The situation had already steered completely clear of a mere criminal case, and all evidence was pointing towards transnational crime, and, for a moment, he felt bewildered. Don't rush. Let me think this through. In 2008, relevant personnel from Beishan Group were dealt with, and most of their assets were confiscated. However, Beishan Group had already planned ahead. They had transferred a part of their assets to several small companies no longer associated with Beishan Group. These were then pooled into Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group in batches, and then from this group's chemical companies, they cashed out the funds using various business methods and transferred them abroad. eventually flowing into Dio Pharmaceuticals. Is that what you mean? The man with glasses nodded vigorously, whether because Su Dayuan understood him or because he was excited to have cleared up the issue. He seemed elated. That's right, that's exactly it. Zhou Ning knitted his brows tightly. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. At the beginning of 2009, Qin Xuejin was incarcerated for the crime of abetment. Then on February 14, 2009, Zhang Yinan, who must have heard some critical information, was found with her neck broken and dropped outside the Guanghai Pharmaceuticals building. Upon examining the body, I noticed a faint scar on the index finger of Zhang Yinan's right hand that matched the one in the photos on the storage card. She must have known something, but didn't get the chance to pass it on before she was silenced. Suda, have you considered the possibility that whoever threw Zhang Yinan from the building, although it was made to look like a suicide, was it actually a veiled warning to those who sent Zhang Yinan into the company, trying to steal information? Su Dayuan suddenly looked up. His mind was sharp, and although he hadn't thought much of Zhou Ning's words initially, now it all clicked, and he stood up straight. If we analyze it from this angle, there were once rumors in the group that the vice-chairman, Ren Guangzi's son, Ren Jing'an, had a well-known relationship with Zhang Yinan. Many targeted Zhang Yinan over this. Could it be that the warning was for Ren Jing'an? With that, Su Dayuan took out his phone and dialed Lu Yufei's number, carefully instructing her. He told Lu Yufei to take people immediately and secretly investigate everything about Ren Jing'an, from his work under the group's control to his private life, all of it. After hanging up the phone, Su Dayuan looked at Zhou Ning. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Keep talking, analyze from the perspective of the autopsies of these victims. Was this the work of a single killer? Zhou Ning walked to the whiteboard, where information on 3 autopsies was listed. Of course, Zhang Yinan's was minimal, as it hadn't been sorted yet. Reviewing the content, Zhou Ning slowly began. Based on the autopsies, my judgment is that Fang Wenjie and Qin Xuejin were killed by the same person, a male, left-handed, or more precisely, someone who uses a knife with their left hand. Although the killer tried to mislead us into thinking the murders weren't by the same person. The cut to Qin Xuejin's neck was fatal in one strike. As for Fang Wenjie, he suffered multiple stab wounds, but no footprints were left at the scene, suggesting the killer had arranged the scene before Fang Wenjie's arrival, which we've analyzed before. And now with the addition of Zhang Yinan, you can feel that the killer was very rushed when he killed her, lacking the composure he had with Qin Xuejin and Fang Wenjie. It felt like a spur-of-the-moment decision, as if a conversation was overheard, and in Zhang Yinan's moment of shock, the killer took her out. Su Dayuan nodded slightly, still quite confident in Zhou Ning's assessment. That's right, a spur-of-the-moment decision. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 243 to 240. The person who died and came back to life _1 Chapter 243. Chapter 240. The person who died and came back to life _1 Zhou Ning didn't pause, but continued to speak. Although Zhang Yinan's fall wasn't perfectly staged, the follow-up work must have been very thorough. They compensated Huang Liming for his car, quickly diverted the police's attention, steered the case towards a narrative of romance and suicide, and even had Cui Haibin forge the lab reports. Such a multifaceted cover-up couldn't have been pulled off by the killer alone. And as I said, the killer's counter-surveillance and trace removal skills are comparable to a professional's, like someone who's been specially trained in various areas, skilled in combat, capable of coercion, ruthless in action, and decisive. Lu Yongxin crossed his arms and stared into Zhou Ning's eyes. The more you talk, the more the murderer sounds like a SWAT member, hitman, mercenary, or someone with a similar background, doesn't he? Mr. Zhao jerked his head upward, looking at Zhou Ning. It seemed he understood Zhou Ning's implication. With slightly raised eyebrows, his eyes full of concern and confusion, Zhou Ning didn't give him much of a look, but turned to Su Daiyuan and said directly, "Do you remember the surveillance screenshot I showed you earlier? Beside Ren Guangji, there was a man with a scar on his eyelid. Mr. Chu has found out who this person is. Suda, you might want to hear this. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chu cleared his throat, hastily stood up, and quickly found that screenshot. Through the customs website, I identified this man as a military attaché from the Sapporo Country Embassy in China, named Gao Xiaoxing. With my clearance level, I couldn't access much information about him, just that he appeared at the embassy in 2005. Information on him prior to 2005 is untraceable." Su Daiyuan got up, came closer, and looked at Zhou Ning. His expression was beyond shock, as Zhou Ning had suspected a link between Ran Guangji and this man from the start of the investigation. After all, visiting the home of a soon-to-be deputy mayor, the kind who managed culture, education, and health matters on Junior High 2 was no small matter, especially since the man had just been the university chancellor for several days. These account records were just the amounts transferred out during 2009 to 2011. What about before 2009? Moreover, the Beishan Group case was directly investigated by the Ministry of Public Security, which had little to do with Qidong province. Even the province suffered casualties due to this case, with several officials removed from their positions and investigated. After a long silence, Su Daiyuan straightened his police uniform and put on his cap. "I'm going to report to the leadership. You all wait here, and Mr. Chu, don't try to hack into any systems to gather information." Mr. Chu shrank his neck. His recent attempt at hacking was exactly that, and he had almost been caught red-handed. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. After Su Daiyuan left, the two economic investigation officers kept discussing something among themselves. Mr. Zhao pulled Zhou Ning to the window. "In the memory fragments you recalled, that scar-eyed man spoke, right?" "Yes." "Was it Mandarin?" Zhou Ning shook his head. "Qidong accent. This is why I was confused when I got Mr. Chu's call. How does someone from Qidong, and one so bold as to confront the government, suddenly become a person from Sapporo country, moreover, a military attaché at the embassy? I don't think it's a coincidence. What memory fragments? What Qidong accent? Did you know this scar-eyed man before?" Lu Yongxin suddenly spoke up, startling them both. They hadn't noticed Lu Yongxin's approach. Mr. Zhao looked guiltily at Lu Yongxin, trying to grasp his arm but was shrugged off as Lu Yongxin fixed his gaze firmly on Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning knew he couldn't sidestep the truth any longer. "This is what happened. Last night, I recalled some things. My father was with me for New Year's Day, and the day I was sent back home was January 1st, 1995, which means my parents' incident happened on the evening of January 1st, 1995. Zhou Ning spoke rapidly, detailing his psychological treatment, the recovery of childhood memories, the murder of his parents, and the old man's story. Lu Yongxin's eyes were filled with shock, and he held onto Zhou Ning's hand for a long time without letting go. "No wonder you've seemed so preoccupied lately and so proactive about this case. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. There's so much background to it. So it seems this man knew your father, and maybe the man, his associates, and their activities were once punished by your father, hence the revenge." Lu Yongxin paused here, considering that since the incident occurred over a decade ago, without modern surveillance, it was possible for the scar-eyed man and his accomplices to flee after the crime. Furthermore, since they had been punished by Zhou Ning's father, their identities might have been hidden. But now, with Zhou Ning's father's exact identity unclear, the case was difficult to investigate. As he pondered, Lu Yongxin suddenly paused and looked up at Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao. "Wait, if the scar-eyed man came secretly to seek revenge on your father, could it be possible that he was a convict or a detainee? He might have escaped, gathered a gang, and taken revenge on your father. Our previous searches were focused on household registration and foreign information. I think we could have Mr. Chu alter his search tactics and check against records of prisoners or criminals who have been killed or executed. We need to look for the scar-eyed man's information among them. Zhou Ning's breath hitched, the idea sparking a realization. He nodded vigorously and rushed to Mr. Chu, whispering Lu Yongxin's suggestion. Mr. Chu began searching earnestly, but the process was slow. Information on executed individuals wasn't detailed in the computer databases, containing only names, photos, and basic data. /p break time equals 300 ms. / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He needed to look through electronic documents and compare them one by one. Of course, the range began with Qidong province. Mr. Zhao and Lu Yongxin both gathered around, and upon seeing the two of them, Mr. Chu was somewhat puzzled. Realizing no one was stopping them, he grew a bit bolder. What a pity we don't know the real name. If we did, searching would be twice as effective with half the effort. Mr. Zhao slapped Mr. Chu's arm and squinted his small eyes, the smile gone from his face. Get to work. Why all the chatter? Now that we finally have a direction, let you just wait, and you'd be comfortable, wouldn't you? Get on with it. Oh, and can your software help with the comparison? Mr. Chu sighed. I'll discuss it with Dr. Lu later. We have developed data information systems, but this aspect you mentioned is indeed a blind spot that was not considered at the time. It can be improved quickly, but for now, we need to find the photos one by one and input them for comparison. Lu Yongxin cleared his throat. Mr. Chu shrank his neck, feeling a chill on the back of his neck. Even though Lu Yongxin was from the lab, he was Dr. Zhou's master. This software project could not have been initiated without Lu Yongxin's influence. Even Dr. Lu showed him a great deal of respect, let alone Mr. Chu. He quickly clammed up and started rapidly inputting the searched photos into the search box. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He didn't know how many attempts it had taken, when suddenly, the comparison box's blue light ring flashed brightly, accompanied by a beeping sound. The comparison was successful. All four were extremely excited, staring at the photo in the comparison box. The man in the photo had a side part, long hair partially obscuring his features, but there was no scar on the right brow bone or eyelid. It was a standard 2-inch photo. Zhou Ning's fingers were ice cold. He surmised that this must be a photo from some identification document of Gao Xiaoxing that was included during the evidence collection, for the person in the photo looked very young. At this time, Mr. Chu was not idle, continuing to search for this person's information. He found another photo, in which the man's hands were bound behind his back, head bowed, his expression obscured. He was being led by the arm, shackled at the feet, flanked by 2 armed police officers wearing masks. It was obvious this was a photo taken before an execution. Suddenly, more information popped up behind it, a scanned document. Information on execution by death penalty. Wang Guanli, male, 21 years old, one of the key members of the Huang Xinlei criminal group. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Since 1990, by getting involved in civil and economic disputes and using violent means, he has organized and executed 33 illegal and criminal activities, including provoking trouble, illegal possession of ammunition, and illegal mining, murdering 4 victims, and acquiring economic benefits of nearly 50 million yuan illegally. Disrupting economic and social order, his actions had a significantly adverse impact on Heian County and the surrounding areas, forming a criminal group with a malignant influence. Among them, Huang Xinlei was the principal offender, with Wang Guanli and another 5 as key members and 8 others as organizational members. The original judgment found the criminal facts clear, the evidence solid and sufficient, the application of the law was accurate, and the trial procedure legal, issuing an appropriate sentence considering the case facts and the criminal circumstances. All appeals and related defense arguments were untenable, hence the final adjudication was made according to the law, rejecting the appeal, upholding the original judgment, and Huang Xinlei and Wang Guanli's death penalties were to be carried out immediately. Qidong City Intermediate People's Court, November 20th, 1994. Reading this, Mr. Chu is stunned. Heian County is now under the jurisdiction of Heian City, and back in 1994, it was still just a county and had not yet been upgraded to a city status. Blinking, he turned to look at Zhou Ning. Lu Yongxin's brows were tightly furrowed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The death penalty should have been carried out on the same day, and yet this man had somehow escaped death and went on to kill Zhou Ning's parents. He even transformed into a military attaché at the Sapporo Country Embassy in China. Although there wasn't a step to confirm DNA before executions, it still required representatives from the Public Security Bureau, Procuratorate, and Judiciary to finally confirm the identity of the deceased. Only after verification could the armed police escort the prisoner to the execution ground. If someone were to say it was manipulated, could it have been during the transportation? How could that be possible? Seeing the three all looking serious, Mr. Chu coughed. Should I look up information on Wang Guanli before this event? Mr. Zhao nodded. Look it up. Find as much detail as you can. We want the most comprehensive information. Mr. Chu responded affirmatively and quickly began the search. However, the information he found was very limited. After all, it was an old case. He only managed to find this person's household registration and quite unexpectedly discovered that he was an orphan from Rudong City in Qidong, joining Huang Shenlai's criminal group at the age of 15. As for the several victims mentioned in the judgment, all were killed by Wang Guanli. Such a major case wasn't investigated by Qidong City, but by the department at the provincial level, who sent people to conduct a secret investigation. Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chu had no authority to access further information. Seeing this, Lu Yongxin gestured to Mr. Chu, who understood this as a sign to excuse himself and quickly joined the two economic investigation officers. Zhou Ning exhaled. Master, can Mr. Hu withstand the pressure to handle this case? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 244 to 241. Seeking help _1 Chapter 244, Chapter 241, Seeking help _1 Lu Yongxin patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder with a slight sigh. Don't rush, since this Wang Guanli's information checks out, we can investigate this to the end. As for how his death penalty identity was switched and he suddenly became a Sapporo citizen, we can set that aside for now. Fang Wenjie, Qin Xuejin, and Zhang Yinan's deaths are inseparably linked to him. After all, he followed Ren Guangji, and the Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group falsified their accounts to transfer funds. This case is big enough that it's not something just anyone can influence, and I think Mr. Hu will be able to withstand the pressure. Just then, Zhou Ning's phone rang. It was a call from Su Dayuan. Hello, Zhou Ning, come to room 507. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yongxin grabbed his coat. Let's go, I'll go with you. 1 hour later. Inside the office of room 507. Everyone looked solemn. After listening to the reports, Hu Guangjian tapped his fingers continuously on the table. After a long pause, Hu Guangjian finally raised his head. After the autopsy and lab results for Zhang Yinan come out, compile a complete set of materials for me about the killing process and investigation content of these individuals, and, of course, include Wang Guanli's materials too. I'm going to the provincial office tonight myself. Su Dayuan lifted his eyes with concern. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Hu Guangjian was an excellent leader, straightforward and intolerant of evil, but reporting directly to the provincial office without notifying the bureau, even if the Ministry of Public Security had started investigating the case, was absolutely not good for him. However, there was no better option at the moment. Zhou Ning thought for a moment, then looked toward Hu Guangjian. Mr. Hu, the Beishan Group's case was originally investigated by the Ministry of Public Security. At the time, the case was very wide-reaching, and some people from the provincial office were thoroughly investigated because of it. I don't think reporting to the provincial office is a good idea. Hu Guangjian gave Zhou Ning a look, then waved his hand and said, "You think him just sitting around as a deputy director? Of course, I know the relationships here are intricate and complex. I'm not that foolish. I naturally have my ways to deal with it. It's just that we currently don't have a better way to advance the case." A condemned prisoner who has become a military attaché in the Sapporo country's embassy. If anyone says there is an external force involved, I won't believe it even if they argue to the end of time. The most crucial point is the involvement of the outflow of 30 billion in funds. Even if someone wants to cover it up, they can't. So let's shake the heavens and see who dares to come forward. Su Dayuan leaned in close. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. This also involves economic investigation matters, but you're primarily handling criminal investigations, aren't you? Hu Guangjian waved his hand. Less chatter, get moving, and prepare. Don't worry, I have a way to handle it. As the individuals stood up, they hadn't reached the door when Hu Guangjian called out to Lu Yongxin, "Mr. Lu." Lu Yongxin stopped in his tracks. When the others had walked off, Hu Guangjian spoke earnestly. "Zhou Xiao is unquestionably talented. He's handled several major cases superbly. But the boy is heavily burdened, especially with what was just said, carrying it in his heart for so many years. It was manageable before we found the identity of Wang Guanli, but now that we have, I'm afraid he might act rashly. Keep an eye on him for me. After all, you're his master, and he will listen to you." Lu Yongxin sighed, glanced toward the direction of the stairs, sharing the same thoughts. "Don't worry, leader. I've been keeping an eye on this kid these days." Hu Guangjian patted Lu Yongxin's shoulder, and then Lu Yongxin finally left. At 1710, the last batch of lab reports was retrieved by Sun Gaodai. Zhou Ning flipped through them. When he got to the last page, he found a male DNA sample on the number 2 scalp scraping sample. His finger trembled, and he quickly sat down to carefully read the rest of the report. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. No blood cells were found in the bone canals of the right tibia, fibula, or rib bone samples, which confirmed Zhou Ning's previous judgment that the victim was already near death when his neck was twisted and thrown down. After the fall, rib bones pierced the heart and various organs, and multiple fractures all over the body resulted in instantaneous death. Zhou Ning handed the report to Lu Yongxin, who slapped his thigh after reading it. "It's still my apprentice who is remarkable. Stop dawdling, get the files organized. Oh, and copy all those lab items too. Put everything on a hard drive." Mr. Chu was nibbling on a sandwich and hurriedly raised his hand when he heard this. "My part is all ready. As for the issues discovered by those 2 economic investigation experts, I annotated them in graphics and tables so they are comprehensible not only to experts." Zhu Xingxing also raised his hand, pushing 4 cardboard archive boxes in front of Lu Yongxin. "I'm ready too. 3 victims, 3 archives, each containing their respective autopsy and lab reports, and the 4th archive is for that nominally executed Wang Guanli. I've also included the hard drive related to the Guanghai group in the boxes, all tagged and indexed so you know exactly what's there." Lu Yongxin knew Zhou Ning was unsettled and looked around the room. "You all know this is no small matter, right? Keep your mouths shut, and the materials you have prepared, are they backups or originals?" "Backups, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p." The 2 voices chimed in unison. Lu Yongxin nodded with satisfaction and nudged Zhou Ning. "Prepare all the materials in electronic format, edit the order and organize the folders, then compress and send them to me later. Mr. Zhao will deliver these to Suda," Zhou Ning directed. Mr. Zhao quickly picked up the things and called for young Xuedong. The 2 of them left together. Su Dayuan had just called. He was in room 507 with Mr. Hu. The mere mention of going there still made Mr. Zhao a bit uneasy. Mr. Chu and Zhu Xingxing looked at Lu Yongxin for approval. Seeing no objections from him, they hurriedly went to prepare the electronic materials. Soon, Zhou Ning's phone chimed, signaling the receipt of an email. Without checking his phone, Zhou Ning stood up. "Master, I'll be taking off first. I think I need some quiet time." As for Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group, Suda said he has sent someone to watch over it, but I'm still a bit worried, Zhou Ning said. Lu Yongxin patted Zhou Ning on the back and smiled at him. "Good kid, go home, take a bath, and get a good night's sleep. Maybe by tomorrow morning, you'll get the notification for a thorough investigation." "Don't overthink things," Lu Yongxin reassured him. Zhou Ning nodded. Just then, Mr. Zhao came in and saw Lu Yongxin signaling to him with his eyes, so he quickly approached. "My car was taken away by them, so I'll drive you home in my car. Is it okay if I come pick you up tomorrow morning?" Mr. Zhao offered. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning had no objections, especially since he had done all he could at that point. He followed Mr. Zhao downstairs. On the way, Mr. Zhao kept talking about the inspection group from Huaining province. His words reminded Zhou Ning that he had completely forgotten about these people due to the recent busyness. It seemed as if Dr. Liu had taken them to Qin University, and there had been no further developments. "You didn't mention it, and I almost forgot. What happened to them after that? Why didn't they come back to look at the technology department?" asked Zhou Ning. Mr. Zhao blinked and grinned. "In telling you, Zhou Xiao, if Dr. Liu hears you say that, she might just die of anger. She saw you guys were busy and took the group to visit the research center with Mr. Xia accompanying them. The very next day, they made a decision and signed the contract. Dr. Liu has been extremely busy these past 2 days. She probably hasn't had a chance to give you a detailed update. After all, Mr. Chu and his team are just responsible for the experimental part and don't have much contact with the development center. Mr. Xia led a team to Huaining province to organize software installation training, practical applications of the equipment, and some operational matters related to the cases. They won't be back for a while, Mr. Zhao explained. Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He wasn't sure whether it was because Xia Momo had been sent to Huaining province or because the first software deal had gone through so smoothly, but he definitely felt some relief. After all, he had felt an overwhelming pressure on his chest these last few days. As long as it's sold, that's good. With the first one done, the rest shouldn't require much effort. Those interested will probably go directly to Huaining, and once they see the software applied in practice, Dr. Liu and her team won't have to bother with sales anymore and can focus on developing further content, Zhou Ning said with hope. Mr. Zhao hummed in agreement, but then his phone rang. After a brief and noisy call, he hung up and looked at Zhou Ning with a slight sense of grievance. "Buddy, can you put me up for tonight? My family has more than a dozen relatives over, and the hotel couldn't accommodate them all. They're going to stay at our place, and my mom kicked me out," Mr. Zhao said. Zhou Ning glanced sideways at him, seeing right through the ploy. Mr. Zhao was genuinely worried about him and just put on a show. After the New Year's holiday, it seemed implausible for there to be so many overnight visitors. Nevertheless, Zhou Ning was warmed by the kind gesture. "Fine, but just so we're clear, you're cooking. Xiaoyu and He Shansuan, those 2 freeloaders, I don't know if they're coming back," Zhou Ning stipulated. Mr. Zhao slapped the steering wheel and lifted his chin confidently. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Don't worry, cooking is the least of my worries. I probably know your fridge contents better than you do. It's not just the 2 of them. I can whip up a feast even if another 10 or 8 people show up, Mr. Zhao said proudly. The 2 laughed, and upon reaching home, Zhou Ning looked back at the building behind them before getting out of the car. The Xia family's house was dark, which according to Mr. Zhao could also mean they had already moved out, as Zhou Ning always returned very late. They went upstairs, and upon opening the door, they saw Zhou Xiaoyu wearing an apron, with He Shansuan freezing in place, looking at Zhou Ning with a dark expression. "Just the two of you? No one else?" He Shansuan inquired. Zhou Ning was momentarily speechless, then he burst out laughing at He Shankun's obvious annoyance. "I say, if you're going to be my brother-in-law, you should be prepared for it. This is my home," Zhou Ning joked. Mr. Zhao took off his shoes, ran over, and took the apron from Zhou Xiaoyu. "Dr. He, please take a break. I'm going to show off my culinary skills today." "Comrade Zhou Xiaoyu had a rough day," Mr. Zhao said warmly, pinching He Shansuan and winking at him, luring him into the kitchen. It took a while before He Shansuan came back out to find Zhou Ning freshly showered and changed, though he looked somewhat pale. "If you're not feeling well, go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. You can't afford to be ill with such an intense workload," He Shansuan advised. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. "Speak, prosody," Zhou Ning smiled at him. "I'm fine, no need to worry," he reassured. He Shansuan hummed and handed Zhou Ning a box of vitamins, along with Jin Gue Shin Chi pill. "No more nonsense, take these once in the morning and once at night. Start taking them now. Xiaoyu and I are getting married on February 14th, and I don't want to leave any regrets for her. Don't you dare get sick by then," He Shansuan said sternly. All right, I'll take them. But this is the medicine you've prepared for yourself, right? Tell me the truth, Mr. He, are you feeling weak? Why are you starting to take kidney tonics?" Zhou Ning teased. He Shankun's resulting eye roll was interrupted by Mr. Zhao's timely call. "Time to eat," he announced. After dinner, Zhou Ning, looking at the compressed files in the email on his computer, hesitated for a long time before clicking forward. Along with it, he sent another letter. Just as he was about to get up, his phone lit up with a string of unfamiliar numbers. Zhou Ning quickly answered. "Hello, teacher?" "Yes, I glanced at the email you sent. The compressed file hasn't finished downloading yet. Tell me carefully, what exactly happened? Why did Hu Guangjian need to go to the provincial office?" The voice on the line asked. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. "Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 245 to 242, startling the snake in the grass _1 Chapter 245. Chapter 242, startling the snake in the grass _1 February 1st, 2012. Zhou Ning woke up, and it was already past 8 o'clock. Mr. Zhao had cooked wontons, so he quickly washed up and then sat down at the dining table. "Has Xiaoyu left?" Mr. Zhao pursed his lips and responded with a grunt through his nose. These two really are something, constantly showing off their affection. Do they not realize there are two single dogs right here? Mr. He came over early in the morning to pick up Xiaoyu, and even brought breakfast for her. The audacity of having me warm it up, can you believe it? Zhou Ning laughed. Mr. He was definitely doing it on purpose. Don't be mad. Have you prepared the gift money? Mr. Zhao rolled his eyes. It shows that you're a real brother. Don't worry, I've prepared it well in advance. But I'm going to play the role of the bride's family, so all the tasks like giving the groom a hard time at the door, I'll take care of. I'll have a good time teasing Mr. He. Don't be mad. We got up late as it is, hurry up and eat. We still have to go to the station. Without any further discussion, the two quickly finished their meal and rushed to the technical division. Upon entering the office, they saw Su Dayuan sitting in Zhou Ning's seat. Su Dayuan didn't speak. His expression looked a bit strange, glancing at Zhou Ning from time to time. "What's wrong, leader? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. With that expression, if I hadn't stayed with Zhou Xiaoyu last night, I would have thought Zhou Xiaoyu did something to offend you." Su Dayuan raised his hand, and Mr. Zhao quickly dodged, as the expression was somewhat frightening. "Zhou Xiaoyu, do you know any high-ranking leaders?" "I don't mean those from the city, but leaders from the provincial department or even higher up, like the Ministry of Public Security?" Zhou Ning was puzzled and shook his head instinctively. "I don't know any." "What happened, leader? Is there a problem?" Su Dayuan nodded, then shook his head again. Mr. Zhao couldn't stand it anymore. "Leader, you're shaking and nodding your head, making us guess blindly here. Just tell us what happened. Did Mr. Hu encounter resistance when he went to report to the provincial department? On the contrary, before Mr. Hu had a chance to report at the provincial office, he received a call telling him to stay put. An hour later, about a dozen people went straight to his room, listened to his report, and then sent Mr. Hu back. They instructed us to proceed as usual, monitor the movements of Ren Guangji and his son, and Wang Guanli, and be ready to arrest them at any time. Of course, we also need to control Wu Chuanjiu, the president of Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group, who is currently hospitalized, along with other related individuals on the list. As Su Daoyuan spoke, he pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and unfolded it. It listed almost 30 people, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. These were not high-level executives from Guanghai Pharmaceuticals, but all were city leaders and key department heads. Several were recognizable from TV appearances. The most notable was the current city police chief, Ren Fangliang. Seeing his name listed alongside the others, Zhou Ning had a revelation. After all, from the surname, one could guess that Ren Fangliang seemed to be related to Ren Guangji. But this was all just overnight. How did this list come about? Mr. Zhao was no fool, immediately scrutinizing the list closely. There was no Xiaoshu Cheng on it, which gave him some relief. Leader, you've got me confused. This case has clearly caught the attention of the Ministry of Public Security, and they must have already begun a secret investigation, or else these names would not have come out. But you just asked Zhou Xiao if he knows any high-ranking officials on the list. What's that supposed to mean? Su Daoyuan lit a cigarette, looked at the two, and then slapped another piece of paper on the table, which turned out to be a red-headed document dated today. Seeing Zhou Ning's slightly shocked expression, Su Daoyuan sighed and continued, because the notice mentioned Zhou Xiao's name. It ordered Mr. Hu to establish a special investigation team to work with the Ministry of Public Security, /p. Break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. The station's first squad and the second group of the Forensic Department, with Zhou Ning included, are to actively investigate the causes of death of Fang Wenjie, Qin Xuejin, and Zhang Yinan, starting today. Zhou Ning pondered for a moment, then looked at Su Daoyuan and asked, "Has Mr. Hu returned?" Su Daoyuan nodded. "Leader, I don't know any high-ranking officials. If I did, some things I would have started investigating long ago. Last night, I only wanted to analyze the case with my mentor, Professor Li Chenbin, since he also knows Mr. Hu, so I told him about Mr. Hu's trip to the provincial office. I know I should keep the case details confidential and should not disclose them to non-special case group personnel. But it was an urgent matter, and I didn't want more cases like Zhang Yinan's. I accept any disciplinary action from the station." Su Daiwan's face brightened with understanding as he listened to Zhou Ning's words and rolled his eyes at him. Who said anything about pursuing responsibility or disciplinary action? Mr. Hu left last night all gung-ho as if ready to face death, but today, upon his return, the entire narrative changed, and the department seemed to have been investigating for a while already. Besides, I had forgotten about Professor Li Chenbin. If he steps in, everything makes sense. Just as he was speaking, the door sounded, and Hu Guangjian walked in. His eyes were bloodshot, but his whole demeanor was different. "What are you talking about behind my back? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Righteous indignation? Ready to face death?" Su Daoyuan chuckled a couple of times and didn't dare to continue the topic. Hu Guangjian walked up to the group, looked around, patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder, and didn't continue the conversation. "All right, since we've received orders, let's promptly deploy. To prevent information leaks, I've brought a team from the Sub-Bureau. Before coming here, all their communication devices were handed over, and they're all downstairs." The internal announcement said it was special training. "Mr. Su, you'll arrange the tasks. As for Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group, in accordance with higher-level directives, we will make direct contact, investigating on the premise of Zhang Yinan's suicide case. The second team of the forensic department will go directly to the scene for examination, and Su Dayuan arrange for capable people to follow. As for Ren Jingmin and Wang Guanli, if they hinder the investigation, arrest them immediately. Yes. Su Dayuan stood at attention and saluted, and Hu Guangjian quickly left. Mr. Zhao blinked, this early morning, one shock after another. He peeked out the window and sure enough, there were many people standing below, and he recognized many familiar faces. Boss, the people are indeed downstairs. What did Mr. Hu mean just now? Are we to make a feint with the detailed investigation into Zhang Yinan's cause of death to scope things out first? Su Dayuan nodded and glanced at Zhou Ning. Zhou Xiao, get ready. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Those two financial investigation experts and Mr. Chu are temporarily part of your team. Follow the second team to Guanghai Pharmaceuticals. We'll go directly to inspect the site and then meet this Mr. Ren. I'm going downstairs to arrange things. We'll depart in 10 minutes. Zhou Ning was somewhat worried. Such arrangements were naturally fine, but Wang Guanli was no ordinary person, a desperate criminal who currently held the title of a military attaché at the Sapporo country embassy. His whereabouts were not confirmed. Was this really the right move? Boss, Wang Guanli is no pushover. I severely suspect that the death of these three may have been his doing. If we go over there rashly and he's not at Guanghai Pharmaceuticals, might he not escape? Su Dayuan smiled mysteriously. Oh, you knew to call for reinforcements last night, and you think I can't do something too? I won't tell you guys. Hurry downstairs. I'm worried about information leaks if we delay too long. After all, you've all seen the list. Zhou Ning nodded, and Su Dayuan quickly left. Without being told, Mr. Zhao was already dialing the phone, looking for Yang Xuedong and the other two, while Zhou Ning called Mr. Chu directly. Soon, 3 individuals not officially part of the force followed the second team downstairs, each wearing police uniforms, coats, masks, gloves, and at that moment, it was impossible to distinguish who was who. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Su Dayuan was still assigning tasks, distributing temporary communication phones directly. Mr. Zhang was tasked with leading a team, mainly to expand external investigative forces, taking over the monitoring duties from last night's investigation team. Another team followed Mr. Hu to the 2 companies related to the Beishan group. The remaining group followed Su Dayuan and got into the vehicle directly. The team wasn't large, but each person was visibly shaken when they heard the words Beishan group. He Chunyang, in particular, showed a mixture of shock and delight on his face. Everyone got into their vehicles, with Zhou Ning and his group naturally getting into the Iveco, and He Chunyang, unable to concern himself with much else, also squeezed in with Su Dayuan. The vehicle started, and He Chunyang bumped into Su Dayuan. Boss, spill it, what's going on? Why all the secrecy? When we came, they told us it was temporary special training. I felt there was something happening, so I left Zhang Haohao and Mr. Feng to hold down the fort and brought everyone else. Su Dayuan passed the recent document to He Chunyang. After all, this was his old subordinate, and he was very clear about what kind of person he was. After reading the content, He Chunyang turned pale. Seeing that none of them changed their expressions, his gaze swept over them. Did you guys stir up this case? Mr. Zhao, who was driving, nearly burst out laughing. I'm saying, Mr. He, save some grace. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. What do you mean we stirred it up? It's us and the boss who are unlucky catching 2 cases in a row. During the investigation, we found anomalies, and then it led to a 3rd victim. Afterwards, we uncovered a pile of evidence. The amounts are enormous, and there are also many officials involved. The relationships are intricate. Never mind, I won't go into detail with you. Just adjust your mindset. If anyone messes up, Mr. Su really will give them a dressing down. Su Dayuan laughed. Mr. Zhao's humorous remarks had clearly conveyed what he meant. We're here to scare the snakes out. It's even better if we find problems. If not, Well, just serve them a warning shot. However arrogant they want to be is fine, right? If we cause a big fuss, then they'll start to make moves, won't they? He Chunyang nodded, looking at Su Dayuan as if understanding, but not quite getting it. Forget it. I won't ask with my intelligence. Just tell me what to do, and I'll do it. The car sped off quickly, and half an hour later, they arrived at Guanghai Pharmaceuticals. Several police cars arrived with sirens blaring and lights flashing, and the display was quite imposing. The security guards didn't dare to stop them and immediately lifted the barrier. As soon as they got out of the car, Su Dayuan looked towards Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu held up his phone, evidently tapped something, and gave Su Dayuan a thumbs-up gesture. Then, Su Dayuan received a message on his phone, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p Vice President's office on the 20th floor. Su Dayuan adjusted his coat and straightened his police uniform. A man in a suit hurriedly ran towards Su Dayuan and the others, his eyes rushing over the crowd in a panic, as if he didn't see any familiar faces. Finally, his gaze settled on Su Dayuan, who had the highest rank. Boss, is this an investigation by the police station, or is something else going on? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 246 to 243 bloodstains _1 chapter 246. Chapter 243 Bloodstains _1 It must be said, this person had a way with words. From the look he just gave, it was clear he was searching for personnel familiar with the Tangshan Sub-Bureau or the Beijing Police Station, the local direct authorities. It wasn't as if he knew everyone, but at the very least, he was familiar with the leaders. Understanding the implied meaning in his words, how could Su Dayuan fail to catch on? Su Dayuan gave him a glance, standing with his hands behind his back. Zhou Ning didn't look at him. He raised his eyes to the top of the building, where a spherical shape gleamed at the summit, and there seemed to be a ring of metal along the edge, likely something like a lightning rod. Is your person in charge here? I'm not referring to the department manager, but the head of the group. Our city's criminal police brigade has received a report, and we're going to initiate a secondary investigation into the case of Zhang Yinan's fall. Make a phone call and have him explain the situation. Of course, personnel from both the police station and the sub-bureau who have been previously investigated and interviewed, bring them all over as well. Please find us a large office. The man was clearly stupefied by Su Dayuan's words, and just as he was about to speak, Su Dayuan raised his hand. Additionally, from this moment on, don't leave my line of sight. Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p by, go to the monitoring room, and manager Liu Yufei, make the calls using speakerphone. You, accompanied by an officer, will be responsible for recording. Record the name, contact information, and position of everyone he notifies, one by one. The people from the second group direct the person responsible for security at Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group to come with you straight to the top floor and conduct a secondary survey of the fall site. Switch on all law enforcement recording devices and make sure there are no omissions. Zhou Ning remained still. Mr. Zhou waved off someone on the side who was holding a phone ready to make a call. He had long noticed that this person was signaling to the security guards, who all seemed very obedient. Obviously, this person was the head of security. Manager, there's no need for you to make a call. Your CEO and others will have to undergo investigation and questioning soon enough. Rest assured that they'll all find out about this. Let's head to the top floor. The man glanced at the manager who had just stopped Su Dayuan. The manager said nothing, and what could he say? The police completely controlled the situation, and he couldn't even get a message out. Mr. Zhao pushed the security manager with a smile still on his face. What's your name, manager? My name is Zhu Dongjia. I'm not any manager, I'm just the head of security. With this clarification, the objective was clear, and Mr. Zhao nodded cheerfully. Let's go, Captain Zhu, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, Prosody P. Seeing that no one was coming to stop him, Zhu Dongjie knew he couldn't avoid the situation. He touched his pocket and began to step forward. Mr. Zhao pinched his sleeve between two fingers, causing Zhu Dongjie to pause. What's the matter? Nothing much, just a reminder to make sure you have all the keys. It would be pointless to get to the rooftop and then discover that some door is locked and you don't have the keys. Of course, if you don't have them, we can bring tools with us. Let's not make this more complicated or time-consuming than necessary. Zhu Dongjie's face darkened, and with a wave of his hand behind him, someone handed him a keychain with a loop of keys. The people from the second group followed Mr. Zhao and Zhu Dongjie, heading straight for the building's lobby. Upon entering, they saw many people inside the lobby stopping to look at them, whispering among themselves as if they were discussing something. The group walked to a corner elevator and took it straight to the 22nd floor. Getting off the elevator, they walked down the corridor to the end, entered the stairwell, and found themselves in front of a double door with a heavy lock chain wrapped around it multiple times. Zhu Dongjie stepped forward, unlocking the chain, and Mr. Zhao pushed the doors open. Looking back, he noticed there were no surveillance cameras here, which explained why, when Chen Wenqi called the police, there was no related evidence. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. It was impossible to prove how Zhang Inan got to the rooftop, whether she went up alone, or if someone went with her. They reached the rooftop platform, which was covered in floor tiles, and even included a pavilion, sun umbrellas, tables, and chairs. There were many landscape features, looking every bit like a rooftop garden. Did anyone used to come up here? Zhu Dongjie nodded. This place used to be a small park for relaxation. When the weather was nice, many employees of the group liked to have lunch here, enjoying the mountain and sea views and the fresh air. It was only after the incident of someone jumping that the rooftop was sealed off. Seeing Zhu Dongjie put his hands in his pockets, Mr. Zhao smiled at him. Don't bother sending messages or making calls, and of course don't record anything. Contacting anyone now is pointless. Your pants are too thin, and the screen lights up, it's visible. I have my law enforcement recorder on. If you have any objections to our work, we can provide a full video of the proceedings. Zhu Dongjie took his hand out and said no more. Mr. Chu, carrying a camera, did a 360-degree turn in place. He was capturing the scene for later simulation. Zhou Ning glanced at him and waved to Yang Xuedong and Mr. Zhao. Examine the middle edge on the north side. The two carried the box over. The wind was strong here. Although it felt like a breeze on the ground, standing here, it felt like a 4 or 5 grade wind. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. The ground bore traces of scrubbing, and there was a parapet about 1.2 meters high at the edge of the building, nearly a meter in width. Above the parapet was a ring of fencing, with outward-facing metal protrusions at intervals, clearly a combination of lightning conductors and decoration. However, Zhang Inan was only 160 centimeters tall. For her to climb over it would be very difficult. The tables and chairs under the adjacent parasols were completely fixed, more than 2 meters away from the parapet, offering no leverage whatsoever. Zhou Ning braced himself against the parapet, pushed up with his arms, and managed to stand on top of it, while Zhu Xingxing covered her mouth to silence her gasps of astonishment. On the other side, Mr. Zhao and the others also climbed onto the parapet. But Mr. Zhao was gripping the fence tightly, his face pale. The height was truly terrifying. The cars below seemed no bigger than matchboxes. Zhou Ning walked over to Mr. Zhao from his position. Mr. Zhao had already climbed down and was waving at Yang Xuedong. Buddy, you check the fence. I really have a fear of heights. Just 2 glances, and now my legs are like jelly, said Mr. Zhao. Zhou Ning waved him off and reached out to Yang Xuedong. Give me the magnifying glass and the luminol. Yang Xuedong passed the magnifying glass to Zhou Ning, and then he too climbed up, tying a safety rope around Zhou Ning's waist with the other end thrown down to Sun Gaotai and the others. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, Prosody P. Zhou Ning glanced at the position below, closed his eyes for a moment to think about Chen Wenqi's rendition of the fall location, then took a step back and looked at the top of the fence, searching for any information that might have been left behind on the fence. From February 14, 2009, nearly 3 years had passed. If Zheng Yinan had been thrown from the rooftop, then this area would definitely have been thoroughly cleaned, so Zhou Ning concentrated on observing all the various crevices on the outside of the fence. After all, the fence was made of wrought iron, which wasn't as shiny as stainless steel. And with the victim's cervical vertebrae dislocated due to the twisting of her neck, the murderer could have easily positioned her in any posture. But this raised an issue. If a normal person were scraped against it, they would instinctively dodge, but one in a near-death state wouldn't react that way. Because, upon the back of the victim Zhang Yinan's right hand, there was a scrape. At the time, Zhou Ning had not understood the origin of this wound, but seeing this fence, the first thing he thought of was that scrape. As Zhou Ning stepped back yet again, he noticed that the edges of the outer side of the fence seemed to be dirty. He blew on it, then sprayed it with the luminol reagent, and shielded his eyes from the bright light, revealing a faint luminescent trace. Seeing Zhou Ning's actions, Mr. Zhao quickly handed over a swab dipped in distilled water. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Xiaogo. Hey, erase your swab, he said. Zhou Ning took samples 3 consecutive times, then also took photographs, but he did not come down. Yang Xuedong had already climbed up and was carefully examining something nearby. Mr. Zhao called out to Yang Xuedong. Mr. Yang, take it easy. You're much heavier than Zhou Xiaozhou. It's quite a struggle for those guys back there to hold on to you, Mr. Zhao shouted. Yang Xuedong snorted twice, then he too discovered something at the edge of the lowest part of the fence. He used tweezers to pick up a triangular leather fragment hanging on the tip of a wrought iron spur, and, his eyes lighting up, he turned to Zhou Ning. Team leader, I found this. I remember the deceased was wearing a red down jacket and a sweater dress, with black pantyhose and short boots underneath, though there was no leather missing from the boots, reported Yang Xuedong. Both men jumped down from the parapet, and Zhou Ning raised the magnifying glass for a closer inspection. The inside of the leather fragment had turned black and was hard, while its surface pores were evenly distributed and glossy. His eyelids twitched. Blood. Bag it and label it. It seems like leather gloves, very soft material. The inside has turned hard, which could possibly be the murderer's blood, Zhou Ning said. Sung out, I quickly held up an evidence bag, and as they bagged the item, Mr. Zhao tilted his head, gesturing at their location. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. So, you mean someone stood at the edge of the parapet, grabbing the last section of the railing, trying to climb up. The wrought iron wasn't great quality, it pierced through the glove and even tore off a piece of leather. As they climbed over the fence, they pushed someone down? Said Mr. Zhao. Zhou Ning nodded. One hand on the fence climbing up, but the other hand dragging up the deceased. It's a pity though, nothing was found on the victim's clothes, probably because of the leather gloves. When the deceased was pulled up, her cervical spine was already dislocated, putting her in a near-death state. There's an expression, dead weight. Despite the deceased weighing only 110 pounds, dressed so heavily, hoisting a person over a 1.2-meter high parapet with one hand isn't easy, hence he wasn't concerned about whether he was injured. Everyone nodded vigorously, clearly pleased with the progress. After hopping down from the parapet, the security team leader was being held by 2 economic investigation experts, his eyes wavering. After the incident, they probably refurbished the entire platform, given that the edges of the parapet showed recent signs of having been painted, and even the floor tiles were likely laid afterward. But the wrought iron fence, being integrated with the lightning conductor, wasn't easily replaceable. They hadn't thought of this, and the glance from the security team leader Zhu Dongjia said it all. Many of them were in the know. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Call Suda. Take away this Captain Zhu Dongjia, He's an informant, Zhou Ning instructed. Mr. Zhao dialed Su Daiwan's number, and just as he was about to speak, Su Dayuan said hurriedly, "Get down here, to the 20th floor. Wang Guanli wants to see Zhou Ning, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 247 to 244. Just died like that, _1 chapter 247, chapter 244. Just died like that, _1 Zhou Ning was startled. Wang Guanli wanted to see him. How did he know who he was? Mr. Zhao hung up the phone, looking anxiously at Zhou Ning. Do we go down now? Zhou Ning nodded and stepped toward the passageway first, with Mr. Zhao waving at Zhu Xingxing. You and Sun Gout, I don't rush, organize all the evidence, send someone back to the technical department first, take it to Mrs. Cui, hurry up with the examination, 2 experts, keep a close eye on this team leader, don't let him contact others. Mr. Yang and I will follow quickly. After issuing his instructions, everyone nodded, and Mr. Zhao and Mr. Yang hurried to catch up with Zhou Ning. The 3 of them didn't take the elevator this time, given the elevator was displayed on the 1st floor. They quickly moved through the stairwell to the 20th floor and headed straight for the easternmost side because He Chunyang and Lu Yufei were standing at the end of the east corridor, waving at them. Seeing Zhou Ning approach, He Chunyang said in a low voice, "Wang Guanli has taken Ren Guangji hostage, right inside the office. He has also smashed the window and is threatening to throw Ren Guangji out." Zhou Ning frowned. If no one was giving away information, why did he take Ren Guangji hostage? Maybe he saw the police cars downstairs. When we arrived, we first secured Ren Jingmin. The man has a loud voice. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As we rushed in, we saw Wang Guanli holding Ren Guangji and had also thrown a chair down. The glass broke completely. He then started ranting, demanding to see Zhou Xiangrong's son, Zhou Ning, the forensic doctor. We were stunned at that moment as well. Suda, on the other hand, was calm and asked Wang Guanli who Zhou Xiangrong was. Wang Guanli smirked, saying not to waste time with him and to bring Zhou Ning over. If we weren't quick to act, Zhou Ning, you would have already been dead. Right at that moment, Su Da's phone rang, so he told you to come down quickly. Zhou Ning nodded, and Mr. Zhao looked worried. The words of He Chunyang had made him break out in cold sweat. This man actually intended to kill Zhou Ning, truly wicked to the extreme. Zhou Xiao, shall I come in with you? Zhou Ning shook his head. Lu Yufei patted him on the shoulder. Don't act rashly, the boss is inside. Follow the boss signals, don't rush in. Zhou Ning nodded, giving Lu Yufei a reassuring smile. He'll go in, don't worry, he can't escape. I have some questions I want to ask him. It's perfect that he took the initiative to see me. The door opened and Zhou Ning walked in. Su Dayuan stood in the center of the room with a gun raised. In the spacious office, the cold wind howled through a huge glass window which had completely shattered, leaving a gaping hole where the chair had smashed through it. Wang Guanli pressed a dagger against Ren Guangzi's neck, blood already trickling down. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning stepped closer, 1 foot at a time. Wang Guanli glanced at Zhou Ning, then squinted his eyes and tilted his chin up at Su Dayuan. You, close the door. Outside were police officers, fully armed. Closing the door would leave only him and Zhou Ning in the room. Although Ren Guangji and Wang Guanli were suspects, the case hadn't been cleared yet, and nothing should go wrong at this point. Su Dayuan hesitated, and Wang Guanli snorted twice. If you don't close the door, I'll kill him right now. Su Dayuan clenched his teeth, kicked the door, and with a bang, the door shut. He then stood beside Zhou Ning. That's more like it. If I had known earlier that you were Zhou Xiangrong's son, I would have killed you on New Year's Day. But now you can't kill me, I have diplomatic immunity. Annoying, isn't it? Su Dayuan glanced at Zhou Ning, worried he might lose his composure. After all, this was the man who had killed his parents. How could he remain calm? Seeing Zhou Ning clenched his fists, Su Dayuan couldn't help but speak up. Stay calm. He want escape. Diplomatic immunity my ass. This is Hua country soil. Here, Sapporo means nothing. We all know he is Wang Guanli, a death row fugitive evading punishment, guilty of numerous lives. In the vice president's office on the 20th floor, Zhou Ning exhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on Wang Guanli. Now that you've seen me, what do you want to say? Wang Guanli laughed, tilted his head back in loud laughter. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, then suddenly stopped, tilted his head, and looked at Zhou Ning with a gaze like that of a demon from hell, mad and bloodthirsty. Not bad, quite the composure. But aren't you interested in your parents' deaths? Don't you want to know why I am standing here unharmed while they are dead, with no one to inquire as if they never existed? Zhou Ning shook his head. Provocation won't work on me. I'm not desperate. If we could come here openly today, it means you and Ren Guangji are both expendable. Even if you escaped punishment 17 years ago, you won't escape it today. So, holding Ren Guangji hostage is of no threat to us. Ren Guangji burst into tears, tugging hard at Wang Guanli's hand. Wang Guanli? Let go, Gao Qiaosheng, you lunatic, let go. The issue with the accounts will naturally be covered by the president. Why are you doing this? Have you gone mad? If you want to be a scapegoat, go ahead. If you want to die, then die on your own. Why drag me into it? Wang Guanli tightened his grip, and the dagger cut a slit in Ren Guangzi's neck. In an instant, blood sprayed out, covering the faces of both Wang Guanli and Ren Guangji. Ren Guangji screamed in terror, reaching to cover the wound on his neck, but when he extended his hand, his fingers were cut as well. Don't do it. What do you want? Wang Guanli said viciously. Shut up. You've had your fun, now you've got to pay the price. I'm just sending you off early. I've killed so many people, I don't care about adding one more. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As he spoke, Wang Guanli grabbed Ren Guangzi's hair and kicked the back of his knee. Just as Ren was about to kneel, the dagger sliced towards his throat. Just then, Su Daiwan's gun fired, bang, hitting Wang Guanli's knife-holding right elbow. He winced in pain, dropping the dagger, and Zhou Ning rushed forward the instant Su Daiyuan shot, grabbing Ren Guangji by the collar and dragging him back 2 steps, but Ren was quite heavy, causing Zhou Ning to fall. At the same time, the door burst open, and He Chunyang and his team rushed in, guns drawn. Several men pulled Ren Guangji aside, while Mr. Zhao pressed a cloth to his neck. Ren Guangji kept shouting, "Call an ambulance for me. Quickly call an ambulance. You're not going to die, so shut the fuck up." Mr. Zhao slapped Ren Guangji across the face, and he instantly fell silent. Covering his elbow, Wang Guanli's blood gushed out, but his face showed no expression of pain, as if he didn't have pain receptors at all, just staring at Zhou Ning, stepping backward. Who would have thought that in the end, I'd be taken down by you? But I'm not at a loss. Do you know why I'm alive? Because I killed your parents, haha. Doesn't it seem like there's no justice in this world? Do you hate it? Su Daiyuan stepped forward, blocking Zhou Ning. Cut the crap. You've got no hostages left, are you still planning to resist? Wang Guanli shook his head, sneering disdainfully. Zhou Ning felt a chill in his heart. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He realized Wang Guanli didn't want to live, he wanted to die, forcing Zhou Ning to live with hatred. But the secret was still unspoken, who had framed his parents, who had revealed their whereabouts. I know because I never wanted to live. I've been stealing life for 17 years, am not at a loss. Likewise, I'll take the secret to my grave and you'll find nothing. You just live with your hatred. As he spoke, Wang Guanli fell backward. Zhou Ning and Su Daiyuan dashed forward. One grabbed Wang Guanli's sleeve, the other his collar. Zhou Ning was frantic. Who disclosed my parents' whereabouts? Who was it? Tell me. Wang Guanli laughed, shook his head, and with a forceful jerk, the shattered glass cut through his clothes, and he fell straight down. He Chunyang and his team rushed over and helped Zhou Ning and Su Daiyuan up, Both had cuts on their hands, but Zhou Ning couldn't feel the pain. He stood at the broken window looking down. Wang Guanli had hit the ground, blood pooling out quickly, soon forming a puddle, many vehicles below flashing their lights, alarms blaring incessantly. Su Daiyuan pushed away He Chunyang and his team, grabbing Zhou Ning. He knew how much Wang Guanli's words had impacted Zhou Ning. If it were him, he probably would have been even more furious. After all, this was the murderer of his parents. He pulled off Zhou Ning's body camera and threw it to He Chunyang, who wasn't stupid and quickly helped to turn it off. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Su Daiyuan dragged Zhou Ning to a corner of the room, and everyone was chased out by He Chunyang. Zhou Xiao, calm down. Wang Guanli is dead. I will help investigate your parents' death. I can't ask you to let it go right now, I know that's impossible. But remember, you're a police officer, always remember that. Zhou Ning looked up. Wang Guanli's roaring voice seemed to fade. He stared at Su Daiyuan's ceaselessly moving lips, trying to make out his words. Amid Su Daiyuan's vigorous shaking, Zhou Ning closed his eyes. Has it passed? Impossible. With Wang Guanli's death, the case had become a mystery, and even the identity of his parents couldn't be verified. What Wang Guanli had said before his death was meant to drive him mad, and Zhou Ning understood, but it indeed was his deepest pain. After an unknown period, Zhou Ning seemed to be able to hear again, patting Su Daiyuan's hand. I'm fine, don't worry. I'm not Wang Guanli, I can control my emotions. Su Daiyuan looked at Zhou Ning with worry on his face, but there was much more he couldn't say. However, the investigation had to continue. Wang Guanli's death had disrupted their pace, especially since he was now the military attaché at the Sapporo embassy. If he died in that capacity, it would indeed be prone to criticism. Mr. Zhao approached, and as Zhou Ning had cut his wrist, he quickly helped dress the wound, occasionally glancing at Zhou Ning's expression, worry written all over his face. The wound is deep. Should I take you to see Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. He to get a few stitches? Zhou Ning shook his head. It's not fatal. There should be surveillance here, right? Has Mr. Chu gone to the surveillance room? Mr. Zhao nodded. Don't worry. We saw the hostage situation from downstairs, and he went straight to the surveillance room. Zhou Ning turned back to look at Su Daiyuan. Chief, I don't think there's any need for further investigation here. After all, the surveillance and the body cameras have recorded everything. I want to perform an autopsy on Wang Guanli to prove he is Wang Guanli, not Gao Xiaoxing. Also, I don't need to recuse myself, right? Su Daiyuan rolled his eyes. Recuse my ass. Get to work. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Chapter 248 to 245 teratoma _1 Chapter 248. Chapter 245 teratoma _1 Zhou Ning smiled. That sentence touched him so much he wanted to cry. He was a police officer, not a desperado, and now he was going to prove that this man was Wang Guanli, not some military attaché from the Sapporo embassy spouting nonsense. Zhou Ning waved his hand, leading the members of the second group as they quickly left. Of course, young Qidong had already taken photos of the body downstairs and called for a vehicle to transport it. Once they entered the door of the technology department, Lu Yongxin was already standing at the entrance. Seeing Zhou Ning come down, he grabbed Zhou Ning's wrist and, noticing it was still bleeding, kicked Mr. Zhao. Is that a hand or a hoof? You can't even wrap it properly. Mr. Zhao chuckled sheepishly. Don't be mad, uncle, I was in a hurry. I told Zhou Ning to go get some stitches from Mr. He, but he refused, insisting on coming back for the autopsy first. I couldn't stop him. Lu Yongxin waved his hand. Let's go, I'm joining you in the autopsy room. This time I'll be my apprentice's assistant. Hurry up and get ready. Get over here, and I'll rewrap your hand for you. Zhou Ning didn't say a word, following Lu Yongxin into the changing room. The wound was reopened and redressed with a new dressing, which was far more comfortable than the dumpling-like wrapping done by Mr. Zhao earlier. Lu Yongxin handed Zhou Ning a bottle of medicine. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Drink this first. It's a traditional Chinese medicine for tetanus. I still have one bottle left from the prescription I wrote before. The autopsy will take several hours. Thank you, master. After Zhou Ning had finished, Lu Yongxin threw away the empty bottle. Let's go. Your master will be with you for the autopsy. Don't worry, you aren't fighting alone. I'm always behind you, and not just me but Mr. Zhao, Suda, and the rest. All of us are with you. Standing in front of the autopsy table for a moment, Zhou Ning's mind went blank. He couldn't describe his feelings at that moment. Wang Guanli was dead, and Zhou Ning didn't feel relieved, but rather lost, as if he had no target. Like Wang Guanli said, Zhou Ning knew that his parents' death must involve many parties, and there might even be more unbearable reasons behind it. But what exactly had happened back then? What was the truth? No one knew, especially since the only lead, Wang Guanli, was also dead. He had deliberately taken the secrets to his grave. Even if Zhou Ning had begged him, he still wouldn't have spoken, so Zhou Ning hadn't begged him. Wang Guanli knew that from the moment the police traced it to the Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group, he was a discarded pawn. Whether it was Ran Guangji or Ren Jing'an, these were all cannon fodder used in the end to fill holes. The real power that could manipulate everything had already evacuated. And Wang Guanli was the person to end it all. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. His death would also successfully escalate the case into a political event, becoming a major incident affecting the relations between the two countries. Zhou Ning took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. At the 20th floor, Su Dayuan had stood in front of him, throwing himself at Wang Guanli recklessly, even risking his life to extricate some truth, and Mr. Zhao had been protecting him all along. Back at the technical department, though his master didn't offer comfort, he provided Zhou Ning with the greatest understanding and companionship. Zhou Ning sniffed. He couldn't lose control. Opening his eyes, Lu Yongxin was standing by his side, silently, without saying much. Zhou Ning turned towards Mr. Chu. Pull up all the available data on Wang Guanli from back then. I want fingerprints, blood test results, dental records, photos, height, weight, and so on. All the digital data that can prove his characteristics, the more detailed the better. Mr. Chu was not panicked. His fingers danced across several computers. The door to the autopsy room rang as Sun Gaodai and the others had already brought in the body. As they entered, Yang Xuedong, who was last, raised his hand to Zhou Ning, pointing to the body-worn camera on his chest, which obviously had not been turned off. Zhou Ning gave him a thumbs up, an absolutely wise move. Once the gurney was next to the autopsy table, the team carefully lifted the body bag and gently placed the body on the table. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. However, the body bag underneath had to be cut open since the body had landed face up on the pavement. He hadn't fallen onto a car roof that could have cushioned the fall. Wang Guanli had smashed directly onto a parking spot. The body had to be scraped from the ground. Seeing this state, Zhou Ning squinted his eyes. Wang Guanli had done this deliberately. Even if he didn't have enough time to erase all his traces, if he had, he would have blown up the entire building to destroy his body and evidence. After the body was arranged, Mr. Zhao and Yang Xuedong were already sweating. Both looked towards Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning gestured with his hand, signaling Mr. Zhao to start recording the video. After all, the recording from Yang Zitong's camera had been seamless so far. Now they had to follow procedure even more closely. Mr. Zhao was quick with his words, swiftly introducing Wang Guanli's identity, time, and place of suicide, then stepped aside. Zhou Ning and Lu Yongxin, one on each side, watched as Zhu Xingxing came over and took a three-dimensional X-ray. Zhou Ning pushed his glasses up with his forearm and turned his gaze to the large screen. Following the fractures shown on the screen, He checked each one in turn. Upon X-ray and external examination, it was found that the deceased had a depressed skull fracture at the occipital region, with the depression encompassing 1/3 of the skull. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. There were 4 dislocations and fractures in the thoracic and lumbar vertebrae, and multiple comminuted fractures of both legs, tibiae, fibulae, and femurs. There was a longitudinal scratch on the left femur, an old injury. Comminuted fractures of the pelvis were observed, along with evidence of an old fracture on the right humerus. There was a gunshot wound at the right elbow and multiple fractures on the ribs dorsal side, puncturing the lungs, spleen, and liver. The cause of death was traumatic severe cranioencephal injuries. However, the deceased was born missing a lobe of the left lung, and there was a shadow about 7 centimeters in size on the lower lobe, with dense interstitial tissues, suspected to be a tumor. At this point, Zhou Ning looked at Mr. Zhou. "Mr. Zhou, please collect the deceased's fingerprints." Dr. Zhou, collect a sample of the deceased's cardiac blood. Both men began to move quickly. Mr. Zhou was quite successful, rapidly collecting fingerprints and then sending them to Mr. Chu. Dr. Zhou had trouble with the cardiac blood for quite some time until Lu Yongxin finally took over and managed to get it. By now, Mr. Chu had found the archived fingerprint information. As soon as a single fingerprint from the index finger was entered into the comparison frame, the machine started to buzz. Every new entry resulted in another buzz, clearly indicating successful matches. Mr. Chu quickly printed out these results and presented them to Zhou Ning. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Dr. Zhou, I've just found the fingerprint information of the executed criminal Wang Guanli in the system and discovered that it matches completely with our deceased. It can be confirmed that the deceased is Wang Guanli. Zhou Ning nodded, feeling a relief at this answer. The successful fingerprint comparison confirmed Wang Guanli's identity, but more evidence was still needed. When the fingerprints of the convicted were collected before the execution, were there any photographic evidence preserved for verification? Mr. Chu lifted his laptop, showing a picture on the screen. Wang Guanli's hand was pressed on a piece of paper. He looked sideways towards the screen and was holding up a fingerprint collection board. The picture was very clear and was itself sufficient for comparison. The records from back then were quite comprehensive, although no DNA information was preserved. After all, DNA collection was not yet widespread at the time. Didn't the convicted undergo a physical examination before the execution, including X-rays or other medical reports? Upon hearing this, Mr. Chu hurriedly began to search. He acted even more swiftly this time, uploading images directly to the large screen. Zhou Ning looked up and saw the images and diagnostic content, squinting his eyes. Indeed, there were unique findings. Mr. Chu said excitedly, Wang Guanli was born missing a lobe of his left lung and also had a double gallbladder. Zhou Ning gave Mr. Chu an OK gesture, then took the scalpel. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Alright, let's begin the autopsy. Opening the deceased's thorax and abdomen and separating the sternum and ribs, despite the severe internal organ damage, it was clearly evident that the deceased's left lung had only 2 lobes, and there was a noticeable protrusion on the lower lobe. Zhou Ning signaled to Mr. Zhou. Lu Yongxin quickly tightened the retractor, and Mr. Zhou clicked away, taking photos from various angles. Only after capturing the images did Zhou Ning remove Wang Guanli's lung and place it on a tray. Zhou Ning then cut open the protruding area. A large clump of hair, muscle tissue, teeth, and some gelatinous material was encased within a cystic region. Zhu Xingxing shivered, Lu Yongxin frowned, and Zhou Ning said slowly, teratoma. The deceased had a lung teratoma, but these usually develop between the ages of 20 to 30. Given its location, it would affect breathing, especially since the deceased was already missing a lobe of lung, which could obscure symptoms. The lesion was a dark area less than a centimeter in size in the 1994 X-ray, so it appears the teratoma developed only recently. Lu Yongxin agreed with Zhou Ning's assessment and nodded. This teratoma is immature and highly malignant. Depending on the contents, it's impossible to determine if there is any neural epithelial tissue inside. Laboratory analysis will be needed for that. However, comparing it to the pre-execution X-rays, this development process matches. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning remained silent, continuing the procedure, locating the deceased's liver and gallbladder. Indeed, there was a double gallbladder. This time Mr. Zhao didn't have to be asked. He quickly stepped forward to take photos. With these several distinctive features matching, the deceased's identity was irrefutable. After completing the final part of the autopsy, Zhou Ning looked up, and Zhu Xingxing came over to take over the suturing. When everything was finished, Zhou Ning quickly summarized, and Mr. Zhao then turned off the recording equipment. Ripping off his gloves, cap, and mask, Zhou Ning leaned on the dissection table, bowing his head slightly. Lu Yongxin patted Zhou Ning's hand, signaling Yang Xuedong to arrange for transportation of the body. Hurry and send the body to refrigeration. Zhu Xingxing, organize the autopsy process just now and finalize the report. Mr. Zhao, go ahead with the submission for testing and remember to have a good talk with the lab. Everyone acted separately and Mr. Chu also went upstairs. After all, he was not comfortable using the computers here and preferred his own home. Today's autopsy videos and photos needed to be compared and displayed against the 1994 pre-execution medical examination. After all, this case was far-reaching. The spacious autopsy room number 2 had quieted down. The body had been sent away, leaving only Zhou Ning and Lu Yongxin. Can you still bear it? Lu Yongxin patted Zhou Ning's shoulder. There's no one here now. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Do you want to cry for a bit? Zhou Ning shook his head. There's no need. Although there's a sense of loss in my heart and I feel regretful, I can still control my emotions. Wang Guanli wants me to feel distressed, hoping that I lose control, even suspecting my father's superior. I've thought about these things without him saying it, just like the list tied to this case. There are always people who forget their original dreams and pursue their own desires to do certain things. Yet, there are still people like Mr. Hu, Mr. Su, and Professor Li who exist. I won't live with resentment. After all, my parents fought for my life, but the investigation of this case might just stop at the level of Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chapter 249 to 246 tree _1 Chapter 249. Chapter 246 tree _1 Lu Yongxin's eyes were slightly sore as he patted Zhou Ning's shoulder once again. Pull yourself together. I believe the ministry had already taken notice of the issues with Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group following the Beishan Group incident, but they were hoping that the situation would ferment, waiting for the moment they had concrete evidence to strike decisively. The deaths of these 3 individuals can be considered the best breakthrough. We're not responsible for external political negotiations, nor are we capable of handling them. Internally, this case is of utmost importance. Although Wang Guanli is dead, we still need to find the most compelling evidence to prove whether he was the murderer of those deceased. That's what you should be focusing on. Get your spirits up and concentrate on the case. Don't let Mr. Hu and the others down. Zhou Ning nodded at Lu Yongxin, acknowledging his concern. Although his master's abilities were not on par with Li Chengvin's, his love and care for Zhou Ning were unmatched. Don't worry, master. I can adjust my mindset. Regarding the evidence, I'll need to wait for the lab results. Moreover, I plan to revisit the primary scene of Fang Wenjie and Qin Zijin's deaths. After all, considering the sequence of receiving the cases, I feel the investigation of the scene was not stringent enough. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Lu Yongxin let out a breath, seeing that Zhou Ning's expression was still relatively normal and felt somewhat relieved, managing a smile as he spoke. That's good then. Let's go to your office. They arrived on the third floor and had just entered the office when Cui Lily pushed the door open and came in. She walked straight up to Zhou Ning and placed several reports before his eyes. After receiving the samples at noon, I searched through the evidence of Huang Shenlai's criminal activities from back then and found some items, including the clothes and pants Wang Guanli wore when he was captured, which had the bloodstains of the last victim on them, specifically from the gunshot wound on his left thigh. I collected the blood samples and compared them to sample number 104 collected from the rooftop of Guanghai Pharmaceuticals Group and the endomyocardial blood just taken from the deceased. They all match and belong to the same person. Zhou Ning quickly flipped through the reports, which included photos of the evidence from that year, the clothes and pants. It was a surprise to find these items, and it genuinely excited Zhou Ning. Sister, this evidence is crucial. With this, we can confirm that Wang Guanli is the murderer of Zhang Yinan. Cui Lily grunted twice, but didn't retort at Zhou Ning. The machines were almost smoking. Zhao Xinli called me 7 or 8 times. I was about to block him. Do you have any samples to submit today? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody. P. Zhou Ning considered for a moment, then shook his head, replying, "Not for today, but we're planning to conduct a second inspection of the primary scenes for the other 2 victims of the 1.29 case. If there's something to send for testing, we'll discuss it tomorrow." As Cui Lily glanced out the window and saw that the day had darkened, she wanted to persuade Zhou Ning, but ended up holding her words back. "I'm off then. Call me if there's a lab result." After Cui Lily left, Mr. Zhao had already prepared the investigation kit. He knew Zhou Ning was feeling oppressed, and only being absorbed in work would keep his mind from wandering. Zhao had no choice but to accompany him since Su Dayuan was always so impulsive. "Are we leaving now?" Zhou Ning raised his hand. "Let me take a look at Wang Guanli's autopsy report. Has Zhu Xingxing finished summarizing it?" Zhu Xingxing handed the report to Zhou Ning, standing nervously by his side. After looking through the report once, Zhou Ning noted that the details were recorded accurately, some even more meticulously than he had spoken of. The autopsy report also included the photos from Wang Guanli's pre-execution medical checkup and had marked information for comparison. However, some aspects were different from Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody. P. Chu summary, notably the teratoma in the lungs, which was marked with its discovery and progression, and the abrasions on the femur, which had been sustained during the arrest from a gunshot, initially looking like a groove but now covered with callus. Zhou Ning nodded his head. "Well done. Make a copy of the lab report Sister Cui brought. Attach 1 copy to the back of Wang Guanli's autopsy report and another in Zhang Yinan's report. You and Sun Gaodai stay behind. If Suda calls requesting a blood draw or fingerprint collection, comply with that. Mr. Zhao, today Yang Xuedong will accompany me to Qin Zijin's home." Zhou Ning looked at Lu Yongxin then continued, "Master, shall I arrange for someone to take you home?" Lu Yongxin waved his hand, raising his phone. "Su Dayuan asked for my help to take those 2 financial investigation experts over to their place. After that, I'm leaving on my own. Don't worry about these matters. Get to work." Zhou Ning knew that Su Dayuan must be busy with interrogations, as both Ran Guangji and Rin Jingmin had already been captured. According to the list provided by the ministry, many influential figures required interrogation. Although most of the questioning was conducted by people sent from the ministry, suspects related to these 3 deceased still needed to be interrogated by them. "Let's get going." Half an hour later. Beijai Street Rose Court, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody. P. The 3 got out of the car and headed straight to Qin Zijin's home, where guards were stationed. Seeing that it was the members of Zhou Ning's team, their faces lit up with smiles. They greeted them and opened the door quickly. The 2 had the decency not to follow in. After getting geared up, Zhou Ning went straight to the living room window, from which he could see Fong Wenjie's home perfectly. These two individuals, in the eyes of outsiders, divorced because Qin Xuejin was imprisoned and Fang Wenjie disdained Qin Zhujin's actions, therefore wanting to distance herself from him. However, what was the actual reason? Zhou Ning could sense something at this moment. Qin Xuejin didn't want to drag Fang Wenjie down with him, and especially didn't want her to be involved in the affairs of Beishan Group. The apparent estrangement was nothing more than a ruse to deceive others. Perhaps Qin Xuejin had indeed come into contact with some secrets of Beishan Group, but it was not convenient to deal with him directly. Instead, they took a roundabout approach, starting from Fang Wenjie. Yet, nothing useful was found on Fang Wenjie, and since Qin Xuejin had been constantly looking for her, this matter couldn't be concealed for long, which led to action being taken against Qin Xuejin. Thinking about the storage disk sewn into Qin Zhujin's arm, Zhou Ning turned around to survey the room. Mr. Zhao and young Qidong had already gone for a second survey. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p on the living room floor. White chalk outlined the position of Qin Zhujin's body. The murderer had slit Qin Zhujin's throat with a single stab, inflicting no more threat than a kick to the leg, evidently not holding out much hope for finding anything on him. Does that mean someone has searched Qin Zhujin's home multiple times but found nothing? The more Zhou Ning thought about this, the more he squinted his eyes, feeling that this was the most likely scenario. If this analysis held true, then the information Qin Xuejin controlled was definitely not just what was provided on the storage card. After all, it was now certain that the photos on the storage card were taken by Zhang Yinan, and perhaps the card was given to Qin Xuejin by Fang Wenjie. Therefore, Qin Xuejin had never revealed until his death that he had hidden something. Not even the person who killed him knew what it was, and it was not found in his house. Zhou Ning looked around. Aside from the bloodstain on the living room floor, the room could be said to be very tidy. With such minimalist decor, there weren't many special storage spots, high-end sofas, oil paintings, platforms, table lamps, projectors, a tree. Other than these, there was nothing else in the entire living room. Zhou Ning checked under the sofa cushions and the bottom of the sofa. There were no signs of sewing or reopening. The throw pillows were made of genuine leather and had no zippers or the like. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. As for the oil painting, Zhou Ning stepped on the edge of the platform, took down the oil painting, which was sealed with tape on all four sides of the back, with wax sealing marks on it. The handwritten English name and date beneath the wax suggested it was unquestionably painted by a 19th century artist. Zhou Ning closed his eyes. Just now, he had entered the room from the murderer's perspective to search. If he were Qin Xuejin, with such an obviously simple room, where could a storage card be hidden? Outside? Impossible. A storage card left outside would quickly degrade without protection and become unreadable. The study and the bedroom? Those would have been the main focus of the searchers, who probably would have even lifted the floorboards. Zhou Ning glanced at the edge of the living room floor. Because the living room floor also showed signs of being dismantled a second time, and if not replaced by the same batch, the color would differ due to wear over time. Those two places were also unlikely. Could it be the bathroom, like inside the water tank? At this thought, Zhou Ning walked from the platform to the split-level corridor, just as he saw Mr. Zhao and Mr. Yang coming out of the rooms on both sides, both shaking their heads. We've done a grid search, shook out every book, every piece of clothing, even dismantled the computer case. Nothing was found in the kitchen, study, or guest room. Mr. Zhao shook his head, water droplets on his hair, and spat disdainfully. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. I've meticulously checked the master bedroom, the walk-in closet, both washrooms, and the bathroom. I've searched the drains, water tanks, purifiers, and water softeners, but found nothing. I also noticed pry marks by the windowsills and inside the safe in the master bedroom's walk-in closet. Zhou Ning nodded. I saw signs of the living room floor being laid a second time, and I think someone has searched his house more than once, but to no avail. Don't worry, I believe we will find something. Moreover, Qin Xuejin would have hidden things to save his life. He must have hoped the police would find these evidences if anything happened to him. It's just that our current search method might be wrong, Zhou Ning said, then walked to the doors of the study and the 2 bedrooms and peeked inside. He noticed that all the rooms shared a uniform style with minimalist design, an upscale and generous design that mixed white and light brown. In the instant Zhou Ning turned around, he abruptly stopped. Seeing Zhou Ning's pause, Mr. Zhao came over, curiously peering into Zhou Ning's eyes. "What's up, Zhou Xiao? Did you think of something?" Yang Xuedong also stopped, as the squad leader's observational skills were astonishing and his perspective on issues was extremely intricate. It looked like he was adopting Qin Zijin's viewpoint. Without a word, Zhou Ning spun around and looked again at the study and bedrooms. The colors are different. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The overall design of the rooms combines white and light brown, which looks cozy and simple. But standing here, it feels like something is missing compared to the living room. What's missing is that tree, the green color. I think the item is hidden under the tree. The 3 of them rushed to the living room to see the massive plant pot. Yang Xuedong was uncertain, wondering whether they needed to break the pot or pour out the soil. Kneeling in front of the large plant pot, Zhou Ning grabbed a spade from inside it and began digging from the edge toward the center. On the 3rd scoop, a storage card wrapped in cling film was unearthed. Mr. Zhao's eyes widened in excitement, and he eagerly grabbed the storage card. "Wow, this actually worked, we found it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak.